officially have no idea what to do with this series. Like, you can't have an expectation night in, night out. There have been, for what feels like a really good series, 3 games have been blowouts, 2 in the favor of Minnesota. That one, I don't even know what to do with it, because
I'd rather not talk about it.
Well, tough, Marty. I know this is last day for you, and this is not the last day that you wanted to have to discuss a Denver athletic event, but
Let's talk about something else.
yeah, what would you like to talk about?
I don't know. What are you thinking about?
Listen. I mean, I think game 2 felt worse. Game 2 was you getting punched in the mouth and never responding. And this is the difference between last night and game 2, because the final results, or I guess the feel after the game, are similar. But here's where it's different. The Nuggets didn't lose that game because the Timberwolves played this amazing level of defense that was going to make it impossible for the Nuggets to score, that it wasn't because it was uber physical like it was in game 2. The Nuggets missed shots. Wide open, at the rim, 3-point, wide open shots. That's it. And that's what's bizarre. And they did not do what this team typically does when those shots aren't falling, which is get to the rim and get easier buckets. I don't know how many times the Denver Nuggets have attempted in a game where they were 19% from 3, 36 three-pointers. That's what was frustrating. And to a certain extent, I guess you're open, you have to shoot, or you should shoot, or something like that. But do you know who the best three-point shooter on the Nuggets was last night? Aaron Gordon.
He took a ton of shots. He made like 1, and then I feel like he was feeling himself.
Gordon took a ton. He took 4.
Well, maybe they all came at once because...
Well, he made 1, and then, yeah, he just threw up a couple of more. The recipe here, guys, I mentioned, I don't know how many times I got to say this. It's very simple. Jamal plays well, you win. Jamal doesn't, you lose. And the defense from the Nuggets last night, you can get on them for that. I mean, when you can't get a shot and they're 26 of 86 from the field, you know what that translates to, Marty? 60 transition opportunities from Minnesota. You do that, you lose the basketball game, and you lose it in epic fashion. We knew Minnesota just wasn't going to lay down and die. But I don't think anybody expected that.
So what did this game and game 2 have in common?
The final score.
That and the refs were the same. It was a physical game.
It was I don't think
it wasn't as physical
bad
as game 2, but it was more physical than any of the other wins they had.
That it was. Like, that is, you know what? Minnesota is probably begging for them to have that crew again. But I'm not doing that this morning. I'm not sitting here and saying, like, the refs were a problem. I don't think they were.
I think it made them stay out of the paint, though. That's why you saw 36 threes.
Well, then that pisses me off. Like, if that's the case, then grow a pair and play physically. Like, that's insane to me. The T-Wolves dared the Nuggets to shoot threes, and the Nuggets repeatedly said, okay. It's famously my story when I played in a pickup game. I was the only white dude on the floor. I didn't want to participate in this, but they only had 9 people. They said, please, can you play so we can have a full 5-on-5? And I said, fine. And I didn't shoot once. And the guy guarding me kept saying, let the white boy get a taste. And I said, no taste. I don't want any taste. The Nuggets said, give me all the tastes. And you want to know why I said white boy doesn't want a taste, Marty? It's because I didn't want to go 7 of 36 from three-point range because I knew that was going to happen. But they just refused to stop. But again, there's a very clear thing that's going on here, okay? Let me take you through the game logs. And I'm not just picking on this guy, but it's the truth. Game 1, Jamal Murray, 6 of 14 for 17 points. Loss. Game 2, 3 of 18, 8 points. Blowout. Game 3, 11 of 21 from the field. Win. Game 4, 8 of 17 from the field. Win. With 8 assists, by the way. Game 5, 7 of 14 from the field. Win. Game 6, 4 of 18. Blowout loss. When Jamal plays well, this team plays well. And especially against a team that's this good defensively, it cannot just be Nikola Jokic. And I think for the first time in a long time, Marty, we saw a game where I thought Jokic played well and that was it. And even for Jokic standards, it was a ho-hum whatever game. But it would have looked a lot different had they knocked down shots. Nikola's max effectiveness is obviously through everybody else on the roster. It's getting the other guys involved and them executing as well. Nikola's never going to be, he's not going to do what Jalen Brunson does in New York. He's not just going to be like, all right, I'll take care of things. I'll put up 35 shots. It's not going to happen. And especially against this roster, I don't think it can. Like, I don't think against Minnesota, with all the 7-footers they have on the floor, I don't think he can just go 35 shots. It's going to have to be other people knocking shots down. And Minnesota would be fools to do anything but double Nikola Jokic in Game 7. Like, if I were them, I am banking on one thing. If we lose, it's because Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. and KCP finally knock down shots. That's why I lose. I'm not losing because Jokic goes for 40 points and 13 assists again. So we already know the assignment for tomorrow. Or I'm sorry, the assignment for Sunday. The assignment for Sunday is going to be Jamal and Porter and KCP and all those guys are going to have to win you a ball game. Jokic is going to do what he does, as he did last night. But I mean, you got off to a 9 and here's the funny thing. That 9-2 start to open the game didn't even look great. You missed a lot of shots at the rim. You missed a couple of open threes, but you were up 9-2. So feeling pretty good. And then after that, what was the final? 20 to nothing?
20-0, yeah.
20 to nothing over the next 6 minutes. And the rest of the quarter was like 25 to, no, what would it be? 29-5?
They got their 9th point at the 9:03 mark, and then they got their 11th point. Hang on, let me scroll. At the 3:18 mark.
No, but I'm saying since the 9-2 start for the Nuggets, it was a 29-5 run for the rest of the quarter. That's how the quarter ended. And then it just continued that way. Like the things about the Nuggets here, and this is where I was dead wrong. I thought closeout game, they're going to show up and they're going to go for the throne. And Minnesota, it's just when they throw a haymaker, twice now in this series, the Nuggets have not responded. And it's like everything that could have gone wrong did. You're missing open threes, and then you got Jaden McDaniels who can't miss. Now, this was another game where Anthony Edwards was really good again. And God, does Mike Conley make a difference to that team, huh? Like his ability, not just on the defensive side, but on the offensive side to just read and make the right play.
He doesn't hit a ton of threes, but when they do, they're like key moments. Where
Huge.
It's like, of course he hits that.
Like the Nuggets,
except when he's on the Jazz, then he could have won Game 7.
Correct. The Nuggets cut the lead to like 11, I think, at some point in maybe the second quarter or third. It was the second or third. And then Conley kind of like, he dribbles to his left off a pick. Doesn't look like he has that much airspace because Jokic is coming at the hedge. And he's just, as he's going to his left, Marty jumps, he's floating to his left, puts up the shot, and he knocks down the three. And I just go, okay, I don't think this is going to happen tonight. Because I honestly didn't lose faith until like the third quarter. I still thought at halftime, if you went out in the second half and you started knocking down some shots, the game could change in a hurry. Because if you start doing that, then Minnesota can't get into an offensive rhythm.
The first, out of halftime, the first three possessions they had were 2 dunks and a 3-pointer. That's when I knew it was over.
Yeah. But it's just like the second time you're kind of sitting here in the morning following the game saying, that's kind of pathetic.
70 points, dude.
In what world would you ever think the Nuggets score 70? And again, I give Minnesota full credit because I truly think, Marty, the last defense that I can remember in my lifetime that was this level good, this level, was I think that Pistons team with Ben Wallace and Rasheed and Tayshaun Prince and Rip Hamilton and Chauncey and all those guys. They had, I think in their playoff run, they had 5 straight games of holding teams under, it was like 75. But the Nuggets offense is elite. Like we saw that in games 3 through 5. And here's what's funny. If you told me, Marty, that game 7 is going to be a 20-point win for the Nuggets, I'd be like, sure, could be. Absolutely could be. I get a hard time believing that it's going to look that way again. As far as their shooting percentage, they shot 30% from the field. That's like one of those, a couple of those, when you watch the NBA enough and then you go and watch college basketball sometimes, like I felt this during the tournament this year. You're watching some games, Marty, and it's like the amount of missed layups that you see right around the rim, even if they're kind of contested, but guys just kind of miss. And you're like, oh, it's halftime and Virginia's shooting 24%. And you're like, well, that would never happen in the NBA, and certainly not to the Nuggets. Well, it did. Just did. And again, Minnesota, good defense, but you just missed. And Jamal, who's looked pretty damn good over the last 3, remember, he took that screen from Rudy Gobert in the first quarter early. Now, he missed a couple of shots before that, but he was holding his elbow. He said his elbow was still kind of bothering him after the game. They put numbing cream on it or something like that. So hopefully in a couple of days it'll feel fine.
They are getting an extra day of rest, and that favored them last time.
But
it's not a full 3 days off.
Our nightmare could be among us on Sunday, which is both the Nuggets and the Avs have games at the exact same time, and they're both game 7s.
Our nightmare is like best case scenario now.
Oh, of course. I'm just saying, with the Nuggets not closing out last night, I guess there is a chance that, what's the other series?
The Knicks and Pacers.
So if that goes to game 7, I think what I saw from Vic last night was if that goes 7 games, the Nuggets will be an early game.
After what? So like a 1:30?
I think so. Yeah.
I don't know about that. Do you like that?
I would rather have it not during the Avs.
Yeah.
So it's just going to be a full day of you being a mess, though.
That's going to be a tough day. Has that ever happened before in any city?
2 game 7s on at once? Or
no,
just in the same day?
On the same day.
Oh, it has to. Hang on. Cities with 2 game 7s the same day.
It's thinking.
May 15th of 2022, the Mavericks and Stars had 2. Oh, so that was the first time ever, Marty.
Oh.
2 years ago, Mavs and Stars had game 7s the same day for the first time ever in the same city. So best case
scenario. City.
What's that?
In the same city.
I'm just saying the same.
Oh, the same,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you meant the game took place in the same city.
Like,
no,
that
can't
team
work.
city.
Got
team
it.
city. So yeah, best case scenario is the Nuggets and the Avs become the second teams ever But
They simply couldn't do it at the same time. Like, right? They have to read the room, be like, boy, that would be stupid.
well, I don't know if they have a choice. Like, they aren't going to put Game 7 of the NBA, like the only basketball game on that day, at 1 o'clock. They're going to do it in prime time. And the same thing with hockey. Hang on a second. Let me look at this real quick. Let me see. Oh, God, Marty. Never mind.
What?
Game 7, if necessary. Indiana, New York, 1:30.
What?
Minnesota, Denver, TBD. So from that, it looks like they're going to be on at the same time no matter what.
Well, I mean, could the Avs get an afternoon game?
Hang on, let me check. Oh, maybe that's what Vic was saying. Maybe I read that incorrectly. My bad. Because there's 2 TBDs for if necessary Game 7s. Boston, Florida, Colorado, Dallas. They're both TBD. So maybe the Avs would be the early game.
I don't.
They got to work together.
Why can't we just
got to work together?
Do one Saturday? Why can't this Nuggets game be Saturday?
Great question. I don't know. But 303-504-0925, obviously a lot to talk about here. See, all right, now I'm confused because this says on ESPN, it says on the schedule that Knicks and Pacers is 1:30 if necessary on Sunday.
And so if that game doesn't happen, then the Nuggets could get the 1:30 game?
But a texture saying what I saw from Vic last night, which said, Vic said if the Knicks win tonight, the Nugs play on ABC at 1:30. So maybe that's just going to get flipped around. I don't know. Watch them put the Nuggets and T-Wolves at 1:30 and then them also put the Avs and Stars at 1:30. Watch that happen.
Great.
All right, 303-504-0925. A lot to get to this morning. Stick around. Just so you guys know, the Nuggets are 4.5-point favorites on Sunday. Despite all of that happened, 4.5-point favorites because nobody knows what the heck's going on here. Like, this has been the most bizarre series that I can remember. You know, wasn't there, if I'm trying to make a comparison, when the Cavs beat the Warriors in the NBA Finals, Marty, wasn't that series a 25-point blowout for the Warriors, and then the Cavs, and then the Warriors, and then the Cavs? Like, no game was really close.
Yeah.
Until the final Game 7. And look, the Nuggets scored 70 points last night. They aren't putting up 120, I don't think, in Game 7. Like, this game feels very much like a 93-91 kind of finish. Whoever wins, who knows? But you give me Ball Arena and you give me the Nuggets 2 days off after a performance like that, I'm going to assume they're going to come out firing. And so, look, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm picking them to win. Like, I think the Nuggets win this series. I think they win Game 7. I don't think it'll be easy at all. But they're going to respond after that game. They're gonna.
Game 7 against the Jazz in the bubble. Do you remember what the final score of that game was?
Oh, that was like 86-83 or something, right?
80-78.
Yeah. No, Game 7s have that sort of feel to them. As much as my heart can't take 2 Game 7s in the same day, I need it to happen. I need this.
What did you think was truly going to happen yesterday prior to the game actually happening?
I thought the Nuggets close out in a tough one.
I thought they were going to roll.
I didn't think roll. Maybe the score at the end would have looked that way. Like, maybe you win by 11, but it's like sort of a 5-point game with 3 or 4 minutes left, and then they just kind of pull away from it. But God, the takes that have been had in this series. Remember when the Nuggets were dead after 2 games, and then the T-Wolves were dead after 5 games, and then Gobert sucked after 5 games, and then Gobert's good again going into Game 7. This is the greatest defense we've seen in a long time from Minnesota. No, the Nuggets offense is the most it's just wildly back and forth. But that game came down to making shots. I don't think it came down to Minnesota's defense. They're always going to be tough. We know that. When you get an open look, you got to bury it. Or at least bury it to a better tune than 30%. And they couldn't. You know, and by the way, Marty, bench unit that has outscored the Minnesota bench unit the last 3 games. What did they have? 2 before you threw out all the bench guys late in the game? I mean, Christian Brown had 2 points. Reggie, 0.
Holiday, 0.
Holiday, 0. Peyton Watson, 1. And I can't remember when that 1 point came. So I think it was 2. I think it was Christian Brown's one bucket was your bench contribution. I mean, I knew the Nuggets were desperate, Marty, the second that I saw Jokic play the entire first quarter and then start the second. And I go, well, that never happens. Malone's pissed. And he should have been. Like, that was awful. And how they started the game. But this, you just got to flush it and be like, all right, that sucked. Let's go hit the gym and put up as many shots as possible. 303-504-0925. So I'm watching ESPN this morning, and they are just all over Scottie Scheffler. So if you guys don't know what's going on, Scottie Scheffler, who, because this guy is a freak, did you see him eagle hole 1? Like, just hold out from the fairway. And his tee time is... What was the number? It was 10-something
10 Eastern, right? So somewhere, I think it's like 8:30 local.
10:08 Eastern. So he's got an hour and 35 minutes to make it to the first tee, but he is currently in jail. And from what I can understand from the bits and pieces,
in jail.
I mean, it's true. From what I can understand in the bits and pieces of this story, there was an accident that involved a death. Now, if you are part of this, if you're part of the tournament, you ride, whether you drive yourself or somebody else drives you, you're in this car that's marked that lets security people and police officers know that you can get into certain areas that normal fans cannot, right? Because you're trying to get to the parking lot that's next to the driving range and all that different stuff. So he sees all the cop cars. And this is, Marty, fact check me on this because I'm just kind of going off the bits and pieces of this story that I know because I haven't done an in-depth search into what's going on here. I'm just seeing videos of him being perp walked into the back of a cop car. So this accident is there. There's cop cars everywhere. And I think what he tried to do was just kind of go around so he could get to the golf course, where then a cop says, you can't do that. Whatever happened afterwards, I have no idea. My assumption is going to be that he said, well, I'm in this tournament. I need to get to the course. And the cop said no. And then next thing you know, he's in the back of the cop car going to jail. But that's right outside Valhalla Golf Club in Louisville. Like they're showing right now, you can look at the Louisville Metropolitan Department of Corrections and see his mugshot. He's in the orange jumpsuit.
Oh,
and,
man, he's getting the full thing.
I'm staring at it right now. It says inmate mugshot. His birthday is on June 21st of 1996. He's a white European man is what it said on his mugshot. So he has been arrested and processed, but not yet released. Can I tell you how gangster it would be if he leaves just to show up to the tee box and shoot 5 under today? So I don't know what's going on here, but this is all over the news.
So he was driving the car. It's not like he was, he didn't have a driver or anything, right?
No, if he wasn't driving the car, then they couldn't take him in, right?
Yeah.
It's like if somebody's speeding and you're in the passenger seat, you don't get a ticket.
Well, it
You're just kinda
sounds
there.
like there was just like a dust up, and that's what got him in trouble, not like the act of driving. But apparently that's what started it all. He was just driving somewhere he shouldn't have.
I think he was driving in a place he shouldn't have been, and he just thought, I'll just weave around this stuff. A cop probably told him no. He probably had some words for the cop, and then can you step out of the car, sir, happens, and then you go from there.
What do you think his words were? Google me, bro?
I don't know. Because I saw that, what was that, at 4:50 our time this morning is when that all came out. So that would have been 6:50-ish Eastern time, about 3 hours before his tee time.
The accident occurred at 5 a.m. Eastern. A man was struck and killed by a shuttle bus.
Ugh. Which is awful, by the way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Have we ever seen that before? Well, what? Who was the guy we were just talking about that got arrested before the game started in the NBA this year? Wasn't that somebody? Was it Isaiah Stewart?
Oh, was that the punching incident? Yeah. Was he arrested?
I think that they put him in handcuffs and took him to a cop car. I don't think they drove him out after that. But I was just talking about, have you ever seen somebody who's been arrested before a game started, and then we got 2 this year?
There you go.
All right, what can we do when the Chiefs are in town in Week 18? What can we do to get Patrick Mahomes just in handcuffs for a little bit? Just a little
Forget
bit.
the Chiefs, man. How about Sunday? Anybody on the T-Wolves in handcuffs?
Anthony Edwards, what can we do?
Sorry, dude.
Somebody walk in front of Anthony Edwards as he's walking in and flop and claim that you were punched. Something's got to happen. Anyway, crazy story. 303-504-0925. Obviously, huge game for the Avs tonight. I believe, by the way, in the Avs tonight. I think after all that happened a few days ago, followed up by the testicular fortitude to go out there and win that hockey game the way that you did, the way that this team responds to adversity has always been great. You're playing on the home ice tonight. You lost your first two. I don't see them losing 3 in a row. So I want to get to that in just a couple of minutes. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. If you guys want in. There was also a little quirk. And I know that people said that you're like not allowed to be annoyed by this subject in the NFL, but I am very annoyed by something I read yesterday that has to do with the Chiefs. So we'll get to it next. All right, so we got an update. Scotty Scheffler has been charged with third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, disregarding officer directing traffic, and also second-degree assault of a police officer. That all sounds bad. I don't think he's getting to his tee time today. I have no idea what the punishments are. I doubt this guy is going to spend much time in jail, but he's certainly not going to make it for the rest of the tourney.
Second-degree assault?
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, did he punch him? Marty, can you look up the punishment for second-degree assault of a police officer?
Conviction is a Class 4 felony punishable by a prison sentence of 5 to 16 years.
There is no way.
But it says a second-degree assault is intentionally or recklessly causing injury to another person with a deadly weapon.
Oh, so cop was probably in front of his car, and he probably just tried to, like, get by him. That has to be what it is. Because a car is a deadly weapon. Yeah, I don't think that he was going John Morant and just waving guns out there. So, what a bizarre story. All right. Well, there you go. Couple other things here. This is Marty's last day, and we're all very sad. Marty's leaving us. Don't know where he's going. Going somewhere in Illinois. So we're going to try and roll through some things today. Maybe bring back a couple things. We'll see. We're going to do that all while discussing the Nuggets game from last night, along with the Avs game.
Was really hoping there'd be a better vibe on the show today.
I know, it's tough. That's
at least the
one.
Avs won the night before, so it wasn't like an Avs funeral. Like we have an exciting Game 6 tonight. That's cool. But that game last night was such a bummer.
Just like from the start to the finish, and this is why I always tell people, when you're talking about would you rather lose by 2 or get your doors blown off, like I will always take the lose by 2 game. Every single time. I know it's painful, but at least I can enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? Like, would you rather have that game end with an Anthony Edwards 3 at the buzzer? Because as painful as that is, I mean, I didn't get to have a second of fun last night. Not 1 second. And now I got to wait until my heart's going to be in my throat for an entire game on Sunday.
You won't have fun for that game either. At no point. They could be up by 20 and you won't have fun.
Which, by the way, guys, we're all, if what Vic's saying is true, that if Indiana wins and forces a game 7 against the Knicks, the Nuggets play at 1:30. We're all in on that, right? So we're all Pacers fans tonight. I can't have the Avs and Nuggets at the same time. For Game 7s, no way. Can't do it. And I know I'm going under the assumption that the Avs are going to win tonight. Now, I do think they're going to win. Doesn't mean they will. I do think they're going to win, though. Again, you come back to Ball Arena in a place that you were the best home team in the NHL, and you lost your first 2 games at home in this series. I just don't think you can have 3 of those. Don't think it's going to happen. But the Avs have a lot of their own stuff that they have to clean up. Number one is, okay, you finally got a lead, Marty. It took you until the 3rd period of Game 5 to get it. Can you give me, like, the first goal of the game? Can we have that? Because, God, not... So going off this, if you include Seattle, that's 12 straight games where the opposing team has scored first in a playoff game, right? If you've never had a lead until the 3rd period of Game 5, that's 12 straight, isn't it?
Did that happen with Winnipeg too?
Oh, wait, Winnipeg. What am I doing? Yeah. No.
You
scored first in Winnipeg. Sorry. Sorry.
Don't forget that previous round. It is round 2.
I breezed over Winnipeg. My bad. But it'll be 2 series in which 7 straight. I wonder what did happen in Winnipeg. Can you look that up for me? How many times did the Avs score first? Because they didn't do that in game 1. That was Winnipeg scoring first in game 1. Now, they played better, obviously, in games 2 through 5. I can't believe I just blanked on an entire Winnipeg series. The point is, they've been doing this quite a bit in the postseason, giving up that first goal, playing from behind, not playing with a lead. And this team is elite when they have a lead. And so what they got to do tonight, I think you come out home ice and you just try and go a million miles an hour. See if Dallas can dare to keep up with you. Like Mosier has said it multiple times throughout this series, but it's like, you got to skate. The one thing above all else that the Avs have that other teams don't is just straight speed. Whether it's McKinnon or McCarr or Miles Wood or you name it, they're faster than anybody else they go up against.
They scored first 3 out of the 5 games.
3 out of 5?
Mm-hmm. Including the one they lost, the game 1.
So, they did score first in that one. That's right, because Winnipeg answered immediately afterwards. That's what happened. So, 3 games out of the last 17, they scored first. Now my math's correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that's not how they play at their best, is always coming back and trying to battle your way back into a game. Get out there and skate. Force them to keep up with you. Dictate the pace. And I know that Dallas makes it really difficult in that area, but if you can just go out and put them on their heels a little bit, it'd make a world of difference. So that's what you're looking for. At least I'm looking for tonight. And it's got to be another game where I think Georgiev plays outstanding. I thought he's been really good in this series. Truly. Despite where they found themselves at, the problems that you've had against Dallas are not Georgiev problems. The offense hasn't looked right for a lot of this series. But when they get that engine going, it's tough to slow down. So we're broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Obviously, you can hear that game tonight right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. I got one more thing here. This is what annoyed me, Marty. And I guess if you were annoyed by Taylor Swift last year, then you were a bleep hole. I guess that's what it was. I was annoyed in the same way I was annoyed with Sister Jean. I hate the cutaways to fans when it's just a singular person. Can't stand them.
I think it was misguided. She's just at a game. You're mad at CBS, the producers.
I never said I was mad at her. I'm mad at the cutaways. Yeah. So yes, I'm mad at the television production. And I'm mad at the NFL. And here's why. The NFL VP of Broadcast Planning, Mike North, admitted yesterday, Marty, listen to this. They took Taylor Swift's concert scheduling into account to make up the schedule. That's insanity, okay?
That's a bit much.
Your girlfriend doesn't get to go to every game. Sorry. That applies to everybody else in the league. And if you really think the 5 cutaways a game are going to be worth jumbling an entire schedule, then go ahead. Like, I'm looking at the Jets who have an 80-year-old man playing quarterback with an Achilles tear, and they said play 3 games in 11 days to start the year. And then they look at the Chiefs and they go, well, she's going to be in Japan that day, so let's push this game to a Monday. Like, that's ridiculous. Am I wrong?
It's a bit much, yes.
So dumb.
I mean, did they get like a favorable schedule? What did they change because of it?
Well, they changed it so Taylor Swift could attend up to 14 of the Chiefs games this upcoming season because they don't conflict with her concert schedule. How about she gets to go to whatever games are available that she isn't out on the road for?
Is she
How's
still
that
on the
sound?
same tour?
I thought that tour was done.
Well, she's in like Europe now.
Anyway, am I rightfully annoyed in this, Marty?
That's a little annoying, yes.
Okay. Because it's Marty's last day, we're bringing back a whole bunch of stuff. That includes this. Yeah, Marty, get it one more time. Let's go. Go, Marty. Give it to me.
Sing it, Mosier.
Oh, wait, Marty, here you go. Go, Marty. Yeah. All right. My bets for tonight. Yeah, I'm taking the Avs to win. Minus 115 on the Circus Sportsbook. You're damn right I am. You know what else I'm going to do, Marty? I'm telling you right now, my things are always a lock and an underdog. Your lock for tonight is the Avs win. You know what the underdog is? The Avs series price to win in 7 games is plus 300. I'm taking that one too. We're doing it all. I miss Brady and his bets. Marty, did it feel good to warm up the pipes one last time before you head out?
Really dig deep.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreakers, where you can find the podcast. You can also go online on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Hastings and Kaz up in the booth. The Nuggets get blown out by Minnesota in game number 6. A beatdown. Final tonight, 115-70. Game 7 coming up on Sunday. We'll take a timeout. Post-game show comes up next.
I am wholly confused on what to think about any game now in this series. I have no idea what's happening. That game had a similar feel to game 2, but was different. You know, the final score, the blowout, the feeling that you have afterwards, the gross taste in your mouth, that's all the same. The difference here is this wasn't stifling Minnesota defense. Like, they're good, don't get me wrong, good defense. But this wasn't them stifling and hacking you into oblivion and not being able to get anything going. The Nuggets could not make a shot. They had so many open shots that they just straight up missed, whether it was at the rim, three-point line, whatever. They couldn't make a thing. And I don't think that's as much to do with Minnesota playing great defense as much as it is you just stunk last night. Awful.
It was like, you know what this is like? This series is akin to riding a bull. It's bull riding. It really is. I don't know what to do. You're up and down. You're about to fall off. You gather yourself. You feel great. You feel terrible. The exact feelings that you had after the first 2 games are creeping back in. And yet, they're fine. It's game 7. It's at home. You have the MVP. As everybody else was crying and dealing with a 45-point loss, he's in the locker room listening to Serbian music, singing aloud from his earbuds. He's fine. He's going to come out and stamp this series on Sunday with a performance you will remember for a long time. Write it down.
So
record it.
So listen to this. I agree with you, Vic. Moj, the Nuggets just were dominated for the second time in this series.
Yep.
Not even close. They put up 70 points in a professional basketball game. They are also 4.5-point favorites heading into Sunday.
Yeah, imagine me, imagine Vic, imagine Brett, but imagine me coming on these airwaves at 7:03 in the morning and saying, for a team that just lost by 45 points and could literally do nothing right. They couldn't shoot. They couldn't rebound. They couldn't pick and roll. They couldn't defend. They couldn't do anything. I say, it's going to be good.
Yeah.
And feel confident about it. And this is not, Vic, while there may be doubt in your head, okay, this is not, just lip service.
Yeah.
I feel great about Sunday. I really do.
I'm telling you right now, and people are going to disagree with me, I think it's better to get embarrassed the way they did than to lose that game at the buzzer by 1. And people are going to say, well, no, don't be stupid. I mean, that's going to carry over. If there's anything we've learned about this series, this team, these 2 opponents, nothing carries over. Nothing carries over. What do you mean carry over? Have you watched? Have we paid attention? What's carried over?
Yeah.
Nothing. They could have lost this game by 45, which they did, or lost by 6. And to me, it has absolutely no bearing on what will take place on Sunday at Ball Arena. Period.
Either
End
you
of story.
make shots or you don't. Either the
That is
shots
correct.
go in or they don't. Either Jamal Murray scores or he doesn't. It's really that simple.
Well,
It's not. This is not a brain surgery piece here. Make shots, win basketball.
yeah, let me simplify it even more, Vic, and say something I've said, I think, 20 times during this series. Jamal plays good, you win. Jamal plays bad, you lose. And I know he took that screen from Rudy Gobert early in the first quarter that did something to his elbow. He said he put numbing cream on it, but it still bothered him for the rest of the game. Whatever. I mean, look at the numbers. Like, I'll just tell you. Game 1, Jamal was 6 of 14 from the field. They lost. Game 2, 3 of 18. They lost by 26. Game 3, he was 11 of 21. They won by 27. Game 4, 8 of 17. They won by 8. Game 5, 7 of 14. They won by 15. And last night, 4 of 18, and they lost by 45 points. Like, Jamal plays well. The team plays well. Because we all know that Jokic is by far and away the best player, not only on this team, but the best player in the world. He's going to do what he does. Joker was the only guy that kind of showed up last night, and he was just okay. But he's going to do what he does. Jamal is the thing that makes it go. Jamal's the reason, the X factor, the straw that stirs the drink in a championship run last year that took you to 16-4 because he was remarkable almost every night during that postseason run.
That is correct.
That's what it is. And I don't know how else to say it. Like, the second I saw Jamal missing floaters 3 feet from the rim, I'm like, okay, this probably isn't going to go well tonight.
I say for Game 7, we start Jalen Pickett and Zignaji.
Oh, yeah.
They were the only two guys in plus yesterday. Each
of
was
course,
a plus 2.
Yeah,
These starters, look at them. Murray minus 32. KCP minus 24.
Most, they got their asses kicked. Everybody's going to be minus that.
That's we got to flip the script here. We got to start guys who haven't played all season long.
Do you agree?
Of
hang
course,
on.
I'm joking around here, dude.
No, I know.
It was
hang
an
on.
absolute pig mess, and I don't care. I don't care because it ain't going to carry over.
Vic, do you agree with me on what I initially said, though, that as good as Minnesota is defensively, and of course they make things difficult, they always do, the Nuggets had plenty of open shots that they just missed last night.
Of course. And people are going to say, listen, and I understand what people say. I do. I get the frustration. Well, they didn't play with intensity. Yes, they did. Well, they weren't prepared. Yes, they were. I watched that team.
Mm-hmm.
I was with that team. I was on the bus with that team. They were quiet and stoic and ready. They were ready last night. Whether you believe it or not, they were ready to play that game. They wanted to end that series. This was really a business trip. This wasn't a fun in the sun type of experiment. Okay, they went there to end it. They jumped out to a 9-2 lead. Okay? Minnesota called the timeout, and the Nuggets stopped making shots. And that kind of stuff can be contagious. Missing can be contagious, just like making can be contagious. They started missing, and they lost it.
And they started
now you got to
missing.
reel it back in.
And missing. And missing. And missing. And there's no, somebody said, I said, you got to, I said, you got to get some easy buckets. I said, there are no easy buckets. The paint is gone. This particular crew, and again, I'm not blaming it on the officials at all, but the style that Mark Davis and his crew allows to be played.
It more fits Minnesota.
It certainly does fit Minnesota better. That is correct.
Can I say one thing? One thing real quick, because this is like been all over the news this morning. So Scheffler has gone, just quickly, Scheffler's gone to jail for a whole bunch of stuff. Second-degree assault of a police officer, criminal mischief in the third degree, a couple other charges. And he has just been released now from that Louisville jail, and he is on his way to the golf course. His tee time is in an hour because they pushed it back. So he is going to make it back on this tournament. We'll talk about this later. I just want to let people know because this has been all over ESPN this morning. He is making it back to the golf course right now from jail. And if this guy takes off the orange jumpsuit and puts on the polo shirt and shoots 6 under, that's the most gangster thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's
if he goes out and does that today.
It's going to be pretty gangsty. Yeah, no doubt about
So anyway,
it.
sorry, Vic. I just wanted to say it quickly. So go ahead.
That's fine because Marty's looking it up. If you want to be reassured, Nuggets fans, about Sunday, I want you to hear what Nikola Jokic had to say after the game. And trust me, you'll be reassured because the Scottie Scheffler story, you're right, it's one of the crazier stories. This is akin to the day Tiger Woods took a 4-iron from his wife, and everybody was talking about stuff off.
Yeah, but he
off
wasn't
the course,
in the
right?
he wasn't in the middle of a PGA championship, a major.
This is crazy. Now, we don't know what happened. We were not there. We just have, the word of the Louisville police officer who said he dragged a cop a few feet. He dragged a cop. Now, I don't know if he didn't know the cop was there
Now,
during a traffic situation. I have no idea.
The story is there was, very sadly, a pedestrian was killed early this morning by a shuttle bus, and so they had the scene kind of roped off, but that was the way to get to the golf course. Now, if you're in the tournament, you get those special vehicles with the signals either on the dashboard or on the side of the car that says, I'm allowed to go into special areas that other people cannot. And I think Scotty Scheffler is just like, I'm going to weave my way around this. Cop tried to stop him. And according to what the cops have said, he tried to go anyway. And then it led to all of this. So that's all I can really glean from this right now because I haven't looked at it in depth. But yeah, it's wild. But it sounds like he's going back to the golf course now and will make it in time for his tee time.
Well, Scotty Scheffler, I'm not a big fan of his as a golfer. Okay, I'll put it that way. But he is sort of the golden boy, right? He is the world number one. He just had a baby.
He's winning everything that he plays in, yeah.
Dude,
but in my lifetime, if you told me 20 years ago, in your lifetime, Martha Stewart and Scotty Scheffler are going to be on video being perp walked.
Yeah.
I would have thought there's no way.
From this morning, he's got a mugshot with an orange jumpsuit on, and he's leaving to go
play. If you know
play.
Scotty Scheffler and what he's about, this is like arresting Jesus of Nazareth before a golf round.
Yeah, for his ability. I mean, good God.
And not only his ability, the way he carries himself.
Oh, yeah.
This is arresting Jesus of Nazareth. Now, I'm not saying he is devoid of anything wrong. He may have done something wrong.
Easy, John Lennon. Easy.
Anyway, we'll get back to that in a little bit, but back to the Nuggets.
I don't get the reference.
Oh, John Lennon caught a big wave of guff back in the 60s when he said we're more popular than Jesus.
Yeah.
Did you live in the 60s?
I was born at the very end of it. So were you. So shut up.
Anyway, game last night. It is a weird feeling though, right? Because God, after game 2, I was pissed, like angry when I was here. And look, I'm not happy this morning, but there is this different sense. After game 2, it felt like, dude, the Nuggets might get swept. It doesn't feel like they got an answer for this team. And after game 6, the same thing happens, but worse. Mm-hmm. They lose by 45 points in a playoff basketball game, an elimination game for Minnesota.
But Vic, I'm
sitting here this morning, Moj, and I'm saying, I think they win on Sunday. Like, I really do. I don't know what it is.
I apologize for cutting you off, but Vic, I'm so glad you were there because honestly, last night when I was I wasn't doubting Sunday or anything like that, but I was disappointed. I was kind of hurt and that sort of thing. But your tact, your approach sort of reassured me all through the night before my little eyes went to sleep that everything's going to be okay. And I woke up this morning feeling everything's going to be okay.
Yeah. Listen, before you go there, people need to understand something, all right? Sit down. If you're standing up at work, sit down. I want to tell you something. All right, everybody sit down. I don't know if the Nuggets are going to win on Sunday. I don't know. I know this. They have a player, okay? A very special player who is going to be just fine. Whether or not everybody comes with him on Sunday remains to be seen. But if you're worried about the best player in the world being ready to play in a certain game, worry not. This ain't nothing for him. He is ready to eat. Trust me when I say this, Nikola Jokic on Sunday will be ready to eat. Minnesota may double and triple team him, which I'm sure they will do. It may be incumbent for someone else to step up and win that game for the Nuggets, which they'll have to do. So I'm not sure if they're going to win. Do I think they will win? Yeah, but I'm not sure of it. I'm sure of one thing. Nikola Jokic, he thinks exactly like you're supposed to think after a loss last night. Listen to what he said after the game and tell me if this makes you feel better about their cause.
What do you mean by it being a great loss?
It's a great, they beat our ass. They were better than us in every segment of the game. And we need to accept it, take it and just try to be better next time. When you lose by 45, it's not like something happens every day. So just accept it, I'm cool with it.
He's cool with it. I'm
cool
telling you right now, and nobody, I'm gonna get gut for this. Winning by 1 or winning by 71, it doesn't matter. In these NBA playoffs, in this series, it doesn't matter. Nothing matters. Winning matters. So I don't want to hear it if the Nuggets win by 1 on a last-second shot. Oh, but, Minnesota led most of the series. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Can I have Marty?
Can you
I know it's your
tell-
last day.
hold on.
I know it's your last day, Marty.
Please tell Roxy to chill out a little bit, all right?
Marty, I know it's your last day, but can you save the "they beat our ass" quote from Jokic for forever? Because it's really funny to hear him say that because he doesn't say that all that often because it rarely happens. But here's the thing with Jokic. You told everybody before you talked, Vic, sit down. If you're standing up, sit down. Jokic refused to sit down in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
He stood the entire time. He watched. He wanted to make sure he
Soaked it all in.
soaked in the,
Yes, sir.
according to him, ass kicking that was being given to them.
And if you had heard some of the trash talk coming from Minnesota's bench.
Well, I
if
can't
you
even
had heard
imagine.
some of the stuff that Jaden McDaniels was saying, if you had heard it, just again, you're yapping at a champion. You're yapping at a 3-time MVP. You're yapping at the wrong person. Just wait.
Dude, I'm not sure that I can take one more mean mug from Karl Anthony Towns. I'm not sure I can.
Well,
The-
hopefully
the
on
amount-
Sunday won't have to.
Listen,
Somebody said
he's
it
dunking all
does
over their
matter.
heads. The amount of mean mugging. Oh, I was so mad.
Meteoria3 or whatever your name is on Twitch says, I would argue it does matter. Losing by 1 and having a hard-fought game is one thing. Turning it over and let the Wolves pound us is completely different. Really? Did you watch Game 2? Meteorio TV, I'm just curious. I'm not trying to pick on you. Did you watch Game 2 of this series? Yes or no? What happened in Game 2? Was that embarrassing, guys?
Very.
Was that at home and embarrassing?
Yeah.
What happened after that?
The Nuggets won the next 3 games.
Did Game 2 carry over to Game 3, 4, and 5?
No.
I'm telling you, it doesn't matter
So
how you lose in this series. It doesn't matter.
let's do this. We'll talk more about this when we come back. 303-504-0925. Shant Mazda text line. Got a lot going on today. It is Marty's last day, single tier. So we got a whole bunch of other stuff that we want to get to as well. Back after this.
Did you really tell the locker room staffer in Denver you were going to be back for
Hell
games?
yeah. They know. I was in there. Yeah, I told them. I said, I'll see y'all for Game 7. Yeah.
Anthony Edwards after the game, again, it's almost like I want to hate this guy and I can't. I just think that's funny. Like, and you know what, Vic? His confidence and arrogance, let's just call it what it is it actually fits him more than it fits
It's
anybody
fun.
else. Yes.
It's not mean, right? It's not mean-spirited. He's having fun. He's also the same guy who gave all the Nuggets their due when they beat him 3 straight times.
Yep.
And he is not a mean dude. He's just a competitive SOB who's willing to give for his team. Now, there's 2 things I know to be true on Sunday. That dude is going to bring it, and number 15 is going to bring it. After that, we'll see.
Well, you know what's funny, Vic? You played the sound of Jokic. Did that not sound, at least tone-wise, pretty damn similar to Anthony Edwards saying, hey, man, all I can do is laugh. He's the best player in the world. And when he's got it going like that, I mean, what are you going to do?
I'm glad you brought this up. What I heard out of Nikola Jokic, and I think you guys will understand, I've heard 1,000 Nikola Jokic interviews. All right? The tone which he used in his post-game press conference, the tone he set even in the locker room, is something that I've heard before. And it's on a different level. He knows it's time. He knows. Just the way he answered the questions in the postgame, it wasn't the typical fun-loving, hey, I'm here. He's ready. I could tell. You could just tell by the way he talks.
Yep.
Nicola's ready. Ant is going to be ready. Who else is coming along for the ride? Again, I want to stress this, Nuggets fans, and Moj, there could be 2 Game 7s on Sunday. One in Dallas with the Avs, one in Denver with the Nuggets. I have no idea if the Nuggets are going to win this game. I have no idea. I think they will, but I have no idea if they will. But I know that guy's going to be ready. I know that guy's going to be fully ready for it.
Can I ask you a question real quick about that, Vic? Because you said something about this last night, and I've forgotten, okay? Because what I see on ESPN right now is Game 7, if necessary, for Knicks and Pacers is already slotted in at 1:30, with the Nuggets game as TBD. But if the Avs make it... Go ahead.
If the Knicks and Pacers go to 7 games, if there's a Game 7 in New York City, that will be played at 1:30 Mountain Time on ABC. The Nuggets would then push to 6 p.m. Okay? If the Knicks and Pacers does not go to 7 games, the Nuggets will take that 1:30 ABC game.
It's the opposite of what I thought. Okay, so if the Knicks close it out tonight, the Nuggets will play at 1:30 on Sunday.
Yes.
Gotcha. I thought it was the opposite. Okay.
Nope.
As far as the hockey is concerned,
they're both TBD at the moment.
The Bruins and Panthers and the Avs and Stars are in the same. They're in the same time tract. They both play tonight, and if it goes to Game 7, they're both TBD on Sunday. I'm guessing the Bruins and the Panthers, because their East would have the early game, and the Avs and Stars would have the later game, which means that if they both go to Game 7, all 4 of these series go to Game 7, then we're going to have dueling Game 7s with the Avs and the Nuggets.
Which sucks.
Yeah,
at
it
the
does
same
sucks.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this is what television does, right? They acquiesce to the East Coast teams. You got a Boston market and a New York market at play here, and they're going to win the prime time. They're going to play in the prime time slot. And the Nuggets, if the Nuggets and Avs play at the same time, oh my God. Oh my God.
The NHL wouldn't do that, would they?
Well, sure they would.
I don't know. You have to get your game in.
I mean, well, what other time is there? What do you mean, would they? What other time is? What are you going to play the Avs at 9 in the morning?
Why couldn't the Nuggets and the people just play tomorrow?
I love the Woody Page.
Tomorrow.
I love the Woody Page tweet yesterday, our old buddy Woody Page. The Denver Nuggets have had late starts at home since joining the NBA. I complained to a network sports exec about more normal tip-off times. He replied, quote, "The money we pay, we can have the Nuggets start at 8 a.m. Tuesday or 3 a.m. Sunday." And that shut me up. That's what it is, man. The networks pay the money. They can do whatever they want, schedule it whenever they want. Doesn't matter. So you want head-to-head, you want back-to-back, you want dueling Game 7s, It's all up to the networks, man. Whatever they want.
You guys want to hear something interesting, by the way, about that subject? If the Avs win tonight and push to a Game 7, did you know in the history, from what I can read here, just look this up in the 6 o'clock hour. In the history of these sports, 2 teams from the same city have played a Game 7 on the same day once, ever. Happened 2 years ago. Do you know who it was?
Florida.
Let me think.
Was it Florida?
Was not Florida.
No, because that was last year when Florida's.
I guess
they
you're right.
won-
I guess you're right. Yeah.
May
2 years ago.
15th,
Let me think.
2022.
Was it 2 years ago?
Was it the Mavs and the Stars?
Mavs and Stars both played Game 7s on the same day. The Dallas Stars beat the Kraken. What was the final score of that? 2-1 in that game. The Mavericks played the Phoenix Suns, and they won 123-90. So on that day, Dallas got 2 Game 7 wins on the same day.
Sunday, if the Avs do advance, has the potential in Denver to be the most celebratory Sunday in recent history or the most sorrowful Sunday in recent history. It's either it's going to be one of those days. Let me tell you, if both teams lose, just shut it down Monday. I may not come in. I may join Marty.
I was thinking,
I may join you on the trek to
Do you have any
to-
room next to
Chicago.
Rocky in the back seat? Me and Little Rock?
It's going to be messy back there, but
Him a
sure.
good boy, but him a good boy. Hey, listen, man. I was thinking to myself last night, then I thought it to myself again this morning, and I'm going to be on record. And by the way, anything we put on record, Martin, you can't take with you. This is proprietary. You understand
I'm
that,
scrubbing
right?
everything.
I
Don't worry.
knew it. I knew it. So put this on record. I'm not ready for either of this to end. Okay? So between now and Sunday night late, I'm letting both these teams know I'm not ready for anything to end at all on either
That's such a
side,
great
okay?
point.
So this is me emotionally, mentally talking about it. I ain't ready, so do your job. Do your
That's
thing.
such a valid point. I was thinking about this on the way home last night. Like, I always ask myself these questions, especially after losses. Why am I so emotionally invested, right? Just detach yourself from the emotion of the game, of the sport, whatever. Just detach yourself and ask yourself that question. And I think my emotional investment is pretty simple. What the hell am I going to do if both teams are done? Am I going to talk to my
Yeah.
family?
Yeah.
What am I going to do? What?
Sit around with your teeth in your mouth,
I mean,
basically.
give me something to do.
Yeah, I know.
And that's that's the thing that drives us, right? Every other day there's something to look forward to. Every day there's something to talk about, a game to discuss, either a game that's been played or to be played. And this time of year, there's nothing better.
I made one mistake. I looked at the 2022-2023 season, which ironically Dallas did have a Game 7 on May 15th. But I take that back. They did not play Seattle. 2022 was Calgary, in which they lost Game 7. So they
Okay.
had a 1-1. Sorry about that. Just wanted to get that correction out there. That didn't sound right because I'm like, Seattle only made the playoffs when they beat the Avs, and that was last year. So-
Correct. Hey, real quick, Vic. I have my lovely wife has this idea to build in a part of the yard, take part of the grass out, and build a tiered herb box.
Oh, you're not ready for that yet.
Now, well, yeah, but here's the thing. While both teams are in it and I've got stuff to do, what happens to the tiered herb box?
It stays.
It's put on the side, right?
Yes.
Hey. I'm not ready to get to a tiered herb box.
You almost said turd box.
Turd box. That too. Well, if I'm doing it, it's going to end up as a turd box. But I'm not ready to get
Fertilizer.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not ready to get to that yet. I'm ready to continue on with this stuff, man. I'm ready to keep on rolling here. It's funny because the last 2 years, really, I mean, more than that, but in terms of one team going all the way 2 years ago, one team going all the way last year, and even before that into the second round and so on, We're used to longer runs around here by at least somebody.
By somebody.
If not, we've gotten kind of used to it in the last couple, 3-4 years, have we not? And the fact that I'm staring down a possible tonight and then a possible Sunday, I'm not liking that. So I'm going to think on the positive side of things, boys.
Well, it starts tonight,
Gonna be
by
good.
the way. It starts with the Avs just taking care of business at home and forcing a Game 7. I mean, that's where it's got to begin. And with that, Moj, I'll say what I said yesterday. And I don't think the Avs lose 3 games at home in the course of a playoff series. I really don't. Like, for them to get that gutsy win in Dallas to Game 5 to push it here, I think at minimum we're taking this to a Game 7. It just feels that way. They're too good at home for them to lose all 3 in one playoff series.
Yeah, I've forgotten about the incident this past week. Sorta.
Yeah, me too.
Because I can't help but to think, but how valuable that particular player would be.
But at this
in a
point,
situation like this, and it just still torques me off. That being said,
at this point,
Can't dwell on that.
yeah, you can't.
you treat it like an injury.
100%, and that's what they're going to do. I remember back, and this was a different scenario, Brett, but when Peter Forsberg lost his spleen after round 2 against the Los Angeles Kings in 2001, I could not have been more beside myself. I couldn't have been. Can't believe it. Ray stayed around for one more year, and this is the thanks you get? I mean, it's not Pete's fault, obviously.
Right.
Peter Forsberg plays the game hard. He got his spleen removed that night after Game 7. They won. But they still went on to win. I mean, guys have a way of sucking it up and making do. You know what I mean? And that's what this team certainly did, I think, in game number 5. And I expect them to do the same thing coming up tonight in game number 6. Your best players were your best players. And then your other guys came through. Your Lehkonen, as he always does, seems to have that playoff clutch gene. Casey Middlestat with a terrific play with Zach Parise. I mean, your best guys did their job, and if that happens, I got a great feeling about tonight. If the Avs, the funny part is the Avs come home. What are they tonight, dude?
Haven't
They
seen it yet.
are
I'll look it up.
they're a favorite. They're a favorite tonight.
Yeah, minus 115
Yeah.
on Circus Sports.
Or minus 120 according to ESPN, whatever. But they're a favorite coming into the game. Vic, I hope that what you can do is get the lead. And again, every game is its own animal, but there comes a time when the odds have to flip. You keep giving up the first goals, right? You got to play from behind, and I know that sort of motivates you at times, and it certainly did in Game 5, and you came back and you sucked it up and so on. But to play with a lead and inflict your will on the opposition, it's about time you do that if you're the Colorado Avalanche. You're too good not to at times, right? And I know we said that last year against Seattle, but they were playing on one leg for that entire series. They really were. So it's time now, Brett, as you said, you were the best team. You won 31 out of 41 games on the home ice this year.
Yep.
You didn't lose 3 in a row. So now it's time to not lose 3 in a row. Go on out and win this game tonight.
And I think that the Avs can do tonight what the Wolves did last night, maybe by that, not those proportions, but feed off their home crowd. That's the first game in this series that the Wolves fed off their crowd. The Avs tonight, because you watched what happened in games 3 and 4, the crowd at Ball Arena never got a chance to get in it.
Right.
Never got a chance to get in it. You don't hold a lead, you don't get in the game. Allow your crowd to energize you. Allow your crowd to help you. And score first, score first, second, and third. And let's go to work.
I'm sure that
Let's
crowd tonight is
go to
going to
work.
be insane.
So just if you're keeping track here, I messed up a little bit in the appetizer with this, but we got it right eventually. The Avs have scored the first goal in the past 2 postseasons in 3 of 17 games.
Wow. That's crazy.
That is
Remember when
that is
that moment-
beyond bizarre.
One of those games, by the way, was the first Winnipeg game in which you lost. Remember, they got on the board first. Winnipeg immediately answered, and then the final score was 7-6.
Moj, I remember a time a couple decades ago when the Avs always lived in the playoffs and they were always living in the Western Conference Finals when scoring the first goal of a playoff game was the determinant of who won that game. Remember that? It used to be the thing.
because
Now,
the
game has
rules
changed a bit.
the rules were even more conducive to locking it up,
Yes.
man. They really
Yes.
were. I mean, the rules were more conducive, Brett, to clutching, grabbing, holding, pure on smothering. I mean, I can't even imagine the kind of point totals that Peter Forsberg would have playing with today's rules as opposed to 25 years ago when you were absolutely allowed to jump on his back like a parachute.
Yep.
It's crazy.
I'm watching Scotty Scheffler roam the driving range right now.
Dude, if you're
Just like-
okay, hold on, Vic. Put yourself in this position. Vic Lombardi, you know the game of golf.
Mm-hmm.
He just arrived to the practice tee. He's smiling at the crowd. He's getting his stuff out of his bag. You're his caddy. What do you say? What do you do?
Dude, he's got a big
drive-
smile on his face.
He's smiling like crazy, yeah.
Here's what I would say. Here's what I would say to Scotty Scheffler if I'm his caddy. On this first tee, make sure you drive the ball better than you drove your car.
Okay.
Do you think that's appropriate?
I don't think that is what you'd be saying to Scotty Scheffler.
That's exactly what I'd say. Scotty, listen, don't veer off into the left or right. Drive down the middle.
And follow my instructions.
You ought to see the amount of phones and cameras out at
Oh,
Scotty
my God.
Scheffler right now. It is crazy.
Look, if you hate Scotty
That
Scheffler,
dude-
you could have a hell of a day chirping him.
That dude's camera looks like a telescope. Did you see the size of that thing?
Wasn't it just a...
It's the diameter of a dinner plate. Look at that lens. That's
Dude,
insane.
I'm calling it right now. He's going to shoot 7 under. Like, he's going to do it today.
If he does, dude, that's going to be seriously to go from the orange released, go straight from the jumpsuit, no sleep probably, right? Well, he slept last night. This was early this morning.
This
got
was on his
busted.
way to the course.
Yeah. To go from orange jumpsuit to Lululemon to 7 under would be insane.
Bro, I almost witnessed a fist fight last night involving a telescopic camera.
Oh, really?
So we're butted against the back wall in Minnesota, and right next to us are the Minnesota fans. You know, we're sitting here. I can hear all the fans chirping the entire night. It was so hard for me not to talk back. And this photographer gets up, stands in front of the fans for about 10 minutes and starts shooting shots, stills of the game. And the guys behind him trying to watch the game are like, what are you doing? And he's like, I'm doing my job. He goes, no, you can't just stand there and do this. He goes, I'm media. Like, some of these media types that think they can stand anywhere, right? And the guy goes, I will beat your ass. And they got ready to go.
Ooh, baby.
Have you ever seen that before? But who are these people that think they could just stand in front of anybody just because they have a media pass? Get the hell out of the way.
If your response is ever, I'm with the media, you're
That's
probably
pathetic.
saying something. You're probably doing something wrong. Okay? 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. A lot to get to. Marty, it's his last day, so there's some other things that we're going to do today as well. All of that stuff coming your way. Stick around.
Hey, man, you want to put the PGA Championship on the front page? Just have the world's #1 player get perp walked at about 5 a.m. This is insane, dude.
The most attention the PGA has ever gotten has involved episodes where players of significance have been arrested for some traffic issue. I mean, it's either Tiger getting a 4-iron upside the head or Scotty Scheffler getting perp walked in Louisville. That's when the PGA makes front page news.
Look at him. He is having a blast right now. Didn't we just talk about this? Was it Isaiah Stewart who punched somebody before a game and was taken at least to a cop car in handcuffs? He wasn't taken to jail, but I was
He punched Eubanks.
yes. And I said, when's the last time somebody got put in handcuffs before a sporting event? And now I've seen it twice. In like just a couple of months, I've seen it twice.
Uh-huh.
Well, Tiger, he didn't get busted. Allegedly, I don't know exactly what happened, but his wife put a 4-iron through the windshield and he crashed.
Yeah.
He's gotten busted a couple times.
Or was it a wedge? Might have been a wedge.
He's been busted before. Remember that time he got pulled over and busted for driving while impaired?
Oh, yeah.
Falling asleep at the wheel?
But none of
no,
those...
he crashed and almost lost his leg.
No, but Vic's right. He got busted for being on something. I don't think it was booze, but Tiger never did that on the way to go play around, though. That's the difference.
He did it on the way back from around.
Is that right?
Well, the episode in L.A. when he fired off that cliff.
He was on his way to a TV commercial. He was on his way to go do a TV commercial, and he drove off the side of the road. Anyway, sorry, Brett, to break it. Hey,
it's fascinating, but yeah, go ahead.
Marty, can you bring up your thin ice list, please? We got to clarify something this morning. We got a text from the 7872. And it says, Marty, as an act of contrition, I'm on my knees kissing the ring and asking that I be removed from your thin ice list.
No.
Oh, yeah, 7872 is on there.
Oh, my God.
I wish you well in your new venture. I think the way to go is forgive and cleanse your hatred before you leave.
It's you.
Kind of like forgiving Moshe every time he derails the show with his riveting stories. Take care.
What's your name, 7872? Give us a name.
What's your name,
to
7872?
Digits.
It's right there.
Please give us a name. Even if you have to make it up.
Wait, Mosher, what's your last 4 digits?
Half of you don't even use your real names.
Are you going to be able to find it in your heart to forgive the 7872 or
I
not?
can do that. He just said some nice things, so
All
I
right.
guess so.
All right.
Now, if Jeremy Grant can say something nice and the city of Philadelphia can say something nice, they can also come off.
Let's just, because it's Marty's last day, let's go through the whole list just one more time, okay? So at the very top of the list, let's start with the people that are actually on it. This is the official not kill list.
Not kill list.
This is Draymond Green, Kendrick Perkins, Jordan Bennington, Cam Payne, Yusuf Nurkic, Rudy Gobert, Grayson Allen, Jerry Rossberg, Anthony Rendon, and Chris Mannix. Now, Marty, do all of these names stay? It is your last day to make any sort of changes that you would like to make. Do any of these names need to be moved, or is this a good list to you?
No, this list is perfect to me. Everybody deserves to be on there.
I'm telling you right now, the last person to go from that list is Jerry Rossberg. He's never going to go.
Absolutely.
And it means it's stupid. It's like one of the weirdest fascinations I've ever seen.
So here's the thin ice
He
list.
was going to be the savior, and now he's not in football now, Vic.
This is the thin ice list that is, they are
all
next
these people,
up.
explain, all these people are on thin ice.
Which means if one of these guys acts out of line, they get pushed to the list and somebody else has to drop. But thin ice is Jeremy Grant, the city of Philadelphia, James Harden. Texture 7872 is still on here, Marty. He's still on.
I'm thinking about
By the way,
it.
All right.
Twitchers claim that 7872 is actually Cameron Payne's number.
It could be.
Well, it's Dylan Brooks, Richard Sherman, Joel Embiid, The Apron Rule, Shohei Ohtani, Travis Kelce, Steve Kerr, Bird Rights, Seattle Kraken, Mel Tucker, Zach Collins, and the San Antonio Spurs organization minus Tim Duncan.
Why is Shohei Ohtani on there?
What?
Because he's a Dodger.
He went to the Dodgers, dude.
So what? He made a lot of money.
So
he could have made a lot of
what?
money anywhere. You
Yes.
have to go to the Dodgers?
I think it's a good list.
That's a really good
Yeah.
list.
I think it's a
I'm
good
good
one.
with that. I'm good with that list. And if you don't want, and by the way, Martin, let me put it this way. Nice text 7872. It doesn't make up for all the dill hole things you've said over the years.
Yeah, we
if
don't
you want,
forget.
If you want to leave 7872 on the list, I'm also okay with that.
I'm going to have to go through 7872's previous texts and make a judgment call there.
Okay, so hang on a second. While we have a couple of minutes, I would like to say something. Look, I was annoyed last year, and I think people misunderstood my annoyance, okay? Much like Sister Jean. My annoyance was not with the old lady. My annoyance was with the television people that kept cutting to the old lady.
Don't
You
say
always
that.
call her an old lady with her blankie. That's what you call her.
I don't call her an old lady.
I think that's
Mosher
what I
does.
call
You
her.
don't call
Mosher
Sister
does.
Jean an old
Yeah.
lady.
Okay. My problem was never with Sister Jean. It was with the television networks that kept cutting to Sister Jean, and by proxy, it made me annoyed with her.
Sure.
That same thing hit me last year with the Taylor Swift stuff. I was never angry with Taylor Swift. She was just watching her boyfriend play football. There's no problem with that. I was annoyed with the TV companies. I was annoyed with the NFL for constantly selling her, okay? And then I saw this yesterday. This is from the NFL VP of Broadcast Planning, Mike North. He said that the NFL took Taylor Swift's concert scheduling into account when they made the 2024-2025 schedule. And that is preposterous.
It
It's
doesn't bother me one bit.
stupid.
Doesn't bother me one
Stupid.
bit. Doesn't bother me one bit. Let me tell you something, pal. When you win back-to-back Super Bowls, when you're on top of the mountain, and you have the most famous fan in your fan base, you can do whatever the hell you want, whenever the hell you please. You got to beat them. Beat them, knock them off the top, then you can start contesting stuff like that. They can do whatever the hell they want. They can cater to them. They can get more Swifties watching them. I'm not at all envious. You earned it. Kansas City, fan base, Taylor Swift, you earned it.
Hey, geriatric Aaron Rodgers, you're coming off an Achilles tear. How about you play 3 games in 11 days to start the year? But we're gonna cater the Chiefs' schedule around to when
Yes.
Taylor can make the
Yes.
game.
Hey,
They get to be
incidentally,
catered. Yeah. They're the defending champs 2-time. They're on a roll. Yeah, that's just the way it works. Welcome to
Incidentally,
America, Brett.
that-
Are you new here?
that 3 games in 11 days, Vic, are you ready for this? Mike North, same dude. Well, he must have had a field day. Says, quote, yes, it's an awful lot of primetime games early in the season, but obviously, I feel like the Jets owe us one. I mean, dude.
That actually is really funny.
They owe us one. Hopefully he stays healthy and hopefully they're relevant. I mean, they're not.
That's pretty good.
They are not mincing any words about this. It's like, yeah, it's Aaron. Yeah, we hope his leg doesn't blow up again. They owe us because he got busted up in the 4th snap last year. That cracks me up.
Marty, NFL, thin ice? A texter asked.
How about we put Mike North on thin ice?
You want to add one more today before we get out of here? Is Mike
Sure.
North going to make the list? All right, he's going to hop on the thin ice list. Congratulations, Mike North.
Okay, I need to ask you guys because obviously in hockey, it's Jamie Benn with the Stars, punchable faces and all that. Of the Minnesota Timberwolves, after 6 games, right? And it starts to wear on you after 6 games. They're like, the cousins you hate.
Cat.
Which of those
Cat.
Timberwolves? Which one?
Cat.
Oh, no. It's not for me. It's not Cat.
It's either Cat or
Cat's-
Kyle Anderson.
Dude, it's
one of the
Rudy
2.
Gobert.
No, it's not that.
Nope.
Mm-mm. And this is
I
more
know what
attitudinal.
Vic's going to say because
Yeah,
he's just witnessed it in person.
This guy's way too big for his britches. Way too big. Who is it?
Jaden McDaniels.
Yep, 100%. That guy needs to be knocked down a few pegs.
You know what?
Yep.
That entire team outside of Anthony Edwards does. Anthony Edwards can do whatever the hell he wants as far as I'm concerned. Because he can
feel
back
the
it up.
I feel the
He
exact
can back
same
it up,
way.
so I don't care.
Exact
Yeah.
same way.
But Jaden McDaniels, he's been talking all year. Do you remember when he came here earlier in the season and said, we're better than they are? Remember that?
Yeah.
This was 2 months before the
Dude,
playoffs.
but Cat, his mean mugging
I'm
every
with Moj.
single play, and this whole what's he do with his arms? He does this. What's he do? He's like double fist, like you're not that guy. Stop it. At least not yet. Stop it.
Karl Anthony Towns is annoying. A lot of people are saying slow-mo. I don't I don't get an issue with slow. My problem with slow-mo is, can you just shoot the free throw? What is this 8 seconds before it actually leaves your hand as you're at the line? What is that? And
I'm
what did
telling
they
you
what did they
guys-
call early in that game? Who was the lane violation?
I think it was on him. I think he stepped over the
It was
line.
a delay of game. They
Yeah,
got
he
it
had
for
like
a delay of game.
Yeah, he had like a hiccup.
The answer to your question is Jaden McDaniels. That dude, before the game, some of the stuff I hear him say, who do you think you are, dude?
Actually, Vic, it was your question.
What was the question?
You said, after watching da-da-da-da-da, and then you said, the answer to your question.
Yeah. The answer to the question that I posed
The answer
to
you said
you
the
guys,
answer to
which-
your question. No, it was your question.
Now, this is how more accurately you would say what Vic did. The question I posed to you guys so I could answer my own question is this.
Dude, I've had 3 hours sleep. I have no idea what I'm even saying this morning. All I know is this. I woke up to a number one pro golfer being arrested. I woke up to a nightmare that the Nuggets lost by 45. I woke up to a lot of things. I don't even know where I am or who I am this morning. Enjoy the weekend, everybody.
Somebody just texted in from the 7361. Backpfeifengesicht is a German term for a face that needs to be badly punched.
Well, that is a number of T-Wolves right now for me. 303-504-0925.
Do you have that weird, and I'll say this, do you have that, like, man, I can't wait for Sunday to watch a guy like Jaden McDaniels, if the opportunity presents itself, to walk off the court with his head down, losing.
Yes.
You guys like?
I
fast
want
forward
it
to
so
that?
bad.
Answer is yes.
I want it bad.
A lot more to discuss back after this. All right, texture says, oh, no, please don't tell me today is going to be for Marty like it is when you know you're putting your dog down so you go do all of his favorite things before he goes to the vet.
Oh, Rocky. I'm a good boy.
But, Marty, we're putting you down today. And so, hit the music.
Oh, no
It's time to play the feud!
Wait, what? No. This is not a
Holy
celebratory
crap.
day. This
Hey.
is a sad day.
No, we're going to see, we're taking Marty, we're putting him in the back seat, we're letting the car get a little hairy, and we're saying, you want a Big Mac, buddy? Let's go get a Big Mac for you. So, who wants to go
You
first?
can't do this after a 45-point thumping.
It's being done.
It's bad timing, but who cares?
It's being done.
You can't do this after Scotty Scheffler being arrested.
Who wants the first go at round one?
Hey, by the way, Vic.
I'll go first. I'm hot and I'm ready.
By the way, Vic, they got a cool Dodge Charger and a cool Ford Mustang as their cop cars in Louisville. He got put in the Charger. Pretty cool. All right, I'm getting
Not
out
now,
of here.
Moj. Vic is hot and ready.
Just stand right out here. Jesse,
I'm hot.
can you monitor Mosier to make sure he's not cheating, please? So you go outside the room where there's no sound. You can't go out in the lobby, by the way, because we're over the loudspeaker. So stay right out here.
For those new to the show, we have killed it in this game. Give a brief history, please.
They have never won, except I think the last time you guys played, you finally hit 200. I think you finally did the last time.
Wasn't it the day after the NBA championship? Came in hot.
Might have been. Yeah, we were. Yeah, that's right. We were drunk that day. I think
Yes.
that's what it was.
It cleared my mind.
All right, Vic. So here we go. You know how this works. 30 seconds on the board, please, Marty. And top answers. Here we go.
Hold on. Irish Spring going.
Yep, get your
All right.
sniffs. In 3, 2, 1. How many inches is a big snowstorm?
8.
You enter a bathroom. What color do you really not want to see in that toilet bowl?
Brown.
Name something that has to be licked.
Popsicle.
Name something specific about Mickey Mouse other than mice that you would make fun of him for. Or
Ears.
other mice would make fun of him for. Sorry. Ears. And then finally, name a place you would never want to hear someone say, oh no, oh my God, no.
Hell?
All right.
What the hell is that? That last question was stupid.
It makes sense once you know the answers.
All right, bring Mosier back in. Give him the signal. Come on, cue it up. Let's go. I mean, it's a 30-second game. It's not that hard to figure out. You know what I'm saying? All right, Moj. We're going to see how this is done. Vic, I think, did okay. I think. So whenever you're ready, pop those headphones on.
I want my last answer back, damn it.
Don't look at me, by the way. Don't look at me, Moj, because I got the paper over here,
All right.
okay? All right, Marty, 25 seconds on the clock. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. How many inches is a big snowstorm?
12.
You enter a bathroom. What color do you really not want to see in that toilet bowl?
Brown.
Another answer.
Yellow.
Name something that has to be licked.
Ice cream.
Name something specific. Oh, new answer. Sorry.
Oh, popsicle. Is that the same thing? Sorry, lollipop.
Name something specific. I mean, I think the timer's up, but we'll keep going.
Yeah.
Name something specific about Mickey Mouse that other mice make fun of him for.
His big ears.
Another answer.
Dumb pants.
And then finally, name a place you never want to hear someone say, oh no, oh my God, no.
Airplane.
All right.
I have to say, the person asking the questions is really screwing this up.
Well, it's my first go at it. I'm sorry. I've been trying to hide this from Mosier because he's always around me, so I can't,
I mean, I'm
pre-read
red
these.
hot, dude, and your delivery's terrible.
All right, let's tally up the points. How many inches is a big snowstorm? Vic, you said 8. 18 points on that one. Second answer. Second one on the board. Moj, you
Red
said
hot, baby.
12. Number one answer with 23.
Yeah. So hold on,
Moj.
let me start adding this up. I'm getting my own
Moj,
calculator out.
we're sending off Earman in style
So 12 plus 23?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
You enter a bathroom. What color do you really not want to see in that toilet bowl?
Well,
Vic, you
yeah.
said brown. Number one answer, 27 points.
Damn straight.
Mosier, you said yellow. Number two answer, 19 points.
What other colors are there?
Red and
Am I missing
black were
something?
two other ones. You probably don't want to see those in there either. Name something that has to be licked. Vic said a popsicle. Here's the thing. Marty's given that one to you because he's considering that an ice cream cone, which I do not.
Well,
It's
I
in
said
the same
ice cream.
family.
I said ice cream, and you
You
told
did.
me no.
Family, dude. Don't be that guy.
But that's the number
Well,
two answer.
technically, it's completely
How
frozen.
much?
Just give it to him.
That's 27. The Mosier, you said lollipop. Number one answer. You guys have gone 1, 2,
Yes.
31 points on each one of these.
This is what you call dynastic.
Dude, we're at 145 already.
Name something specific about Mickey Mouse that other mice would make fun of him for. Vic, you said ears. Number one answer, 31 points.
Oh my God, dude, we're so close.
Where are you guys at?
176.
Mosier, you said pants.
Stupid pants.
Other answers, stupid voice, big nose, and Marty wrote down, what's up with the gloves, bro?
I don't watch cartoons.
Also, Marty said his best friend is a duck.
That's true.
And then finally, last one. Name a place you would never want to hear someone say, oh no, oh my God, no. Vic said hell.
What?
Mosier, you said airplane. Number two answer on the board. What do you need?
Tell me, I thought I wanted to tell
What
you.
is it? How many points do you need?
24.
The number two answer of airplane gets 30 points. You guys did it.
Happy birthday, Marty.
Wow.
Happy birthday, Marty.
All right.
May we never see you again.
All right, so here's the thing.
We finally did it.
Here's what you guys have never done.
Martin's last day. Get the hell out of here. Mic drop. Go.
Here's what you guys have never done. You've never gone 2 straight 200-point rounds. So, Vic, the hell out of here. Leave for a minute. See if you guys can go round 2. So once Vic leaves, all right, I think Vic is out. All right, Marty, can we put 25 seconds back on the board, please?
Oh, my God.
And in 3, 2, 1. Name a state capital that starts with S.
Sacramento.
Name something that can be inflated or deflated.
I want to say Gary, but I'll say beach ball.
Besides Tony Soprano, name a character on The Sopranos.
Paulie.
Tell me a nickname someone gives their lover that starts with the word sugar.
Sugar Bear.
How many items is too many items at the self-checkout line at the grocery store?
15.
Moj. That's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good.
Thanks, Holmes.
All right, now we wait for Vic. Again, this is a 30-second game,
Well,
but
here's
they
the
treat
problem.
this as if they need to go do
Yeah,
their
seriously,
laundry
it's
in the
going to the
middle of it.
bathroom.
He's taking. There he is. I thought he was taking a Skortsky. Hi, buddy.
Vic,
Yeah.
I think you guys might be able to go 2 in a row here if you do this correctly, okay?
Hold on. Let him sniff. Sniff your Irish Spring first. Get a good, deep whiff,
Get one
please.
in. Let me get one in.
All right.
All right, I got one in.
Yeah, take a bite of that thing.
Yeah, take a bite, man. Whatever you got to do.
Oh.
This is important.
30 seconds on the clock, Marty. 3, 2, 1. Name a state capital that starts with S. Oh, no. What'd you say?
Sacramento.
Another answer.
Saskatchewan.
Name something that can be inflated or deflated.
Beach ball.
Another answer.
Basketball.
Besides Tony Soprano, name another character on The Sopranos.
Paulie.
Another answer.
Christopher.
Tell me a nickname that someone gives their lover that starts with the word sugar.
Sugar cakes.
Name how many items is too many items at the self-checkout line at the store?
30?
Jesus
Oh
God!
no,
Dude, you
Vic.
blew
Oh,
it.
no.
You wasted all your time thinking about a state
you're
capital.
terrible.
I
Anyway.
mean, not only were you way over on time, which I think that you were in the last round too.
I panicked. There's Seattle. I mean, there's many more. I panicked.
Seattle's
Seattle's
not,
not
the
a
not
capital.
the capital
Oh,
of
never
Could have
Washington.
said
mind.
Syracuse, bro. That's actually
I
Albany. My
panicked.
bad.
Yeah, that is also not a
Syracuse
capital.
is not a capital.
All right,
That's
here
what
you
came to
go.
mind. That's not a Springfield is a capital.
Yes,
There
it
you
is.
go.
Said
Yeah,
that.
you should have done that.
Name a state capital that starts with S. Moj, you said Sacramento.
Number one answer.
That is the number one answer. 21 points on the board there. Vic said Saskatchewan.
Is Saskatchewan the province? Is it a capital?
No,
Yeah,
it is
something.
not.
I don't know if it is or not, but also Vic, it's not a state.
I know it's a province, but it could be a capital of something bigger.
Name something that can be inflated or deflated. Mosier, you said beach ball. Number 4 answer on the board, 11 points for you. Vic, you said basketball.
Should have said tire.
That is also 4th place, 11 points. Tire was the number 1 answer, yes. Besides Tony Soprano, name a character on The Sopranos. Mosier, you said Paulie Walnuts. Number 1 answer, 24 points. Vic, you said Christopher. Tied for second, 22 points. Nice job.
Who's the other? Carmela? She's on there?
Carmela's on there.
Meadow?
Adriana,
Yeah.
Meadow, AJ.
Big
Yep.
pussy. He's on there.
Yes. He wasn't on here. But yes, he was a character. Tell me a nickname that someone gives their lover that starts with the word sugar. Of course, Mosier said Sugar Bear. Yeah, it's number 3 answer, 22. Vic said sugar cakes. Yeah, sugar daddy, sugar pie, sugar lips, sugar plum. All of those are acceptable.
Crap.
Where are you at, Moj?
We're dead.
where are you
We're
at?
already dead.
Where are you at?
111.
All right, so you guys need 90.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
No chance.
How many items is too many items at the self-checkout line at the grocery store? Moj, you said 15. 26 points, number 2 answer on the board. Vic, you said 30. Just a full grocery
Jesus
cart
God.
full of stuff.
Come on, man.
Which would be too much, but it's not an answer. No.
What do you mean?
12, 20. There you go. Congrats, though, guys. You guys got one of them. You got one.
Read the 4942. That sounds like something Martin would say to Brett during a basketball game.
Hey, I'm getting a lot of crap for mentioning a guy's name on Sopranos, but that's his name. What do you want me to say? That was his name on Sopranos, right?
What do you mean, Christopher?
No, don't
No,
say
the
it
other
again.
big-
Don't
big,
say it again.
I'm not going to say it again. Because when I said it, I was like, oh, can I say that? But then I thought about it. That was his name.
That was his name.
Yeah. Well, Marty's got names for me.
Yeah, I got nicknames for Brett I can't say on the air either.
Uh-huh. 303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. So, Nuggets, I don't even know what to do with the game last night. The question is, how much does that matter? Does it matter a little bit, a lot, or nothing? We'll get to it next. All right, so with the blowout last night, and look, no matter what you had on your bingo card, you did not have a 45-point loss. Don't care who you are. Don't care what you felt. Don't care about anything. Nobody predicted it. Minnesota, Anthony Edwards wouldn't predicted a 45-point win for them. So here's the question.
Well, and I've got a little flip the script coming up for you.
Okay. But here's the question. How much does it matter? And Marty, can you straw poll this for me? Hit it. Does that loss heading into a Game 7 matter a little bit, a lot, or not at all? I mean, where are you at, Texter? So 303-504-0925. I would argue, and this is what's weird, I don't think it matters at all. In fact, in a weird way, I think it could help because I don't think the Nuggets are going to take that lightly.
Well, then it matters. And I was going to answer your question by saying, yes, it does matter. It does matter. And it matters in a good way. It matters knowing that the Nuggets, you think it got their attention?
Yeah.
You think it got their attention? You think they're going to be a bit more perky come Sunday? You think? They were embarrassed. You know, you can be embarrassed. Yes. You can be humiliated, which they were. Yes. But they're not defeated. Understand the difference. They're not defeated. Far from it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm watching Nikola Jokic after the game in that locker room listening to Serbian folk music, singing along to it with that look in his eye. I'm listening to Aaron Gordon when I asked him about the loss, and he was snappy. Those dudes are mad. It's good to be mad. It's good. It's fine.
Let me ask you this.
Can we do one thing real quick,
Sure,
Moshe?
absolutely.
I want to hear Jokic again after the game and how calm he sounded for a 45-point loss.
They beat our ass. They were better than us in every segment of the game, and we need to accept it. Take it, and just try to be better next time. When you lose by 45, it's not like something happens every day. So just accept it. I'm cool with it.
I have a lot of people on the text line saying, of course it matters. It was embarrassing. It was 45. All right, I'm going to ask you folks, because we're all emotional after a devastating loss. Did you think it mattered after Game 2?
Yeah, I did.
Did you think the way they lost Game 2 mattered?
Yeah.
What happened then? What happened?
They won 3 straight.
I mean, guys, just look at the rearview mirror a little bit. If you want to look forward, look at the rearview mirror and look at what this series is. None of the games follow into the next. They don't. They don't. Every game is a different beast. It's unlike any series I've seen.
And let me
There's
give you
no rhyme or reason to it.
Let me give you a perfect example as to why that is the case. Let's go back to game number 5. Who won that game? Oh, yeah, Nuggets did. By how many points, Brett?
Game 5? I can't remember.
15, 112 to 97. It might as well have been 20 or 25. Was there any doubt in your mind when Nikola Jokic is going off the way he did that the game was not in doubt? That game was not in doubt at all, right?
Right.
Do you think Minnesota dwelled on it and went home and go, oh, God, dude? They did not. We expected a hell of a counterpunch, and that's exactly what they gave. So whether they won by 45 or 10 or whatever, that's just the way it is. It doesn't carry over to the next contest. I'm telling you right now, it doesn't. And you know that Michael Malone and that coaching staff, they are going through game tape. They are going through everything. They are going to adjust themselves. And the question is, can they find enough fire inside that team, obviously, and then can they make the adjustments they need to make in order to win Game 7 and move on to the Western Conference Final? I think they will. And you look at, again, for those who are panicking right now, what's the line at right now, Kaner?
4.5.
It's exactly what it was essentially after Game 4 when the Nuggets were coming home for a Game 5, right? With control of the series. I mean, it was tied, but they were coming home to win on the home floor. Same line. So the betting public, Vegas, whoever you want to put it on, they think it's the same thing. It doesn't carry over from one game to the next.
You lose that game at the buzzer last night. I'm going to give you this scenario, and I'm telling you, this is human nature. Let's say they lose at the buzzer. Cat hits a desperation shot. The feeling in the locker room is far different than it was last night when you got publicly and on television humbled and humiliated. They were embarrassed. Yeah, they were. But they weren't defeated, guys. They weren't defeated. That's a big difference. They were ticked off last night. Plane ride home, they were ticked off. It's okay to be ticked off. It's all right. It's good. I like it. And I look at a couple things. Number one, the Denver Nuggets have won 3 of their last 4 Game 7s. Last time they played a Game 7, Clippers. Before that, Utah. This iteration of the Minnesota Timberwolves has never played in a Game 7. Ever.
Yeah.
On the Nuggets roster, Joker, Jamal, MPJ, Holiday, Reggie, KCP. On the Minnesota roster, 2 players, Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley. And that's it.
And they played against the Nuggets in that game that they lost in a Game 7.
That matters. That matters. Game 7, when that rim gets very small, oh my God, that basket's going to look tiny. All or nothing, it matters. Experience matters. I'm going to give the edge to the team that's been there and done that. I'm going to give the edge to the champions. I don't care if they lost by 150. Experience in a Game 7 matters more than that.
Do you remember the final score of Game 7 against the Utah Jazz?
You know, I don't recall, buddy.
That was a low-scoring affair, like I think it was something like 80-79.
80-78.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how the game's going to feel. This is not going to be 115-113.
Yep. And who had the shot at the buzzer to win it for Utah? Mike Conley.
And God, I thought it was in.
I think
I did.
I remember that. I think we all thought it was in.
Remember, that was after Torrey Craig had the wide open fast break layup that he just missed. And then Conley heaves it from 30 feet.
Jamal Murray had a rough night. He's not going to play that bad again. He's not going to go 1 for 10 in the first half. He's not. He's not going to play that bad again.
Do you know what's going on with the elbow? Like, was that just a night thing, or after 2 days, is he going to be okay?
He got hit on a screen early in the game. They had to numb it up because he had a stinger in there, funny bone. Couldn't feel it. They had to numb it up. Just wasn't the same. You know, you could tell he wasn't there last night. You could just see it from the get-go.
Yeah.
You could feel it. You know, Minnesota folks are making a big deal about this. I'm going to tell you what momentum is and how momentum works. Because Anthony Edwards, after the game, said, I want to thank the coaches. They made this edit. They edited this video that got us going before the game. And I'm thinking to myself, you know, those are great videos. You know, Coach Malone had one made up. Minnesota had one made up. Everybody makes these videos. And I said, that's great. But how effective was that video really for Minnesota when the game tipped off and the Nuggets jumped out to a 9-2 lead? So what did it really do?
Let's be fair, though, Vic. Like, I didn't think the Nuggets played well when they were up 9-2. Like, they still missed a whole bunch of bunnies and stuff like that, yeah.
They were up, but all right, did Minnesota play well?
No.
Oh, so right out of the chute, after watching that video, they said they watched it right before they left the locker room. What did it do for them?
Nothing initially.
Well, nothing in the first couple 3 minutes of the game, but after that, it did a lot for them, perhaps.
That's what I'm saying. No, talent is what wins games, not videos. Talent wins games. Making shots, winning. The Nuggets did not make shots last night. In the last 3 games they won, they shot above the mean. Last night, they were well below the mean. Let's be honest. They wasn't even close to the mean. If you want to win Sunday, and I think Sunday's going to be one of those type of games that you just referenced, 80-78, where both teams may struggle. It may be just a complete... It may look like Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Remember Nuggets-Miami in Game 5 where both teams struggled? And it was just a fist fight to the very end? That's the kind of game I envision Sunday.
I don't disagree. Look, this has really been about can the Nuggets score over 100 points. Like, once they've gotten to that number, they've pretty much won against Minnesota. Minnesota scored 115, but a lot of that was, hey, 3-ball, long rebound, transition, easy bucket the other way. If they're just knocking down shots at a decent clip, Minnesota can't score the way that the Nuggets can. And I know that sounds weird saying this after last night when the Nuggets couldn't make a shot, But all I'm saying is we know what the Nuggets offense is. And I don't know what was going on in their heads, Vic, where it's just like, okay, we can't make shots. Let's just shoot 36 threes. They don't do that when they shoot the three ball well. They don't shoot 36 threes.
I also want to say another thing. It's okay to lose belief. It's okay to be uneasy. We were uneasy after the first 2 games. A bunch of people jumped off. It's okay. I get it. They didn't give you anything to believe in them for. There was no reason to. And then they won 3 straight, and everybody's like, it's over. It's just so funny how it goes from one end to the other. After the first 2 games, we said that it's over. You know, I mean, maybe they're lucky to send it to 6. Then after the next 3, again, it's over. The Nuggets are headed to the Western Conference Finals, correct?
Yes.
And now you mean to tell me you feel like it's over the other way? Come on, shake yourself. Shake yourself this morning. This series is crazy. None of that matters. Sunday matters. And I'll take my chances with the home team that has a ring, an experience, and an MVP. Thank you.
It's just been a rare occasion where literally nobody else outside of Joker showed up for a game. Like, we've had the ones where Jamal has a bad night, but then AG will fill up, I think 23, 24, or MPJ will score 26 or 27. Nobody else. Not a single person. Like, all the stuff that we discussed during the 3-game win streak that went in their favor, that led to them getting back in control of the series. Oh, the bench unit outscored the T-Wolves bench.
They were awful last night.
I think they had 2 points, right? I know that they got some garbage time stuff from some of the end of the roster guys, but I think Christian Brown was the only guy with a bucket in that game, right? And he had 1.
That is correct. He was 1 for 6. And they made a point of that. Richard Jefferson made a point.
The starters got obliterated.
Correct.
The starters got obliterated. The bench points matter when the starters are even Steven. They were obliterated. So the game it didn't even get to the bench. It was over before that. It's fine. Guys, this is 3-jacking the first hole. It's over. Let's get on to the next. They 3-jacked it last night.
What separates guys like the Denver Nuggets from guys like me and Vic? If Vic 3-jacks the first hole,
I take it with me.
He's going to shoot 103. That is correct. He's completely gone.
Can you explain to Marty what that means in golf so he doesn't have another image in his head about what you were doing this morning?
Marty, that means if you make a triple bogey and you hit your tee shot out of bounds.
Did you swing and miss?
You hit
Is that what you did?
You hit your tee shot out of bounds. You re-tee hitting 3. You push
it.
It.
Also mean 3-putt, 3-jacked.
I was thinking you make a triple on because I've been there before, Brett, in tournament play. These little goofy tournaments. You make a triple on the first hole. You're like, okay, well, 2 days are just done on the first hole.
How do you hit it out of bounds? The ball's just sitting there. Hit it straight.
So let me.
You've done it a million times.
Let me take you inside the mind of Nikola Jokic and why he's different. He's built different. So last night, if you guys saw, he watched the entire fourth quarter on the bench, standing. Never took a seat. Now, he said after the game he did that because he didn't want to get stiff and he wanted to lift after the game. And I think he said that because he didn't want the attention. The reality is he wanted to soak it in.
Yeah.
He wanted to soak it all in. Be in the moment. You saw the look on his face. And I've seen that look a few times. You could tell by the way he described the game afterwards. That was not your typical Nikola Jokic press conference. We've seen hundreds of them. Last night was different. He was mad.
Yeah.
He was angry. And if he ever gets angry, you could sense it. I sensed it last night. He's angry at his team. He's angry at the way they played. He's angry at the way the Wolves just rolled on. And you will see anger exemplified Sunday. Trust me on that.
303-504-0925. Also a big night for the Avs that I want to get to in just a couple of minutes. Again, I think Scheffler's playing now, isn't he? I think his round has started.
Right, he's on the course.
Yeah, just 3-jacked it.
No, he's actually 1 under through 1. I said he's going to shoot 7 under today after he was put in jail for a multitude of instances this morning. This is, again, if you're just waking up, this is not a joke. Scotty Scheffler was on his way to the golf course.
If you're just waking up at 8:36, you either tied one on last night.
Well, maybe they did.
Or you work a job that's not the usual hours.
Point is, Scotty Scheffler, on his way to the golf course, was put in handcuffs, thrown in the back of a cop car, and sent to jail, got booked on second-degree assault of a police officer charges, third-degree criminal mischief, failure to, I don't have it in front of me, but obey the traffic signals from the cop, and something else that I can't remember what it was. 4 different things. They pushed his tee time back because he was supposed to tee off, I think, at 8:10-ish our time this morning, so they pushed it to 10:08 Eastern. Look, the fact that he got out...
They had rain, so I think they may have pushed the whole start of the tournament back.
Oh, yes, I think you're right.
That's what it is. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to make it.
So he shows up
for him, dude.
He shows
Golf
up to
don't
the
play
court.
that.
Well, the report is one of the owners of Valhalla went to pick him up from jail and take him back to the golf course himself. So
That's fine, but the PGA don't play that.
That's fine. That's also fine. But they wanted him, obviously, in this tournament. So he gets there after spending the morning, at least for a couple hours, in jail. And now he's on the golf course, and through one, he is 1 under. I have already made the prediction that he is going 7 under today because this is who Scheffler is.
God, he had to put those jail clothes on. At least you got to look at it from the inside. I wonder if he listened to our show. We do have a lot of people in jail that listen to this program.
That is
at
true.
the corrections facilities. He did issue this on social media right before he teed off. This is from Scotty Scheffler. Quote, "This morning I was proceeding as directed by police officers. It was a very chaotic situation. Understandably so, considering the tragic accident that occurred earlier, there was a big misunderstanding of what I thought I was being asked to do. I never intended to disregard any of the instructions. I'm hopeful to put this to the side and focus on golf. Of course, all of us involved in the tournament express our deepest sympathies to the family of the man who passed away in the earlier accident this morning. It truly puts everything in perspective."
Did he write that? Maybe he did.
What, he fired tweet right before he got on the first tee?
Well,
he had time in jail.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. But he did not show up, for those who are asking, he did not show up to the course in an orange jumpsuit. He had his regular golf clothes on, so they must have wished him by his... Just jump out in an orange jumpy and go to the locker room.
By the way,
awesome.
he's playing with Wyndham Clark. Wyndham is also 1 under through 2 now. He just parred number 2.
Dude, if he had played that entire round with the orange suit with Louisville Corrections Facility on the back, do you know how much money they'd sell like hotcakes?
Well, they didn't sell, or they didn't get after Jason Day for him wearing like basically my attire when he was playing in the Masters.
Did you see somebody send us a tweet? This is the picture of the officer that arrested Scotty Scheffler this morning.
Oh, the memes about this
and
are
Xander,
so funny.
It's Xander Schauffele with a mustache drawn onto him.
Somebody
funny.
took the OJ Bronco picture and put a golf cart with his head on it in front of the Bronco.
Oh, come on, man.
That's outstanding.
So anyway, crazy story in golf this morning, but we'll get to the Avs in just a second. Obviously a huge game, and Scheffler just bogeyed too, so he's back to even par on the day. 303-504-0925.
Starting to jump in there.
Back after this. This is Brett Kane, Circus Sports. There's nothing better than this brand new Circus Sports Colorado app, especially for right now. You got a huge game tonight with the Avs as they are minus 115 favorites to take this to a Game 7 against the Dallas Stars. Also, the series price, plus 300. You think they win tonight? You think they win Game 7 on Sunday? Plus 300 is what you can find on the Circus Sportsbook. That and so much more in the middle of the NBA and NHL playoffs, the MLB in full swing. The greatest odds you're going to find for any sportsbook. Exceptional customer service. Check it all out. Download the app Circus Sports or go to circusports.com. All right, I asked this question about the Nuggets. Let me do the same thing with the Avs. What's the confidence scale that we got heading into tonight? Where are we at with them?
Well, they are a favorite going into tonight's game.
Yes, they are.
Now, that doesn't always...
As they should be.
Well, sure.
Not slight favorite. It's not like overwhelming or anything like that.
Correct, but they're a good hockey club, are they not?
They're very good.
It's a good hockey team.
Mm-hmm.
Can they win Game 6? Absolutely they can and force a Game 7. In fact, I'm counting on it. So how do we feel about it going in? I feel pretty good, dude, because they haven't done things in this series that are typical of Colorado Avalanche hockey. We haven't seen a dominating performance at all, and I think that they're due for one of those. They are due for one where they win 5-2, right? 5-1. They're due for something like that. 4-0 shutout. They're due for a really big game where they inflict their will on the opposition. Now, Dallas is very, very good. I know how good that hockey team is. Incredibly disciplined. They check incredibly well. They're a smart team. They play their structure to a T. They hassle and frustrate the Avalanche. But if the Avs inflict their will and those legs are going, absolutely we're looking at Game 7 Sunday in Dallas.
Well, that's what, I was talking about this in the appetizer. The thing that the Avs possess that I think is unique to anybody else in the NHL. Some teams have this quality, but I don't think anybody has it to the extent that the Avs have. They're fast. They skate better than anybody else in the league. Okay? You just think about the people who can just get it and go, whether that's obviously McKinnon or McCarr or Miles Wood or whatever. Like, this is what they have that is above and better than anybody else. Can you get into that game early? Can you tap into that and keep Dallas on their heels, I guess, to start the game?
That's the question. Or make Dallas chase the game. Dallas hasn't had to chase the game.
Correct.
Really, all series long. They haven't had to chase the game.
Your first lead was in the third period of Game 5.
Correct. And Miro Heiskanen right now is playing unbelievably good hockey for the Dallas Stars. I can't believe on the back end, man.
Mm-hmm.
He's already got 13 points this postseason. He's just going crazy.
Yep.
But you haven't forced them into uncomfortability yet at all.
Is Tyler Seguin playing?
I don't know the answer to that, Vic. I don't know. I'm going to go over to the rink this morning. I'll try to figure it out, but I really don't know. So we'll find out. What's the story on other guys as well? Rope Hintz. I don't know where these guys are. Nonetheless, it's playoff hockey is hard. We were talking about it the other day about guys who's dealing with stuff and they stay out there. So it became news after the game and then yesterday that Tanev, when he was hit by Colton in the first shift the other night, he had to go to the room and they yanked a tooth out.
Ugh.
And he came back and played 26 minutes.
Imagine that. Hey, head back with me for a second. All right, get back out there.
That's exactly what happened. Plug it up and go play more hockey, and that's exactly what he did.
Who was the guy that had all the missing teeth? That was kind of an up and down player for the Avs over the last Brad Hunt. Like, he not only had missing teeth, he had half teeth. He had, whenever you guys would talk to him, like in the post game, he would smile and I'm like, there's nothing in there. There's nothing.
A couple of broken chiclets.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But obviously, huge game that we'll tap more into. In the texture said earlier, this is like you're taking your dog to the vet, and so you're doing all of his favorite things on the last day. But I do want to give people, make them aware of what's going to happen on Monday, because this is Marty's last day, and we're very sad to see Marty go. But we have his replacement now in the studio with us, and it is Steve Nelson,
what up,
everybody.
Nelly? What
Steve.
up, Nelly?
Welcome to the jungle, Nelly.
Thank you. I'm going to have some big shoes to fill.
Now let me tell you something, Marty. Turn your camera back on, by the way.
Marty's not done.
Yeah, your
yet.
Five is
Yeah.
awkward. Look at this.
Yeah, but here's
What
the thing.
shape is this?
I've already made Nelly work. I've already made Nelly do something.
Mm-hmm.
So with that, Nelly, can you give us like 15 seconds on what we're going to hear?
Yeah, Marty, we wanted to put together a little piece to say goodbye, and I'm going to warn you, this is very long. You've been here for a lot of years. A lot of people had a lot of things to say about you. This is irresponsibly long, but Marty, you deserve it for everything you've given us.
So, Marty, as long as the hotkeys are up, I'm going to go ahead and hit something.
Marty, or Martin. Maybe I should pay some respects since I did change your name to Marty. You are the backbone of our show. Martin, I say thank you. And you know how much we all care for you. And if there's anything you ever need, don't hesitate to call either Brett or Mark, not me.
It's been an unbelievable ride. I wish you and your lovely wife and my boy Rocky and the rest of your animals nothing but success and happiness in the future. But boy, oh boy, am I going to be sad every single day not seeing those ears and that long hair and making me laugh until I puke.
Marty, you're the absolute best. Could not ask for anything better. I hope you enjoy your time in Illinois and don't be a stranger. You come back into town, you got my number, and if you don't know where my house is, bend over and I'll show you.
From someone who had no radio experience to becoming my intern over 5 years ago to taking over as the main producer of the morning show, you've taken what I could do to another level and made that show yours. You can now be dubbed my favorite and most successful intern.
Marty, it's Dempsey. We're going to really miss you. I always enjoyed our interactions, our conversations. You just are just a genuine dude, and like the world needs more of you.
Marty, it's Raj. You are one of the key pieces that created this station, that allowed us to be as successful as we are. There's never been a producer more entrenched in the energy and the feeling, the personality of a show than what you've brought to Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane.
Marty Olszewski, Coach Sanford here. Hey man, just want to let you know we're gonna miss the heck out of you. I love coming into the studio about half hour early every single Monday and Friday. And I did that just so I could come hang out with you. You're a great dude. You've done unbelievable work for the morning show.
Martin, Martio, Martian. I've had all these names for you over the years of knowing you, man, now. It's been such a pleasure working with you, dude, being able to get to know you over the last 5 years that we have worked together now. You've been such a bright spot in the very early mornings that we've had to work together.
Marty, you are absolutely going to be missed. You're a great guy. And I hope you root ridiculously for Colorado teams in Chicago as idiots here in Colorado root for Chicago teams here. Wear that Rockies hat with pride.
We're going to miss you, dude. Man, you kick ass at what you do, but it's time for change, which means it's time for Brett to get a different crutch in the appetizer hour. It's probably time for Moj to learn how to change his own diaper. Yeah, that one's going to be difficult. It's time for Vic to learn how to press that on button. Things that are difficult when you manage petulant little children every single day. I know those ears are big enough that you're going to hear them just fine out there, though, man. We're going to miss you.
Hey, dude, just wanted to say we're going to miss you around here, man. Loved getting to know you. You were awesome at what you did. And stay in touch. We'll definitely miss you on the morning show, keeping Mosier in check. But love you, brother, and best of luck with everything in the future.
Hey, Marty, it's Kevin. Thanks for being an awesome person to work with and a spectacular punching bag for those three jerks in the morning. I'll miss having your ear on everything with our station at all times.
Hey, what up, Marty? It's Nate Kreckman, wishing you nothing but the best of luck going forward as you return to the beautiful Midwest. Enjoy all the mayonnaise-based salads and humidity. Thanks for all those scheduling emails over the year. You write a killer email, my friend, and I also thoroughly enjoyed the 2 times a year when I would bump into you.
Marty, I did enjoy working with you, mainly because we didn't have to see each other all that often, which is really the best medicine for me. But I do hope there's a lot of success waiting for you on whatever's next for you. I don't know why you're moving to Illinois. It seems a little strange to me, but again, I barely knew you.
Hey, Marty, it's Mark Springer, and the only thing that I have to say is I really hope that you enjoy Bobby Witt Jr. on your fantasy baseball team for the next several years to come. You're welcome for that draft pick. Let's go, Bobby Witt Jr. And, of course, we're both baseball guys. Let's go, Rockies.
This is Winston and Mel from Cool 105.
You know, that other morning show just down the hall from you?
We wanted to say congratulations. We're sure going to miss your face.
Heck yeah, Marty, we like to party.
You have a... Shut up.
Hey, guys, this is Jeremy. I do the morning show over at Mix 100. And the thing about Martin leaving is that I'm fine with it. This clown is constantly forgetting his little key card to get into the building. So I have to leave my show in the morning, go down the hall, and let this guy in, disrupt disrupting my morning.
Hey, I'm Katie Mitchell from Mix 100, and I'm going to miss seeing Marty's smiling face around the building every day, but he's going to be back, right? I just found out Illinois is the second flattest state in the nation, and that guy likes to climb, so pretty sure he'll be visiting.
Hello, it's Lalani from Cool 105. Marty, we're going to miss you. Best of luck to you.
It's Jim Berry from down the hall at Cool 105. Thank you for putting up with and handling Vic, Moj, and Kane. Now that you're leaving, who's going to control that zoo? We'll miss you, buddy. You always led by example with great work ethic and attitude.
Martin, it's Marky. Listen, I've always said you're the smartest guy on the radio station, and I don't know who takes over that title now. Probably nobody on that show. But Marty, it's been amazing working with you. Best of luck to you and Abby and every last one of those dogs.
Hey, it's the voice guy here, Marty. I'll miss you, man. It's been a blast voicing promos for your show over the years, even though I'm not sure I want to be attached to your show anymore. I mean, you guys say the dumbest things ever. Seriously, voice guys like me work with a bunch of different shows all across the country, and you guys, yeah, you have the worst takes I've ever heard.
Marty, you're cool. Just kidding. Andrew Siciliano called. He wants his ears back. Boom. Roasted.
I love it. Nice work, Nelly. His first official thing here.
Nice
Marty,
job,
what'd you
Al.
think?
That was awesome, man. Thank you so much for putting that together. Everybody, that was really nice.
You know what's really funny about that is here's what Nelly told me, by the way. He's like, I need you guys all to give me 15 to 20 seconds of a clip because I'm going to put it in here. And it became the day before, and he goes, I sent it to him, and he goes, thank you for following instructions. Vic gave me 2 minutes. You did it right, and Mosher hasn't done anything at all. And I go, well,
That's usually how it
welcome
works.
to the show.
There you
That's
go.
what the
Yes,
show
baby.
is.
Good preview.
Yeah.
All right. So what else I loved? Kreckman did an ad read to start. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman from the afternoon show.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 here.
Springer
the voice
went
guy
with
was
bets.
The best. The voice guy. The voice guy was the best.
By the way, Jesse, I couldn't tell. Were you reading yours?
The only thing
Somebody wrote it for Jesse.
The only
Read
thing
this.
the only thing we missed on is having Riker go, "Hey Marty, you want an autograph?"
Yeah, exactly.
You want a picture with me? Is that what you want?
Nelly,
Oh, so
very
good.
nice work.
Great job,
Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you on
Nelly.
Monday.
Thank you.
Nelly, good luck lasting a week, brother.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Oh, I'll tell you what. I
We
already
are gonna
have
ride you into the
17
ground.
alarms set for Monday morning to try and
Brain
wake up.
damage incoming.
All right. Thanks, Nelly. All right. 9 o'clock hour. Back to the Avs. Back to the Nuggets. And Drunk takes to round things out. Back after this. All right, before we jump back into it, we got to know something. You have been accused, Marty, by the people on Twitch that you were about to cry. Were you about to cry?
I got close a couple of times, but
did you?
Lindahl's was funny. There were some funny ones that took the tears away.
All right. Well, again, if you guys missed it, Marty, this is his last day. He'll be heading back to Illinois. We have Nelly taking over for Marty on Monday. So, still a lot to get to here. By the way, drunk takes are going to be a little bit different. Marty has just chosen his favorite week of drunk takes in ever doing it. And I'm just going to let you guys know, it happens to be in the middle of a pandemic. That was his favorite one. So that's
when there were no sports
Wait,
going on?
what are you saying? You're going all the way back to like 21 or something?
2020.
2020, homie.
2020?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
If you remember, though, during that time, because we didn't have a lot to discuss, we were pretty dumb because we were just trying to navigate our way through.
That's a good point. You're right about that.
Anywho.
By the way, did you say your goodbyes to Vic because he's got to go to graduation?
Oh, yeah, Vic's gone.
Nah, I missed him.
Oh, okay.
Shoot, I totally forgot.
I know.
Sorry. Vic is now gone for the rest of the show because he has to get to his daughter's graduation.
And I'm going to be doing the same thing next week because they schedule these graduations early in the morning, man. What's going on? I know exactly what it is. They schedule them early so the teachers and the staff can go get bombed in the afternoon. It's got to be the case, right? They got to go hit brunch. They got to go hit, right? Dollaritas, it's got to be. Hey, any of you school teachers out there, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you don't schedule these graduations at 10 a.m., 9:30 a.m. so that you can just go on out and just party the rest of the day. Or whatever it is you do.
I would. Yeah, I would. All right, so Moj, here's what we got. We have a Nuggets team that is coming off a 45-point loss last night heading into a Game 7. We have an Avs team that is attempting to win a hockey game tonight that will send them to a Game 7. We have no idea when these games are going to be played on Sunday. If they could both be at the exact same time. Who knows? But I feel good about both. I feel good about the Avs tonight. I feel good about the Nuggets on Sunday. That isn't lip service. Here's the thing. With both of these teams, they're responders, okay? When their backs are against the wall, they do whatever it takes to put themselves in a position to succeed again. Like, I go back to Game 5 for the Avs. They're down 1-0 the entire first period. Well, not the entire first period, but they're down 1-0 again for a good portion of the first period. And they just got to find a way to sneak back into the game, right? Get your mentals right again. And they find a way with 0.6 seconds left to tie it up, and now the entire mentality shift happens. Period 2. It felt like you were getting dominated in period 2.
Well, you gave up a 2-on-0 shorthanded, yeah, but you get on a breakout. It shouldn't happen.
Well, and beyond that, Moj, I mean, it felt like an eternity that they spent in your offensive zone to where you were so tired, you just flipped the puck out of the entire arena, which is like, whatever is going to stop this from continuing. But then you still come back and tie the game up to send it into the third 2-2. And then they finally got the first lead of the series and sort of broke out from there.
And sort of a bit of a break, but a good play. A good play break, put it that way. That's what it was.
But you know what? Make your own luck at that point. Like, it doesn't matter. Whatever you got to do to get a lead, you get a lead.
That is correct. That's exactly what happened, Brett. And that we know that this is a good hockey team. I know I keep repeating that, but it is a very good hockey club. Win a game and go back to Dallas, and we'll see what happens there in Game 7s because those are crazy. But yeah, there's no doubt in my mind that they can win this contest tonight. Absolutely. But they've got to do things that they haven't done before. And that is, hey, man, you got to play with a lead for a while.
Yeah.
Get the first goal of the game and play with the lead. You haven't forced the issue on Dallas really at all. I mean, you did in game number 2 when you were on your comeback trail and then you won an OT. Okay, great. And you did certainly to start the third period in Game 5, but you haven't pushed the issue from the start at all.
Right.
And that's what you need to do tonight if you're the Colorado Avalanche.
Well, and
by the way, the old saying, hey, man, play to the whistle. When you get a game-tying goal with 0.6 left, is there any better evidence that you need to keep throwing that puck in the net, keep playing till the final whistle? Keep doing it.
Well, and that's where, again, for this team to play at their peak, we all know, and this applies not just to them, to most teams in the NHL, but especially the Avs most. They get a lead, they are just a behemoth to try and slow down because they play more free. You're a little bit more loose, like all that stuff. The battle back stuff, you're worried about, well, if we give up another one, then we're really in a hole. Like, give yourself a lead and watch what happens. They went up 3-2 in the third period of Game 5, and just a few minutes afterwards, it's another goal. You're up 4-2, and it compounds on itself.
Right. You just haven't forced Dallas into something they don't want to do. I mean, and if you have, it's been for very short spurts.
Yeah, they haven't been uncomfortable a whole lot.
That is correct. And so you need to make them uncomfortable tonight. I'm guessing that 18,000 plus is going to help do that.
I do too.
So I'm looking forward to a very good contest tonight. Again, it's a later start, 8 o'clock again, because you've got that first game, Boston and Florida going at it, and the Bees are trying to stay alive in that series.
Mm-hmm.
I think probably Brad Marchand will be back for the Boston Bruins. We'll see. And you look around the rest of the series, boy, Carolina was in the identical situation to the Avalanche. Identical. They were trailing 3-2 going home. Now, they'd won 2 in a row to force the Game 6 on the home ice. Did you see how that ended up? They had a 3-1 lead going to the third and gave up 4 unanswered, including a hat trick to Kreider, a natural Hattie, to lose 5-3 and get knocked out of the series. I mean, that's absolute pain. It's a 3-2 game more than halfway through. Kreider ties it on the power play and then has to go ahead at 15:41, the empty netter at 19:11. That's just back-breaking stuff if you're the Canes, man. I don't want to see any of that crap tonight.
Did you see Martin last night, by the way?
Dive and save that.
Oh,
yeah.
My God. Like, you can't get any closer to that thing rolling past that red line. I'm looking at it again, Moj. It's almost like an action figure superhero thing, right? Because he's out of frame on that camera that's above the net.
Correct.
He's out of frame, and he's just on his belly, full extension with the stick, just trying to poke whatever he can. Incredible.
It's pretty awesome. The other game last night, too, Edmonton and Vancouver. Boy, if you're the Oilers, you got to be feeling pretty bad about yourselves.
No
too.
kidding.
I mean, well, not bad about yourselves. I mean, but in that game, you had a 2-1 lead going into the second. They tie it, fine. Okay, pretty even third period. Then you give up a goal with 33 seconds left. And now you're trailing going back home. So they're in the same position the Avs are. They're going to go back home for Game 6, trying to stay alive in that series. I mean, that's just the way it goes. And it doesn't matter, and again, it doesn't matter, in my opinion, how you get to this Game 6. You got to win 2 in a row. Forget about last game you won, great, but forget it. You got to win 2 games.
Yep.
Okay, and it starts tonight. You're in your barn in front of your people. Skate. Just skate, man. Skate as hard as you possibly can.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com.
And it's not like either team has had crazy numbers of power plays during the course of a game. I mean, I think the high is Dallas with 4, I think. But the Avs, essentially, they went 2 for 2 the other night.
Yes.
A, this sounds simplistic, stay out of the box. B, hey, man, when your power play is going, you're going.
Hey, listen, dude. I'm going to make the comparison again because I think it's apt. Been saying all along in the Nuggets series, Jamal plays well, you win. Jamal plays bad, you lose. It feels like with the Avs special teams, if it works, you win. If it doesn't, you lose. 2 of 2 on the power play, you win Game 5. When you're bad on the power play, you lose.
Hey, man, I wouldn't mind seeing a little even strength action tonight, too. And
And
if you think back to the game the other night, they had 3 even strength goals. 3. But you see, again, when you've got yourself a lead, you're up 4-2, then you're up 4-3, right? But you're still, because time is winding down in that third period, you're still forcing Dallas to play a game that they're not super. It's not that they're not adept at or can't play. They don't want to. Put it that way.
Yep.
And then it results in what? It results in McKinnon getting sprung. To rip it home and do what McKinnon can do and give you a 5-3 lead. That's what needs to happen from the get-go tonight. From the start of the game. And by the way, I look back, they've had good starts at home. At least game 4 was a good start at home. I thought they were very good in that first period. And guess what? You're trailing 1-0.
Yep.
So, hey, man, if you have a good start, great. Put the puck in the net. Have that kind of good start.
303-504-0925. Again, we got drunk takes coming up a little bit later. I do want to get back to the...
Hold on, can I ask you a question, though?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Martin, if you're going all the way back 4 years, almost 4 years, how many are there?
There's 8 in this one I have.
You're kidding me.
Mm-hmm. And I will say they heavily feature you.
Shocker. Hold on a second, though. So if we've got people who are new to the program, who weren't listening 4 years ago, they're going to get a taste of history is essentially what this is.
Yeah.
So have you marked your favorite drunk takes over the years and said, okay, this is my fave, this is my second fave?
Yeah, sometimes if we had to do like best of shows, I would keep like the top 3. Yeah.
So let me ask you guys a question, by the way, because these drunk takes are going to go back to 2020. Honestly, because I don't. Do you guys remember a single detail about the shows we did before the bubble came back in the NBA?
I remember I was on my couch.
No. I'm saying of the content that we had, because I don't remember a thing. Not one.
Absolutely not. No, Jeff and Henry were still alive. We're good boys.
Brett, you sat on like a lawn chair with a blanket hung behind you. Remember
that's
that?
right. Yeah, you were on that chair with the blanket.
That's right. That was only for like a couple of weeks.
Do you remember that ugly couch that you had? That ugly
that couch.
Disgusting.
To this day, that couch is the most comfortable couch I've ever had in my life.
So ugly. It was all beat up.
It wasn't beat up.
It looked beat up.
That's the thing. It wasn't beat up. No, but I don't remember. I've thought about this. I'm like, that was like, how many months worth of shows was that? That was late February?
Yeah, it was like March till...
Early March to...
August, probably.
March, April, May, June, July. Like, that's almost 6 months worth of shows, and I don't remember a single one of them.
I don't either. Until the bubble?
Yeah.
I remember the bubble.
Until Bull Bull came back and we did the hype train, and then, like, my memory comes back. You know what I mean? What a weird time. So we'll do that at the end of the show today.
Special clearance to even come in or do any. It was just crazy times, man. Crazy times. Yeah, you're right. That whole summer, that whole spring and summer is wiped from my brain.
The Avs and Nuggets have an opportunity to do something this weekend that only one other team in the NBA and NHL history, or one other city, I should say, in the NHL and NBA history has ever done before. We'll get to it next. All right, because I rudely forgot. I just blanked that Vic had to leave at 9 o'clock this morning. Vic wanted to send you a message that I cut him off for. Tell Marty I love him. And his mother is a lovely woman, but I am not his father, is what he said. That's his parting words to you, Marty.
Come on, man.
So there you go.
I think when we look at Martin's height, it becomes pretty apparent.
That is true.
Yeah, right?
Yes. The Avs and Nuggets have a chance to do something that only one other city in the history of the NBA and NHL have been able to have, which is 2 Game 7s on the same day. And that was the Dallas Mavericks and Dallas Stars 2 years ago in 2022. The Stars had a Game 7 against Calgary. The Mavs had a Game 7 against the Phoenix Suns. They won the basketball game, lost the hockey game. So, the nice thing, Moj, about a Game 7, even if it plays out in that scenario, if you can get 1 to move on, you're okay. 2 to move on, it's like one of the greatest days in this city's history, sports-wise.
Don't even bring up scenario number 3 because I'm not ready for it.
And scenario number 3 is something we will not discuss.
It's kind of like Voldemort. He shall help.
Go ahead, Moshe. You got it. I'm not helping you.
He who shall not be named.
Perfect.
It's hard. You try to speak in Old English, man. It sucks.
Maybe do it in a British
He
accent.
who shall not be named, right?
He who shall not be named.
Yeah, listen, man. I'm not.
£9 for 2 ice creams.
That's such a good video.
9.
I've got me cash. You take the card. You got me cash.
Oh, I hope he hears me.
Yeah, that's going to be your kid, dude. Watch out.
My kid's going to be British?
Well, it depends.
Is my kid going to turn into Hermione Granger?
If you get canned from here and you got to go someplace, you never know.
Can I tell you something? My daughter, she goes to a daycare that is run by Eastern European women. I don't know where they're from, but they have that accent, right? Almost all of them do. And it's a lovely daycare. They do an amazing job. But sometimes my daughter, who's just kind of learning how to speak, and she actually, I don't know, I guess, but I think for her age, she knows a lot of words that I don't think kids her age do. Like she talks more, it feels like. But some words have a little bit of that accent, and I go, whoa, what's going on there? Even in the little baby way that she says it, I can hear like an Eastern European tick, and I'm like, what's going on?
I like it, man. Hey, man, make her worldly. That's great.
When I first took her there, sorry, just real quick, she wasn't a crier. My kid doesn't cry or whine all that much. And they go, we're going to move her to a new class because she's about old enough to do it anyway. And they said, all these babies cry. She look at them. She go, why you cry? She boss baby. That's what they said to me.
That's awesome.
Anyway, go ahead.
That should make you proud, right?
I was proud of that, yes.
No, but I don't want to think of that scenario because I am not prepared for that scenario mentally.
I'm not either.
I am prepared. See, back in the day, the Nuggets were in a bad way. And when they were in a bad way, the Avalanche were in a very good way. The Avalanche, you expected, it didn't always happen, Brett, but you expected them to make a run at least to the Western Conference Final every year. Okay? Yep. At least. If not, go all the way. That was the expectation, and really that's what happened. And then, we get to a situation now where both teams are good and they're both in their windows. I don't know. Times have changed, salary caps and so on and so forth, and I get all of that. I don't know that we expect them both to make runs all the way or to their respective conference finals, but what I don't expect is to be showing up on a Monday morning empty-handed, going, well, now what do we do?
Ugh.
Because if you want me to start talking about rookies running around in their underwear against air, I'm not prepared to do that, brother. I'm not on that.
You'd
man.
like that, wouldn't you?
Not yet. Not yet. Here's the thing. Like, I'm caught between 2 different feelings, and this applies to both. One of them is...
Marty, you know what? He's caught between the moon and New York City.
Why did you think Marty would appreciate that?
Not really.
Because we talked about that before.
Oh, you got him good, Mark.
When you get caught between the moon and New York City.
Marty, you want to mute him one more time before you get the hell out of here? Is that what you
start
want?
singing again, Moshe?
I know it's crazy.
Yeah, doesn't that feel good?
does feel
doesn't
good.
that
Yeah,
feel
I would've
good?
missed that.
I know you wanted one more of those. All right, listen. Here's what I'm getting at. I'm caught between two feelings right now that applies to both of these teams. One, supreme confidence. Like, I look at both of these teams and I go, best players in the world on both. Incredibly talented players. Kel McCarr might go down as the best defenseman in NHL history if he keeps going on this pace. You have Nathan McKinnon. You have, albeit, a Mikko who has not looked good in this postseason, but a very good player in Mikko Rantanen. Lehkonen playing out of his mind. Taves, like all these different things. You have Georgiev, who looks very solid between the pipes right now. There's the confidence. The Nuggets, it's obvious. You have Nikola Jokic. You have the Jamal Murray that at any given moment can get hot and put up 15 points in 6 minutes. And then the other side, which is the Nuggets just lost by 45. And it's not the first time in this series it's happened. It's the second time. And then with the Avs, it's, yeah, they've led for like 8 minutes this entire series. That's what I'm caught between. It's the confidence of, I know who these teams are, and I know what they're capable of. And also, I haven't seen that consistently from either of them, and so I'm wholly confused on what to expect.
I know how good the Avs are. I know they're very, very good. They're missing a couple of key components. Obviously, number 13 and your boy being out the whole latter part of the regular season.
How much does LOC matter in a series like this?
There you go. That being said, I still know how good they are. Do you try to...
You don't know how good who is?
I know how good the Avs are. I know how good they are.
Oh, you said I do know how good they are.
Correct, yes. But what I also try to wrap my head around is, is Dallas just better? Or what they're doing right now, is it just better?
Right.
Is it a situation where in this, again, you go back to that game number 4, if you don't get that news, is game 4 totally different? Are you tied 2-2 going back to Dallas?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if they win or lose.
Know.
I don't know if they win or lose that game, Moj, but I will tell you this: it wouldn't look the way that it looked.
That's correct. It wouldn't look that way. Frozen.
Yes,
as Jared Bednar said, it wouldn't look frozen. So, are they the better hockey team? Well, if you're the Avalanche, I don't know that they are. They look pretty dang good to me, and I know how good they are, and I can intellectually be honest about it. They're well coached. They're disciplined. They check well. They play their system very well, and they've got a great goalie. Okay, all that's being said. They're still beatable. And go on out and do it, man. You're going to have 18,000 plus tonight that are there on your side. Or however many Dallas Stars fans get in the building, couple hundred, whatever it is. They end up being pretty loud, but nonetheless. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I know you can do it, but go do it.
If I had to bet right now, I think they will. And I'm going to go back to something that we've said a couple of different times this morning, but you're the best home team in the NHL all year long.
Correct.
You've won 31 of 41 home games heading into the postseason. You lost 2 in a row to start this series. I don't think that happens 3 straight.
That is
I
correct.
think they get back to Ball Arena. That crowd is going to be insane tonight, and I think that they take care of business. And however that works, like last second shot to win the game, a 7-1 game, I don't care. I don't care how it looks. I don't care about anything. Just get the win, send this to a game 7. That's all.
The only game that really wasn't a close game, was game 4.
Yeah.
Even though the Stars won 4-1 in game number 3, it was 2 empty net goals late in the game.
Yep.
That's a 2-1 game. Stars won 5-3 at home in game number 2, right, to even the series up. The Avs trailed in game number 1 for a lot of that game, came back, won it in overtime. Super exciting stuff. But, it's the only game that wasn't close was game 5-3 Avalanche in game number 5, but that was a close game. No empty netters, but it was a 4-3 game. McKinnon puts it away late. Stars had a 6-on-4 power play, but I wasn't really scared or anything like that. It was the game that you got screwed, essentially. It was the game that you got as bad a news as you could think you could get at that particular moment.
Yeah.
And it's not that you just got bad news. It's when you got the bad news. If it had happened the previous morning, that's one thing, but you got the news that day. That day, right then, boom, ready to go. Hey, let's go get those stars, man. Let's get this thing evened up. Blam. That's the only game that has
morning
to be close.
skate.
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like,
After,
it's nuts.
After, yeah.
So anyway, obviously this game huge for the Avs tonight. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And I'm not ready for these parties to end. I need these to continue. And most of all, Texture says 7-1 version, please, Kane. Easier on the ticker. I mean, yeah, it would be. If the Avs do that, my God, dude, if you could fly into Dallas with maybe not 7-1, but let's say this. You fly into Dallas with a win on their home ice in Game 5 to push a Game 6. With, let's just call it a convincing win tonight. Make it like that Game 4, but just flipped.
Flip the script.
And you head into Dallas and you get them reeling a bit. I'd love to see what that looks like. I'd love it. And again, what's amazing, Moj, is since what? Basically Game 3 of the first round, or maybe even Game 2 of the first round, Georgiev, that has not been even a discussion point anymore, right? He's just been solid. He's been doing his job in the way that you expected him to.
There's a couple in this series that he would like back. I guarantee you.
Doesn't every goalie for the most
part? Yeah, there's
more
than a couple that Ottinger would like back, for sure. But sometimes, again, we go back to the Cale Makar goal last game. And, well, it went through his 5-hole. Every goalie, why is that 5-hole so what? Well, Ottinger's 5-hole isn't open that often. But if you watch the play again, and especially if you watch it in slow motion, and then watch it in high speed, watch what Makar does to be able to get that shot off and how he disguises where he's going with it. I mean, it's so high end, it's so top shelf, it's not even funny.
Yep.
And so, yeah, Ottinger's one of the best goalies in the world, going up against one of the best defensemen on planet Earth. In my opinion, the best defenseman who can score. And sometimes great players just make great plays. Would you like it back? Yeah. Did they make a great play? Yeah.
On the other side, with the Nuggets this weekend, I'll give you one similarity that I think might help, despite the blowout from last night. When they were blown out in Game 2 and embarrassed, and I mean, whatever, I'll ask the question. Which game was more embarrassing? Was it Game 2 or was it last night?
Both.
I think that Game 2 was more just because when you get physically manhandled like the way that they were.
Well, you're also on your home floor.
I mean, and that sort of added multiplier on top of it. Being physically dominated is a different thing than missing shots. They missed shots last night. It was a very historically bad shooting night for this core in this team. But I think that one's just slightly easier to stomach than Game 2, which was you got punched in the mouth and then felt like you quit.
Yeah, not only that, you complained a lot. You became
that too.
You became lesser of yourselves.
But what's the similarity here? You get blown out and you had 3 days off before the next game to figure things out. Now, it's not 3, but it is 2. You had 2 games off to figure it out heading into Game 7. There was something about maybe that extra day or two where it let them officially flush it from their system without having to get back on the floor and play another game that I think could really help
the
them.
Ability to have the mind eraser going on.
Yes.
And listen, I think it's been that way. What did Minnesota employ after they lost Game 5 by 15 points? Where Nikola Jokic is going off. I mean, if anything, you're talking about the young kid with the most mature answer to it all. We just had to laugh because the best player in the world just did the best player in the world type of things. The Minnesota Timberwolves had 1 day to think about it, 1 day to adjust. They went home and they thought about it and they adjusted. I mean, they sucked it up on their home floor. You're saying the Nuggets can't do that? They can't suck it up on 2 days rest and come on their home floor and get it done? Of course they can. Of course they can. So this is why even coming in this morning, Brett, opening up the program, 7:03 in the morning, this is going to sound weird sitting here. I'm talking about a team that last night just got blown out by 45 points. And I feel good about Sunday. I feel good.
As do I. And so you find yourself in a situation to where, again, guys, if these are played at the same time, I'm going to lose it. Like, I don't even know how. how I'm going to go back and forth. I don't. Hopefully, if nothing else, Moj, can I make one request to both of these leagues? Can you at least space them by like an hour to an hour and a half, something like that? Can you give me so that the endings aren't at the same? That's what I can't have. I can't have like 5 minutes left in the third period and it's tied 3-3 with you and Dallas, and also the Nuggets are up 2 with 4 minutes left in the game. I can't have that stuff.
Outside of the Nuggets going to overtime, you want them to start first because NBA games are shorter than NHL games overall. They're shorter.
I actually don't know what time the game got done last night because I kind of turned it off. I had my fill. You know what I mean?
I did go to bed early last night. I mean, I watched the end, but I went to bed early.
I was just like, I think I'm about good in watching the rest of this game. Thank you very much.
Yeah, my idea was, you know what? This feels like a pretty good night to get a good night's sleep. Just go to bed early. Don't try to force myself down. Just kind of lay there and, fall asleep when you fall asleep. Don't try to self-medicate yourself to sleep. Don't try to sit there and count sheep. But just relax. Think about Martin's last day.
Texture says, Brett, stop assuming the Avs are going to win tonight. I do not assume they're
Ain't nobody
going to
assuming
win.
anything, dude. But can they? Absolutely. Are they the favorite? Yes, they are. Come on, man. Come on.
I think they will, and I just have faith in this team, especially at home, that they're going to get it back together and force a Game 7. Now, whether they do or not, I have no idea. All I'm saying is if it does happen, I can't have these at the same time. That's it. I just can't have that. So whatever they got to do to figure that part out, go ahead and do it. But if I get tip-off and puck drop within like 15 to 30 minutes of each other, I don't even know how I'd react.
100%. I'm with you.
So 303-504-0925, Shant Mazda text line. So this is Marty's last day. And Marty has decided for drunk takes, he would like to go back to his what he considers his favorite slate of drunk takes, which is all the way back in 2020. So now, important disclaimer on this, Marty. These drunk takes, are these from no sports or sports part of 2020?
Sports seem to be happening. You mentioned Juwan James and Drew Lock like working out together, so I think we were just getting back into it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Think about those names, Juwan James and Drew Lock. Think about those.
Well, why did you think these were the best?
They're really funny. You'll see. I mean, they don't put you in a good light, but everybody else will enjoy them.
Hey, hold on a second. So anybody who's never listened, for those of you who were not with the program 4 years ago, and I'm guessing it's probably the vast majority of you as the way we've built up over the years.
Seems to be, yes.
You are going to hear something on the program that you've never heard before and that we haven't heard in 4 years. I can't even imagine what these would be. None of that makes sense. I can't even remember when Juwan James and Drew Lock were human beings.
Well,
do they still exist? Are they still? Juwan James is gone. He's out of the league.
Where is Drew Lock now? Is he a Giant?
Giants, right?
And Juwan James is not anywhere.
No, he can't be.
Totally. Well, and I remember you guys too. Oh, I said, if the Dolphins are getting rid of him, what you think it's such a great deal?
Yeah.
Awesome.
You were right. You were right. Great. Take your lap now because it's about to get bad.
You're right, Mosier. Every time you sign somebody in free agency, it's because they're a bum, isn't it?
Well, who was the dill wagon? No, the Dolphins didn't even want him. Who was the dill wagon that you got all slobbered up from the Lions, the running back?
The guy that
didn't even stay here. He was here for a preseason game and then gone.
Broke his shoulder. He didn't suck.
I'm sorry about that. Did he ever play it down again in the league?
I don't think he did, though, no. But again, that Peyton Manning guy was terrible, though. I mean, I don't know why the Colts would let him go.
The Colts don't want him, and nobody should want him.
They had Andrew Luck.
You know what really sucks, Marty? Like I can't believe when the Avs got Lehkonen, the second that team was willing to let him go, I knew he was just trash, right?
You absolutely nailed
like
it.
what a terrible player that is.
How it goes.
Like Devon Taves, like why wouldn't the Islanders just keep him? Why wouldn't they do that? Well, he obviously sucks. That's why.
All right. Miami could have re-signed him at a very reasonable rate, and they chose not to.
What about Jarrell Casey, Moshe? You were on that one too.
Who?
Jarrell Casey.
Okay.
Marty. No, Marty. He doesn't even remember all the guys that he's trashed before,
I know.
okay?
That's
he doesn't
true.
even know. All right, 303.
I remember one.
504.
And he's hitting 265 with 2 bombs.
You knew you had to get one more Arenado in, Marty. You knew you had to get one more. Drunk takes next.
Hi, Martin. This is the guy who just installed the new skylights. I know we didn't get a chance to really ever meet each other, but I saw you through the big hole in the roof, and I just want to wish you the best of luck on your way back to Illinois.
Thank you so much. That's really touching.
It was funny that video is being, or the audio is being played of all the people saying goodbye to Marty. And Jesse said to Marty, "This is the construction guy. I met you for 2 seconds, but I just wanted to say good luck."
You seem like a nice guy. Good luck.
By the way, if you guys missed that, we'll have it on the podcast. What was really funny about it is it was so perfectly everybody that spoke. My personal favorite, if it wasn't the big voice guy out of nowhere just saying goodbye to Marty, it was Andy Lindahl saying, "I don't know why you're moving to Illinois, but I didn't know you anyway."
I don't know why you're moving to Illinois. Seems a little strange to me, but again, I barely knew you.
Hey, Marty, it's Mark Springer.
It's so good. Anyway.
Goodbye, or, whatever.
How many conversations did you have with Andy Lindahl in your time here?
Probably 7.
7?
And Nate was
full
right.
counts?
I did see him about twice a year.
That is true. I barely see Kreckman anymore. I see Kreckman like once at training camp.
Uh-huh.
And then at one meeting that he'll go to for an all-staff.
Yeah.
That's it.
What? When you need things fixed at your house, who are you going to call? I can't just fly to Illinois and fix stuff.
Well, I'll be close to my dad, so I'll probably just call him.
He doesn't know nothing. I'll tell you what. I will come visit.
No, you won't.
And I will bring a bunch.
Such a
That
lie.
is so.
That is
Don't
such
even
a lie.
lie to me like that. You're gonna come visit?
Why not?
Okay.
So
I'll see you soon.
What's the town? Never mind. You don't got to say it. If you
Don't
want to.
don't say it. Yeah. Let me see here. Give me my Google Maps from where I go to where you're going to be.
To where you go?
There is 0% chance he is ever going to go to Illinois to see you, Marty.
No
Ever.
chance.
The only time
I
you will
go
see
to Illinois twice a year.
not his Illinois.
I understand. That's why I'm looking at.
I'm not living on Michigan Avenue, dude.
I know.
What do you mean? You live in Russia? I go to Russia once a year. Yeah. It's a tiny place. I'll find you.
Dude, it's an hour and 5-minute Uber ride.
Well, am I worth it?
No.
Am I not? What am I worth? Like a 30-minute ride?
No, well, let's meet. I'll tell you what. We'll meet in Elmhurst. How's that sound?
I'm telling you right now, the only time that we are going to see Marty-O ever again is when Dave Matthews plays at Red Rocks. That's going to be it. He'll come back for
Pretty
that.
much.
And then he'll
and
be
he
like,
hasn't played there in almost 15 years.
well, then we're screwed. We're never going to see it
Where's
again.
he playing this year?
Fiddler's Green.
Oh. How about Addison?
Yeah, sure. We'll meet
Okay.
there.
All right.
Should we do, by the way, what people do it's like a movie trope? Oh, what's the movie with John Lithgow where they have Sasquatch? Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Harry and the Hendersons.
Hendersons. Yeah.
Do we do the goodbye to Marty like that, where you cry and you're like, get the hell out of here, go! Start pushing him, punching him. Go, leave!
Well, I'm not going to listen. We've had unbelievable times together, but I'm not going to cry because we are going to see each other again. He will travel out here.
These are all assumptions of yours that I do not buy at the moment.
I'll be back in August. I have a race out here in August. I'll be back here. Okay?
Oh, you come out here to run, not see your friends.
That's
Very cool.
right, yeah.
Did you hear what I said, Marty? Friends. You have those. Here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, these
are gone.
That's
over.
These are pretty long. Why don't we get to these so that we can say bye?
Well, okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. All right, these are Marty's favorite drunk takes, and I guess these are from the year 2020.
Hold on, Martin. Hold
Okay?
on. Everybody, wait for them to get in a final spot. These are from 2020, but let everybody get
This is from
settled.
August 7th, 2020.
Okay.
Are we ready?
We get to our favorite part of the week, please. Round out every Friday show with something we call drunk takes. They are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Marty!
You can feel it. I mean, I just, when I see it, then it makes me feel it. And I just feel it all over my body in special places.
God.
Yep.
Wait, and then Nick throws in a
In special places. Yep.
It was APJ. We were talking about feeling watching it.
Yeah, it was funny.
You can feel it in special places. Yep.
Yep.
Let's
What's next?
Ho, 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 ho. Ooh, they wanted to be at that trough, and they wanted all the slop just poured in. And they just wanted to eat and eat and eat.
Sure.
That pig.
I'm like a hype man. I'm like his hype man.
Fix the drunk take a hype man.
With all the fellas, he was around dudes. He was doing it. He was doing his thing with all the guys. He was, the stuff that they did on their own. Had a baby and no problem doing that. Come on, man.
What? What the hell did that?
Dude, I'm talking about Juwan James working out with Locke and all the fellas, and then he had a baby.
You said he had a baby. He had no problems doing that.
Had a baby and no problem doing that.
Yep.
But Phoenix is big, man. There's I can't even how many millions of people are down there. A ton.
Oh my God, my asthma.
Let's stay.
Don't you want to put on Nolan's glove? I want to know, is it supple? Is it stiff? Is it somewhere in between? I'm dying to feel what it feels like.
Oh God, you are such an idiot, man.
Listen, if you don't want to put on Nolan Arenado,
All right, go ahead, Marty.
such a good sound, dude. One more time, Marty, please. My stinger up, please. Please. Come on, man. Please.
Go, Marty.
Hey,
Ask him why hockey always makes it hard.
What
Hockey's
is
always
hockey?
got to make it hard.
He wants to know why hockey always makes it hard.
Wait. I didn't like the way that. What do we got? One more, Marty? One more?
One last one here.
All right, go ahead.
Well, you couldn't handle my hog. You vomited.
It's because I swallowed the lamb chop. That's why. It went down the wrong pipe.
You could not handle it.
I handled it just fine. I handled that hog. I handled that hog. Don't you ever accuse me of not being able to handle a hog.
I forgot. That's like the best one ever.
Wait, that was just 1 week. I didn't add those together. That all happened in 1 week.
Yeah, that's nuts. That is crazy.
A lot of Nolan stuff in there, Mark.
That is. Oh, by the way, Marty, can you do a stand and spin for us, please? Because Marty is he's wearing his Arenado jersey on the way out just to piss off Mosier.
I loved Nolan, though. See, that's the thing is I loved him. And he forced his way out like a...
supple?
Is it stiff?
I'm dying to know.
Haven't you ever wanted to put on Nolan Arenado's glove and just see...
No.
Didn't even think about it.
Not once.
Not one time.
Anybody's?
Nope. Why? What, do you ever want to put on John Elway's helmet?
Well, no, but he's such a good fielder. I want to feel what it feels like when he's being an absolute...
You'd like that,
listen,
wouldn't you?
And listen to me,
Trust
man.
me when I tell
Now
you.
you're making me talk nice about him, and I don't want to do that.
This isn't the movie Like Mike. You don't get to put on Nolan's glove and you become the defender that he is, okay? Like the kid who put on the Michael Jordan shoes and he became Michael Jordan. That doesn't work that way.
Understood.
All right, guys. We have one guaranteed Game 7 coming on Sunday with the Nuggets against the T-Wolves. That will be at Ball Arena, and you can hear it right here out the Toot Sports Radio 92.5. We have the Avs tonight trying to force a Game 7 against the Dallas Stars, which is also at Ball Arena, and you can also hear that right here out the Toot Sports Radio 92.5. But, Marty, this is the last day. We got a couple of minutes. Is there anything you would like to say on your way out?
I just want to say thank you to you guys. It was a lot of fun. We did like 5 years together. Brett, I'm going to say some nice things now.
Don't do that.
I know. I think you're the most talented guy at the station. You make what you do look really easy, and it's really hard. It's the last nice thing I'll say to you,
Thank
Mosier.
you. God.
You're like the most intentionally and unintentionally funny person I've ever met in my life. I'll never meet another person like you. I love you, buddy.
I love you too, buddy. And you know the best
How
part
about the
about
ghost of Vic? Say something about the ghost
Vic
of
is
Vic.
nice. Thanks for not being my father. I don't know.
You know the best part about this, in all honesty, for us, this is, if there's a positive that comes out of this. Nelly, okay, cool. Is that the next barbecue I have, guess what?
Oh, ping pong will be competitive?
We're actually going to have a competitive
Yeah,
friggin' ping pong
exactly.
game.
You're welcome.
And everybody's not going to sit there and get their butts waxed 21-6.
So we're going to try and go out with Marty before he leaves here early next week. He probably, we asked him, what do you want to do? Where do you want to go? He's probably going to say, ping pong heaven, just one more time.
I would love to beat all your asses in ping pong one more time.
I'm sure you would.
Well, maybe we can make that happen.
Great. And
It
Nelly's
can
going to be great. The
arranged.
show's going to continue to be awesome. You guys are great, okay?
All right, thank you, Marty.
Nelly's a mutant too, so that's good.
Nelly is taking over for Marty. He will be here on Monday. Marty, we love you, buddy. Thank you so much.
We'll see you
Have
tomorrow.
fun in
We'll see you
Illinois.
tomorrow anyway,
We'll
so
see you
there you
tomorrow.
go.
All right. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Mojo Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. Game tonight. Avs trying to force a Game 7 against the Dallas Stars. You can also hear that right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye, Marty. Bye.
Love you.
Talk to you guys Monday.
And now, it's time for every single Nuggets highlight from Game 6.
Denver's got the numbers here. Front court, Murray dribbles through the lane on Towns. Back to a cutter. Jaw! 2 hands. The freak of nature himself. And the Nuggets are on the board. Quarter 3. Yes!
A little bitty layup, and then all of a sudden Michael, who missed an open one, gets one in transition.
9-0 run by Denver has them up by 7, 9-2.
Wait, really? That's it? That's all we have? What happened?
They beat our ass.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I guess. So should we just start the show now?
Hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. You made it. Chris Dempsey, Mike Sanford, Steve Nelson, Josh Grismer, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let this breathe. Yep. It's going to be a good day anyway. Welcome into the program, Dempsey and Company, on a Friday morning here. I have all the emotions running through me right now. All of them.
So many.
And here,
Marty-O.
Well, okay, let's
Marty-O emotions.
Well, yes. Let's see. Here are all my emotions. 1, Marty-O. He gone.
See ya.
2, and we will talk about this more in depth at the end of the show. Steve Nelson.
Gosh.
Who has been with us since day one, or clearly close to day one, and will be joining the morning show as of Monday, leaving our show, and we will miss him. 3, the Nuggets got smacked, mollywopped. at your like,
all up in them guts.
Right. And then 4, I just watched the trailer for the new college football game, and I could have cried like a baby. It looks fabulous. I'll talk about that later. What on earth happened to the Nuggets yesterday, Coach?
You know, I had an epiphany last night.
Uh-huh.
I came to the Altitude Sports Radio and KSC Radio staff watch party here in the studio. Brought my 2 boys to the game, and a pretty long drive on the way home up north to Weld County, where real people live. Oh, hard-working, blue-collar people live.
Oh, good for you.
So I'm driving, my 9-year-old's asleep. 7-year-old's back there playing video games or something. I'm just sitting there thinking about what just happened. What did we just witness? The epiphany was very clear to me.
Okay.
Basketball is a game of runs. And last night, there were 2 runs that really stood out to me that played a massive role in the final score of 115-70. First run, Nuggets start out 9-2.
Right.
Awesome start.
It was a good start.
Second run, Timberwolves go on a 113-61 run.
Okay.
And you got to laugh about it, Debs. You got to laugh about it. That's what you have to have. If you're a Nuggets fan, if you're a Nuggets player, if you're a Nuggets coach, you got to laugh about it. Because that's exactly what it is. You got to watch the film. You got to go back and see the adjustments that were made by the Timberwolves. And then you flush that thing down the toilet. You laugh about it. And you get ready for freaking Game 7.
Yeah.
It's a complete crap.
It was complete crap. Yeah, those were the 2 major runs in the game. There's no doubt about that. Look, there's
on a scale of 1 to 10, how was the buildup? It sounded like I was going to say something really smart.
You did say something really smart. It was a 10. That was a 10 out of 10. Yeah, you're right. Look, if we're going to break it down to smaller scoring runs in that game, then you're right. So look, There was a 20-0 run in the first quarter. There was a 13-0 run in the second quarter, and there's a 24-0 run in the fourth quarter. Between the three of those, that's 57-0 in a game that you lost by 45 points. And I'll say this. It didn't feel to me like – so you know how game two – even though they were actively down by 50 points in this game at one point. In game two felt more suffocating to me from that standpoint, just because the defense didn't even allow the Nuggets to get into offense pretty much at all. Whereas I think yesterday was kind of a combo plateau of a lot of things, right? It was missed shots. I think they did generate some shots, especially early on, especially for Jamal Murray, right before he or right as he was right prior to his elbow injury, and then in the moments after that as well. So they generated some good shots, some shots that they are fine with, and they missed those shots. And then, look, the Minnesota Timberwolves also played really good defense, and there were some defensive possessions that were pretty suffocating. And there were turnovers that really contributed to the second quarter, or the 20-0 run, really kind of just getting this game almost out of hand. It eventually looked like it was out of hand. I mean, even with a 20-0 run, I thought, okay, but it's so early in the game that now they obviously have dug themselves a hole, but they can get themselves back out of that hole, but they obviously could not. And so when you just put them all together, it's kind of like you put all the ingredients in the witches put all the ingredients in the cauldron, and you mix them all up, and you get a potion that's really bad, and that's what kind of went down in my eyes yesterday. There's a lot more specifics to it, but there were just a lot of mistakes coupled with bad luck, coupled with bad shooting. It just was all happening in one game.
I think everybody wanted to say that here's game two again. It looks the same. I think there's a difference in last night's game from game two.
Mm-hmm.
Game two to me was suffocating defense, and there was legitimate concern, even on my part, the eternal optimist, just like you are, Demps, right? That's why you come to the 10 o'clock show, is because you want good vibes. You want positive vibes, all the vibes.
All the vibes.
Game two is more about the suffocating defense, blitzing the ball, Jamal Murray issues, not being able to bring the ball up the court, getting so many shots off with 2-1 if you're the Nuggets offense. This game just felt like this to me, Demps. It felt like the Denver Nuggets at Target Center were shooting a 26-inch diameter basketball into a 22-inch diameter rim. That's what it felt like. The shots just weren't going down, and the shots were there.
Mm-hmm.
I also felt like because of that, you started chasing the game, and you started camping out outside the arc, and you just launched up all the three-pointers. And when that's the case, I don't like what I see.
Yeah, it was – so, the Nuggets, they're a basketball team that sometimes you can get into – you can play them into a space where if you're cutting off the lane a lot, or you're cutting off the paint. So if the driving lanes are if there's just not that many of them, and it's very difficult for them in the paint, and you're kind of coaxing them to shoot that 3-point shot, they'll do it. And they'll do it in bunches, man. And if they're not making it, then it starts to look, it starts to get a little ugly. And what was that last night? It was 7 of 36 from three, which actually, to be honest with you, they averaged something like 34, 35 three-pointers a game anyway. So that number ended up in a space that is normal for them, but just it was disproportionate to early in the game, and when they were being really swarmed under early in that game, and it was just kind of like, yeah, a lot of these three-pointers aren't going down. What do you want to do? But also, their 2-point shots weren't going down, and for the game, this is what they were from 2-point range. 19 of 50. So, I mean, it was literally all over the court. And could they have gotten more aggressive to the rim? I think in some instances, yeah. I mean, you don't always have to settle for a 3-point shot.
A lot of those weren't falling either in the early going.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a lot of even Nicola's baby hooks weren't falling. Jamal taking the ball to the rim. It just weren't falling. And I thought I heard on, I believe it was PhD yesterday. I think Vic was called in. I can't remember exactly who it was, so I'm not gonna cite that, but something along the lines of, because of how the series has gone, it's been daunting, it's been physical. I don't know, did the Denver Nuggets not do a shoot around the day of the game at Target Center. Do you know that to be true or not?
I do not know that to be true.
Well, if it is true,
Mhm.
can we just please have a shoot around at Ball Arena? We need a shoot around.
Mhm.
I want to shoot around.
We'll have 2 days off, so that'll be good.
Yeah, it'll be good to get a couple days off, but let's acclimatize ourselves to the sight lines of a changed arena from Game 6 to Game 7. Even if it is your home arena, let's still do it. I'd prefer that because I want to stay on parade.
Yeah.
You know what? The other thing too, when you look at this game and you break it down, you think about the 2 losses that were just atrocious, no good, very bad days. That's Game 2 and Game 5. From those 2 games, the one thing that I can take away as a coach, I've always told players that I've coached, still coaching, the high school level and 4A or 3A high school football here in the state of Colorado. When you make a mistake full speed. I'll tell you what, man. These Nuggets have made these losses count. They have made them count.
Yeah, they have.
To the tune of setting a franchise playoff record, franchise postseason record of scoring only 70 points, shattering the previous low of 76 points. And they actually flirted with that in Game 2 when they scored 80. So they've made their 2 losses count. You get it all out.
Yeah, they don't mess around.
You get it all out.
They do not mess around. I think I saw somewhere it was the biggest. It was the biggest loss. Oh, sorry, it's the second largest loss in a clinching game in NBA history. And look, it just is. It's an interesting series to me, man. I mean, think about where we started. I think a lot of people would have thought this was going 7 games anyway. I think my original prediction was Nuggets in 6, but we got to this space just in the weirdest way possible, right? The Timberwolves walk into Ball Arena, win the first 2 at home. Then the Nuggets answer and go to Minnesota and beat them twice, and then you get 2 home wins. And you had 2 blowouts in the midst of all this, and then here we are staring at a Game 7 on Sunday. I'll say this, Mike Conley's return to the lineup was really a big time thing for them. Honestly, it had like we talked about Aaron Gordon a lot, and when the Nuggets changed kind of who was bringing the ball up a lot and how they were initiating offense, Aaron Gordon was in the middle of all that and therefore unlocked their offense a little bit better. I think there was like a small effect of that with Mike Conley as well, because when he was off the court, the Nuggets just basically attacked Anthony Edwards, right? So it was the double teams, get the ball out of his hands, and then who's gonna really hurt you on the backside of that? Well, with Mike Conley back in the game, and the double teams were coming, you get the ball out to a guy like him, and the spacing was so much better. I will give Minnesota this. They had a really good plan for double teaming Ant Edwards and just how they were going to play behind that. And it was a lot of the offense was spread. They got the ball to the second side immediately. And coach, when you get the ball to the second side as fast as they did that, and your closeouts are super long, well, they didn't get there half the time, right? Or if you do get there, you're in such a full sprint that now any kind of eye fake, head fake, you're on your toes, and now it's a drive-by to the rim. And that was present a lot in that game. And so I didn't even recognize some of the rotations defensively that the Nuggets were employing. I think they're going to simplify some things for Game 7, just to be honest with you, in that respect. But I want to hear from Jamal Murray and Michael Malone. We'll do that next. Welcome back to the program. We are coming to you live from the Backus and Shaker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Chris and Coach here until noon, talking through the Nuggets. Get to the Avs here in a second. They have obviously a massive Game 6 of their own to be played here tonight at Ball Arena. They're trying to push. Yes, that's right. Yeah, Coach is in actively an Avs hoodie.
That's a good-looking hoodie right there. Kind of throwback vibes right there.
It is.
Huh?
Your hoodie game. Let's see. Your hoodie game,
Sexiness.
your hat game,
Shoe game.
and your shoe game. Pretty good. Which one of those is your best?
Hat game.
Hat game.
Hat game is deep.
Yeah.
Like my AAA, AA, single A minor league baseball hat game is on a different.
No, it is. That's a fact.
And also, it's very apparent that you were a coach and still are a coach, like for your whole life, because when you rep a team, you don't just come in wearing a hat. You wear the jersey and then the sweatshirt on top of it, and then the hat, and then the wallet, and you got a Zin that's themed like Avalanche. I mean, when you do it, you come in like you're trying to recruit people for whatever team you're repping, man.
I am. I'm trying to get everybody back on good vibe wagon.
That's right.
You know, and my guy Mark here.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
My guy Mark here from the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, says, "No, Mike, we don't listen to the Dempsey Show for, quote, good vibes. We turn in to hear what the bleep happened." And I say this, you come to Dempsey and Company for what the bleep happened, and you stay for the good vibes.
And you stay for the good vibes.
That's the brand of our show, Demps.
Especially on a Friday, man. It's a Friday. You know, the plot thickens. It's playoffs, man. The plot thickens, right? There are different texts on the text line that address the officiating. And I'll just say this. No, you got beat by 45, and the officials didn't have anything to do with that. And actually,
Mark Davis?
Yeah.
Is that the same Mark Davis that owns the Oakland Raiders, now the Las Vegas Raiders?
With the terrible haircut. Not the same.
Oh,
Not
love
related.
That guy, that pumpkin pie haircutted freak.
That's so good. Let's let Jamal Murray talk about why he thought they lost.
Yeah, I mean, we know we're going to miss some big shots. I felt like we generated, especially in the first half, we generated some really good looks, you know, me, even myself. But I think it's just both ends. You know, I think, from experience, Game 6, it's always the hardest. Everybody that team is gearing up to not get eliminated, and they bring that right energy, and they came to play today. So, just like how they punked us in Game 2, we punked them Game 3 and 4. They punked us again in Game 6. So now all that's behind us, and it's just come down to one game.
Well, they got punked. I mean, there's been some body blows in this series. Both teams have had to absorb.
Demps, what did you make of the fact that Jamal Murray actually was up at the podium before Michael Malone? Like it was like immediately after the game. What did you make about that?
I don't even know. Fully dressed, too. Like he was it's not even like it was in Denver and he was going home immediately, because so the flow of that is once he gets off the podium, then he would get on the first bus. So there's 2 buses to get back to the plane. And you could get on the first bus, it leaves pretty quickly. You get out to the airport, and then you just sit on the plane because you got to wait for everybody else who's coming on the second bus. And that's usually like a 45-minute difference between the two. I don't know. Maybe he just wanted to get out of there and get in his own thoughts. Well, it'll be interesting to see also just exactly how his elbow will be. He talked about that, and he talked about the impact that was on him. And it happened super early in the game. He was kind of crushed on the screen by Rudy Gobert, and he was in obvious pain. And let me just tell you, I was talking to somebody. I said, look, if Jamal Murray is showing you pain, then it really actually hurts, because that guy, his pain threshold is super high. And I have to say, it sounded a little, I felt a little uneasy about how he was talking about that afterwards, saying, I hope to be fine by Sunday. Obviously, either way, he's going to be out there playing. But if his elbow, he talked about feeling it every single time on a pass, on a shot, and it's like any sport. If it's something that you need to be successful in that sport is actively hurting you and kind of preventing you from being then it's a problem. And if your shooting elbow is in pain, then it's an issue. And so we'll see if 2 days off will, how much that helps.
It's kind of a nerve, funny bone type deal from what I hear. And those don't linger. That's the good news.
Mm-hmm.
Just having been in those situations, and happens all the time in the game of football. You get hit right there in that elbow area with the helmet or a face mask. It gets right into that kind of the funny bone region, that's not something that lingers. If that's exactly what it is, that's not something that necessarily lingers.
Say he took some numbing cream, or he put some numbing cream on.
Yeah, even then that doesn't really help. If it's a pretty bad,
Yeah, he said
nerve
it
hit,
Yeah.
it's not going to help. What does help is time, sleep. The next day, 2 days after, like it just starts coming around, which is a good thing. But I think that Jamal Murray, if you follow the national, let's just say the national pundits, the Twitter heroes out there. I mean, he took a hit last night, man. He was wearing it last night.
Mhm.
Jamal Murray was.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say this: I think Jamal Murray and the competitor that he is, and what he has in terms of like the pride of how he goes about his business, and this is a legacy-defining game in Game 7 for Jamal Murray. I really believe that.
Yeah.
Especially from a national perspective. It's a legacy-defining game for Ann Edwards. Something's got to give. And I'm going with the champ. That's who I think.
Yeah.
That's who I trust.
Yeah.
Because I've seen him in these moments.
I have too. 4 of 18 for Jamal Murray. Yesterday, Nikola Jokic, 9 of 19, 22 and 9. Ant Edwards, 27 points on 8 of 17 shooting in that game. Mike Conley obviously came back and had a really good effect on that. We'll walk through some more of this later on in the show, especially how are the Nuggets going to get Michael Porter Jr. going? That is a really big issue. They're going to need his scoring in Game 7 if they're going to get through it in a real way. We'll talk through some of that a little bit later. But tonight, we have the Avs taking on the Stars, and I can't decide on one thing, Coach, which is, have the Avs figured it out, what was happening to them in especially the 2 games prior to Game 5, Game 3 and 4? How to get their stars back inserted into these hockey games? Or did Dallas just have a weird game and they're going to get right back to tying things up and making things really difficult for the Avs? I can't decide how I feel about that.
Game 3 was a real hockey game, just like Game 1 was, where the Avs go into Dallas's building and steal one. Those two were both real hockey games, and that's going to happen in a 7-game series. Game 4, I've thought about this, and I thought about the impact of driving to the arena and finding out that a huge piece of not only your team and but more about how you play and how you score goals is no longer going to be on your team for the remainder of this year and maybe forever. The impact of that, the impact of that is what I would say is very similar to that of a Kansas City Chiefs team on their way to go play in a playoff game, and Travis Kelce, you find out, is not playing. You practiced all week. You game planned all week. And you have a certain way of using the tight end position. Tight end position is very different, very unique. It changes formations. It changes the look of it. It changes how you score. It changes your red zone thoughts. Same thing with the way Val Nichushkin plays. He is the best, certainly on this roster, and one of the best in the league at camping out in front of the opponent's goal, in front of the crease. And that's how they went about scoring for a majority of the postseason thus far, and when Val Nichushkin was a part of this. But what I loved about the response in Game 5 from the Avs was the Avs went out and their adjustment, which they couldn't have made in real time driving to the building, their adjustment that they made was Cale Makar, Nathan McKinnon creatively skating and skating hard and changing the angles of which Ottinger has to make saves. And I think that they found something. And that there's no two better players on planet Earth than those two to creatively skate. And then I think Jonathan Drouin plays a great middleman for all of that.
And look, to your point, it is, sometimes you do just need a game just to get that sorted out, right? And one, it was the shock of it all because the news came down so early. And we're talking about Game 4 there. And then part 2 is this, okay, now how do we operate without him? Which they got sorted out in Game 5. Look, this team has only played with a lead for what, the 18 minutes in the third period of Game 5? And if you can just get yourself in a space where you're getting that lead early, and now you're forcing. I liken this. I liken the Stars to having a conversation, and I was comparing it to soccer. We were talking about like World Cup in Italy, as a matter of fact. which is a team that plays basically defense all the time and then just counterattacks, right? So, but if you score on them first, then they got to come out of that shell and open the game up a little bit because they have to get the equalizer. And this is just to me, Dallas reminds me of that a little bit, which is kind of like, all right, as long as they're playing from the lead, then they can just kind of shut things down in a real way. But the minute that they have to start opening themselves up to because they need to push for goals, now the thing opens up. Now the space opens up because now they're being forced to play a style that is not advantageous to them. Not that they can't play that style, but it's check mark in the advantage box for you, Avs. And if they can do that from the start, it just puts them in so much of a better position. But that means you got to get the first goal. You have to get the first goal, and maybe the first two, to really make sure that this game opens up in the way that you need it to.
Get the building involved early. And if that building gets involved early because of an early goal by the Avs, look out. And then we're going to see something that, I think it's only been done one other time by a sports city where there's 2 Game 7s on the same day.
Oh, dude, please don't let these games be played at the same time.
You know what hit me right upside the head on the drive in today? I had my big epiphany about the 2 runs on the drive back home last night from the studio. And then this morning, my drive in. If the Nuggets and Avs advance into the Western Conference Finals in their respective sports,
right,
it will have required both teams to go 4-0 in elimination games. 4-0. Normally, you look at that and say, that's tough.
Yeah.
But everybody knows the inner workings of these 2 championship squads and about the what is in the fiber of what makes these teams. These are the types of teams, both the Avs and the Nuggets, that you feel pretty dang good about going into a 4-0 situation as an elimination game scenario.
That's exactly right.
And the crazy thing, Demps, think about this. Avs go out and do what we all know that they can do tonight. You're going to have 2 Game 7s on Sunday. You and I are doing this show right now.
Mm-hmm.
On Monday, we could have no teams still playing.
I know.
We could have both teams in the Western Conference Final at the same time.
Yeah.
Or it could be 1-1. It's wild, man.
Yeah.
Talk about all the emotions, man.
Yeah, let's get to 2-0. Let's get both teams in their respective Western Conference Finals. Incidentally, the game times for obviously the Avs have to play in tangibly. They actively have to win tonight. But if they do that, these game times have not been set. And so I know for the Nuggets, there's a lot that is riding on what happens with the Knicks today. The Knicks play the Pacers, and if the Knicks win that and in that series, then I do believe the Nuggets will play an afternoon game on Sunday. If the Knicks lose and it's a Game 7 against the Pacers, then that game, weirdly enough, that game already has a game time, even though it's not an actual real thing just quite yet. It would be played at 1:30 in the afternoon, which would then obviously push the Nuggets into an evening slot. Their game against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yeah, look, I agree with you, man. I just think that when you're talking about teams that have a Nathan McKinnon and a Cale Makar and Arturi, these are massive, major names, major players. They come through in these circumstances. This is why when we're going down the stretch of a season and we're banging our fists on the table for Nathan McKinnon to win the Hart, and we're banging our fists on the table for just like Cale Makar to it is only because we know who they are. And we know what they are capable of, and this time of year, you need your stars. Jared Bednar was saying, I can't remember maybe it was just after last game. He was saying, yeah, look, you need your stars to come through, but you can't just always rely on your stars. You need everybody else, and that is a true statement. However, in the playoffs, those dudes have to show up all the time on every team. Like whoever your star player is on your team, the player that makes it happen for you, they need to show up in these circumstances. And I'm with you in terms of I am not worried because I know that McKinnon and these guys they'll put it on the ice, and then they're going to go down swinging. If they go down, they'll go down swinging.
Yeah, and that's all we wanted to see out of the Avs in Game 5 is we wanted them to go down swinging, like at the very least, and they did that, and in the process of doing that, they rediscovered who they really are, their identity. And their identity is their stars. They show up in big moments, and they did in that elimination game, which, by the way, like I said, you need to go 4-0 between the Nuggets and the Avs to get to the Western Conference Finals. Both teams, they're 1-0 already.
Also, power play looked good.
You know what else looked really good?
What?
And it's a guy that Raj has been talking about and pounding the table about his postseason performance, Casey Middlestat.
Mm-hmm.
And I think his confidence growing as a postseason player, a guy that was stuck and just mired in awful hockey in Buffalo, now he's starting to get a taste and he's starting to thrive, and his natural gifts are starting to come out.
Mhm.
I think he's gonna end up having a big role as a second liner in this game tonight.
How fun was the story of him growing up idolizing Parise?
Yeah, Eden Prairie and Edina, and
Yeah.
Zach Parise, who was born in Minneapolis, then played for Hockey Power in Shattuck St. Mary's up in Faribault, Minnesota. I mean, it's amazing. That's really cool. I mean, when you live in Minnesota, which I did for 2 years, Zach Parise he's a household name. I mean, he's a legend, man. He's viewed similarly in I would say even in this area without the title of a Joe Sakic, just because he's that guy. He's the face, and he was the face. So it's awesome that he gets to play in the postseason, even at times on the same line as his childhood hero.
It's so cool. On the text line, show Landeskog at the arena, and it would hype up the fans. Yes, it would. If he just stood, it just did the wave, like from a box somewhere, just did the wave, the fans would go completely bonkers.
Could you imagine if he chugged beer out of a salmon, or was it a catfish like they do in Nashville?
Catfish.
Have you seen that commercial, by the way?
Yeah, the guy straps
smuggling
the
it
catfish
in.
to him. Yeah,
I love the security guard kind of gives him the look like, go ahead, bud.
Go ahead, just do it.
After you, pal.
That ad campaign is a really good one. The NHL playoff. I think there was one concerning had two Avs fans right there. I think the guy and the girl, and they were either just boyfriend girlfriend or married or something like that. And every Avs game they went to playoffs, they were losing, and then the one time they spin it apart, the Avs win, and so then they broke up because it was more about how the Avs winning than it is about them being together. It's really funny. The NHL did a great job with that ad campaign. All right. I've been dying to talk to you about the Broncos schedule release and NFL in general. Let's take a break and do that when we come back. Welcome back into the program. Chris and Coach with you until noon. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Be sure to tune in tonight. Avs, Game 6 against the Dallas Stars. Boy, it's Friday. It's Friday. Sometimes it's got to take that extra moment to think about what I'm saying. You can listen to that broadcast here, obviously, on the station. Earlier, well, it's on Wednesday. By the way, Wednesday night, why are we releasing schedules at night? Why not at 9 in the morning?
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's the social media world of the largest, content viewing audience type analytics that are run. That it was 8 o'clock Eastern time, I believe,
Right.
6 o'clock
Right.
Mountain time, and so that is the drop time. If you want people to view your content, even if it's good content, in the case of some teams,
Yeah.
or bad content in this case of the Broncos and their schedule, that schedule stinks, man. It is a bad schedule, Demps.
It's it goes like this. Week 1, Seattle. I'll just at Seattle, excuse me. Week 2, Pittsburgh. Week 3 at Tampa Bay. Your boy. Week 4 at the New York Jets. 5 home against the Raiders. 6 home against the Chargers. 7 at the New Orleans Saints, which will be fun. It'll be fun getting Sean Payton back to it. That'll be fun. Week 8, the only guaranteed win in your schedule question mark would be the Carolina Panthers coming to Empower Field at the Baltimore Ravens. Week 9 out to Kansas City Chiefs. This is where it gets real dicey. At the Baltimore Ravens, at the Kansas City Chiefs, Atlanta Falcons at home, at the Las Vegas Raiders, Cleveland Browns at home. A Week 14 bye, Colts at home, at the Chargers, at the Bengals, and you end up with the Kansas City Chiefs at home.
So 2 things that really stuck out to me.
Yeah.
Stuck out to me. Stuck.
Both.
Friday. Happy Friday, man. Yeah, what? Yeah, Nelly's last show and he didn't. What are we doing here, man?
The guy is drunk.
But what the 2 things that did.
saying that one, eh?
The 2 things that definitely stuck out to me that if you're a coach, you're usually looking for 2 things. A season, oftentimes, not all the time, but oftentimes, is going to take on the lead of how you start the season. Mm-hmm. So you always look at home and away games, quality of opponents in the first 4 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, you have 3 of your first 4 games are on the road. Not good. The second thing you look for as a coach, when is our bye week? Bye week is week 14.
That's so late.
Week 14.
Yeah.
And you have a team that's going to most likely and should depend on a lot of rookies. Their bye week is going to come at what would have been the end of their season as college football players.
Ooh.
And then all of a sudden you're in a stretch run.
Yeah.
So I went to DraftKings just out of curiosity, did a little research here. So right now the win total is set as the over-under is at 5.5.
Oh, is it really?
5.5 wins for the Denver Broncos.
Oh, that's a
But then you look at the futures bet of each game. If you wanted to wager on each individual game right now, after the schedule release,
yeah,
how many games do you think the Broncos are favored in DraftKings by game?
I'm just gonna guess literally the Carolina Panthers. That'd be it.
It was 2.
Was it 2?
It was 2 out of 17 games.
Yeah.
2
What was
games.
Which
It was
is
Carolina Panthers. That
Yeah.
was actually like the biggest line at 3.5. I think it was.
Uh-huh.
And then it was the home game against the Las Vegas Raiders.
The home. Okay.
That's it.
That makes sense.
That is it. And I'm not saying that Vegas has it all figured out, but even when you watch the CU Buffs, they had their win total set at 3.5.
3.5.
And they won 4.
I know.
Right
man.
on it.
Well, you know what's funny about that too? I would have sworn they would have won way more than that too. I did bet on that, but anyways, yeah, it's a brutal schedule kind of to be honest. You know, for a football team that is looking to really just kind of continue to lay a foundation. I mean, I guess they laid to a foundation to whatever degree last year. In terms of, I think. More so in terms of how the program is run, more so than obviously the players on the field, where they got rid of some significant ones that were on the field for them last year. So they're kind of starting over with a new crew, especially on offense. this is going to be a really huge challenge. And I mean, when I counted it out, I mean, I got myself to 6 victories, Coach. But I mean, there was some latitude given to a couple of games to get there.
My belief right now on this season is the absolute floor of this season. You got to take into account Sean Payton's your head football coach. You got to take into account you do have some solid veterans. You have a good offensive line that graded out very well. They're all back. They're in a system for the second year. There's going to be some improvements. You have a really good running back core. I love that group.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows how it's going to end up shaking out. But I think that the floor and ceiling conversation about the Denver Broncos is, I think the very worst, in my opinion, would be a 3-14 team for this. I don't think they can be
the
very worst.
The worst.
The
Yeah.
very worst.
Uh-huh.
I do think the ceiling is 7-10.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
I'd take that.
I would too. I think that would be it's hard to go into an NFL season and say, oh man, 7-10,
right?
We're coming.
Yeah.
Especially if it's after a year where you did win 8 games, right?
Right.
You did go 8-9, and you do move on from Russell Wilson, and so 7-10 would be a great accomplishment for the Denver Broncos. And I know that sounds insane, but I think that 7-10 with Bo Nix showing some signs, if that's the case, I'm not saying it's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You'd have some optimism going into 2025.
Well, right. That's exactly right. And that's why last year, that's why I really desperately wanted them to make the playoffs last year, because we had no idea this was coming until the end of the season. So last year's win total is almost irrelevant given their personnel changes. And so you have to, the context is kind of new now. It's your quarterback is a rookie. He's an older rookie, but he's still a rookie. He hadn't gone through any of this before. And you're putting pieces around him that are super young as well. And then you got rid of your best leader, and like your defensive secondary is going to have a different look to it, a different feel to it, at least from a veteran leadership standpoint as well. And what all does that mean in terms of what you should expect? And I think you're right. The thing that's disappointing is that you go into a football season and you just know that it's not going to end in the playoffs. And so right when the season, here's the preseason schedule. Before this preseason schedule of the Colts, the Packers, and the Arizona Cardinals even starts, you already know that this team is not going to the playoffs. So you have to find some sort of hope and, in the process, because we're all just going to be watching the Broncos process right now and what that looks like. And what are we comfortable with going into this football season? What are we comfortable with this team looking like at the end? Because we know it's going to be a losing record, and we know it's going to be not of a playoff team. And that's what's disappointing. But to your point, if the process looks good, then that's the hope here. And that's probably the ultimate win after this, after this season is over. And, we'll see. That's a late bye week. Ooh, it's a late bye week.
Yeah, I've listened to D-Mac's take on PhD with regards to this year doesn't matter. It does matter. It does matter from the perspective of some hope and some positive things to take from the year from Bo Nix, because you hedged your bets
right
on the future of your franchise at pick number 12 on a franchise quarterback. If you're going into 25 and Bo Nix showed that he isn't capable of being an NFL starter at an elite level, you got major questions to answer yet again. And you find yourself in the carousel.
Yeah.
So I find here from our fine friends at Safeway that bring us the Twitch line, Kevin in Illinois. Apparently Marty O already has a burner account because he's moving to Illinois. But Kevin in Illinois says, I think the days of rookie QBs getting better year to year is over. I think if they are going to be good, you see it immediately.
I don't think that.
I do.
I don't think that.
I think that everybody, whenever people talk about, you remember John Elway in his first year? That was 30 years ago. You remember Peyton Manning in his first? That was 20 some odd years ago. This is a different era. CJ Stroud, who wasn't even the first overall pick or the first quarterback picked, he looked like a dude in his first starts. Bryce Young did not look like a dude in any of his starts or very few of his starts. So the book is being written. I just don't think that rookie QBs are, it's like year after year, they're going to get better in year 2. They're going to get better in year 3. We don't live in the era of patience. I've lived that life as a coach. I started my first year off at Western Kentucky as a head coach with an average year following a really good year by my predecessor, Jeff Brom. The fan base moved on. And then the athletic director, the decision makers, they move on as well. And so I think it's going to be really important. 7-10 is going to be most likely a situation in which Bo Nix showed promise. And then you move on. You're like, okay, we got a shot. If it's 3-14, 2-15, damn, it's like Bo Nix is not going to have played good football at all.
Joe Burrow, year 1, 2-7-1 as a starter. 13 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Joe Burrow, year 2, 10-6 as a starter. 70% completion percentage, 34 touchdowns, 14 interceptions. I do not believe, I believe this. I believe that patience is thin. There's no doubt about that. But if you're telling me that a player can't improve from year 1 to year 2, that's not true. That's just not true.
You also have to look at the situation in Cincinnati. They made changes defensively. They had issues on the other side of the ball. You know, and I don't. That might end up being the case. That might be who ends up being the scapegoated if this is indeed a bad first season for Bo Nix as a starting quarterback in 2024. It might end up being Vance Joseph's the scapegoat. But I'm in a spot here where there's got to be some hope. There's got to be some promise, and Bo Nix has to show that his fit, because it's not about his natural talent. Because if it was about his natural talent, he wouldn't have been the 6th overall quarterback drafted in this draft class. But it's got to be about his fit with Sean Payton. There's got to be signs of hope to move on. And I look at this too. I look at this discussion, man.
Like, what's a reasonable expectation for?
I mean, you've said it already. He's going to throw 25 touchdowns. How many yards you said? You've already.
I didn't say yards.
Okay, but it was 25 touchdowns.
Yeah.
Yeah, good, man. Let's go. You said it. That's the expectation.
I don't know.
25 touchdowns.
I want to know what a reasonable expectation. I think he can do that, but I mean, that's just me.
And if you are going to stink-ish, like if you're in that 5-6 range of wins, let's go for 2 or 3, man. Go get the boy dog at receiver that you've been lacking for a very long time.
Right. Yeah.
And then that might be Zach Wilson has to sit there and wear it as a starting quarterback for the last 6 games of the year. I don't know. And then you hit the reset button in 25.
Yeah, I just it's a good question, man. I think I just want to, if he improves, like there's no way that there's going to be an up and down, I think, a component to this season, no matter what. I mean, it just you are actively look at the back end of your schedule. The back end of your schedule. I mean, you have a stretch where you're playing. The Colts are supposed to be really good. The Chargers will be really good. The Bengals, the Chiefs. That's how you end. And then you have this weird middle where that's at Baltimore and at Kansas City and the Atlanta Falcons, which are supposed to be obviously much improved with Kirk Cousins. And then you come back and then you go to the Las Vegas Raiders, which they are not favored in that game. There could be a universe in which he just actively looks bad in some of these games, but he is benefiting from it and will benefit from it later. I think so. But in year 2, so here's if Bryce Young in year 2 looks as bad as Bryce Young in year 1, and he didn't have all the greatest talent around him either. Then all right. There's a little bit more of a panic button because now it's like, okay, we're starting to put pieces around you. We're starting, but even for him, it's going to be a new system with a new coach. And how does it so he probably should get some more leeway. I just think that CJ Stroud ruined it for everybody. He's just that good. He's just that good. Because even if I was just going back and looking at Josh Allen's first year and his second year, and those are two vastly different things too. We'll see.
Allen.
All right, let's take a break. Come back. Reset Nuggets a little bit, and then because I want to get to a little bit more into the apps. Also, your Rockies are playing really well. I know. Look at your. I know. Gonna give Coach his say because he's looking like a superstar right now.
And I wore one on the chin about my take earlier.
I know we're gonna. No,
Yeah,
don't,
let's get to that.
yeah. I want you to give you. I'll give you your flowers next.
Over under 5.5 times this year that the Rockies are favored.
Over. They're going to get hot. It's going to start with this Homestead against Tampa.
That's more ridiculous than starting a
The
guy
Rockies are
drafted
going to
in
get
round
hot.
7.
Hey, make sure you record that take, and we'll revisit that some point this year.
Yeah. Live it up, coach. Live it up. Everybody, hands go. Welcome back into the program. Chris, Coach Steve Nelson with you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. If you're listening to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, thank you. If you're not, get it. The Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheitewins.com. That's willheitewins.com. The Rockies have won 7 straight. Coach, the floor is yours.
Well, if you just look at the Rockies right now, the hottest team in Colorado sports by a long shot.
Stop it.
If the Nuggets and Avs just did what the Rockies did and won 7 straight, we would have no stressful Sunday. We would have no stressful night tonight. You just got to win games in a row. It's really simple. We make it so hard. We make it so difficult. We try to, pitch, to locations and, in hockey, we try to talk about who's going to be the disruptor in front of the net. It's really simple. Just follow the Rockies' lead and win games. And guess what? You win series.
The Rockies have won their last 2 series. One of them was over the Texas Rangers, the active World Series champions. The other one over the San Diego Padres.
On the road. Padres have spent a lot of money on that roster.
Yeah,
they
really have
money on that roster.
They really have. And they're 22-24. The Padres.
And before that, they were a winning team. Both teams that they've swept series in back-to-back series have been teams that started that series with a winning record.
So the Rockies are 5 games behind the San Francisco Giants right now. 5. And 4.5. And they start a series against the Giants today. Yeah, today.
And this is really hard for me, Debs. I'm just be really honest. My dad grew up in the Bay Area.
Right, you're a Bay Area.
He took me to my first Giants game at Candlestick Park when I was a kid. Surprised me. We drove all the way up from Southern California to Northern California. That's the one team in all the constantly changing teams that I've either worked for or have been in the cities of, like I am now. The one constant team have been the San Francisco Giants.
Mm-hmm.
Winners of 3 World Series championships over the course of the 2010 to 2016 or 2014 time period. But you know what I'm doing tonight?
What are you doing tonight?
I'm rooting for the Rockies against my beloved Giants.
Because
I care more about my take. I care more about my take staying hot. I like hot takes.
Well, now hold on. We got to make a decision here. All right, we need a ruling. So if we go back and we listen to the tape, you said that the Rockies are going to get hot starting with the homestand against Tampa Bay. That homestand started on April 5th. The winning streak did not start till May 9th. So how much credit do we need to give you, Counselor Dempsey? The floor is yours.
I will give him actually 100% credit because, and here's why. Because he was very convicted about the fact that this baseball team wasn't as bad as it showed. And that at some point it was going to start to play to the level of some of its young talent, and they're doing that now. So I'll give you full flowers.
Christopher, where did that take start for me? If you remember, let's think show history about this baseball season.
It started on opening day.
No.
Oh, wait.
Before that? Where was
before
I?
that?
Where was I physically present for 3 Rockies games?
Oh, it was spring training.
Spring training.
Yeah.
I'm like, they got so many good young players. Yeah. And here they are. Hunter Beck, grand salamis, baby.
I'll give you your flowers. Ryan Feltner is on the mound tonight against Kyle Harrison.
Ooh, Kyle Harrison's nasty for the Giants.
He is nasty.
He is nasty.
Yeah.
Well, then if we're going all the way back to spring training, Coach, when are we going to get another Paisley appearance on the show? I guess she was the good luck charm.
She sure was. The little Bernedoodle that's now, I think it's 5 years old, and you would think she's still 2 months old. She is a puppy forever.
Congratulations, Rockies, and congratulations to Coach Sanford for keeping hope alive.
All right, let's get to real sports. Real sports stories now.
The Rockies can play themselves right back onto our show. It's up to them. It's up to them. The Nuggets are going to try to play themselves into the Western Conference Finals. Okay, so Michael Porter
I did misspeak real quick. I said this is how my knowledge of the Rockies. I said Hunter Beck. It's Jordan Beck, and I think somebody on that. You know what's great is I made a massive mistake, and nobody cares enough on the Twitch line or the text line to catch me on it. So Jordan Beck, not Hunter Beck.
It's true.
I just went with the typical millennial name. Jordan or Hunter. Usually, you're 50-50 on that.
You had Nuggets legend Hunter Tyson Hunter on the line. He got real minutes last night.
Same
That's
vintage,
why.
really. Same vintage.
So good. It's so good. Nobody cares so much. Nobody has corrected you. Not at all. And usually it's instantaneous on the text line. You just said this thing. Michael Porter Jr. How I didn't want to say this. He obviously has not shot the ball well. Actually, he didn't shoot it. There was 2 games ago. He just only took 7 shots. I think it was 4 or 7 from the field, but he only took 7 total. But in the last 2 games, it's been a lot more missing of the shots. I think for the Nuggets are just going to need him to score. Like he's got to hit at least 15 points. I believe on Sunday, if the Nuggets are going to be able to offensively be comfortable, like not be in a space where now it's the fourth quarter and you're looking at the box score and maybe only 3 players are in double figures. MPJ is not one of them. And maybe it's Aaron Gordon with 10, right? And you're just looking for, okay, but who else is going to score outside of your big 2? What I think I've seen from Michael Porter Jr. in the last couple of games is and Minnesota tried to get right to this in game 1, which was they didn't want him to have the same effect on this series that he had in the Lakers series, where he just basically just almost never missed a shot against the Lakers. And so you saw just very physical, very take the space away, run him off the 3-point line, all that kinds of things. And I think over the course of the series, it's just been wearing on him, and it's obviously been working. And so I think for Michael Porter, this might just be a situation where you take what the defense gives you, because what they're giving you is a drive to the basket. Okay, so take that drive to the basket and get to the free throw line, finish at the rim, do those things. And then when the closeout comes a little bit slower because you have now proven that you're going to burn what they're doing, now your 3-point shooting can open back up. But I think he's got to be aggressive from the start.
Yeah, that's a brilliant take on the X's and O's required, but I think it's a lot more simple for MPJ to return to form. And really, we all know this, that this is the cure for all ailments, the remedy, if you will. And he needs to release another banger of a podcast in the next 24 hours.
He just has to.
He has to, man. We need something that's just absolute hot fire, goes viral. I actually really like his podcast. I know a lot of people, it's certainly like on some very hot topics, but I've tuned into Michael Porter Jr.'s podcast and really like it. So yes, I am. I'm just like Patty Bev. I do subscribe to your podcast, MPJ. And so can I talk to you? Is that cool?
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
You subscribe to the pod?
I do subscribe to the pod. It's been good. It's been really good.
You subscribe to Patty Bev's pod?
No.
Heck no.
Never will I ever.
Never will I ever.
I can't stand that dude.
He's not the one.
No. He just talks, does all the talking. He's not an elite defender. I'll give him this. He plays hard when he's on the court. That's it.
You have an extreme distaste of several players. I'm going to name 3, and I want you to give me a power ranking of who you dislike the most.
Okay.
Number 1.
I'm in.
1, Baker Mayfield. Number 2, Patty Bev. Number 3, Karl Anthony Towns. Power ranking of most disliked.
Can I add a 4th person
please,
to make it
please
okay,
do.
4th to round out Mount Rushmore.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again. He's number 1 on the list.
I'm so mad that I wasn't here for that, man. That would have been beautiful.
Oh, gosh. Coach, the Chris Mannix, that day. So he's.
Have you run into Chris Mannix since then?
No, because he's. I believe he lives in the East Coast somewhere. So he's.
Okay.
I think he's like Boston.
Would you have
based
said
or something
it if the same circumstances had happened? Would you have said that on air if he was, say, a Denver area reporter?
I would have said it right to his face.
Yeah.
Right to his
Let's
face.
go. You know why? Because you got those pipes, man. Everybody's scared of Chris Dempsey. You got them guns.
That's
Wait, are you saying that a reporter who lives on the East Coast doesn't understand or watch the Nuggets? Are you sure you got that right?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Okay, so the power rank those things. Chris Mannix is number 1 because he will always be number 1. Number 2, Pat Bev will be number 2. Karl Anthony Towns will be number 3. And then Baker Mayfield number 4 because I actually don't actively hate Baker Mayfield. I just don't think he's that great at quarterback.
You know what, though? But you do hate the player, and you hate the game, too, with Baker Mayfield. And I made you eat crow on that one. I made you eat some crow. Well,
Did you?
Apparently, the National Football
did
League and
not.
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers organization agreed with my take about Baker Mayfield.
You did not.
And they threw $100 million in his direction.
So who else are they gonna, there's nobody else out there to throw money to. Nobody.
Bo Nix.
Drew Lock. Okay, what the Broncos are they at
Joe
Tampa?
Flacco.
Is that game at Tampa Bay? Let me just go back and look at this because we need to actively
Broncos country, let's go.
I cannot wait for the Baker Mayfield experience against the Denver Broncos this season. And
Can you believe that we're all going to witness
week 3 at Tampa Bay?
We're going to witness
can't wait
Bo
for
Nix versus Baker Mayfield, Baker Zinfield, and it's going to be epic.
Which one of those players would throw more touchdowns in that game?
Oh, come on. Have you seen the weapons that Baker Mayfield has around him?
Well, yeah, I have.
Another one about the Broncos schedule that we haven't talked about. What week do we play the Panthers? Do the Broncos play the Panthers?
It is week 8.
Guess who's going to be coming to Empower Field? Xavier Legette.
I was going to say
my favorite player
Josie
in last
Jewell.
year's draft class because the man, he could spit some hot fire with an incredible Southern twang.
Yeah, I like him a whole lot.
And he is, wait till you see that dude in person. He is a man-child.
Yeah. You know what? I'm very interested to see how the Carolina Panthers play, just because I really do believe in Bryce Young. I think he's a good quarterback. I do. And sometimes you're in a bad situation, man. And
have you seen how
play
small
great.
he looks out on an NFL field, though, man?
Yeah, no, he looks
like a small child out there.
Even in college, he did. It was kind of like, oof, boy, you're really little. But
it's almost like the Panthers have found a kid, and they're like, we're going to make this kid's dreams come true.
Okay.
Out there in real time on a National Football League surface.
Oh no, man. I woke up ready, man. I got a call right after I got dressed. They was coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told them I'm going to be ready.
I'm going to be ready.
Xavier Legette.
That's right, coming to pick me up at 9:30 in the morning. I told him I was going to be ready.
Told them I'm going to be ready.
My guy. Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see. I don't hate Baker Mayfield, man. I just think he's not that great. That's all. We established that he had fewer playoff wins than Dak Prescott, right? We did establish that. He has 1, right? 1. Baker Mayfield.
I thought he won one in Cleveland.
1.
Did he get to one?
Nope. We did look that up.
All right.
Right.
They got to a playoff, though.
No, he got one playoff win with the Browns over the Steelers.
Let's go!
He's only got 1.
But then he got one with Tampa.
With
so now he's
Tampa
up to
this
2.
year. So guess what, Debs?
Oh, God.
1 + 1 = 2.
That's
For all of you math nerds out there like I am.
He's amazing. He's amazing. I can't wait to see him in the Super Bowl. Never.
Imagine how lit that would be.
No.
Every frat boy in America would be like, that's my guy. He represents all of us.
What commercials was he in?
I don't know.
Oh, it was the Protect Your House with Progressive where the stadium was his house. I think that was that. Progressive.
Those were his best performances in life.
I don't know, man. His first round of the playoffs, he threw for a whole bunch of yards, a lot of touchdowns. So I think that was the best performance of his life on a football field in the postseason.
Was that against the Eagles?
He won. Yeah. But he won a playoff game with the Browns. It's amazing.
The Browns should have been good.
Why? Speaking of which, man, like the Broncos and the Browns, back-to-back years, they're playing each other. Is that right?
Yeah.
Why? Makes no sense to me.
Oh, you know what? I bet here's why. Well, obviously they're playing the AFC North this year, whatever. But I think last year, I bet those two teams finished in the same space in the standings the year prior. So you're playing like the fourth place teams or whatever, the fifth place teams. I bet that's why they're on the schedule back-to-back years.
That matchup is just kind of meh for me.
Do we think Deshaun Watson is going to last the full season?
Absolutely.
Okay.
He's found his go-to masseuse, and he is in a great space, great headspace.
I tee you up for that one.
It was ready.
Let's take a break. Come back with Nelly's NFL notes. Really love this open so much. All right.
Is this the final?
Yeah. Are you? Well, yeah. Yes, it is.
This is the final Friday
Yeah.
of Nelly's NFL notes.
Unless he's packing him up
Which
in a box and taking.
When
it
I
with
was
him.
thinking about this, Nelly, we've thought about how do we rebrand Nelly's NFL notes, and I have the perfect solution.
What's the solution?
It's going to be called New Guys NFL Notes.
Just new guys. Just new guys. Just because you needed a word that started with
It's
N.
perfect.
Okay. Well, Nelly, what's story number 1?
The good news is I don't own any copyright of the NFL Films music, so I can't claim it. You can keep using that with the new guy. Mike, first I want to ask you a question that I asked Kim and Dempsey yesterday. So to clear up some confusion, the New York Football Giants are going to be in a new version of Hard Knocks. Not the training camp Hard Knocks, not the in-season Hard Knocks, a brand new off-season Hard Knocks that's going to cover all the transactions and off-season moves that happen throughout the winter and around the draft and stuff. And Kim said, the target demographic for the show is the football guys, the guys who breathe and eat and sleep and bleed football. They're the ones who are going to watch this. So, known football guy, Mike Sanford, will you be watching the off-season Hard Knocks?
I will, because that's such a dysfunctional organization. And I
You're
love
in it for it.
dysfunction. Like my favorite Saturday Night Live skit of all time is the family sitting around, the dysfunctional family, where they just go from their silverware just making noise, and then all of a sudden it's just loud screaming at each other every topic that comes up. Yes, I'm going to be watching it, especially because of the Saquon Barkley situation, and also because of the fact that apparently the Giants were in love with J.J. McCarthy early on in the draft process, but ultimately decided to ride it out, if you will, with Daniel Jones.
Well, yeah. I mean, even J.J. McCarthy went on, I think it was maybe with Rich Eisen, I want to say, and was asked straight away, what team do you think is like your heart of hearts, like where are you going? And he just looked him dead in the eye and said, New York Giants. I spent a lot of time there, blah, blah. And then he goes on this whole rant about that. And then the Giants were like, yeah, we're going to take this wide receiver.
What I'm really looking forward to seeing is the Mara family, the ownership group, and even their offspring, their kids. Are they running everything? Because they have a general manager, but is it a general manager by title only, or is it a Mara child, a son, that's actually pulling the strings there in New York? That'll be interesting to see, and there might even be a little cover up. But I'm going to have my tinfoil hat on for that one for sure.
So you're going to really watch that though?
I'm going to watch the living heck out of it.
Will you be able to stomach seeing footage of the guy who ripped out your heart, Kalima, Indiana Jones style on Monday Night Football? My boy, Danny Dimes? Yeah, come on.
No, it was
Tommy Cutlets.
Tommy Cutlets.
Tommy
Cutlets,
you meant
man.
what I knew. Yeah, are you going to be able to stomach that?
Yeah, he actually created a term that I use way too much in my own household now. My wife hates it. Chef's kiss, man. That's Tommy DeVito right here.
Chef's kiss.
Mwah, right there.
Chef's kiss. Yeah, I'm going to watch 0 minutes of that. It's transactions.
You know why? You're not a football guy.
Okay. That's the same.
I am a football
That
guy.
is the same thing Kim said. I love football. Love it. Live it.
You're an NFG, man, a non-football guy.
I love football so much. I do. It's facts. Okay. All right. Just you're looking at me with that
Here's what I
disapproving
say to the
face.
fact that you love football. Sirianni.
You know who loves football? Mountain High Appliance. They're real football guys. They're also Colorado's complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. Offering every major appliance line and brand, mountainhighappliance.com. I'm going to bring the Broncos schedule up here on the big board. And yesterday we went through this thing with a fine-tooth comb, and we had Kim and Dempsey make their overall predictions. We don't have to do that again today. Right now, give me the overall picture. What, more or less, how do you see the season going? Is it going to be about 500, like a perfect Marvin Lewis Bengals 8-8 type season? Are we going to be way below that line, or are they going to sneak into the playoffs? I want the 1,000-foot view of the upcoming season now that we have the schedule.
Well, I'd start with this. As I look at it, we already talked about the opening 4 games, 3 of which are going to be on the road, not good, and 2 of which are actually on the Eastern time zone, one in Florida. If you remember the last trip that the Denver Broncos had to the state of Florida in September, that wasn't a very fun day at the office for old Shawnee boy.
Was that 70?
It was a 70 spot. Yeah, VJ Unbelievable. I got a lot of credit to Vance Joseph for that defense rallying and actually becoming a fairly good unit by the end of the season. But the 3 of the 4 is not good. The games that really stand out to me for this season to be viewed as any success and or hope for the future, if a Bo Nix-led Denver Broncos gets at least one win against both Las Vegas and the Chargers, that would be hope.
So wait, so winning,
just get a win against each one or more wins against either franchise. That would be a baseline of what I think would be hope.
Do you think he can beat Kansas City at home?
Absolutely.
Even though I mean, I really mean that to. And the spirit of this is that Patrick Mahomes is on the field and actually playing football, and they're taking it seriously. That's the spirit of where I'm coming from with that. Can he get a win against the Chiefs?
Absolutely, he could. Only if the witch isn't playing because he's injured. That's it. It would require for Patrick Mahomes to not be playing for the Kansas City Chiefs for Bo Nix to win a duel against Patrick Mahomes. Are you kidding me? Are we even talking about this?
Yeah.
So you think Bo Nix is better than Patrick Mahomes?
No, I'm just no. You can't just say that I'm saying somebody's better if I think they can win a game.
Well, the supporting cast of the Chiefs is a little bit better than the current Broncos supporting cast. Am I right?
Well, Russell Wilson beat them.
Russell Wilson won a Super Bowl. Went to another one.
I can't even remember the last time Russell Wilson was in a Super Bowl.
He won one.
Okay, wait. Which of these veteran quarterbacks will Bo Nix get a win against? You have
Geno?
No, Geno's not good. Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Justin Herbert?
He has to split for this to be a success.
Derek Carr?
No.
Lamar Jackson?
No.
Kirk Cousins?
No.
Deshaun Watson?
Maybe.
Joe Burrow?
No.
Okay. All right. What a season. What a season. What a season. Not one upset victory, not one. Hey, you know what? Also,
there'll be an upset victory in there. I mean, shoot, they're underdogs in 15 games, Debs. So like you can come back like, oh, what a great upset. Broncos are coming.
And I will, and you know I will. Also, JJ McCarthy is going to get a game at the New York Giants. It's game number 1 for him.
That is beautiful.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. Okay.
JJ McCarthy, my early pick for Rookie of the Year.
I'm with you on that. He's got you talk about a supporting cast.
Supporting cast.
Yeah.
And the man is a winner.
Well, he might have the best wide receiver.
And you know what else he can do? He can play improv football. He is a very good improv football player.
I think out of all the quarterbacks, I'm most interested to see him because I feel like now, this version of me now feels like we haven't seen all that he has to offer on a football field. I think maybe that's the case. Maybe Michigan used him in a certain way that's going to be different than how the Minnesota Vikings are going to use him, and he will blossom and show us things that he hasn't shown us before.
I agree with that. And I think that Michigan did exactly what they should have. They went roughshod through their entire schedule on the road to a perfect regular season and winning the national championship in dominant fashion.
Yeah.
So that's good coaching.
I'm still scared when you just run the ball for an entire second half of a game, which is what they did in a game.
JJ McCarthy playing at the New York Giants, who thought about taking him at 6.
And then said no. Nelly, what's next?
Hey, how are you feeling about the schedule, Broncos country? You can let us know via the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. How do you like them apples? Pull out the Altitude Sports Radio app, tap that little microphone on the bottom, and let us know how you're feeling. And you know who isn't feeling it right now? Courtland Sutton. According to Mike Kliss of 9 News, he's not even in Colorado right now. He's hanging out in Florida working out, and he hasn't attended any of the optional off-season meetings and workouts, and he does not plan to attend any of the optional or required off-season activities until the Broncos give him a contract extension. And Mike Kliss wrote a fascinating article. He laid out reasons why Sutton deserves more and also reasons why the team is kind of balking at this opportunity. How do you guys feel about the Sutton situation?
They should just trade him. And I really do like Courtland Sutton. Look, I like him on two levels. I think he's a good dude. Probably like he's a good dude, and he's a good player. But he's quite clearly disillusioned with the situation here, and you are turning over your wide receiver room. You don't need him. He is part of. He no longer fits your timeline, and he's a good enough player that you can get something for him. I just don't know why they turned down the Steelers or the Rams when those reports, that those teams made overtures in terms of a trade for Courtland Sutton. I don't know why they did that. I mean, I guess I know why. If you just want a veteran wide receiver to, pair with your rookie quarterback, but you legit don't need him. You don't.
I don't have enough exposure to the successful era of Tim Patrick, and I don't have any knowledge about what he's going to be like going into this fall in terms of his health. I also don't know if Devon Vele, who I really like, the Utah wide receiver that was drafted, who had the worst quarterback situation in college football at Utah this past season. I just don't know who's going to be a red zone target from the current wide receiving crew. There's not big bodies outside of Courtland Sutton. I mean, it could be Devon Vele.
Yeah.
It could be Tim Patrick if he's healthy. But Courtland Sutton is you love him, you hate him. I don't think anybody hates him. I mean, he's an awesome teammate. He was a weapon in the red zone last year, and he and Russ, they had some chemistry.
Let me ask you this, because this is you could keep Courtland Sutton for just that reason, right? I mean, because you want to be effective in the red zone, and he might have been one of the best targets in the actually NFL in the red zone. But ultimately, when your team gets to where you think it will be, he won't be a part of the equation. So you would be keeping a player right now that would help you win games, maybe to a higher level than maybe you would without him. Or you could move him on, know that that's your offense is going to take a big hit, especially your red zone offense is probably going to take a big hit. But then give Vele a chance. I don't know, is Dulcich going to be playing? That's hard to know with his injury history. But I just, in this instance, you would be keeping a player, to me, that can impact your ability to win games right now, but doesn't necessarily figure into your ultimate future. And I think that's a bigger mistake than to just let him go, to trade him now and get something, even if it's just a couple of draft picks, even if it's just a draft pick that you can pick somebody else. But I guess that's kind of how I view that. It's an interesting situation.
It is. And I don't know which way it's going to go. I just have a sneaking suspicion that Courtland Sutton will not be on this team come training camp.
I just think I don't see how he could be. I think you're right. I hope you're right, and I hope he goes to a team that is a contending team, because he can help a team. There's no doubt about that. He can't help the Broncos. Like, this is his time here helping is up.
He's a phenomenal 2. Problem is he's been asking for number 1 wide receiver salary numbers from the Denver Broncos, and frankly, he's not a 1. He doesn't have the elite route running separation at the point of attack to be a true elite number 1 wide receiver.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see how that goes down. Okay. Let's take our final break of the program. We're going to have just a little tribute to our departing producer when we come back. And leave it to Nelly to produce his own.
I can't believe you all are still listening.
I'm ugly crying. Ugly crying.
I am going to just walk down this road for a second. When we were told that this change was coming, obviously, if you guys listen to this station, you guys know what's going down. Obviously, Marty O is leaving.
What's his last name, Debs?
I don't know. What is it?
Leskowitz, baby. I know it.
I knew that. I just wanted to see
Took
if
me
you
8
knew
months.
it. I just wanted to see if you knew it.
Dadgummit, I know it now.
on his way out.
I had to break up all the emotions, man. That's one of my defense mechanisms.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I just don't like to be in all the feels.
I'm gonna get right back into all the
Let's
feels.
go.
I'm an all the feels kind of guy. I'm jumping back in. So if you listen to the station, you know that Marty O's leaving. Today was his last day. You probably also know, maybe you don't. If you did, that Steve Nelson is leaving us and going to the morning show, which is just a great opportunity for Steve. He has been he's been fabulous. I mean, to think that prior to working on Dempsey and Company, he had not been producing anything on these airwaves here at the station it's mind blowing because he has been fantastic. And when you listen to this show, his fingerprints are just all over it. The personality that it has, from Monday to Friday, it's not always easy to produce this show, especially with like a lot of us. A lot of different personalities kind of revolving in this program, and how are you kind of making that all work on a day-to-day basis? It takes a great individual to be able to corral all that and to make sure that it sounds great every single day. And he does that. And he's creative. He is just a lot of things, very funny, all the things. Getting to know him has been just as good as getting to work with him. And when we walked into our program director's office a couple weeks back when he told us this was going down, the first thing I said when I walked in was, please don't take Nelly from us. Please don't take Nelly from us. Please don't take Nelly from us. And then he looked at me dead in the eyes like, I'm taking Nelly from you. And it's with good reason. The morning show is the best show in this area. That's what it is. It's the best, the highest rated, all the things. And to be able to produce for that show is a big deal. And so I'd say congratulations to Nelly because he has earned that opportunity. At the same time, it is a bittersweet day because he's meant a lot to me in this program. This is my first real big foray. I mean, I did some other minor shows somewhere else, but this is the big one for me. And for this show to have real legs, to have real success throughout, you got to have great individuals. You got to have great co-hosts like Coach Sanford. You got to have great producers like Steve Nelson. And we're going to get whoever comes in next is going to be good as well.
His name is New Guy.
His name is New Guy right now.
Yeah, New Guy.
But I will always love and thank you, Steve, for what you have done for this program. I will never forget it. And good luck to you. I think he was actually in the transition. He's going to actively be back on his program probably from time to time. But this is his last real day on this show. And I thank you very much for everything that you've done and good luck.
Nelly. We all know you as Nelly. You and my relationship started out with me calling you Mark Nelson on the actual airwaves. I now know you as your real name, Steve Nelson. There's some things about you that I need to highlight. I'm going to start with your fingers. Your fingers as they worked those boards behind that glass. The music, the drops. Your sultry pipes. Reminiscent in your bass line. Part band nerd, part bro. And you get out of character and you get into one voice. that triples as an Eastern European, an East Coast Italian, and even an Upper Midwesterner. Not to be forgotten is your epic movie trailer voice. That hair that I oogle at through this glass without the hat on reminds me so much of my mother in 1987, fresh off a perm. The bands that you were in, all of the bands, your brass band, your throwback 2000s pop punk band. You got more bands than Rashee Rice has on his ankles. Steve Nelson, you will be missed. Good luck dealing with 4:52 in the morning on a daily basis.
That's a fact. It's going to be early, man. It's going to be early. He deserves all the success that's certainly coming his way. He's just starting out on this journey, and it's going to be a big one. We're going to definitely look forward to seeing you blossom over the years. Okay. Because this is an upbeat Friday.
I will say this, man. Nelly, I'm fired up for you, man. And I absolutely love listening to the best show in the Denver market, the morning show, and you deserve this opportunity. But you are leaving. You're going to the best show in the Denver market, but you're leaving the best show in the universe. Like all the galaxies.
That's what I like to think.
Company.
That's right.
They might be better than us in the market, but we're better in the universe. Particles.
Yeah, I know it's Star-Lord leaving the Guardians of the Galaxy, man. It ain't right. But if I may call a bit of an audible here, because this is my last, like you said, I may be filling in and training out new guy, capital N, capital G. But since this is technically my last show, for one last time, for old time's sake, I want to play America's favorite game show. Can you survive one full cut from Russell Wilson without vomiting or otherwise tapping out?
Let's do it.
Even though I just played the music for you, Coach, we got to fire this up again.
Man, Garrett has been awesome. I've admired Garrett, really, since he came into the league and everything that he's done. I remember the draft. I remember him being up on stage and how excited he was. I just remember watching that and his story. His story is very real. His story is uncommon.
It's
also
a
common
story
in some people's lives, and it's uncommon the fact that where he's gotten to and the ability and all the things that he's been able to do and the people that he's been able to help has been remarkable. And so the award is definitely
tapping out.
All right, 36 seconds. That was pretty good.
His story. That was an oldie but a goodie.
There was another 50 seconds left, by the way.
Gosh. No way I was going to make that. No way.
Man.
No way.
I'd love that segment. Especially every Monday.
Yeah.
After whatever happened with the Broncos.
And he was just standing up there just saying anything.
Yeah, new guys got to be ready at least for week 2 when Russ comes to town. New guys he's got to have it on point.
Coach, I think Bo Nix has a little bit of that in him.
He does. His cornball factor is way less.
Yeah.
His autopilot factor is definitely there.
Right. Yeah.
Both guys have autopilot at the presser.
He's just gonna start talking, and then like 5 minutes later,
it was funny.
Question number 1.
When I was a head coach, I did everything in my power, every single press conference, to try to not be in autopilot and do something like somebody in the back's like, what did he say?
I love this. Okay, so let me just ask you this question. Were there things that you would do in a press conference that you hoped would make it end fast?
Actually not.
No?
That's why I'm doing what I'm doing now.
Come on.
I love all the time. I love all the questions and all the responses.
Did you love all the questions?
When I was in Western Kentucky, we had a bad year the second year.
Yeah.
I had a thing that I started every single press conference after a game. I went around after the last question was answered, and I shook every person's hand and thanked them for covering our team. And I did it no matter what. I did it no matter what. And when we were 1-9, man, that was a tough walk around that presser.
Those are some tough handshakes.
Have you ever heard of that?
No.
I don't know where it came from. I just did it one day.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
I would have loved covering you. Covering your football team.
Yeah, there you go. Pause.
Covering your football team. No doubt. All right, really quickly. Avs win tonight. What's the score?
I like the Avs going full Makar, full full McKinnon, and I'm going some Rantanen. Rantanen's gonna reinsert himself into this in that second line. I like that change. I'm going 5-2 Avs.
That's exactly what I was going to say. So now I'm going to go 4-2.
Well, let's go. Hey, man, we got Good Vibes Friday, man. We got the particles are starting to vibrate in the air, man. Let's go. 5-2, baby.
5-2, baby. All right, 5-2 for the Avs tonight. All right, that's going to do it for us. It's been a fun Friday. It's been a bittersweet Friday. Steve, we will miss you. We always love and appreciate you.
Gentlemen, after I leave, I hope you have plenty of alphabet soup.
We eating up everything, and we only looking for dubs.
We must keep that. We only looking for dubs. It's a wonderful, beautiful Friday out there.
Beautiful day. Hot. Go find some water.
Go find some water. Have a great weekend. Let's come back and talk about 2 Game 7 victories for our teams. PhD is next.
Water has no soul.
Hastings and Kaz up in the booth. The Nuggets get blown out by Minnesota in game number 6. A beatdown. Final tonight, 115-70. Game 7 coming up on Sunday. We'll take a timeout. Post-game show comes up next.
They beat our ass. They were better than us in every segment of the game. And we need to accept it, take it, and just try to be better next time. When you lose by 45, it's not like something happens every day. So just accept it, I'm cool with it.
I'm cool with it too. I mean, it's the exact opposite of what I predicted. I look like an idiot. But
cool with it.
Ain't the
cool
first time.
With it. I had a 12-year-old basketball game. Put up 71 points.
What'd the other team score? I'm sorry.
Like 30.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're bragging that your team scored more points than the Nuggets.
One more point than Denver Nuggets. Yep. No big deal. I mean, I don't know if that's a good thing on me, bad thing on them. I don't know what that means. It's just like a fact, Like 12-year-olds put up 71 points.
Scotty.
It means a blind pig can find an acorn.
There you go.
Dude. First of all, can I say something, man, about the crew around here as I see Mark Mosier in here working, and he's got, he's doing what he's doing. Vic was on the morning show after being on the road. You're here right now. You guys work your ass off just to really provide great content for those, great insight. I'm being kind of a nice guy here right off the bat, but I don't know where this season exactly is going. I think it's going to continue because I think they're going to win Game 7. I really do. So I think there's more to come. But just a pause, we'll see this weekend for both teams. We'll see, right? I mean, this is a pretty historic weekend here in Denver sports.
Well, I was just talking to Buddy, and I said, we'll see, and we'll still have a couple teams that we can be talking about and excited about continuing on in the playoffs, or we'll start hitting some mock drafts pretty early.
There we go, mock draft season.
I'm bringing in Moshe because we never see Moshe here.
Yeah, what are you still doing here?
Listen, I had to come back and do a couple of spots, but let me tell you something, man. And no offense to
Always
you, football guy.
No offense. What?
Hey, no offense to you,
Don't you
beard
come
boy.
in here swinging.
You look good.
Thank you, brother.
D'Artagnan, you're my D'Artagnan there. That looks good.
By the way, the face healing up nicely.
Thanks, man. Yeah.
Like, man, I didn't think there was any coming back from that one.
Believe me either. My eyeballs all sticking sideways.
Did you have a vaginectomy?
And then I had a... No, so here's the story. I said this morning, man, I'm not ready for either of these runs to end.
Me neither.
Because if I have to talk about dudes running around in their underwear throwing against air for another couple of months, I'm going to freak.
Oh, well,
I'm telling you right now, dude. No offense to fat guys running around either in their tidy whities and shells. I ain't doing it.
You don't like going to the combine and seeing the cattle weigh in their underwear?
Hey, I'm not going to lie. There's an open media session for
if I
OTAs
have
next
to listen
week.
to him
Bo Nix,
slobber on Bo Nix anymore. Dude, it's against air.
Yeah.
He's throwing against air,
No,
bro.
he wasn't. It was a full-on practice.
Against guys that got cut right after the practice.
Listen,
just 25 of them.
There were guys out
They
there.
had a dude out on a Potomac, like waving dudes in. Hey, practice against our quarterback. Come on, we'll put you in a helmet. Let's go.
All right. Tonight.
I'm not ready for it then.
Where are you going to watch the game from tonight?
I'll be at the rink.
Okay, are you?
I'm not working.
yet?
Still not deemed fit to work with my face.
No.
But I'm very close. I think
you truly now have a face for radio.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah,
I can start.
Actually, no, I'm glad you got to take care of it, and you do look good.
I can start covering it with makeup seriously on like next week.
Why does it matter if you have a scar on TV? Chicks take scars.
I look like a gargoyle, man.
So what?
It's still, the problem is it's still so lumpy. And
But you know what?
swollen.
You know what they're not going to notice?
You look good.
The lumpy when the hair gets rolling.
That's right, baby.
It just looks like you had a 12-pack last night. That's all.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so tonight, first of all, I'm so happy there is tonight. Because let's be honest, especially at 1-0. What's the difference going to be tonight?
They got. I know this sounds. Every time I talk about this, it sounds simplistic because it is. Score first, use your legs, get them out of their comfort zone. The Avs in this series, again, they've only led for parts of one period.
Yep.
They won game 1, and then they haven't. Then they won in overtime. They haven't led. But they did in period 3 the other night, and they put 2 on them, and then they gave 1 up, and then But see, you got Dallas. I think it's a perfect example. You got them to force the issue a little bit later on in the third because they needed to tie the game. It's a 4-3 game, and they're thinking,
They
we can
can't
tie
play
this
that
thing.
style.
And they don't want to. So they push, they pinch back. McKinnon, Springs, boom, bang. He beats Ottinger clean, and he beats him good, and you got a 5-3 win.
Well,
so if you force them out of their comfort zone, Scotty, you need to inflict your will upon them and get them out of what they want to do.
Exactly. And that's why I said the other day for Game 5 how important it was and how great Georgie was not to make that 2-0 and kept it a 1-0, because he made 2 or 3 great saves when it was 1-0 Dallas. Because I think it gets to 2-0, we're going to watch 40-plus minutes of neutral zone shuffling and blocking and
four corners,
boring hockey.
Even to fight through it,
keeping it
though.
1, just keeping it there at 1. Then you scored what with 0.6 of a second?
Oh, that was huge.
I mean,
huge.
I thought that right there turned the whole game.
Absolutely. So you think about it. So then you start. So that you get the one late in the first, 0.6. Then you get the one late in the second, the McCarr goal to tie it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, okay, we're feeling pretty good here. It's pretty good. Psychologically, you go into the room even. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Then you bang right away in the third period. So Dallas is going, oh crap! Now we got
to skate
a little bit. And then McCarr has his opportunity.
Right. Awesome.
He comes in, he sidestepped the D perfectly, fired it along the ice, got the 5 hole. But that's a McCarr thing. That's a hidden deke thing that goalies have a hard time picking up. So now you got a 4-2 lead. Now they got one back on a redirect from the high slot.
Made me nervous.
Me too.
Made me nervous.
But again,
because there were like
Dallas,
9 minutes to go. I was like, oh boy.
But Dallas still is forced to push the
Skate.
issue, and you burn them. So, listen, man, score first tonight, which you haven't done at all in this series. Heck, put two on them in the first, and you're going to go a long way to a 6-2 win and forcing Game 7 on Sunday.
It's like you're playing Air Force in football. You know, like get them behind by 10 points,
Make them throw.
and it's game over. Get them out of
100%.
their. It's a good game plan. The game plan's effective.
Plus-
It's tough to stop, but you get them out of their element, and all of a sudden you got big problems.
And are the Avalanche, this Avalanche team, are they really going to lose 3 games in a row at home?
It doesn't seem feasible. I mean, the Nuggets
Seriously?
didn't do it. The Nuggets were great at home this year, and the Avs were the best team in the NHL at home. It doesn't seem.
Is that really going to happen tonight?
It shouldn't. It shouldn't. I mean, they should. I listen to me. They should this. They should that. This is still a supremely good team.
What's going on with Miko?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. He's still racking up points. I know he perhaps doesn't look like himself. The opposition has been really trying to put hurt on that top line all postseason long. Sometimes they break through, sometimes they can't. So it's up to those guys to find a way.
You like him on the second line then?
I have no problem with that at all. No, I mean, it gives Dallas a couple of different looks. And again, you get the last change at home. That means you can put out whom you want to against the other teams, whatever line you want to match up with, whatever D pair you find most advantageous if you're Jared Bednar. And that's every little thing in a situation like this is going to help.
It's just something about Arturi Lehkonen. That dude just, before he was
playing.
here,
Listen,
he just finds a way in big games.
I think guys that aren't necessarily big names, but I think Lehkonen has been just absolutely balling out of his mind. I think Manson has been just balling out of his mind. And I'm going to tell you what, until Game 6, I'm not sure Sam Girard wasn't playing better than Cale Makar. I mean, Sam Girard, and I've been on him, and Dan will tell you, as hard as anybody because he's too small, and I think playoff hockey, he suffers a little bit. But, dude, I'm going to give him a lot of credit. That dude's been throwing his body around.
Yeah, because he's short.
He's your
not,
size.
Yep, no. He's my height. I am definitely not his
He's
size.
definitely taller than you.
No,
definitely.
I think D-Mac's a little bigger, actually.
Hey, I'm close with Girard. You know who I'm very similar in size to right now is actually Lehkonen, which is crazy because he's a very slight dude.
Jaleel McLaughlin?
No.
Yeah, Jaleel.
No.
Jaleel got fat.
No.
Oh, did he really?
No.
Gerard is. I know he's short.
They're
know
all
he's short.
built. There ain't one
They're
of them
not all
cats that
built.
ain't
They're
built.
not all built. Kovalenko's not built. The Lekkonen's not built. I mean, there's guys that aren't built, but Gerard is.
He's got a butt. He's got a butt and he's got some legs.
And
But his
you
skating.
cannot lie.
His,
Other brothers may deny.
Deny.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
not
you're
him.
dang right.
When Gerard walks in, okay.
I don't get sprung, but what I do get is excited about his skating ability because this guy can skate the puck.
You taking the beer
out of
tonight?
problems? No, I'm just going to go do my thing and
okay.
and watch. Just
Where are you going to watch?
really
Where are
back
you going to
into
watch
it.
from then?
I'm going to be all over the place.
I know you can't sit
Can
still.
I
can't sit still.
I
sit still.
have tickets for today.
Do you really?
Yeah, I'm not going.
Why?
2 reasons. One, I'm just tired of all this travel. 1, and 2, I went to 3 games in the Stanley Cup run, and they lost 2 of the 3.
Yeah, don't do it.
So I ain't
It's
risking.
clear. I didn't know that.
Is that fair?
That's totally
yeah,
fair.
Yeah, we didn't know
that's
that.
the thing is we got to – I moved to one corner to another corner. I'm on the main level. I go –
Well, they did a thing a
I
couple
go
of
to
years
the top.
ago.
I may come see you tonight. You know, you
come
never
on,
know.
see me. I just sit in the same spot. Well, I dip into the boxes. They got free food in there, But I just sit in the same seat. Moj can't sit still. And the funniest thing I've seen on TV is the camera will catch Moj by himself in just different spots in the arena, and it's well, they won't on ESPN.
It's his rally cam.
Not
man.
on ESPN.
Not on
It's his
ESPN,
rally
they
seat.
won't do it. Yeah.
Yep, just all over the place. But listen, man, can they do it? Absolutely they can. Dallas, one thing I've learned, though, Dallas is very good. I mean, I knew it before, but they're very well.
What's their weak spot, though? What is their
They,
weak
they,
Having to
they,
skate.
they simply can't. They can't get up and down the ice like the Avs.
Okay.
Okay. So if you want
Let's go, then.
again, that's the Avs MO. Force the issue. Use your legs. Get a lead and keep on skating.
Let me ask you
Skate.
this. I said this the other day.
But Dallas, Scotty, they're so good. They check so well.
Yeah.
Again, they play their system perfectly, and they frustrate you. So back to your point real quick, that late goal in the first, the late goal in the second in Game 5. I mean, it takes a lot of fortitude to fight through all the forest just to be able to get a drink of water, which is what they did.
Right. Real fast, I said this and see what you think. I'm glad you're in here. One, I think if Nate McKinnon has a problem, I don't even put it on the other team and what Dallas trying to do it. And they showed it the other night on TNT. Every time he had the puck, there's like 3 dudes trying to surround him. I don't think that bothers him. But I think what he does, he puts so much pressure on myself. I think he grips his stick. I think he gets in that, he probably has to put icy out in his forearms, getting ready for the next period. But when he made that goal in Game 5, and them arms went up, that wasn't like a celebration. We just iced it, if you will, or whatever. That was thank you, baby Jesus. I mean, I felt like you could physically see the pressure he had put on himself drip off his body, and I'm expecting him to blow up tonight. That's what I think.
I hope he comes out flying. And again, because of the last change, you'll get to choose who he flies against. Now, when you go back to game number 4, I'm sorry, let's go back to game 3. Jared Bednar is absolutely correct. It's a 2-1 game. Late in the third period, they scored 2 empty netters because you pulled your goalie, right? So it's a 1-goal game. Game 4 was a complete shock zombie game. You can't even you throw that game completely out of the mix.
It was Game
entirely.
6 in Minnesota almost.
Yeah. You throw it completely out of the mix. Just forget that game ever existed. Every other game's been pretty tight, pretty close. The Avs they're right there. All they got to do is play their game and get on the board first. They're going to win. I'm convinced of it.
And then Game 7.
And then in Game 7, you think the Avs wanted to come home last year, or 2 years ago, I should say, second round against St. Louis?
No. In fact, McKinnon said it felt like the lowest moment you could imagine when they lost Game 5. But they did
100%.
They did rally against St. Louis and Tampa.
You forget Game 7s, man, because all bets are off.
Yeah.
In the NBA and in the NHL, man, Game 7s are their own unique species of animal.
No truer words spoken.
By the way, Vic with the Family Feud, is he okay?
Well, we won the first. We won.
I know, but
he's really not good at it. No. He was good in the first game. Really bad in the second.
Marty,
did you change your diaper yet?
Yep, totally good. I did it all myself. You should be proud.
Yep, proud of you.
Thanks, buddy.
Marty, gone.
Yeah,
sad.
Pay him.
But
that ain't it.
I got to tell you, Steve did a good job with that montage.
He was great. It was awesome. Thanks, Nelly.
Yeah.
You
want to say something nice about Marty?
Marty's got. Well, yeah, I love the guy.
Right.
I love him. He's got a wife. He's got a family. They're all back in Illinois, and so
All right.
Hey,
never mind.
you got to do what you got to do.
You got to do what you got to do. All right, Avs got to win tonight, right?
If your wife said we're going back to Buffalo, jerk face. If your wife said we're going to Buffalo, what would you say?
I'd say, I can find another fish in the sea.
Yeah, sure you can. not at this point you can't.
All
them fish have floated to the top and floated away.
Mo, there's just a lot of 23-year-old women out there with no money.
Right, yeah. You're right.
Not that I have any. All right, we'll see you as you swim like a shark and
right,
various
boys.
points, and
if you see me, you'll be lucky because I'm everywhere.
Okay, that's the great Mike Mosier. Again, around here, everybody works their tails off. You know what I'm saying?
Moj,
the best.
Frickin' Moj Catalina
Catalina wine mix.
wine
I've
mix.
never seen Moshe here at 12 o'clock, ever.
Dude, he's usually sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I always wonder what those morning guys do after the show's done.
Mosier goes most game days to morning skate. To be fair to Moj, he's almost always down there doing his job, working his tail off as per.
When I did mornings,
usual.
I'd do that, go right to the gym as soon as we got done.
Oh, well, Moj ain't doing
And then
that.
go back and crash for about 2 hours, take a big nap.
Clearly, Moj is not on that tip. Okay, we have you back.
Gee, thanks.
And let's see if we shared some of the same emotions going through that, like us watching it, you there. I am curious. Boy, Kaz was trying to keep that dream alive, man. I got to give him credit. So I'm in the car listening a little bit. I mean, it's, they could just cut it to 12. And I was like, okay, Kaz. But in a good way. In a good way.
Which was true, but.
We'll get to it coming up next on PhD. D-Mac here for Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Opportunity, it's here for you. It's a buyer's market. That means exceptional values at Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. How good are these deals? How about 20 grand off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat? This vehicle is spectacular. The innovations, the technology, just what you can do with an F-150 in an eco-friendly sort of way is going to blow your mind. Go green and take 20 grand off MSRP on a Ford 150 with federal tax credits and rebates. It's not all. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. Want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend? No problem. Lease one today, just $249 a month. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Save big. Buy now. Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, 3rd and Alpine. Details, MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com.
Well, yeah, to your point, we started off 9-2. They call a timeout. They go on a 29-5 run. And in that stretch, the two things that stood out to me were, one, the turnovers, to your point, which I said pregame is, you can't do that in this building with that crowd. Give them life, give them energy. And so our offense, the lack of value in the ball was problematic.
I want to get to the oh, here it is. Scotty, were you in the room for Malone last night?
Pre-game, not post-game.
Not post-game. Okay, because I'm curious who the reporter is that asked him about Game 7s, but it got a great response.
I just wanted to follow up on that. What is your experience in Game 7s, and what do you expect on Sunday? Just the unique nature of that game.
Well, our experience is pretty positive. So I'll leave it at that. Do your homework.
Thanks, Coach.
Do your homework.
I mean, I'm with
Hey,
Coach.
new guy. Do your homework.
Yeah, man, I'm with Coach Malone on that. I mean, it's not up to the coach to explain, how he's done in Game 7s. You're a reporter. I mean, have a clue on that one. How many Game 7s could any coach actually coach? It's not many.
I think who it was this cat, and he was sitting in front of me. And God bless everybody.
I guess.
And so maybe I shouldn't say this, but he's sitting in front of me, and it's one of those guys, right, that as soon as the coach walks to the podium, he wants to go get one of those private questions.
Oh, my God. You got to be kidding me.
Yeah,
local guy or national guy?
He's not local here.
So a local Minnesota guy?
He's either local Minnesota or an athletic, or I don't know.
One of those.
But he's not here. Dude gets up
to follow Malone
after the question. He's sitting in he's sitting in my chair where I was for 3 and 4 tap with the coach. I didn't get to tap with the coach before.
This guy.
Because this guy took my seat.
The guy who doesn't figure out Wikipedia.
Yes. If it's the same guy. But this guy in front of me pregame, I'm already steaming because now I'm on the second row and I'm still going to reach over and get a little tap with coach.
You do have the arm length.
Gets up, though, to grab me. So now he gets up in between me and
walk
Malone.
With Malone?
Yeah, just out to the door, to get one of those private.
No, I know.
I was talking to Malone. You know, one of those guys, right?
Yeah.
Dude, he got up in front of me. I'm dead in front of him, or dead behind him. Gets up. The Plumber Union of the United States would have been proud of this guy and made him an honorary member. This guy's got up in the middle of an NBA presser, and I saw 5 inches of crack. as he stood up out of my chair,
out of your chair,
out of my chair,
your chair,
stands up, bent over, getting up, and dude, I don't. My camera's not on. I'll do it over here.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Dude, that much crack.
It's a lot of crack.
I mean,
Harry,
and he had a high crack. So
I
think he's one of those high booty guys.
Yeah,
we all seen the high booty guys, right? Dude, and I'm like, I'm sitting by. There's an international meet. There's a lady, I think from Japan or China. I'm not sure, but they have a translator, and they go and ask you a question, and she asks you a question in English. You give the answer, and all of a sudden she goes ba 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 ba, and I think it's Japanese, and goes ba 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 ba, and it's the most amazing thing to see.
Oh, that's cool.
She's sitting beside me.
Yeah. Second row.
Yeah, where she should be because, that was my chair. But I'm sitting by her, and I'm like, okay, cool. The translator's sitting beside her. And so it's the three of us on the edge. and he gets up. The first thing I think is said, pig. But then I'm thinking, I feel sorry for this international reporter who's now sitting there going, men in America, reporters in America are kind of fat slobs, and they get up and show crack. So I've been covering as a member of the so-called media for 30 years, and I can honestly say I've never seen butt crack in my face in a press conference. It was I was stunned. So now I'm like, now you're mesmerized like a wreck.
You can't take your eyes off
like a
it.
wreck of the highway. I'm like,
I don't want to look at your crack, but I have to look at your crack.
I'm trying to lean over so I can get a little tap with Malone.
Yeah.
And he stands up and puts a crack in him right in between me and Malone and walks out with him.
See, I'll
take the blame on that, or Crack Boy needs to take the blame on that.
Clearly, now we know the story.
I wasn't ready for that. I was prepared for Hastings to rant about the basketball game.
So
I was prepared for that.
Here's a
I
funny.
was not prepared for the crack rant.
Funny sidebar. Funny sidebar. That now I just answered my own question. So now we get out, bing the boom, bada boom. I go down to right on the floor in the set where we're going to do Nuggets Live. Funny show. We have fun. We try to do silly things.
Great
whatever.
show.
And I sit there, and Katie and I were like 4 minutes on, but she and I are sitting in the chairs getting ready to go. And I looked at Katie and I said, "I am just angry." And I didn't know where my anger came from. I mean, I have no anger.
You didn't know that you knew,
I
but you
didn't
know
know
it.
until now.
you know.
The dude took my chair.
Yeah.
Wait.
CB'd my tap with the coach.
Yeah.
And put crack in my face.
Hey, hold on. Close your eyes. You just saw the crack, didn't you?
Oh, yes. Dude, it was a good 4 or 5 inches. I'm telling you what.
I mean, where's your belt, dude? I mean, just get a better pair of pants. Tuck your shirt. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of ways to solve this mystery.
Dude, probably late 40s, maybe.
I mean, I know you probably have to wear a tent for a suit jacket, but invest in one.
Yeah.
I mean, you know
And
what I'm saying? It's the NBA playoff.
And listen, he wasn't giant, but he wasn't. I mean, he.
Well, it's a pair of jeans with no belt. I mean, it's something like that. It's along those lines.
If you'd have done what I asked you to do, to hand me the business cards, I would have turned around and handed him a soda card and say, "Hey."
Soda? State of the art.
State of the art.
State of the crack.
I said, "Dog, I just saw your crack. Here, state of the art."
Because the crack problem.
That is a state of the art crack right there.
The crack problem really isn't a rear end problem. It's a belly problem. That's really where the crack comes from.
What causes the high crack?
A bigger belly. I mean, the bigger the belly, the worse the waist, the bigger the crack. I mean, that's just the way it goes.
But you
got to be self-aware of that. You got to know.
Well, there was a part of me that felt bad for him.
Invest in a sweatshirt.
There's part of me that felt bad. But dude, honest God truth, he had like an untucked long shirt.
He needs that XLT.
He was trying.
He needs that double XLT.
He didn't have the XLT. Yeah. But I felt bad.
Pair of jeans though, right? It was definitely jeans.
Yeah.
No belt.
And I'm going. No, he had a belt.
Hell, he had a belt.
Yeah, but the jeans.
But I'm going, dude. I'm like, initially I felt because I'm mad at him that he said my.
You know what? Crack boy put Coach Malone in a bad mood, and that's what happened here. That's what happened from the get go.
Yeah. How are you game sevens, coach? And I too lazy to look it up. I mean, this was such a squeaker today. I couldn't anticipate that perhaps I might ask a question about a game 7. It's not like I had an hour to try to figure this out, but
I can think.
How'd you do there in game 7?
In my head, off the top of my head, 3-1. But I may be missing 1 or 2.
I don't even know. I don't know the answer, but I'm not asking the question. I mean, I certainly know what happened in the bubble. That's 2 for 2
2
there.
in the bubble. Beat San Antonio that 1 year in the playoffs, game 7,
okay.
and then lost to Portland, game 7 at
so
home.
3-1.
That's the 4.
The truth is, coaches and athletes do not play in a lot of game 7s.
No, that's why they're special to us media and the
Those are the only 4.
Else.
I just looked it up. The last one before that was 2012.
How long did that take you to look up?
About 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Hey, watch this. Beep 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 beep. 5 seconds. I already.
I did. I typed in
5
Nuggets
seconds.
game
I had
7
the answer.
history.
Crack boy. I had it in 5 seconds.
Yeah, a better question would be, Coach, you are 3-1 in game 7s.
What's the key?
And boom, that took like 2 seconds to ask that question, by the way. That's a 2-second count. 2 seconds.
Should I tell them our inside
No,
story?
no.
I'm not going to name names.
No.
Hold on.
No,
hold
don't
on.
be
You
mean.
guys are keeping inside stories from me?
What's the question?
You're keeping
Listen,
inside stories
here's
from
what
me?
I say.
Hold
Here's
on.
what I say.
Am I in the club? Am I not in the club?
No, you're in the club. Here's what I say.
You're not in this club.
You
Really?
got
Yeah.
You got 5 seconds to inbound the ball. You should have no more than 5 seconds to ask a question in a press conference. We're not doing sit-down interviews. If it's a sit-down interview, whatever. It's a different vibe.
Shot clock on the press conference.
Yep,
That'd be a great idea.
Question clock.
I know a few guys that would struggle around town.
If you need more than 5 seconds in a press conference, the question's too long.
Yeah, and I'll give you 6. Just to,
You ramble a little bit. You got to be
can.
a little self-reflective. I can get it in 3.
I usually can. I've been trying to
Is
do
weed
that.
a part of your life?
That's
Did
right.
you shoot yourself?
That's right. That's right. A couple of my classic ones. I think I said to Akeem, in that story, did you shoot yourself?
Situation's under review. We're going to have to check the tape.
Akeem to leave. I asked him, did he shoot himself? It's under review.
Well, okay. Here, let's ready to count. Okay, go and start the question. Ready to go.
Hey, Akeem, did you shoot yourself?
I got 2.
Okay.
All right, now the other famous question, Von Miller with the weed. Ready?
Ready, go.
Go.
Vaughn, is marijuana part of your life?
Hold on. We got one more.
A little
We
over
got
two.
one more.
That's two.
I'm Roger Goodell.
Is there any circumstance in which you would be fired? That was one of them. I got another one.
That's 2.5.
I got another one for Roger. For Roger? Okay. Wait, hold on a second. Have you been tested for marijuana?
That's the best one ever. That's the best one ever.
You know, he said yes. So the funny part about that, he said he had been.
What was the context of that one? Like what was going on that you asked that question?
It was like, for whatever reason, like the whole weed thing in the NFL was a big deal, and guys were getting busted, and it was ridiculous. Like the NBA had basically legislated out weed testing, really. And the NFL was still punishing guys for marijuana, which was stupid at the time. So it was kind of like that. It was along those lines. The one about being fired is when concussions were such a big deal, and he was getting a lot of heat because the NFL was just caught lying about things and misrepresenting medical facts to players.
Roger, would you fire yourself?
I said, are there any conditions where you would face termination? And he goes, no.
That's what I've told you guys a million times.
It's wild.
It's the most cush job in America.
He literally said,
everybody that's talking about he earns his money, forget that. He's literally a yes man for the owners. He does whatever the hell the owners ask him to do.
I mean, certainly.
He could lose his job if he said no to the owners.
He didn't say that, though, did he?
Yeah, well, because he's going to say yes.
Anyways. Yeah, you can ask every question. Just get to it.
Should we tell him in the break?
Yeah, we'll tell him in the break. But I don't want to. Of course, you're in the club. But yeah, I don't want to be mean.
You're in the club.
I don't really feel in the club, but now I don't know.
No, you're in. Scott,
you're in the club of knowledge.
Yes.
We'll give you the shared knowledge. You're in the club of shared knowledge.
I'm sorry, I'm not at all the pressers. Okay,
but
you don't need to be.
But when we tell you there's a club of three of us.
Yeah, you got don't be a jerk.
Yeah, there's a club of three of us that are in the. We're like.
Should I pull a Dan Tanner and tell whoever we're keeping the secret from?
Wow! Wow!
That makes
shots fired.
That makes you not in the club.
Wow.
I mean, all I know is you can't trust Dan in the club.
Wow!
Well, you know what? I forgot about that.
Damn!
I forgot about
Boy,
that.
in the little recess of Tyler's brain.
Oh, you think I'm going to forget about
Mr. Sensitive?
I will never forget about that.
Yeah.
Tried to have a fun moment with Dan Tanner.
Mr. Sensitive.
I thought D-Mac was known for stabbing the ball. Apparently, D-Mac's little leprechaun does it as well.
Hey, I had nothing to do with it.
When did you spell ball B-A-C-K?
Oh, bulk.
Oh, bulk.
Last night when we were watching the game, Tyler, at what point were you just like, okay?
Dude, okay, so I did have to tune in a little bit late. Like the rare time that I don't want the early start happened to be last night because I had kid stuff going on or whatever.
You got priorities. That's fine.
But I'm listening in the car, and Nuggets got out to what was it, 9-2 lead,
9-2,
right? And in back of my mind, I'm sitting there, I'm driving my daughter to swim. I'm like, all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is what we want,
Yep.
right? I miss about 10 or 15 minutes of the radio call. I listened to it on the way back, and I'm just like, what am I listening to right now? I get to halftime. What was the score at half? Did they have
17?
17.
Something like that? It was 17, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I can look, but I think it was 17.
51, whatever. 44, whatever 17.
Yeah.
So 41, 34.
We're sitting here talking about it.
51-34 at half.
We're sitting here talking about Minnesota can't get over 100 points, and I'm like, goodness gracious, are the Nuggets going to score 40?
Is that right? 14.
No, you're wrong. It was a little higher than that, but
it
was
60,
only
61-44.
Okay, there you go. Because it was 14 points in the first quarter.
They had a scoring orgy in the second quarter. I think they scored 26.
I snorted.
It was 40. It was 40. It was 57-40.
59-40.
59-40?
59-40.
So it was 19.
19 at half. Oh,
59-4D. And I said it on the radio. I didn't say orgy. Now only Chris Marlowe can say orgy on the air, right? It's a scoring orgy.
Sorry.
But I said the Nuggets just blew up there in that second quarter compared to that first where they scored 14.
Did you think it was
26.
over? Did you think it was over at halftime?
No, I still had a lot of belief.
Okay.
Let me put it this way. I'm going to be real honest. I will say this. It wasn't like Minnesota was just playing great and shooting the ball great. They weren't shooting the ball great either.
No.
It's just the ineptitude of Denver and the turnovers and the missed shots. You know, when you're going at halftime and one of your best players is 1 for 9 or 1 for 11 or whatever Jamal was at half, you know it's going to be
Okay, so I
tough.
didn't get to see the first half, the majority of it, right? So when we got to halftime, I've got you guys in the back of my mind. I could hear you guys talking about 20 points is nothing in the NBA, you know?
It is.
So I'm
It is. That's right.
And
That's
I'm
true.
like, okay, well,
Yeah.
I didn't get to see exactly how this happened, but all right, this is not ideal.
Mm-hmm.
Start the second half, and man, I mean, I got about 10 minutes into that. I'm like, golly,
it's
like,
unwatchable.
do I have to watch this right now?
Not really.
It was, you mentioned a while ago, it was
Not really, no.
9-2.
9-2. And
They,
I was
they took
listening
a
to that.
timeout, and for a while, I'm saying that it was almost a panic timeout. They realized Denver's here, and a good timeout. 9-2 with about 2.5 minutes gone. The end of the quarter was 28-14. So they went on a 26-5 run the last 8.5 minutes.
That's insane.
Insane.
So they were shooting the ball well in that. They were shooting the ball
They
well.
were into 30s on threes. I mean, they weren't just, but they were,
And the Nuggets couldn't throw the ball into the water standing on the beach. I mean, it was terrible.
Yeah.
How many off rhythm threes could they take? I mean, it just, gosh.
Well, they took 36 total threes, but I'm going to throw that one away too because you chase threes when you're down big. You kind of have to. So
well, I thought they chased threes early because they were tired of getting bumped, and I feel, hey, we got Game 7 in our back pocket. I ain't getting in there and getting blasted.
Oh man, so
Let's shoot some
you
threes.
don't think they did TFT?
Oh, I know they didn't TFT.
Nah. All right.
I talked to from the bench coach after the game last night. No, they didn't TFT.
Okay. Can we still play the song then later today? Or
No, I think that jinxed us. I think Dan jinxed us.
Man.
Whoever
That's on
sang
Dan
that
too.
was stupid.
Okay. What a dumb idea. Kyle Fredrickson of the Denver Gazette was at Morning Skate. We'll catch up also with the Scotty Scheffler story.
That's
Wild
funny.
stuff,
Isn't it?
Oh my God. Talk about if you just want to say sports stories that you can never imagine.
Yeah.
Didn't miss tea time, though.
Got to golf. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it is T-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, the weekend is here. You did it, man. And we got a lot of pressure on our sports teams. And I don't want there to be too much pressure on you when it comes to, just having a great weekend. And perhaps if erectile dysfunction is getting you down and it's just not happening for you, perhaps low testosterone is getting in the way of your workouts and put on some weight. Listen, man, let's get it together this weekend. Get it together with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys wait for whatever reason. I mean, we're just guys. We put things off. Well, stop. Let's get things straight with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get those problems solved. You can do so by going to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz. Great way to start. See where you're at. Do what I did. Go in, see them. There's 5 locations. They're easy to find. They'll draw your blood, get your results within 30 minutes. The cost of the appointment is $99, but free if you continue with the appointments. For erectile dysfunction issues, for low T, it's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
you know, you win game one, you're feeling pretty good, and you lose 3 in a row, and the confidence starts to like dissipate, you know. But to be able, we felt like we've done some good things that we've been trying to, you know, grab onto and repeat more often. And I thought in the game in Dallas we did, and guys were feeling good about it. They played hard, they played well. We made some mistakes that we'll have to clean up, but I think, all in all, mood's good. They're excited to go for tonight, and it's all you can ask for.
That's Jared Bednar from earlier tonight. Kind of a late puck drop, 8 o'clock. Not ridiculous, but that was from the morning skate today. Kyle Fredrickson of the Denver Gazette. He joins us. All right, Kyle, talk to us about the morning skate, the mood, like Bedsy was saying. What were your observations there?
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good summary of how this group is feeling. If anything, the pressure is sort of back on Dallas to respond to probably the best game of the series, maybe for this Avs team, and the way that they were so resilient from the Nichushkin news, just from the game before. It seemed like they were shook from that. No remnants of kind of that frozen play. They capitalize on power play chances. And this is a very prideful group. For them to go down in an elimination game on the road on Wednesday, I just didn't really see it happening. I felt like they were going to pull out a win. And now it's really anyone's game. It's just really a question of which version of this Avs team we're going to see tonight in Game 6.
And let me ask you this. So, obviously, the key to this game is make them play to the Avalanche, not the other way around. So, get an early goal, that's great. God forbid you don't. God forbid they score first. Maybe they get 2. What are the Avalanche not doing that they need to do to be able to break this boring trap, all this stuff that's going on? What can they actually do to break this? Because clearly there's something you can do. They're just not getting it done.
Yeah, and it is interesting, right? Because with all the star power that the Avalanche have, they should be able to dictate the pace of play. They shouldn't have to allow teams, to lock down and force them to make bad decisions because they have the elite playmakers to do it. We saw it in the Jets series. But I think what you were seeing with the Stars is just a more disciplined play to where a lot of that tic-tac-toe stuff just isn't there. And when we saw the Avs try to force that stuff and make plays happen that usually work for them, it was leading to turnovers and some of this sloppiness that we saw. So, what we saw more, I think, in this previous game is just the strategy of getting pucks into the corners, beating the Stars to those pucks, and kind of getting those gritty goals. Casey Middlestat, pulled the Avs ahead, their first lead in this series, because of a wacky puck bounce that Zach Parise knocked out of the air. It goes across the crease, and then there's Middlestat there to ring it home. He out-muscles his guy right there at the crease. So that's just a good example of the kind of goals that it's going to take to beat the Stars. And yes, 100%. You score first, and then all of a sudden the Stars have to kind of play to the style of the Avalanche. And that's going to make such a huge difference when you have two teams that are just so evenly matched.
Well, imagine that, staying and putting traffic in front of the net, good things happen. That's one. 2 is a simple answer on this. Don't turn the puck over, and it gives you a better chance to win.
Yeah, 100%. And the thing that we've seen all year that's been a little head-scratching is, Cale Makar is on the wrong end of those turnovers in a lot of games. And I think that's ultimately one of the reasons why he won't win the Norris Trophy this year. I just don't think he's been as responsible as some of those other guys who also put up big numbers. Now, you're splitting hairs with Cale because he's still, pound for pound, probably the best defenseman in the world. But yeah, when he makes those sorts of errors and when the big guys are on the guys who are messing up, that changes the flow of the game. It takes the Avs out of what they do best, and you're just offering up grade A chances for the Stars against Alexander Georgiev, who, guys, he's been really, really good in the past few games, but he's not sort of that elite goaltender who's going to go out and just steal games from you. It's just not necessarily who he is. He's capable, and if it happens, I'd love to see it, but the Avs have to score goals. They can't rely on a stingy, defensive strategy to win. They just have too many powers and weapons offensively to make it happen.
Scott, you want to do a victory lap or something? You want to?
No. I asked my question. 4 seconds. Boom.
It was a good one. It was good.
It was a good one. It was a good one. All right, Kyle.
Dang. Wow. Now I'm feeling self-conscious over here about my question. Dang.
Kyle, what do you expect tonight? Give me a little prediction. What do you think?
I think the Avs pull it out, guys. I just think we saw enough resolve in this past game. And also just sort of the mindset post-Nichushkin, right? I do think it was, very telling to see, even with the team going down in Game 5, that mentally they were there. Like, Drouin's back. He's playing better, I think, with every shift. And so the confidence isn't lost. And so, I think that means everything at this time of year when I think, a lot of us in the media maybe counted them out after the Val news. So to see that is very encouraging. And I expect more of the same tonight. And it's been weird with the road teams having success in this series so far, but it just feels like at some point it has to even out.
Well, I appreciate it, Kyle. Thank you so much. We'll read all about it in the Denver Gazette. Thanks, Kyle.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Okay.
Gazette's got a lot of good writers.
Oh,
yeah, they have.
I mean, they're crushing the,
You think
the
so?
writing part of it. Yeah,
Ain't no doubt about it.
big time.
Mm-hmm.
Crushing the Post.
Have you not heard the ads?
I have heard the
Yeah.
ads. I know every single one of them over there. They're our guy Paul Klee is crushing it.
Crushing it.
He's in charge of.
Did they find some big bucks over there or something?
I don't know, man. Paul's running it. He's getting some incredible writers on.
Oh, he's running it?
Oh yeah.
I did not realize
He is
was running
the
that.
head honcho. I talked to him about it at.
Does he own it or
no? He doesn't
No.
own it, but he's the boss and
CEO of content,
yeah,
sports content.
And I was
anyway.
talking to him at the Broncos rookie mini camp. Spent some quality time with Paul Klee, one of my favorite guys.
You ever go fishing with him?
Talking about the bugs.
I'm dying to go fishing with Paul Klee. The guy is one of the most renowned fisher dudes in this state.
Fisher dude.
Knows this state like the back of his hand.
Yep.
I would love to spend time fishing with Paul Klee. I'd be a little intimidated. I'm not going to lie, but I want to get into fishing because I love camping and hiking. But there is downtime, so I want other things to do in the mountains. And fly fishing would be, I think, absolutely perfect because you actually have to do something in fly fishing.
Right.
Just sticking your pole in the water. I mean, like. My guy Dustin Schaefer at Loveland likes the ice fishing, and I don't get it. I guess you like drinking.
I've done it one time.
I guess you like drinking, and you don't want to be with your wife. That's all I can figure out.
Ice fishing's actually fun. It's like.
Do you do it with your wife?
Not anymore.
Excuse me.
I'm saying, do you go ice fishing with your wife? That's
I've
what
I've never seen many guys go with the wife. The
No.
time I went with these three
Listen.
dudes, and it's a dude thing.
No, ice fishing's like sitting in a pit, bird hunting, duck hunting, or something. It's
Listen,
fun.
If you've got the ice fishing
You
hut,
take a chainsaw, you get to cut a hole into the ice.
Let me be more specific who I really have a problem with. It's not ice fishermen, technically. It's bucket sitters. The bucket sitters I don't get. They sit on a bucket with a hole, and that's it.
Yep.
They're not there with friends, and they're not there with a dog. They are sitting on a bucket with a pole into the hole in the ice. Those people, I get having a fake house and drinking beer without the ladies around. I mean, I do get that. That's cool, especially if you got a dog nearby.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
The time I did it, bucket sitting. And guess what? They didn't tell me I needed to bring a bucket, so I had to stand the whole time. Miserable.
You didn't even get a bucket?
I didn't even get a bucket. I knew I was doing something I didn't want to do.
Did you slip on the ice at some point?
No.
Stan?
Was there a fake little house covering?
No.
Oh, well, no.
We were dead on it. And,
No,
and-
your buddies are idiots that had you do that.
oh, but it was what you said a while ago. To get out of the house.
I get it, but I don't hate my wife that much.
Well, they did it, and I knew it wasn't for me when I'm one time laying on my stomach,
Oh my God, forget it. Are you kidding?
head in the hole, trying
Stupidest thing of all
trying to look into the water to see if I could see a
Stupidest
fish.
thing.
Hey, that's a good way to
That's
wake
it.
yourself up at 5 a.m., though. Stick your head in that ice cold water.
Oh, dude, hey.
My wife has a comment about you, Scott. Wow, Scott. I'm not sure what she's referencing right there. I'm not a little
Did she get
confused.
the lingerie?
We'll get to one of the most remarkable sports stories ever. And it happened this morning. Talk about a story out of
Left field.
That's next on PhD.
All right, if you're in the car for a new truck, new car, new vehicle, check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford of Denver. This is Tyler here, and I've never wanted to buy a car from anyone else because they take care of me at Phil Long Ford just like they will for you as well. Guys, right now the inventory at Phil Long is incredibly strong. They've got cars, trucks, pickups, vans, SUVs, electric cars, electric pickups, so many choices over at Phil Long Denver. And you're going to get some great incentive deals, some great interest rate deals, all at Phil Long and your favorite car or truck. So jump on the website at phillongdenver.com and get all the info. And when it's time to service your vehicle, the award winners at Phil Long Ford Denver Service Department are incredibly skilled. They know their stuff. They make it super easy to keep your car in great shape. So check them out. And don't forget to keep Saturday, June 8th from 9 to 3 p on your to-do list. It's the 60th birthday of the Ford Mustang. There's going to be barbecue, ride and drive, music, and some beautiful classic Mustangs from the Denver Mustang Club. Join Colorado Off-Road and Phil Long Denver Saturday, June 8th at Phil Long Ford of Denver on Tufts Avenue off Wadsworth. It's free to the public, so don't miss out.
Okay. Who had
I do.
Who had world's best golfer in handcuffs on their bingo card of athlete troubles.
Well, we've been there, done that. What are you talking about?
And we've had
this isn't breaking news.
number one golfer in the world in handcuffs before a major.
Like the day of, I don't know. We've had a dude beat up by his wife with a golf club, ran into a fire hydrant.
Was Tiger ever in handcuffs?
Yes.
He was in
Yes.
handcuffs. You
Yes.
sure?
I don't think so.
His DUI? Yes.
The DUI maybe, but I think with the golf club thing, I think the wife may have gotten.
Is that right?
Well, I know Tiger had a mug shot, so it would make sense if there's a mug shot. There's handcuffs, but
Well, that was when he was doing Ambien and had a
he
beer.
was
So,
out
I
of
mean,
his-
I don't even know if he was
I don't
DUI,
think-
but he was.
No. He didn't have any alcohol in the system at all.
Yeah,
it was
he had-
all
It was
pills.
Yeah, it was opioids and Ambien.
Yeah. Tricky combination.
Been there, done
pain,
that.
pain pills and sleeping pills.
Yep.
Heath
Scotty
Ledger says hello.
Like, I had to read the story like 5 times to understand. So I think I got it. First of all, sadly, I wish we could have more fun with parts of it, but somebody died, which is awful.
Yeah.
Because
Not where they were.
Unrelated to
Unrelated to
Scotty.
this entire incident.
Because what happens is, for golf tournaments, you got to park in like a mall or a field someplace, and then they shuttle you to the thing.
For guests.
For patrons.
But the guy that got ran over and tragically died was a vendor.
So he was just going to work.
He was in there work.
So
I didn't know he was a vendor.
So it's two people going to work. It was a shuttle driver working, and it was a vendor. Everybody's just going to work.
And by the way, when even Scheffler got dinged, so I mean, we're talking like 5:30 in the morning.
Okay. So there's a little traffic jam because there's a horrible tragedy, and Scheffler tries to go around the traffic jam near the entrance of the golf course. Cops tell him, no, don't do that. And then I guess,
that's the version you read.
So he's got
okay.
I mean, also just a couple more small details in there. So these guys are given courtesy cars, right? And it's not unusual to have security out there, and security knows that the courtesy cars are allowed to go around and work their way into the facility. So
really?
Yeah. So he's driving a courtesy car. I mean, I'm not putting words in his mouth, but perhaps he doesn't understand everything that's going on up there. He thinks I get to drive around this because I got the courtesy car, and this is what I'm allowed to do.
Oh, all right. Let me back up. I did not know that. So if there are traffic things at all these golf courses, you get special
They usually
privileges.
direct them around. And
interesting. I did not know that. Okay, so that
and where he's going is like a very closed in, close to the clubhouse, one way in, one way out.
Well, let me just finish off what I heard, and you can correct me, but I heard the cop try to stop him. He kept driving a little bit. Cop got really pissed off, told him to roll down his window, or he rolled down his window, and then they yanked him out and threw him in cuffs and took him off to jail.
Yeah.
Now, what else am I missing here, Scott?
What I heard is he was directed because of the traffic to get over, meaning you can go around by one guy. Starts to do it. The other guy saying, no, he didn't know anything about it. He's not stopping. And I was told the dude basically jumped on top of the hood of the car.
To stop him.
And then allegedly he gets dragged 10 yards.
But
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
But as one guy pointed, if you're driving, you're not just slamming your brakes right away. That guy's going to go fall off. So, but 10 yards,
Wait,
whatever.
hold on. So Scotty Scheffler left his foot on the gas with a cop on his hood?
Well, he's driving. Well, I don't know if it's hood. Because now I heard another
No,
report.
it was not the hood. It was the
report.
window. It was the window, and so he was like on the side or something.
Yeah, like maybe the door, trying to open the door or whatever.
So Scotty Scheffler is driving with the guy hanging onto his car.
He tore the guy's pants.
$80, by the way.
Did you read that?
$80 pair of pants
Yeah.
that were not salvageable.
Okay, I see.
But first of all, two things.
Let me get to
if
Darlington.
Scotty-
Let me get to Darlington's report, and then we can get to the judgment on everything. I can't wait to hear the take. I did not know there was an $80 pair of.
There were allegedly
pants.
PGA people telling him to go around.
Okay, let's get here's
So
Jeff.
probably when security is probably
So
PGA.
hey, how do you like Jeff Darlington, who's just happens to be there so early, and he's smart enough to get his phone out and gets quite the scoop. Here's the report from Darlington.
Entering Valhalla Golf Club this morning, we witnessed a car pull around us that was Scotty Scheffler was in the car. To be very clear about the details here, Scotty Scheffler has been detained by police officers, placed in the back of a police vehicle in handcuffs after he tried to pull around what he believed to be security, ended up being police officers. They told him to stop. When he didn't stop, the police officer attached himself to the vehicle. Scheffler then traveled another 10 yards before stopping the car. The police officer then grabbed at his arm, attempting to pull him out of the car before Scheffler eventually opened the door, at which point the police officer pulled Scheffler out of the car, pushed him up against the car, and immediately placed him in handcuffs. Scheffler was then walked over to the police car, placed in the back in handcuffs, very stunned about what was happening, looked toward me as he was in those handcuffs and said, "Please help me." He very clearly did not know what was happening in the situation. It moved very quickly, very rapidly, very aggressively. He was detained in that police vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. The police officers at that point did not understand that Scotty Scheffler was a golfer in the tournament, nor, of course, that he is the number one player in the world.
Well,
Yeah, because if he was player 72,
yeah,
okay?
he'd have been a chokehold then. I mean, nothing. Listen, and this is a bad thing. I think it was Darlington was going, "Hey, guy, let me just talk to you." And some police were kind of getting aggressive with him.
I know. He was going to find himself right there with Scheffler.
And kind of get step. Sorry, I'm with the media. That's fine. Get over there. I mean, it was semi-aggressive to him too. I think it's going to be a big misunderstanding. Like I said, I think there was an official. He's got to go around over here, and he went over on they said a median. So median, I think trees and but it was like just a cement like thing. So he drive over, is going to get around to go in and park his car to get ready for his tee time. The one cop didn't like it, and he attached himself to the car. One, there's nowhere he can go.
Yep.
So why not just let him go in there, and then as soon as he walks out of the car, arrest him if you're unhappy with him. Two, when you attach yourself to the car, like you said, those things have big signs on the side. Said courtesy car, or PGA courtesy car, and then usually there's an advertised supplied by so-and-so, GMC or whatever.
It was dark, though, to give
it was 5:30, yeah. Or 6, I think 6 or, I don't even know time. It was dark. It was still dark.
All right, so where do you guys stand on this?
Well, hold on. Like we're also
overreaction by everybody.
We're also kind of bearing the lead a little bit on the full story. So he goes to the police department. He gets arrested. He has to go to the police department.
They put
I actually
orange
think he was
jumpsuit
charged
on.
with like a felony.
They did not.
Yeah.
No.
He had a mugshot. Yes, he did.
They put an orange jumpsuit on him?
He's wearing an orange.
They did not.
Yeah.
Did he get strip searched?
Probably. Bend over and cough. Yeah.
What is that thing? What is this thing? Is this a weapon? It's a different repair.
So, anyways, he goes there. He posts bail or whatever he has to do.
No. Wasn't charged, left on his own recognizance.
Oh, no charge?
I think when he got there, people are going, why? What's going on?
And then he makes it back for his tee time. Now, they moved the tee time back a little bit for him.
It was delayed because of the wreck. The tee time was delayed anyway, like 90. If and God forbid, if there wasn't that wreck and the fatality, there probably wouldn't have been a traffic jam. None of this would have happened. But there was, and because of it, they delayed the tee time.
Oh, my God.
They delayed the tee time.
What the hell?
Yeah.
They put him in an orange jumpsuit.
Well, the cop said you're going to jail.
What the hell?
They said you are going to jail.
They've already made up T-shirts?
Yeah, these dudes were there for
they
like
already
his tee
made
time.
up T-shirts.
These two guys right
with
here.
His mugshot.
With his mugshot on a T-shirt. They were there for like his tee time already with T-shirts made.
Well, that is actually brilliant. I mean, come on. You got to give these guys props.
Yeah, those guys are going to sell thousands of those shirts, aren't they?
That is an absurd well, I'm sure that's their system, I guess. Wow. Well, if you want to talk about the baller of all baller
I think he got charged, Scott.
But he was left on his own recognizance. They didn't post bail or anything like that.
Okay.
He was charged with
he was charged with assault on a police officer.
Yeah, second-degree misdemeanor assault or something like that.
Because he drug and ripped the $80 pair of pants.
Because the guy thought he was going to stop a 4,000-pound vehicle by holding on to it.
I did laugh when the police department put out there that the pants of the police officer were not salvageable, cost $80.
Oh, there are charges. All right, so here we go. Thank you, Dan. Second-degree assault of a police officer, third-degree criminal mischief, reckless driving, disregarding traffic signals from an officer-directed traffic. Oh, this is going to be a thing for him for sure. I mean, this is no. Listen, he's not going to jail or anything, but he's definitely going to have to figure this out. There's going to be things.
The good guy of the PGA, I mean, he's like Mr. Clean-cut good guy of the PGA. is now a bad boy.
That's right.
He's now a bad boy.
This dude, his brand's going through the roof. By the way, if the charge actually went through and he was convicted with it, it's a class 4 felony.
Well, the second degree assault, once you put that on a police officer, you're in trouble.
So
the other one,
dude gets arrested, charged with a class 4 felony, and then makes it back for seat time all the same morning.
I got more for you. Baller. Through 16, 5 under.
Shut up. Damn.
9 under for the day, 2 shots off the lead. Baller.
No warm up, straight to the tee.
From the Hooskow.
From the jailhouse to the tee box.
I mean, he's telling John Daly to hold my beer on this
Hold
thing.
my beer, JD. You want to talk about the baller move of all time? Go get arrested and in a major championship, ball out at 5 under. I think he's got Morikawa is 6 under. So he's got 2 more holes to catch Morikawa for the best round of the day.
You guys know who picked him up from jail?
Tiger?
Not Tiger.
That would have been the epicenter of the whole
That would
story.
have been freaking unbelievable.
I don't know. Phil?
No.
The Live Tour director?
The owner of the Valhalla golf course picked him up from jail.
Scotty Scheffler's a badass. Wasn't this the dude that was like, I don't care about winning. I just want to be home with my wife. I don't know.
Wife and kid just had a baby.
He's Joker. He's Joker of golf.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, I got to carry the trophy home. Oh, my God.
Isn't he only like 23 or something? Like he's young.
And listen, if he avoided the police told him no, then he's wrong. If the guy jumped on the thing, I don't know if you're assaulting him or he's assaulting your car. I don't know.
Did he have time to beat up the biggest guy in jail? Did he have time to,
Oh, Debo went down.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did
he had time to change his shirt because he was wearing a golf shirt.
Dude, can I tell you this?
He had time to put an orange whatever over.
This is something I probably have on the 2 of you guys. I've been in handcuffs twice.
Might have it on one of you guys.
Oh, you got me. You got more than twice? Really? Do you?
I got twice.
Twice? We're tied in that department? Okay.
I got a goose egg.
Stay that way. Trust me. It's not something to be that proud of.
Even when it's stupid.
But got strip searched one of the times.
Oh, did you have to cough?
Oh, yeah.
You had to touch your toes and cough?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I had to take my shoestrings out of my tennis shoes.
I had to do that, too.
Take my belt off.
Yep.
Wait, are we going to tell stories or what? Are you guys just going to sit here bragging about how you've been arrested, or are we going to tell stories? I know one of yours, D-Mac, because you freaking sabotaged somebody's private land.
Yeah. Yeah. Takes so long. Mudfest. That one was so stupid. The other one was stupid too, actually. The Mudfest, they just put us in for whatever reason, we turned ourselves in. And they took us, we drove to the jail. And if you told me to go to the other side of the jail, you could have just processed me. But you told me to go to the waiting room area so you could put me in handcuffs to drive me around the building. I could have just walked over to the other side of the building. We wouldn't have to bother with the handcuffs. I don't know what we're doing here. Turned myself in. The whole thing went away, too. Got a lawyer, the whole thing. But whatever. That's not when I had to bend over. They just put me in a waiting room. Although they did. This was crazy. I didn't go into a jail cell. We were in a waiting room where they served us sandwiches. But I did have to take my shoelaces out on my shoes in the waiting room. Like, I don't exactly know what they thought was going to happen in the waiting room with my shoelaces.
Be too distraught and Epstein yourself.
In the waiting room with the tuna sandwich, it was fine. It was no big deal. I was there for like an hour. The other one was...
I didn't get fed. Oh, you know what? One time I did. Got eggs. I don't know how to think about it. Yeah, I got eggs one time.
Wow, that was nice.
The other one was an insurance issue in Buffalo. They used to keep your ID for your car registration on the outside of the car. Do you guys remember that? Do you remember having to well, we did in the state of New York. Think about how stupid this was. In Buffalo, snow, ice, the whole thing. I got married. My insurance lapsed by 1 day. I did not know it had lapsed. My registration on the outside of the car was kind of ridiculous, and my license had expired, and I hadn't got it renewed. It was just a bunch of paperwork. I'm coming over from Canada, so we had a comedian friend on the radio show at the time. Go up to the Canadian Ballet up there. You know. And we're coming back to the United States of America, and I look fishy as hell because the registration's all ripped up. My license is expired. And I have 1 day lapse in my insurance.
Oh, they're thinking mule right there.
I'm going to jail.
You're a mule.
Thought
That's
I was
why
something.
you got strip search. They thought you had some balloons up there.
They thought there was something going on. So I had to go to jail for that. It was ridiculous.
All they found out was that he didn't wipe.
Well, there you go. Drop your drawers, son. Let's check things out. And meanwhile, I'm in the jail cell, and I hear them talking about, oh, that's the guy from the radio show. Like they knew who I was. It was very embarrassing. Spent 4 hours there because nobody had a cell phone back in the day. No cell phones.
No cell phones.
So if you get
that
the
was
who's-
when the one call was legit one call.
Dude, and let me tell you, it was a Friday. If I didn't get out by Friday, I was going to be there all weekend. But my wife, they finally got. So it's not much of a story, and blah 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 blah. I feel like you got a topper like that's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, maybe.
You don't want to.
Scott doesn't want to share.
I know. See, this is Tyler.
No, we got
This
a
is-
break. It's a break
right,
day.
right.
I didn't, dude. Don't put that on me. I'm not the one that started bragging about how many times I've been
I
arrested.
didn't want to brag.
Oh, Tyler wanted the story. You were bragging about how many times you've been arrested. Yeah, I asked the story.
Hey, what do you think? Will Smith, Lawrence?
Maybe. Buddy adventure. Buddy cop adventure, the hoodlums.
Yeah.
Boy, they put those cuffs on you though, Tyler. Me and Scheffler, they put those cuffs on you. It's start thinking
I
about
won't
life a
tell
little
the
differently.
entire story, but one of them. Let's just put it this way: I was handcuffed with my buddy on a
with you and your buddy together
on a crosswalk, or
Buddy cuff.
the signs, street signs, Maine and Elm and those street signs.
Yeah.
After yeah. Anyway, we were both cuffed around that thing. Same thing as you.
You were cuffed around a light bulb?
Well, against the street sign, against the Maple and Elm, whatever.
Okay.
And we got people come drive by. Hey, Steeds, Whitman, hey! And people are like,
Randy Whitman.
Yeah, me and Randy.
So you were in the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
You were handcuffed to a pole?
Yeah.
All right. Well, certainly all I have to do is Google.
No, mine went completely away.
Did it?
Scott
Completely away.
Hastings
Did
arrest.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised.
Well, I mean, somebody might have it, but I mean, I was like 84, 5.
Well, there's a lot of Scott Hastings that have been arrested before.
We'll get to no dumb questions. It's a hardcore show here. Take that morning show. PhD on 92.5.
Did you really tell the locker room staffer in Denver you were going to be back for
Hell
Game
yeah. They know I was in there. Yeah, I told them. I said, I'll see y'all for Game 7. Yeah.
All right, let's break that down. We'll get to no dumb questions. 303-504-0925. The Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. That's Anthony Edwards afterwards. You know what, man? I have a lot of respect for him as a player.
Game-wise.
Yup.
Yeah.
But his cockiness level is, well, we'll see, won't we? Well, we're about to find out. And hey, good for Mark Kisla. I did not hear that story. Was that some sort of rumor or story?
I guess there's a ball boy in the locker room. He was talking trash to him or something, to the ball boy.
And that just was...
Which are usually kids.
So when did that kind of come out? Like, when did that sort of leak out that he had said that in Denver?
I heard about it on the plane ride to Memphis.
Okay.
So it was the thing.
Minnesota. Yeah.
It starts with a dem.
Whatever. Sorry. Oh, I thought you were going to say something. So he...
It's like the ball boy was happy. And what are you having for? And we're coming back. I don't know what you...
Well, good for Kiz for sniffing that one out and asking that question. Really good question. And it gives you a little insight as to where Anthony Edwards is at. And I do wonder if there's some significant smack talk going on with him and Jamal right now.
I would imagine. Unfortunately for Jamal, that's not going in his favor right now. I don't know. I really don't know how that happens. I mean, Scott, how does that happen? How do you go from a couple performances like they had, they got embarrassed, and then, man, I guess I understand a little bit letting your foot off the gas because you got good things going on. That was different. See, like in Game 2, you got embarrassed, but I felt like Minnesota was just better, right? And obviously they were better in this game also. But in this game, it just felt like the Nuggets were just an embarrassment.
Game 2 turned into the Avalanche Game 4. They let an official get in their head, and they completely lost.
Okay.
And that,
but
that,
it
that
felt
was the
different.
team. Yeah, it wasn't that team. I went back last night because we had plenty of time. We were getting hammered. So I'm on my phone looking up stats. I'm writing down numbers. I got it in my other bag. I can go get it later. But in the wins, Jamal's averaging 19.6 and shooting 50%.
Okay.
In the losses, he's averaging 11.6, 8 points different. That's big. And shooting like 30-something. And that's big. He doesn't shoot the ball well or struggles shooting the ball. They've struggled and they've lost games.
Can I give you another one that I just came across? Twitter research. Games with Mark Davis. Wolves, plus 71. Wolves in all other games, minus 43.
Okay, fine. Fine. I mean, Mark Davis is the problem last night.
I'm asking. I'm just giving you a number.
Yes
You tell
and no.
me.
Yes and no. Know how the game went, although I thought there was 2 or 3 times. I mean, people say, well, the free throws are pretty close. Yeah, because in the NBA they do this. When it gets a big-time advantage, they always buffer it up the other way, and it's closer at the end. But when it matters, and they've shot 12 free throws to your 1, you're kind of giving those free throws in that crunch matter that's starting to end the game, to be honest with you. Mark Davis, though, wasn't the reason he lost the game, really in either game, other than just his personality. And when the NBA decided, which I told you, I think the NBA won. I think I told you guys this on Friday. NBA wants a Game 7.
Well, I mean, if you throw Mark Davis on there and you're predisposed to go in one direction, it doesn't feel like a coincidence.
Well, if Minnesota's plus 71, you just had a big meltdown in Game 2.
Mm-hmm.
Now I tried to turn it positive. Here's a chance to redeem yourself. I give Jamal a lot of credit. I watched him pregame come out warming up to go over to Mark Davis, shook his hand, and leaned in and said something to him.
Yeah. You said that yesterday that he should do that, didn't you?
Yeah, and he did. And so I commend him for that.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was wrong in what he did in Game 2. But by the NBA putting him on the game, it was kind of one of those to Denver, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you're a little on that conspiracy tip. A little bit.
No, yeah.
You're a little bit.
I think the NBA said, you don't mess with our guys. Boom, we're going to give it to you again.
You're not superstitious. You're a little stitious.
No.
A little conspiracy.
I'm not conspiratist. I'm a spiritist. How's that?
I don't know.
But
I get what you're doing.
I hear what you're saying.
It's BS. But so no, and it's still on the Nuggets. But by them putting him on the day, I guarantee you, because I talked to a couple coaches early in the day, and they said, Mark Davis, and they were worried about. So, again, he got in their head, and it went had to do with the whistle.
What the hell does that mean? I mean, okay, fine. But if Mark Davis could really get in their head like that to cause something like that, to me, there was just a lot of lack. There was laziness. Chucking up threes that were out of rhythm. I mean, if a referee can get in your head that bad, I don't know what that says about these guys.
I'll play along a little bit. I'll play along. If you think a referee isn't going to give you a call because
stop playing, so you get out of rhythm.
You may have in your head, I better hit some jump shots here rather than take it to the hoop.
For 40 years.
Okay. So it might not be.
Go ask Scott Foster whenever Phoenix refs. He refs the Phoenix game.
I'm not denying the premise that it could have happened, but I'm saying that says something terrible about the basketball team if that did happen. So I'm not denying that it could have happened.
But it might not be a big deal if you can just hit a shot.
Yeah.
And they decided to change defensively what they did against Jokic and double team him, meaning you
guys beat us.
You had a lot of shots open. Now it might be a combo meal. Like, I'm not going to drive anyways because I really don't trust this ref, and now I can't shoot. But I have open shots. But I'm not going to take the ball to the hoop either. It could be like a weird combination of a bunch of stuff, and whoopsies, we're down 26 halfway through the third. Well, the game's over now because we just screwed it up. And frankly, we screwed it up in the first quarter because we led 9-2, and we went on, 26-5?
20 in a row at one time until Joker hit that little free throw jump shot.
So I'm not saying like it's the only reason, but I could see where, and I don't know, man. You got the.
I don't buy it. I just don't.
You cannot buy it. It'll be wrong, but it happens, and I've seen it happen multiple times. But I do agree with you. It shouldn't.
But I guess that's the bigger deal for me.
Yeah, it shouldn't bother you.
This should, are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me?
Why did
you're in an elimination game and you let a referee get in your head that bad?
I got a question to start. No dumb questions, and it's a question, so let's just get to it. And I can throw it in.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It's a bit of a twofer. First, why did Jokic stand the entire fourth quarter instead of sitting down on the bench? And do you guys have a problem with him walking off the court with time still on the clock and not shaking hands and doing all that, all that stuff?
Well, he's the king of shaking hands and greeting everybody after games. I think a series is different. I think win or loss come Sunday, you'll see him right out in the middle of the pile. Win or loss, you'll see him come out in the middle of the pile. Not like LeBron, who just walks off the floor. Because I was thinking about that last night. It's funny you brought that up. Because I was thinking, because coaches do the same thing. Well, in a series, you're not doing it. Series still going on. You're not walking over to the other coach in the middle of the court and say, hey, good. No, you do it one time. Big game 7. While he was standing, it's probably either a back thing or a support thing for his team. But if you said he left a little bit early, then it's probably a back thing, and he probably wouldn't got a treatment.
Yeah, he said he wanted to stay warm because he was lifting and kept the answer very short post game. But he doesn't usually walk off the court with time left on the clock.
Look, I didn't feel the need to watch the end of that game, so I did not see the end of that game.
That's what happened.
At what point did he walk off? How much time left?
10, 15 seconds, something like that. Something like that.
I don't know.
It was he walked off when Minnesota when they conceded the game. They stopped dribbling the ball.
Over.
Like one of those.
Yeah, I thought you meant he walked off for like 3 minutes.
No.
Okay. Well, I'm definitely with Scott in terms of the handshake is like that. That's an elimination deal. That's what it matters. And yeah, it would be out of character for Nikola Jokic to do that.
Yeah, but you realize Jokic usually at ends of all games goes over.
He hasn't done it this series yet.
Well, then I guess what it really says is, damn, the dude was in pain. And what does that mean? I mean, Jamal Murray struggled with his elbow. He had to put the numbing stuff on his elbow.
I thought it was more like he was pissed off than.
Well, I'm sure he was. I'm sure he probably was. But I'll say this on the plane ride.
Yeah.
He was Mr. Positive on the plane ride. And I'm like, dude, he's trying to send a message to everybody. Hey, don't get your heads down.
Well, he sort of was in the presser, too.
He's coming back. He come and talk to everybody. Boom, he's giving 5. He's talking to people. Boom, 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 boom. And I think he was showing his teammates,
no big deal.
Relax. This is why we played. That's why we killed ourselves in the regular season. This moment's popped up. Guess what? We're at home.
Yeah.
We're at home
Yeah,
right now.
to your point, Tyler.
I think we shouldn't. I think we need to sink in. Like, it's a great loss. They beat us. They destroy us. And we should learn it. And you need to give them respect. They came out and actually we had like 9-2 score. Right? Some fun. Didn't look good for them in that period, But since then it was a one-team show, so I'm gonna take this as a great loss.
Yeah, I mean, look, sports is, it's 80% psychological at times, right? And so after a loss, after an embarrassment like that, there's a time and place for calling your guys out. There's a time and place for getting ticked off at your teammates. And then there's a time and place for, hey, let it go, buddy. We got one game left. That ain't us. Don't think for 1 second that is who we are. We're going home. We got this at home. We're good.
Aaron Gordon was a little bit more emotional in the locker room, but in all honesty, no dumb question. Would you rather lose in a game that doesn't eliminate you? Would you rather lose by a lot or a little where you could have won the game?
Well,
what would you rather do?
Do you remember the time they came back and ended up losing to Portland in Game 7? Do you remember Game 6?
Not really. Help me.
3 overtimes in
Portland. Yeah. That's right.
At 3 overtime.
That hurt.
And I think that drains you. Guess what they aren't in this game?
They're not drained.
They mentally drained.
Nah. And not physically drained either.
Yeah, and shouldn't be. And probably one of the rallying cries was, at least we won't have Mark Davis Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, to answer your question, emotionally, it's much easier to lose a game the way they just did. Psychologically, I would much rather lose a close game. Emotionally, it's easier to write it off like that. Okay, whatever. You accepted it in the second quarter, more or less, right? But psychologically, I personally would prefer to lose a game that's like, all right, boys, well, we're right there. All we got to do is 1 or 2 things different.
I wonder if that's just the sports. Like getting your ass kicked in football, it's got to be incredibly demoralizing because you got to eat it for a long period of time. In all these other sports, you just get to do it again, like basically, unless it is an elimination game.
Yeah. Yeah, if that was an elimination game, that eats you all summer.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Like the Suns must have had to think about they did. They fired coaches. They changed all sorts of things after the Nuggets blew them out. In football,
and then they did it again this year after Minnesota blew them out.
That's
fired
right.
Coaches again.
Well, that's right. That's in football is brutal, bro. It really is. Every game is like it's life or death. It's just not life or death. Oftentimes in other sports, it's not life or death.
Well, it is now.
Well, it is now, right? You're gonna listen. If they lost like this in Denver,
well, they're getting crushed all summer.
Are you kidding me? It would be devastating.
Can I? No dumb question. Could we potentially be looking at the greatest letdown in Denver's postseason history with what's going on right now with the Nuggets and the Avalanche?
Possibly.
The hype, the hope, like the true belief in these two teams that they could go win a championship, especially the Avalanche after round 1. And I didn't really feel that way going into the playoffs. But after round 1, it was like, who the hell is going to stop this team? And then to have them both, if they both win out the way that they're going out right now, I'm not sure that we've ever experienced something with as much hope as we have right now.
The glass half full for me is, because I'm counting on the Avs winning tonight, you're going to have one of the greatest Sundays, the possibility of one of the greatest Sundays in sports history here in Denver, because you're going to have both teams play Game 7 on Sunday. Both your teams.
Monday could be for what
epic or just absolutely.
Well, it's one of 3 things. It's epic, like epic. It's horrific, like it's never happened before, or it's just, we're a mixed bag. One of them figured it out. So what do you think it's going to be? What's Monday going to be? What does your gut tell you Monday is going to be?
I'm kind of glad the Avs get to play Game 7 in a row, because I think.
Well, they got to get there.
I'm counting again there.
Okay.
But I think that'd be. I like them there on that game instead of home almost.
I want winners.
Because, and to be honest with you, I'll say this about Dallas, but you got to say about Denver. Pressure's on the home team on Game 7s.
What do you think it's going to be on Monday? Don't forget, Marty will no longer work here at this radio station.
Well, so it's already kind of heading that way.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, man. You guys asked me a couple weeks ago which team I felt more confident in, and at the time you guys called me nuts for saying the Nuggets. I still feel that way. Look, Avs got a long ways to go. I do think the Nuggets pull this off, but Avs got a long ways to go.
So you think it's going to be a mixed bag?
Yeah.
It feels like it's going to be a mixed bag, leaning towards the Nuggets.
No, epic.
Okay, hey, that would be sign me up. And we don't know what time the games are at. Oh, if it goes 7 games with Pacers Knicks, they'll have the 1:30 game for sure.
Right.
And so Nuggets will play 6:30, something like that.
Yeah, in the evening.
They'll put time between the games. There won't be any kind of overlap. So
one will be on ABC and one will be on TNT.
Correct. So there'll be time. So that'll be fine. So it'll probably be like a 6:30. And it'll be so it'll be early too, for sure, 100%. I don't know what time the Avs are going to play if they get it to a Game 7 on Sunday. I don't know where that fits. I mean, they wouldn't be stupid enough, would they, to put No way, right? The NHL,
well,
they'll take that in consideration,
they wouldn't
right?
do that to themselves.
It'd be great
Okay.
if you were able to. I mean, if networks actually cared about sports fans and not just themselves, if there were 3 Game 7s, counting the Knicks Pacers, you do one at 1:30, you do the Avs at 3:30, and you do the Nuggets at 6:30, and then that way you get a whole day of
that would be unbelievable.
Sitting on the couch.
That'd be ridiculous. All right, well, here we are. I don't know how everybody's feeling. Maybe you can throw it out, Is it going to be epic, horrific,
or mixed bag?
Mixed bag. 303-504-0925, the Shot Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. It's PHC on 92.5.
Jamal Murray made a shot.
Hey, it's D-Mac, and if you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, check this out. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. These are incredible deals. Depending on which model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. Save up to $10,000 on new 2024 models. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing, and get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days. Got a trade? Bring it in. Even if you owe more than it's worth it at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Great. Every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Where are you at? They'll come to you. What are you waiting for? Come on now. Get to Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, located at 1415 Vistview Drive in Longmont. Online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. That's Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. It's a funky Friday. It's just this playoff run has been just such a weird mixed bag of emotions every day. You know what I'm saying? Like one team's doing great. Okay, another team hits a bump in the road. When that team recovers, and then this other team I mean, it's like, wow. I mean, just throwing it out there, 303-504-0925. Is everybody kind of just mentally exhausted at this point about just the ups and downs of both teams?
It has been a roller coaster. I mean, you want to talk about both? We've had the exact same roller coaster of emotions with each one of these teams. The highs, the lows, the desperation, like the embarrassment, the comebacks, all of it.
You know what's crazy? The same exact thing. Well, maybe it's not. Well, sort of in Boston because the Bruins are really struggling against the Panthers and the Celtics moved on. But in Boston, New York, Dallas, and was there one more? Am I forgetting somebody? Denver, Dallas, New York, Boston. I feel like there's one.
That's it. Nope, that's it.
Those four. Okay.
It's those four.
So not only are these four cities here at the same point, they're kind of going through the same exact things.
Except for the Celtics.
Except for the Celtics, who got to play the freaking Cavaliers.
I know, right?
I'm rolling my eyes at that matchup. Okay. How was that Cavaliers series? But I talked to my dad earlier today, and he loves both teams. He loves both teams. Bill Russell is his favorite athlete of all time. But he kind of wants the Bruins to do better than the Celtics because he says the Celtics have already had their shot and they just feel a closer connection with what's going on with the in hockey right now. But that being said, Dallas is a roller coaster, right? Who knows with them, although it's kind of looking good for both of their teams right now. And New York, well, the Rangers, I mean, they're doing all right, I suppose.
It was a question on the text line. Which city has the best shot at a double? Is it New York City, Boston, Denver, or Dallas?
A championship?
Yeah, double
That's a
championship.
really good question.
Of those four, which city's in the best spot right now?
That is a great question.
Well, I guess not right now. Just which teams do you think will do it?
No, I'd say right now. That's a more fun question. Like right now, which city would have the best shot? I'd say New York. I think the Knicks could do it. I think they could beat the...
Not Dallas?
No.
Just based off... if we're talking about where they sit in the series, like...
the Mavericks better hope Minnesota wins.
I don't think that the Stars are good enough to win past this round.
I think they could beat Vancouver or Edmonton. Yeah. Oh, no. They could definitely beat one. Those teams are a disaster, those two teams. Those two teams are not good. No, Dallas.
Not good, and they're one of 8 teams still playing.
I get it, but, so what? I mean, I'm telling you, the Dallas is better than both those teams. So are the Avs, by the way. So the Avs are going to cruise.
So whoever wins this series is going to go to the Stanley Cup Final.
Yeah, but Florida's I think Florida does get past Boston, and they are really good. Like it's not a slam dunk. I think if the Nuggets can somehow win Game 7, we're gonna stay on parade, fellas. Seriously, I think they're gonna wipe the floor of Dallas or Oklahoma City. Tell me if I'm wrong.
No, I mean
I like their chances. I like their chances. I told you this is the only series that scared me last year was Minnesota. Minnesota scared me here. Once they lost that San Antonio game, dude, you got to go through Minnesota again. They're built to beat Denver, period. I don't even know if they're good enough to go on. I think they'll have some issues going on.
Could you get 2 cities championship, both teams? Both teams in both championships. 2 cities.
That would be amazing.
That'd be freaking unbelievable. You want to talk about starting an all-time rivalry between 2 cities?
It would have to be, New York, Colorado, or New York, Dallas, right? I mean, it's limited.
Conference-wise.
Yeah. So who would that be? Most likely. Probably Colorado and New York. Yeah, probably Colorado and New York would be the most likely to do that. And still, it'd be a stretch, but, that's looking more likely. So I think Florida's going to beat Boston. So I just think that's the way that's going to go. They're down 3-2. They're kind of owning the series. Marchand's hurt. I don't know if he's coming back or not. Be fun, though. New York, I'd take that. Come on, man. How fun would that be?
Oh, cool.
Nuggets, Knicks, Rangers, Avs. Come on, man. That would be amazing.
You would have, for the rest of your life, you would hate the other city. The rest of your life.
What's funny though, like, did you feel like you hated Miami last year?
No, but
Honestly,
nobody hates Miami. As good, that is weird though. For as good as that organization is forever, I mean, and they are rock solid from the top down. Nobody really hates Miami.
You know what's funny? When is sports going to figure out this conference stuff is stupid, and you should just do like the NCAA and rank them, and the best team should just end up in the finals, and we don't deal with Eastern Western. Don't you think that's dumb at this point?
Yeah, but I think probably. But I think also they're thinking, can we get more teams?
They want markets. They want different sides of America.
And their biggest markets are in the Eastern Conference. They want Philly, Boston, New York.
Yeah, but
Chicago.
You think that really still matters in this day and age?
It shouldn't. It shouldn't.
All right, let me just, no dumb question. We keep on rolling. If you could wave a magic wand, would you rather have it the way it is, East-West, or you rank them somehow, just say you can do it, 1 through 16? And you play it like tournament style.
So
by record?
But what do you do for the regular season?
I don't know.
How do you handle the regular season?
I don't know. You just figure it out. You figure it out somehow.
So in regular season, you'd literally just like luck of the draw. You play any of the 32 teams in football, right?
My head is hurting. You figure it out somehow that it's all balanced and fair, and there's some
keep
sort
conferences or divisions. I mean,
nope.
You're gonna lose all your in-season rivalries.
You keep that somehow. Just there's a way to do it. Just figure it out.
Yeah.
What would you rather have? I'd rather have the two best teams play in the finals. We'll figure out the details.
And if it's Denver, LA, then it's Denver, LA.
On the surface, yeah. The two best teams. If you want to make it really fair to sports, the two best teams should always be able to meet in the finals.
Would you have a problem with Duke UNC in the finals of basketball NCAA tournament?
Did you have a problem with Alabama playing Georgia
I was
again?
just
going to
say that. I was just
going
to say that.
Do you?
No.
I mean, we all yelled or cried about Florida State not getting in the Final Four or whatever. Well, turns out that was the right call because they sucked and
and Georgia didn't, and that's because they won 2 in a row and they wanted a new one. And Georgia was probably as good as anybody that was still playing.
I mean, let's face it, they got it right. Even though we all kind of cried about it, they did get it right.
Does Michigan win it if Georgia's still?
Florida's still got it. Florida State still got hosed. I'm with them. I feel for them.
They just were not the same team without their quarterback, though, man. It just wasn't the same thing. Anyways, we're stuck with where we're stuck. And then you get to the NBA Finals and you play a team that there's no real rivalry against. It's not Celtics Lakers.
Yeah, once you lost that, and it was a rivalry because Celtics and Lakers had the two biggest stars in the league. And they played each other 7 out of 10 times in the 80s or something like that?
Sports trivia, little Dan, maybe you can chime in too. When was the last time in the NBA and NHL there was two rivals that met in the finals?
When Kobe's Lakers beat the Celtics.
What year was that? I'll go with you on that. What year was that?
Oh, gosh, probably 2009.
Celtics Lakers.
I think.
But you still need personalities. It's not enough that it's just the teams. You got to have, at odds. You had Magic when it was Magic and Bird. Let's face it. There's really anything like it. I think they'd be better off. I don't care if it would be Oklahoma City against Orlando. I think if those were just the two best teams, they would inevitably have incredible superstars, and the whole country would be tuned in for it. It would be exciting.
I'm looking back through all the previous Super Bowls. Just same question. When was the last time you had two rivals show up in the Super Bowl? Man.
Never. Who?
No, those usually happen in the conference finals.
The football is super stupid.
Well, conference finals is when the rivalries naturally happen because of the conferences. That's why you get it.
Do you guys seriously give a crap about playing the Chiefs or the Chargers twice a year?
I mean,
do you?
Not as long as the Chiefs are that good.
I prefer to never have to play the Chiefs.
Well, I get it. And maybe you play your division rival at least once a year. You always play those three teams. Okay. But let's get rid of the divisions. I'd rather have a bigger variety of different teams to play every year. It'd be more fun. And then let's get the two best. You can have the Broncos and the Raiders in the Super Bowl. That would be awesome. Something like that, right? That's a rivalry.
He just picked the Broncos and the Raiders in the Super Bowl.
Well, I know that's a joke.
Broncos and
All right, you want me to say Bills Chiefs? You want me to
Sure.
say Bengals Chiefs? You want me to say Chiefs and freaking
the world?
Stupid Chiefs.
I hate it's always stupid.
It's
Chiefs.
always
Yeah,
the
didn't you
stupid
say they
Chiefs.
got their schedule that come down? They're playing first game or something?
Oh, there's a great twist on that. I heard the morning show talk about it, about the schedule. You know what? That's a great thing. We'll get to the Nuggets, what to happen. I'll give you the twist. Give all credits to the morning show for this. That's next.
All right, guys and gals, time to start taking your health serious. Check out my friends over at Revitalized Health. Tyler Polumpus here, and I've been going over there for 7 years because they just make me feel better. And I wouldn't keep going back for 7 years unless they were doing their job. They can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. We got people right here in this office changing their life with Revitalized Health's medical weight loss options. So if you gained a few pounds, don't feel bad. Do something about it. Call Revitalized Health today. With 3 locations, they're close to no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Polumpus sent you on over, and you can find them online at revitalized-health.com.
It's a funky Friday. Huge game tonight down at Ball Arena. Huge weekend. And from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. 303-504-0925. Mixed bag? Fantastic. Horrific. How's this weekend actually going to go? Listening to the morning show, we'll get to the Nuggets and the Avs, all that in just a second. I didn't realize a couple of different things, but it's with the NFL schedule. First of all, did you see that they're going to put Aaron Rodgers and the Jets on TV
6 times?
6 times, and like they have 3 games in 11 days to start the season.
Really, I did not see
something
that part of it.
Bananas like that. Like it's like
I missed that.
Kaboom! Yeah, I bet you
Jets
did.
schedule.
Well,
but it's fun. Glad you did. But the fun part is Mike North, who's in charge of scheduling, whoever Mike North is. I thought it was like that talk show guy from Chicago, but he goes, "The Jets owe us."
That was the league. Wait, who's that dude?
The dude in charge of broadcast scheduling.
Yeah.
The Jets owe us.
They owe us from last year?
Yeah. They owe us.
They're the hot team. They're the hot gambling team to pick to win the Super Bowl this year. I mean, dude, they probably are the best outside of the Chiefs. Probably the most intriguing storyline to follow.
Pretty good. I'm not going to lie.
No dumb question. Bigger question on comeback from injury, Burrow or Rodgers?
Rodgers by a mile to me.
Yeah.
They both missed. I mean, one missed all the season,
No,
one missed most of the season.
I get it. I just could put age before beauty on that one. I mean, Joey B is.
It would have been pretty cool if Aaron Rodgers was president and playing football at the same time.
Well, vice president?
Vice president.
A big difference.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. There is some lunatic with that Kennedy Manor over I-25 and something. I see him he is into it. He's into Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Ain't no doubt about it. Dude's on an overpass. You know what I'm talking about? You guys drive I-25?
No. Well, no.
All right.
As little as I can not.
Okay. How do you get downtown?
I go the long way around.
No, you do not.
I go 470 to 6th Avenue.
Shut up. Do you really?
Yeah, it's faster.
That is the much better way, Scott.
There's no way. Well, maybe it's from your house. I shouldn't say. If it's faster, it's faster. You would know. I mean, but.
Because if I go Santa Fe, which I used to go get on 25, that exchange from Santa Fe to get down to Auraria is always blocked because I got like 4 streets coming in about a mile room.
All right, let me not get too distracted because we can go into traffic all the time. The NFL looked at Taylor Swift, credit to Brett Kane in the morning show. Learn something, listen to those boys. He said he saw that the NFL changed or looked at Taylor Swift's tour schedule when arranging games for TV purposes.
That's a powerful woman right there. I did see all that stuff floating around on the internet. Of course, the NFL never said anything about it, but all the Swifties did the math on it, adding up the tour dates.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I heard some guy saying it was Dan Patrick. I heard Dan Patrick say they should look at that thing and blah blah blah. So I don't know if the NFL,
so this is just like a rumor.
Yeah,
this is not like a thing.
Okay. You're learning not to trust people who just throw out rumors.
I heard Kaner say it, and I was like, I believe you, Brett.
Yeah. No,
I believe that they did it. I do. I believe the rumor. I mean, why would they not? That was like the best gift that ever came to the NFL. You're already the most powerful league in the world, and then you combine forces with the most powerful woman in the world. Dude, that was the greatest gift that's ever happened to him. I totally buy that they did it.
It was a pretty special moment. I'm not going to lie. My wife loved it. I mean, I swear to God. And she hates the Chiefs, but she was like, she just could not get enough of it, top to bottom.
Did she watch the Kardashians also?
Did she what?
Watch the Kardashians also?
No, she does not. She doesn't get into any of that crap.
How dare you put Taylor in the same category as Kim?
She just thought it was a beautiful story, and she loved it. She doesn't watch any of that crap. She watches Survivor and The Amazing Race. That's it. But she really
doesn't believe in reality TV.
She's got 2 shows she will not let go of.
If you went on Amazing Race with your wife, would you guys get divorced?
No way. We'd kick ass.
I don't.
Why don't you try to get on it?
No.
Well, I've told her a million times. If you want to do it, let's shoot a video and apply for it, and I would do it. But I'm not going to do it if she's not really into it because I don't care that much. I don't.
Yeah, but they always like the hot chick with the frumpy looking dude. They always pick them.
Perfect.
I ever tell you the Price is
D-Mac
Right
would
story?
start pointing fingers at his wife.
I think you did, but I don't.
D-Mac would do the closet video tell-all. He'd be talking trash about Kim left and right.
I would know exactly what to do to be a good TV couple on the show. I would know exactly what to do. We would be great on the show because I would play up for the cameras. Price is Right story. My wife dreamed about being on the Price is Right. We went out there for our honeymoon. What they do in the Price is Right, they give you a name tag with a number on it, so it's not so random. Thank you, Dan. You go in front of the producers, 3 producers sitting in director chairs. You got to tell them your life story a little bit. And they pick, it's not random on the Price is Right. They pick out who the contestants are. So I understand this instantly. They're looking for somebody, and we're sitting next to some guy in line. He's like, this is my 25th time I've never got chosen. I'm like, yeah, because you're a nerd, and they're never going to put you on the show. You have no appeal whatsoever. I get it. They put us in front of the producers, and there goes my wife. She goes first. I made sure she went first. But she gets up there. We're on our honeymoon, lifelong dream. Love Bob Barker. This is what I've always wanted to do. We're going to Hawaii, but it was important to be here on The Price is Right. My whole life, all I wanted to be on is The Price is Right. Wow, okay. Who are you? I go, I'm the husband. Big laugh, the whole thing. Swear to God. First person called down The Price is Right. Kim McKee, come on down. Set it up beautifully. I'm taking way too much credit for this, but that's how it works. So I would crush it on a reality show, Tyler.
Did she win anything?
She won. Stop. You don't know this. You've heard this story.
She won the Green Machine, Bissell Green Machine, a couch, and 2 snowmobiles.
Oh, that's right. And then you sold
Ask
the
him what happened to the
snowmobile.
snowmobiles.
Ask me what happened to snowmobiles.
Sold them to
Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly,
ask him what happened after he sold the snowmobiles.
She tried to have me bump the price up. They were worth $8,600. I sold them for $6,000. Snowmobiles were hard to find in Buffalo. No kidding.
No shizzle.
No shizzle. I said I got $6,000 from Jim Kelly. He agreed to it. She goes, try to get $6,500. You got to be kidding me.
No. Keep in mind the transaction has already happened.
I already
the
agreed to $6,000.
snowmobiles have already been sold.
I already told Jim $6,000, but I didn't tell her I told him. And she goes, "Oh, try to get $6,500." I'm like, I called Jim back up and I go, "How about $6,500?" He told me to F off, and I said, forget it. $6,000's fine.
Oh, I thought you'd already sold them.
No. It was a verbal agreement with Jim, and it was humiliating to go back and try to renegotiate. And he really did tell me to F off. And I said, you know what, $6,000's just fine.
Yeah, that'd
be
good.
fine.
That sounds good.
That's where you pick the phone up, do the fake call. Hey, Jim,
I know. I should have. It was so embarrassing. You're right about that. I should have just faked it. She would have never known.
No.
Anyway, that's that stupid story. Actually, it's a great story.
It is a great story.
No, it's a good one. Just threw the couch out last month.
See, I was being a friend there. I told him what questions
you got
to
the whole.
ask.
Yeah, you got me right through it quickly.
Yeah.
All right. You feeling better?
What were we talking about?
Feeling better this morning about the Nuggets. Like, seriously, you're eating a breakfast burrito. We're having some snacks. It feels like time has gone by here. We're not really that upset. Are you feeling upset about the Nuggets from last night?
No.
I'm not either. Tyler?
Are you guys just being naive a little bit? Are you just?
No.
Maybe naive is not the right word. Do you just not want to? Do you just not want to accept what you watched?
I don't think we watched.
What did you watch?
There you go.
I watched a team that did not look like they had a whole lot of heart last night.
Oh.
I watched a team that.
But you admitted you also missed over half the game.
True.
Not watching. So okay.
True. The first half, yeah. I watched a team that settled a lot for the easiest shot they could possibly get when it didn't make sense, right? So, if you're asking me, do I think that's who the Nuggets are? No, of course I don't think that's who the Nuggets are. But I'm not, ignoring the game. I'm not going to ignore it and act like, wow, everything's great, everything's rosy coming back to Denver for Game 7. Everything's perfect. No, everything's not perfect. I mean, that was embarrassing. That was flat out embarrassing what just happened in that game. We make fun of the Timberwolves. They couldn't score over 100 points. The Nuggets scored 70 points. Now, I too
0-11, I think, when they score under 100 this year.
Well, I would imagine they're 0 for a century when they score 70.
It's the worst game scoring-wise I've seen the Nuggets play in maybe ever.
I do think the Nuggets,
25 years.
I do think the Nuggets pull it out, and I do think that Nikola Jokic has the right mindset after the game. There's no reason to sit there in misery and suffer on the plane ride home and be like, oh, man, that was so terrible.
So why do you choose to now?
I'm not going to ignore what I watched.
See, I'm not bothered by the margin or the final score because once it's over, it doesn't matter. And we've talked about you can't let the Nuggets hang around. If you're going to beat them, you better beat them bad. And they did. They beat him bad. And that has happened actually a handful of times this year. Very rarely when the Nuggets have been beaten bad this year do they lose again poorly the next game. In fact, kind of the opposite. Almost every single time.
Look, if I'm being honest, like my concern going into Game 7, I know he's battling injury. I know he's got the elbow. I know he's got the shins and everything else that's going on with Jamal Murray. And you had to put the numbing cream on his elbow, all that stuff. What concerns me is I don't know what Jamal Murray we're going to get on any given night.
What do you think his line's going to be tomorrow?
I mean, history would tell us that Jamal Murray is a beast when it's all on the line.
What do you think his line's going to be?
That's what history would tell us.
Sunday, what's his line?
If it's 4 for 18, they lose.
Ain't no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about that. What do you think his line's going to be?
I'm going to trust him that he has showed up almost every single time we've needed him in a crucial point of the season, a crucial point of the playoffs. He's been there. So I'll give him 20 points. I'll give him I don't think he's going nuts. My fear is if he's not in a rhythm, does he accept it? And that's one thing with Jamal. Sometimes I'm like, sometimes I just you got to accept when you're not in a rhythm.
I'm going to go, Jamal will go 8 of 19, 3 of 7 from 3, 4 or 5 from the free throw line for whatever that is, like 23 points or something like that. And that'll be good enough. Because that is kind of who he is. And I think Jamal Murray will be who he is. And if some of those buckets come at clutch time in the fourth quarter, I won't be surprised whatsoever. Because that's exactly who he is, too. He's under 50% from the floor. He's a really good but not a spectacular three-point shooter. He's really good from the free throw line. And he takes about, 19 shots a game. 23 points from Jamal. I'll put 33 for Yoke. Follow me on this? Give me 16 from AG. Michael Porter Jr.'s, come on now. Let's go.
That's 69 points.
All right. Oh, we're doing math? I mean, we can keep going. I'll give Casey. You know what? You know who turns up in these games? KCP.
That is big because he can drop 16 or.
Now, I tell you, if he gets
16.
If he gets 4 3-pointers, they win by double digits. And you need like a couple of buckets from the bench.
Which was scoreless at halftime.
Can we get 16 points from the bench? But KCP always comes through in these moments. So I got the Nuggets about 117, 18 points. Because I think that's who they are. I think that's who they are. So that's why I don't think last night is who they are, Scott.
No, I thought the writing was on the wall fairly early. And I think it was in the writing on the wall with Malone, who kept Joker in going into the second quarter, which is usually out. Yeah. And I think he knew the team didn't have much. I talked to a couple people with the team. They said, well, we didn't have any energy. And one, I was over listening to one of the assistants talk to one of the other coaches. Man, we had zero urgency, energy or whatever. So we didn't bring anything tonight. So the only scary part for me, I'm not care about the loss, is I've always been fearful of teams that play like we got a game in the pocket and we get to go home and do it, because I've seen those games backfire on you. But I've also seen the Nuggets play great in a game 6 on the road, lose, and just weren't sharp. Shot the ball like they did last night in the next game.
Some crazy things with the NFL. Scotty Scheffler, prison break. Oh, how did he finish up here today?
Michael Schofield.
What about him?
It's prison break, dude. Same name as our Michael Schofield.
Okay. Jeez, man. You got me a little nervous. 5 under, 9. He's 9 under for the tournament. He's in third place. He shot 5 under today, which is the second.
That's so badass.
Second best score of the day. Dude got arrested in a major championship.
Had to put on an orange jumpsuit.
And shot the second Con Air. Shot the second best score of the day.
And he has to pay $80 for the cop's pants.
It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's D-Mac. It's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. They're discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. 20 grand off. Great deal. Or get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget. And every vehicle they sell does include a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. Visit them today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. Money-back guarantee, free delivery. They care about what you're driving. Mike Maroney. Go online to MikeMaroneyColorado.com. You know, Dan, if everything is terrible, just having you on the show for that one moment in that intro is like a bright spot every single day.
Yeah,
Well, I appreciate that.
and it goes downhill from right now to the break.
Well, fortunately, there's not much time left in the show. Well, you go from there. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. It's mountainhighappliance.com. All right, Dan Bud Tanner, what is shaking bacon?
All right, you guys just talked about this, but I did want to add a little bit of context. So Dove Kleeman did tweet out, the NFL took Taylor Swift's concert scheduling into account when making the upcoming season schedule, per Mike North, an NFL VP of broadcast planning. Now, that tweet got hit with community notes, fellas. It says, this tweet is misleading. Mike North stated they had to consider the Eras Tour concerts already scheduled and booked in NFL stadiums when creating the schedule for the season to avoid conflict. So it wasn't just all surrounding Taylor Swift and to cater to her. It was also to cater to the stadiums that had already booked the tour. So that's what that was in regards to.
They do for everything. They take,
I mean, that's not just Taylor Swift.
Yeah,
though.
no, they do that for everything. The Stones are in this place at this day. They do that for everything.
That makes sense.
But it's a way better storyline if they schedule around Taylor Swift.
Way better.
Like I heard they're actually paying for jet fuel.
I mean, does the NFL not believe in love?
Right.
No.
Good old Raj had his heart broken.
Yeah, that's the way it goes.
You getting divorced?
No.
Roger Goodell?
Oh, that Raj. I thought you meant good Raj.
No, Raj.
Oh. I thought you were talking about good Raj.
So many jokes.
He just got married. I was like,
so many jokes. How long you give that one?
Good Raj?
Good Raj, yeah.
on his part or her part?
Well, whatever. I mean, you know.
Her part. She's getting up to the line.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys. 3 weeks ago, when Roger Goodell acknowledged the inevitable push to an 18-game regular season, Bengals quarterback Joe Burrow wanted to add a caveat. Joe Burrow, if they're going to do the 18 games, go to 2 preseason games, he wants 2 bye weeks, okay?
Yeah,
2
that
bye
makes
weeks.
sense. Yeah.
So I'll ask you, Tyler, like how much does the bye week help? And do you think if they go to 18, do they have to do 2 bye weeks?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to ask for it. He'll get it. That's just going to be a part of the package when they go to 18, and it's going to be part of, they want to extend it back. D-Max had his whole philosophy about when he wants Super Bowl and everything, and so to get all those things accomplished, a second bye week will come. I do think it's really important, especially like these with all the Thursday night games, and now with all the international games that they've got. They need to be very strategic about when they are going to actually provide these bye weeks. Broncos got a week 14 bye week this year, which I don't think they could have gotten a worse bye. I mean, a lot of people get mad about getting the first bye week of the season. They got the last possible bye of the season for a young team, a quarterback that has never played in the NFL. I know I'm not answering your original question. I went squirrel, but that is a bad situation for the Broncos bye week this year.
This is a no-brainer. They're definitely, all right, Joey B, you win one. But I don't think it's anything revolutionary.
I mean, what the players should really be saying, not about the bye week, they should be saying, okay, we'll do 18 games, but we don't want to do preseason. So fine. If you want us to add another game, take out the preseason, and we don't want to do those.
Roger Goodell's already said he doesn't want preseason games. Nobody's.
You know what they ought to do?
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he has. Yes, he has. He said it specifically. Said that preseason's a waste of time. We don't need it.
Well, they're not going to get rid of preseason until they add enough games that makes up for it, right? Because preseason is still a money-making machine for
Roger
the NFL.
Goodell
for the teams and not the players.
Correct.
Yeah, but
it's because the players make nothing.
Roger Goodell understands by a mile the value of an 18th game over a preseason. So they're not fighting it. They're pushing against it. It's the NFLPA right now that's kind of plowing. The Broncos have 3 preseason games. It's so stupid. It's dumb. It's a dumb deal.
Yeah, I could see him go away from preseason games. That'd be fine with me. And then just do, maybe you do a 6-week or whatever training camp, but you do at least 2 weeks with other teams coming in or whatever.
Those are better anyways.
Yeah, and then you get real practices against other teams.
Those are fun, man. And you can just do one of them at the stadium and it'd be fine. You can charge lower. Here, I think the smartest thing to do is you do exactly that. Get rid of the preseason games, but have every team has 2 joint practices, and you mandate one of those has to be at the stadium, and you mandate cheaper prices to make it more affordable for people who can't afford NFL games to go to. But you throw on an 18th game, so you're going to make the money back. You're going to extend the Super Bowl to President's Day weekend, which is going to be awesome because we all can get hammered and then have the next day off, theoretically. And you just get 3 more weeks of football, which everybody loves anyways. What else are we doing in February? Daytona? Come on, man. Give us football throughout the month of February. That'd be great.
Which is, again, why I agree with that. And then what the NBA should have done is started their season
no doubt
right around Christmas. Start it right there.
That's what everybody thinks it starts anyway.
Go to August.
Play into the or play right after 4th of July.
Great.
Because baseball didn't start really the second half till after the All-Star game.
And hockey should start in August because it's nice when it's hot out to go inside and it's cool, and wrap it up when it's cold out, which feels like hockey in March. That's what they should do. Hockey is so stupid. I love hockey, but the NHL is so dumb to compete with the NBA unnecessarily. Start in August so you have a little sizzle to yourself and end when everybody's paying attention to you. So freaking dumb, man. Straighten it out. Basketball absolutely should start at Christmas and go through July. It would be fantastic. It's basketball.
But you know why the NHL, I think, and the NBA don't?
I don't know why they don't. I don't actually.
Because they're still connected to the Olympics and
oh my God, you gotta
World
be kidding me.
Championships.
Really?
Yeah, forget the Olympics.
Oh
Stop.
My God. Who
Just
cares
stop.
about that crap?
Well, I'm with you.
I mean, team sports in the Olympics are dumb. How about that for a hot take? Individual sports, fine.
I don't
in the
know, but
Olympics.
the hockey Olympics is pretty fun to watch.
Used to be.
You know
Well,
what, though?
true.
D-Mac's got a point. Name a team sport that is can't miss television in the Olympics.
It used to be. It used to be amazing. It's not anymore. It sucks. Team sports suck in both Winter and Summer Olympics.
Hey, when Joker played Team USA and dropped 28 on him, that was pretty fun to watch.
You know, basketball's getting more interesting because the international competition is so much better. So it's forget about a dream team for the U.S. All right, fine. But it has been pretty boring for the most part.
Yeah.
All right, next, Dan.
All right, guys, the Jaguars and the city of Jacksonville have agreed to a $1.4 billion stadium of the future that would keep the franchise in the market for at least the next 30 years.
Shad Khan is going to, I'm sorry, how much?
30.
No, how much is the money?
$1.4 billion, but the city or the taxpayers.
There's no way that's going to happen.
Will be paying $625 million from the taxpayers. So they're kind of splitting it.
They got a hell of a threat, like a hell of a threat card. Like, hey, everybody knows we're going to England. So if you guys, if you don't pay this for me, taxpayers, I'll find somebody else that will across the pond.
Hey, wait till you take your team to England. You're gonna say, hey, we're gonna tax these Londoners to put a new football stadium. See how that goes over.
I bet they do it. I bet they do it in a heartbeat.
I don't know.
By the way, hold on. Is this a proposal or this is happening?
No, so so they're going to vote on this.
Who's they?
At the city council members are expected to vote on it in late June with a simple majority of the 19 members needed for it to pass.
I will be stunned.
Why do you think the city wouldn't do it?
Because nobody gives a crap about football in Jacksonville. Not really. Not really. It's not a sports-based community for pro sports. It's much more college sort of deal. I'll be stunned if that actually gets approved.
Okay,
it didn't get approved in Kansas City. And that's a football town.
It didn't get approved.
Didn't.
No, I get it. And you know what? It wouldn't get approved here in Denver. The good news is our owner wouldn't have to do it. It doesn't matter because he's got the bankroll just to say, forget it, I don't need you.
We've approved it before here in Denver.
Yep.
We've done it once before.
What we did is we extended one that was approved for the Rockies. And then they extended that tax of the Rockies another whatever years to.
Yeah, because, listen, we were held hostage a little bit here in Denver. I remember that time because it felt like,
but that's what the Jaguars are trying to do. They know that they got them held hostage.
Yeah, I just don't think
they've got a free out. We will go somewhere. And I told it
who cares?
I think England would pay for it in a heartbeat. I think they're desperate for an American team to come.
I think you would find guys like Rob McElhaney and Ryan Reynolds who have had unbelievable. Do you know they have an interest in an English Premier League team as well as the Wrexham stuff? I think you're absolutely right. I think they would find the backers. I don't think there'd be a problem with that whatsoever. There's going to be multiple teams in England.
I mean, they got to be frustrated actually because they've probably been thinking for the last 5 or 6 years they were going to have a team by now.
Give me one reason why any of us should care if Jacksonville, Florida has an NFL team.
I mean, I don't really care about any other city.
Oh, come on, man. You got to have football in certain places, man. You got to have a football team in Green Bay. You got to have a football team in
Really? You have to have a football team in Green Bay?
Hell,
really?
You don't think so?
For who cares about having a football team in Green Bay except for people from Green Bay?
I think for the history of the NFL.
Nobody's traveling to go to games at Green Bay.
I don't know about that, bro. I mean, I think Lambeau Field's just one of those spots.
Yeah, it's iconic and it's cool. I don't want it to be gone because it's got a college vibe for an NFL town. I like it, but I totally disagree on whether people care if there's a team there.
I don't think people in Jacksonville give a crap. I think they care about taking their shirt off and getting a keg of beer on their boat. And
I'm not fighting you on that.
I think the citizens of Green Bay would literally. I can't even imagine if that happened. I think it would be devastating. Jacksonville, nobody will even notice the team's gone.
Listen, they had to change an NFL rule because of Jacksonville.
What was that?
The blackout rule is because they never got the stadium full.
Was that them?
And it was basically because of Jacksonville because they could never put their games on TV.
You realize Florida is one of the worst professional sports markets in the country. I mean,
it's mostly still visitors.
Well, that's right.
Snowbirds.
That's right. All right, next story, Dan.
Well, I wanted to ask you guys a question about this real quick.
Okay.
Let's say the Broncos decide to build a new stadium, wherever it is. What do you think the city's reaction would be if the Walton Penner Group asked the city to foot half the bill
They'd be
like
furious.
Jacksonville's doing?
Furious. And the Bills did it too in New York, and the sheep there in Buffalo just went right along with it. The citizens of Denver would not stand for it. It wouldn't happen. And Penner knows it, and he wouldn't ask for it.
I don't think it would happen, mainly because I don't think that the ownership group would want it. If you've got the money and you can afford to build one of these cities, they want to build it because then they own it. They own not just the stadium, they own all the retail going on outside of it and everything that goes with it.
The involvement of the municipality that's involved in wherever the district is, though there will be concessions as far as road constructions, infrastructure.
Right.
There'll be stuff that they will say, you're not going to pay for the sewer and water and. Okay, well, I know Littleton wants to, so
right. You're right.
That'll be the involvement.
And the NFL does give you money too. You don't pay for it all yourself. You're right about that. There'll be something, but it'll be
not like we were when we beat Coors Field.
Yeah, it won't be like a threat like they're getting in Jacksonville or in Buffalo.
Hold on, NFL pays for you to build a new stadium?
Yeah, they give you breaks, tax breaks. There's something. I'm a mile long, 3 inches deep. There's something the NFL helps you out with the stadiums. You don't pay for it. You don't pay for it all yourself.
You just dissed yourself saying you're a mile long and 3 inches deep. And I think you were giving me props when you said that to me.
No, it's a total insult. Anything else, Dan?
Just really quickly, the Dolphins and Tua cannot come to terms on the number. They want to give Tua a new contract, but the issue is they can't figure out what number works for Tua. So entering the 5th-year option, he's set to make $23.1 million for the upcoming season. What do you guys think is a fair number for Tua and the Dolphins?
Tyler?
Well, I get why they don't want to pay him. He's like the definition of the quarterback, that he's good enough that you don't want to get rid of him, and it's just scary enough to give him a contract that it terrifies you, especially when you've seen guys like Kyler Murray, and now you got Jared Goff, who just set the new standard for the most money ever handed at a signing bonus. Jared Goff got $73 million the day that he signed that contract. The day that he signed the contract.
Who's a better quarterback, Jared Goff or Tua?
I don't know. It's probably about the same thing.
If you ask me who I'd rather have, I'd say Jared Goff.
Yeah, Jared Goff throwing to Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, and is OBJ there too?
Tua better hope that he gets a deal signed right now, though, because if they can make a play on that 5th-year option, now more times than not, a good quarterback never gets to that point. But if he does, he's putting himself in jeopardy because he better hope he has a great year.
The question is you the guy or ain't you the guy?
He's holding out, though, by the way.
Oh, good for him, I guess. I mean, he doesn't have much leverage, but whatever.
Yeah, he does. He's
What
a starting
leverage?
quarterback.
And the leverage is 24 other teams suck at quarterback.
The leverage is I don't come and you don't have a quarterback.
You can put. He's got a 5th-year option, and they can tag him twice. He's got no leverage. But if he wants to just have a hissy fit, then fine. But he has 0 leverage. And the question is he your guy or not? If he's your guy, the number's 50 per. Okay, if he's your guy. If you're looking for a number, it's $50 million a year right now. So that's the decision the Dolphins have to figure out, but he doesn't have any leverage.
Starting quarterback always has leverage. Always.
What's it going to do?
Leverage.
Seriously, what's it going to do?
You don't want your starting quarterback to become an unhappy camper.
I don't care.
You don't care?
Hell no.
You're not trying to win ball games this year?
Whatever. If he's going to
you're just going to throw in the towel?
If he's going to whining and not play or do whatever, then that's not the guy you wanted anyway.
Okay, well, whatever. We'll figure it out, I guess. I got Tyreek Hill, and I got Jalen Waddle, and I got a upset quarterback.
All dependent positions.
Okay, I got him under contract, man. I don't have to do a damn thing.
I don't know why they brought OBJ in there. Why would you bring OBJ into that room?
I don't know, because he's a good receiver. I don't know.
He is?
He's not?
Not really. Not anymore.
He was on his way to win an MVP of a Super Bowl until he blew his knee out.
And then can cut him. I'm sure he's not on a big, huge deal.
It's an up to $8 million contract, which probably means it's like 5 with some escalators.
NFL chump change for a receiver. That's not that big of a deal. Cortland Sutton makes 13.
It's not a big deal until you're halfway through the season and he's throwing hissy fits.
Well, then cut him. Get rid of him. It's not that complicated, right?
That's my point. I would have brought him in.
I don't know. Maybe he'll be a good guy because he'll appreciate winning football games because he's,
Maybe sometimes you take one of these guys and realize that $8 million or $5 million is much better than $0.
At some point, it gets like that, doesn't it?
It feels like you wise up to that somewhere, somehow, sometime.
Gargantuan game in the at Ball Arena. John, I just want to call him Beauregard because that's such a cooler name, but I think it's Bogardo. Nah, that ain't it. Anyways, Josh. He does hockey play-by-play for the Stars. We'll look at the Dallas perspective. Oh, my God. Are they nervous? We'll find out next.
All right, check it out, guys. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone if that's what you need, but you got to know there's so much more to your overall health and wellness than just getting shot up with testosterone, and that's where my friends over at Revitalize Health come into play. Guys, they can help you out with hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, peptide therapy, and yes, testosterone therapy. Guys, go into Revitalize Health at one of their 3 locations and let them change your life. You're going to look better, you're going to feel better, you're going to sleep better. They've got 3 locations. They're close to no matter where you live, and you can find them online at revitalize-health.com.
All right, we have a huge hockey game tonight. Obviously, late start, 8 o'clock. They drop the puck. I hope Josh Bogorod. I hope I got that right, Josh.
Bogorod. Say it with some confidence. Let's go.
Bogorod. Josh, how are you, my friend?
You guys confidently nailed it.
All right.
Nailed it.
Josh is the Dallas Stars TV play-by-play man. So a little Stars perspective here. Guys shaking in your boots or what?
Yeah, I don't know if that's exactly how I'd phrase it. I think that, look, when this second-round series was set, I would imagine that a lot of people expected it to go 6 or more games. I know they took the unconventional way of getting there with, Colorado stealing home ice in pretty dramatic comeback fashion in Game 1, and they had to be feeling pretty good about themselves. They almost came back again in Game 2. I think Colorado had to feel like a very confident team coming home to a building where they dominated. And then instead, it was the Stars kind of dominating in terms of the scoreboard in Games 3 and 4. And naturally, there were some pretty extenuating circumstances before the Game 4 one. I don't know. This was a weird route to get here. And yet at the same time, I don't think anyone's surprised that they're here. And I think both clubs have to feel like, they've seen enough over the last week and a half where they like their chances heading into this game, and the Stars certainly do.
But bottom line for this series, not only just the game tonight, but then the game, if there is a Game 7 in Dallas, it's whose style comes to the forefront and is allowed to play. And I think if the Stars are allowed to do what they do and clog up the neutral zone and make it a slow-paced game, Dallas is going to win. If they have to try to skate with the Avalanche are going to win. Would you agree with that?
I think it's probably like a good headline version of it. And there might be a little bit more into it in terms of goaltending and special teams. But, yeah, these two teams obviously have differing styles and differing things of what they want when you're looking at the general course of a game. The 2 wins that Colorado has, you look at the numbers that Makar and McKinnon have put up, and you look at their power play, and that kind of tells the story. And then the 3 other games, you can look at what they didn't put up and what Dallas was able to take away and going 8 for 8 on the penalty kill, and that kind of tells the story. I think playing with a lead has been talked about a lot in this series, and that obviously changes systematically how teams go about. But even in some of the wins, even though Colorado never led for any run of play prior to Game 5 the other night, even in some of their losses, they have to feel like they carried play or came back in the third period and probably could have gotten better. And the other night, the Stars took 2 1-goal leads, and who knows what happens if Lehkonen doesn't score with under a second to play in the first, right?
Agreed.
Like, who knows if Makar doesn't go all-world barred down late in the second period, and that's a gap and not a tie game heading into the third. So I think these two teams are 2 of the best in the conference, 2 of the best in the league, honestly. And I think it's going to come down to, a couple of plays here and there. Series and games usually do, and we'll see which club makes the plays tonight.
Have you enjoyed covering the Stars all season and breaking down how quickly the paint dries after every game?
That's pretty funny from that perspective. Honestly, I know that's the narrative. I don't really think that's what it is. The Stars, they've been a pretty good offensive team by their own right. They're the number 3 offensive team in the league. So
Josh, come on. You got the most boring team in the NHL, and you know it.
I don't know.
It works.
Set on the label. Set on the label. That paint was going to dry in 12 hours.
I'm not surprised at all that that's the Denver take, and that's cool because not a lot of teams can shut down the high-end players that the Avalanche have. But you're talking about a team where they still scored more than any team in the league that wasn't Toronto and Colorado. They've put up 7, 8 regularly. I guess it depends on what your preference is. They frustrate a lot of really good players. They frustrate a lot of really good teams, but they don't do it in the New Jersey Devils, like old school trap 2-1 style all year long. That's not really what they did. It's just they do a really good job of knocking off other teams from the rhythm that they want, while also oftentimes getting what they want at the attack end. And from a Stars standpoint, I can tell you that there's not a lot boring of that from their perspective.
We're just joking around a little bit. So is Jamie Benn a jerk?
All thought so too. Not even a little bit. I'm actually a pretty huge Jamie Benn fan off the ice. So, but look, this is what the playoffs are all about, right? I mean, every team wants to target on a guy or a group of guys, and they get the boo treatment, and that means that everybody's doing it right.
Who's your guy? Who's your guy on the Avs? Like, who's your target guy on the? Like, if we're having this, Avs, like, who's that guy?
No, you're asking the wrong guy because, like, again, I'm not wearing a jersey. I'm not in the crowd like cheering it on. I'm calling the game. So I don't really operate that way. But I mean, you could tell, like, when certain guys touch the puck, like when the crowd all starts booing, like you pretty much know who you have. You have your guys, and that's what it is. But so far, I think it's been awesome hockey. I think it's been a great series.
Agreed.
I think it's been a blast. I love seeing all these buildings, and I'd expect Ball Arena to be rocking here tonight.
All right, Josh. Well, man, it's thanks for having a sense of humor. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you later. Best of luck, and I don't mean that.
I know you don't at all. Like, guys, look, if you can't have fun right now, what are we even doing?
No, it's great. It's fun.
This is the best time of year. So,
No doubt.
yeah, we'll roll out the dice tonight and see what happens.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it. Thanks for calling in. Jamie Benn is a jerk. Come on, we know it. He knows it too.
You can't say you really like. You know what he was about to say? You know what he was about to say, and he caught himself. He was about to say, "Actually, I'm really good friends with Jamie."
It was so close.
I really think that's what he was about to say, and he caught himself.
He caught himself.
Yeah.
Well, it's definitely like steak dinners with Jamie and cigars at some point. It was coming.
But you know what? You a subtle point that you kind of made without, I think, meaning to.
Yeah.
They got a thorn in our side, and that's Jamie Benn.
They do.
Who's ours?
And do we have one?
Not really, no. Maybe that can change tonight.
To me, I think the closest would be Manson because he's trying to run into everything that he hits.
I know, but Manson,
maybe Lehkonen.
I do love Manson, I do, but he just makes some mistakes. But I love Manson, I do. I just don't like the sloppy mistakes around our own end. So, but Kale had a big turnover too. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. It should be an unbelievable environment tonight at Ball Arena. Should be incredible.
They keep the turnovers down, especially in their zone. I like Denver's chances.
Mixed bag Monday, horrific Monday.
You gonna make me go out like this?
No, or fantastic Monday.
Mixed bag, dude. Mixed bag.
For who?
Avs got a lot to overcome right now.
Okay. I'm gonna go fantastic Monday.
Me too. Epic.
Okay. Epic. Horrific. Mixed bag.
Yeah.
Epic, horrific, mixed bag. Tyler, your
mixed bag.
Mixed
bag. I'll go epic.
Epic.
Dan Tanner, what are you going with? What do you think, Dan?
You guys make fun of Moj.
I'm going mixed bag.
4?
I think the Nuggets get it done.
Yeah, because you want that in the paint show to be rocking.
Yeah, buddy. You got to get that overtime pay.
You really don't care about Raj and Spring, do you?
No.
Berto does it all, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Scotty, take us out, buddy. What should we think about?
Be slow to anger and quick to love. I think if we all decide to do that, we'd all be much better off.
Nate and Andy coming up next.
McKinnon, Springs, boom, bang. He beats Ottinger clean, and he beats him good.
Welcome in, everybody. It is a Ska Friday. We are here. It is Nate Kreckman. It is Andy Lindahl. Everybody made it by 3 o'clock. One of us had to Scotty Scheffler it in here, but we made it nonetheless. Happy Friday, everybody. What the hell was that?
That wasn't me, by the way, for once that had to Scheffler it in.
No, that was...
although I was pushing it all week, but not apparently as much as you.
Not as much as I did today, but hey, here nonetheless. And here to talk about a basketball team. We're a group of highly paid professionals scored as much as a middle school B team did last night in Game 6 of the NBA playoffs. 70. They scored 70.
And guys came off the bench and couldn't shoot
and
either.
we're terrible.
Like nobody could shoot.
No.
That was cool.
No. Even so they scored 14 in the first quarter, which
But 9 of that happened in what, 5 minutes?
Not good. Not good. But then the fourth quarter, they scored 9. They got blown out by the Timberwolves scrubs in the fourth quarter. Like nobody had any interest in showing up and playing a basketball game last night as the Nuggets lose by a mere 45 points, 115-70 to set up a Game 7. Andy, you and I, we both predicted the Nuggets to win last night. We both predicted they would score over 100 points and win the basketball game. They did not. This is now a series where we have seen 3 massive blowouts. Let's start here. Okay? Game 2, loud loss for the Nuggets. Game 3, loud win for the Nuggets. Game 5 was a loud win. Won by 15 points. Jokic, game for the ages, scores 40. Remember how much fun that was to talk about? This series has it's been nothing but massive momentum swings throughout. And, you looked at it ahead of this series. If I'm not mistaken, Andy, I think I was Nuggets in 6, you were Nuggets in 7 in this series. So here we are. But, go in and look at it. This has been the weirdest freaking series.
Yeah, but...
No late game tension.
No, but
ever.
Here's the deal. Well, there was a little game 1, but that was it. And it was that didn't last
But
long.
it didn't really, it was not a clutch situation.
No, not at all, because Jokic missed a big shot.
Yeah.
And the last minute was, you just knew it was
been decided before crunch time. Not a single possession in the last 5 minutes in this series in which a trailing team could tie or take the lead.
Here's the deal.
That's bad.
If I'm the coaches, you know what I'm psyched about? I'm psyched that it's the final game. Okay? No more talking heads. No more breaking all this stuff down on different shows. No more Stephen A. and all his friends talking about whatever. Now we play one and one team moves on and one team goes home because, dude, I just had a feeling. Now, nobody expected that, okay? No. And listen, the Nuggets' greatest problem was shooting above anything else you can point to. I've never seen this team, this roster, shoot that bad.
Putting the ball in the basket?
None of them could shoot. None of them.
What do they call the sport again?
Oh, basket?
Basket.
Ball.
Ball. Like ball goes in basket.
Well, how about the one where I'm still trying to figure out what Jamal did on the drive of the baseline, and he chucked it back to the middle of the key. Instead of up, like Jamal was horrid last night.
Did Jamal put a layup off the side of the backboard last night?
That's what I'm talking about.
Did that happen?
Somebody jokingly said the NBA needs to investigate Jamal because he got underneath, and I don't know what happened. I don't know if he lost it in part of the flip. I don't know.
Did the backboard block his shot?
No,
Can it do that?
It's like he went up and he tried to, instead of the finger roll, he flipped it to the middle. Between Jamal and whatever the hell, whatever Jamal was doing, there was one time he could have got a dunk.
What was he doing?
From Gordon, but he took a fadeaway.
What were any of them doing?
I don't know what MPJ's deal is. I don't know why MPJ is afraid of everybody. One of the best shooters the league has is afraid to shoot the ball.
It is weird.
And KCP's not afraid to shoot the ball, but you just kind of got to wait and see what happens in the first couple minutes with KCP. But here's the deal. Minnesota came out with an attitude because you talked about it. After game 2, all the Nuggets heard about was what trash they were.
Sure.
And after game 5, all the Wolves, and specifically Rudy Gobert, heard about what trash he was.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure both coaches are probably like, you know what? I hope we get to just play this game and we're done with the media motivation for the other side.
Okay. Just a quick aside. I do love this series for one reason. Okay? In fact, I adore this series for this very reason. Anything that any talking head, us included, not David Byrne, but anything that any of us have said about this series has been wrong and stupid.
Oh, Stephen A's got to be. You and I were, well, you weren't, you had left. You and I stayed for the watch party.
Yep.
You were able to make it a quarter before you had to go handle parenting duties.
No, I was there.
I made it to the half.
I was there.
And at the half.
Good company, man. I was there. Yeah.
At the half, I'm looking at the TV we were watching,
Uh-huh.
and they had like, did you see the halftime? What was going on with Perk and Stephen A? They both had these looks. And I'm going, Stephen A's got to be angry because he called it now over for the Nuggets, and now the Nuggets are doing this to him.
Right.
Stephen A probably wants to just quit weighing in on this altogether.
It's magnificent. I don't even care about Stephen A. I want to talk about us for a minute here, okay? We did a week of shows after game 2 where, Andy, we discussed what is wrong with this team. Why is Jokic disengaged? Is Malone going to survive this? What is the fallout for the organization going forward after all of this, all right? And then the Nuggets remembered who the hell they are and went out and beat the snot out of the Timberwolves in game 3, looked great in game 4, had a game for the ages in game 5. And then here we were, okay? And we're hearing from listeners of, you idiots were killing him after game 2. Oh, yeah? Where are you guys at today, all right? Everyone's opinion on this series is wrong. I don't care at what point you decided to beat your chest and say you were right about anything. You were all wrong about the whole thing, and that's the beauty of sports, all right? And yes, last night sucked, okay? It was frustrating as hell, but at one point, I'm just giggling to myself of like, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. We don't know anything. Nobody knows anything. Michael Malone clearly doesn't know anything. Chris Finch doesn't have a clue, okay? Nobody knows what they're doing in this series right now, and we'll settle it on Sunday.
Even the ESPN guys, I couldn't place the voice of the play-by-play guy, but even he said, is anyone going to even try to guess what's going to happen?
It was Ryan Rucco was on the call
Ryan
last
said
night.
it point blank. He goes, no one's going to try to guess what's
Friend
going
of
to
the
happen in Game
program,
7, right?
Ryan Rucco last night.
Because this has been so up and down. You say one thing, you look foolish.
That's it. It's the most ridiculous series.
Hey, look, good news is you got game 7 at home, and Joker looked like he's not going to take it anymore. But again, just somebody has to come back.
Please.
And help him. Somebody.
Please.
He needs at least one. Gordon, Jamal, MPJ, Christian Brown.
Yep.
KCP.
Yep.
I'm not even picky. Can someone please just come along for the ride with the man and let's make some shots?
For the love of God.
Look, here's the good news. I don't think it's a coincidence that from game 3 to now game 6, Jamal's shooting has gone relatively downhill each game because it's been an every other day rest period.
Yeah.
I think the calf is bugging him. So my hope.
What happened to his elbow last night?
He got pinched. It was one of those.
They pinched me.
It was kind of like he got caught between two guys. They tried to screen. He tried to put his hand out to play D.
I saw him run into Rudy, and then he was in pain.
Funny. No, he got bent funny because whoever he was trying to cover cut in and bent his arm weird.
Ow.
So, yeah.
He couldn't shoot to save his life last night. Whew. There was just a whole lot of bad. We'll be breaking it down this hour here on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. At 4 o'clock, our pal Connor McGahee, or today we call him Scunner McGahee. He will join us at 4 p.m. today on the show to preview Game 6 this evening out at Ball Arena as your Colorado Avalanche dropping the puck sometime after 8 p.m.
8:10 they claim.
Look to even the series against the Dallas Stars tonight, back on home ice in front of the raucous Avalanche crowd out there. Gonna be a gigantic pile of fun. Andy, mindset stuff for the Avalanche, just go play hockey. Just go play your game. There's nothing to lose.
Yeah.
You've had another weird, emotional roller coaster of a hockey series. There's no more surprises. You know what the Stars are doing to you. You know what Ottinger sees and what he doesn't see. Go out, play your game. If your best players, I won't say the other word, if your best players show up in this game, you got a great chance to send it back to Dallas for a Game 7. That's my analysis point. Best players play well, Avalanche win.
Here's what you do. What you did the other night. You don't have to call up some demons from, you don't have to go into a ceremony that brings out someone from 6 months ago.
That sounds fun, though.
Simply repeat 2 nights ago.
Repeat.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah, 2 goals out of the baby-faced assassin tonight, and we're going to be good to do. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. I have a major question to ask about last night's Game 6 and their Nuggets performance. So we'll do that today on the show. We have so much going on. That's Andy Lindahl, everybody. Denver radio legend Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer produces the program. You have got it right here on your home for the world champion Denver Nuggets and your Stanley Cup champion from 2 years ago, Colorado Avalanche, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hell yeah, Voodoo Glow Skulls with you on a Ska Friday. I am Nate Kreckman. That is Andy Lindahl. It's great to be with you here today. I know last night was lame, but we're going to have a good weekend, everybody. And you can keep tuned into all of it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 or via the Altitude Sports Radio app. That's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Timberwolves win last night, 115-70. All right, Andy. So, Game 5. Remember Game 5 when the Nuggets ran their offense basically as beautifully as we've ever seen? When the Nuggets had 30 assists on 44 made field goals? When the Nuggets executed perfectly, when the Nuggets only took 19 threes, but took 50 shots inside the paint, made 31 of them for a 62% clip, and thoroughly dominated the Minnesota Timberwolves, essentially scoring at will outside of a brief spot at the beginning of the third quarter when they got away from their offense. But for the better part of the balance of 48 minutes, the Denver Nuggets imposed their will all over the Minnesota Timberwolves. You remember that game?
It's coming back to me.
Yeah. So it was as though they took a look at that and they were like, look, that was pretty good. But what if, and listen to me on this one, what if we just jack up a 3 8 seconds into the shot clock on every possession, don't bother to run any of our actions? Wouldn't that be better?
Yeah, I don't know who suggested the alternative thinking, but it did not seem to prove out, especially when nobody could seem to throw even layups in the ocean last night.
Not even layups.
It was a bold move to go to the 3 ball. Even our guy Joker, and Scotty has said it a lot of times, and I heard him say it on the broadcast as we left our watch party here, he feels like Joker sometimes does shoot threes because he just knows if he can hit one, it maybe rallies some emotion inside the troops. He knows it's not always his best shot.
He was taking frustration threes last night.
Well, he was, because they're just trying to get something going. Look, nobody looked to me, except for Joker, as usual, but nobody really looked to me like they wanted to go in and get their hands dirty inside, which is what they needed to do. And they're going to have to do it.
Last night, so here we go. I broke this down. I made myself a nifty little chart just so I could have it visually in front of me. I'll try to verbalize it for everybody. So Game 5, they were 9 of 19 from 3. 9 of 19. 19 threes is not many. Game 6, 7 of 36. Basically, they were like, hey, you know that efficient offense we ran the other night? Let's do away with that and let's shoot twice as many threes. And you weren't even making them. That's what's so annoying. In the paint, this is just field goal attempts in the paint. Game 5, they took 50. Game 6, they took 39. 11 fewer shot attempts in the paint. They scored 36 in the paint. They scored 62 in Game 5.
Hold on. On a night that they couldn't make a basket, they took 3 more in the paint shots than threes. Was it 36 was the final number?
That is correct. 36 threes, 39 field goal attempts from inside the paint.
Did I miss some half-court shots? Did someone decide half-court shots might be the ticket?
Fast break points, 16 in Game 5, 9 in Game 6.
Yeah, because when they got out on the break, they kept missing or they kept waiting or they just... oh, well.
They shot 55% from the field in Game 5, 30% last night.
Wasn't Joker just below? Where did he finish in his shooting percentage? I know at one point they said, I think in the third quarter, they said he was like around 48% or something.
9 of 19, so just a tick below 50%.
Yeah, he was the only one. Everybody else was like below 30%, right?
Basically. MPJ was 3 of 9. Actually, AG was an efficient 4 of 7.
All right.
KCP was 2 of 6. Jamal Murray, cover your eyes, 4 of 18. 4 of 18. Ugh. Christian Brown was 1 for 6. Justin Holiday was 0 for 5. Reggie was 0 for 6. Bench dudes were bad last night, too. I guess Zeke Naji made his only field goal attempt.
Well, good for him.
And was a +2, so you were onto something earlier in the series.
You got that going.
Yeah, Jaden McDaniels made basically everything that he put up last night, and Anthony Edwards really didn't have to sweat to get his 27. He was a +43 for the game last night. A +43. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is
They lost all composure.
well, but they also lost that fire. They
Rushed
came out with some
shots.
fire in the first quarter.
Ball not working through the paint. There was no ball movement last night. They just
because Nate
they just didn't play.
Nate, they won playing physical. The 3 games they won, they played physical. They set screens.
Yep.
They got in the paint. They
Yep.
threw their weight around. They got, dude, hey, what about the offensive rebounding? Their rebounding was not great last night. You and I were sitting here watching at least 2 first quarter possessions where they gave them 3 chances to get back to get a bucket.
Well, the Timberwolves did have 51 defensive rebounds last night, which is aided by the part where the Nuggets missed 60 shots.
Yeah, couldn't make. Wow.
60.
They only gave them 9 second chance opportunities. Are you kidding me?
Yep.
And the Nuggets had a couple where they got 3 or 4 chances. I bet
They
you
did.
of the 9.
They had a
How
few.
many of those came in succession?
Yeah, probably.
Good night, dude.
It's a horrendous game.
But didn't that feel like again, that's one of the weird, annoying things about this team. There's a lot to love about this team, and we spent 3 games loving it. One of the annoying things about this year was if they didn't have to have it, they weren't as great with the killer instinct. And you and I talked about it. And again, that looked to me like a whole bunch of guys that by the time we got to the half and nobody was hitting a shot, it just looked like a collective group that said, well, we got Sunday.
Yeah.
Which is fine. You do have Sunday. But Game 7, stupid things happen. Remember when they lost to Portland in a Game 7? And
I do.
They shouldn't have. Remember that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah. Silly things happen at this time of year. Don't tempt fate with this
Right.
whole thing.
Don't have another shooting night like that.
Dude, Game 7, I mean, it is 50-50. I got no feel for this thing. I have no feel for this game, all right? All of the, well, Jokic looked intense and fired up and they beat our ass and hey, he's going to come into this game focused. I'm not worried about Nikola Jokic. All right? I worry not at all about him. You know what worries me about this game? A Minnesota Timberwolves team that comes into this thing playing fast and loose and simply says, hey, we got our mojo back. We figured out what works for us. You know, Sam Amick wrote about the video montage that they watched before the game last night, and it was clips of them dunking and playing physical and feeling themselves and enjoying being a good, young, athletic basketball team. And that was the way that they went out and played. And that was even Nuggets jumped out to a 9-2 run.
Right.
They had a 9-2 lead at one point in that game.
And they got outscored 20-0, or 22-0 before they finally put a basket in.
20-0.
Brutal.
Yeah. Here's the in the 20-0 run, here's Denver's offensive possessions during the run. Jokic missed a turnaround. He was a little passive against Cat, but not a terrible shot. Jamal had a lazy dribble handoff with Jokic. Got stolen. Jokic missed a 3. Jamal missed a 3. Jokic got called for traveling. MPJ throws it right to Rudy Gobert. Jamal misses a step back. Jokic misses a 3. AG misses a 3. MPJ misses a 3. Finally, Jokic hits a mid-range to stop the run. But that was a 20-0 run, and that was what they put it together offensively. AG dribbled the ball off a Cat's foot, led to a run out. One point in the third quarter, Jamal Murray just dribbled the ball out of bounds. Just dribbled the ball out of bounds. They look like an adult rec league team that was all hungover last night.
Yeah, that's a great comp to it. Adult rec league team that wasn't sure what offense they were running, right? We all play a sport where you have to have some semblance. You got to harken back to something you did and whatever level you played coming up.
Yeah.
And agree this is what we're doing tonight. It looked like the only thing they agreed to do was shoot threes. And then nobody agreed to go try to rebound them.
Nah.
How about that?
Nah.
Look, I'm not so worried about Jokic like you said in a Game 7. What does concern me is if they attack him like last night where they just went back to the rest of you guys can beat us, he's going to face 3 people.
Yeah.
Someone does have to hit a shot in order to call that little philosophy off.
Yep.
And nobody could last night.
Also, like, Minnesota deserves credit, okay? They the way that they doubled last night, they threw the kitchen sink of double teams at Joker last night. They came on the catch. Sometimes they came on the dribble. Sometimes they came fast. Sometimes they came late. Sometimes it was a guard. Sometimes it was 2 bigs. They were basically mixing it up every single possession. And it threw the Nuggets offense completely into chaos. They didn't handle it well.
Well, but again, it goes back to the desire. You and I had talked about during that little 3-game run. I felt like we talked about the team dinner that The Athletic talked about in their article, and it just kind of felt to me like this team decided, we do want to keep going. We do want to make a run at the title again, all that stuff. Well, last night it went back to them being, are you sure?
Right.
Now, listen, I have no doubt that they think they can get it done. I think this team is still confident. I think we're going to get a war in Game 7. We'll see if I eat those words. But, Nate, it looked to me by the half, they didn't want to expend the energy they knew they were going to have to expend to get back in that game.
Right. Well, the shame
and
of
that's
it too
where the
was
we got Game 7 Sunday came in for me.
They had moments. In the second quarter, they got it. Jokic hit a 3. They cut it to 12. AG hit a 3. They got it back to 11. But one of the weird things that happened was they were down so badly that Malone had to jumble up rotations, started the second quarter with Nikola. So Jokic played basically 15 and a half consecutive minutes of basketball time, of regulation clock time. So he had to leave then for a lengthy chunk of the middle of the second quarter. And by the time that he came back, I think they were like -6 while he was off the floor. By the time that he came back, it was going to be really tough for them to get back into the game. And that's what happened.
Well, and they, like you said, when they got it to 11, and I remember Minnesota taking a timeout, I'm thinking, all right, just come back out.
Yep.
I kept saying, I think DMAC was watching the game with us, and I just kept saying, they just need to get it to 8 by half. Then you're right in the old wheelhouse for a run.
Mm-hmm.
And they just, I don't know, Nate, they just couldn't get the defensive stops they needed. Like you said, they couldn't rebound anything. Look.
No
it is what it is.
No defending champ has ever lost by more points in a playoff game.
Yeah.
Hey, we're making history. We got that going for us.
Normally, see what's crazy about this is normally when you have blowouts like this, you wouldn't feel good. But normally when blowouts come like this, teams aren't in it. Like I think it was the biggest Game 6 win by the team losing the series ever I saw on ESPN or something like that.
Great.
So it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was quite something.
It was heinous.
Yeah. But again, it was the shooting. I would be more concerned. I feel like they can recover from the bad shooting. I don't know how confident I should feel about saying that, Nate, because let's be honest, most of the sample size of the playoffs, the shooting hasn't been terrific. They were rough in the Lakers series, but the Lakers sucked just as bad. It felt like they finally got their shooting going these last 3 games, but this is a revert. This is game 2 all over again, except they didn't have the meltdown on the refs. So,
yeah.
And frankly, the shooting got worse as it went along.
Nobody threw anything on the court.
Nobody got mad at each other.
I guess that was the benefit of it.
They all just at 10 minutes. It was 10 minutes left to go, and Malone just said, everybody come out.
The 1,000-mile
making a run.
stares from everybody, just Aaron Gordon, just the confusion of what the hell just happened out there.
Well, good. But the good news is they get 2 nights to rest, and I do think that helps Jamal.
I hope so.
Because Jamal, let's be honest,
He's
Jamal
not
and
100%.
AG have got to come along.
Yeah.
Or if this is going to work.
They do. Jamal Murray is a shell of himself and is not going to be what you need him to be the rest of these playoffs. Now, I take nothing away from the way that he played in games 3, 4, and 5. He gutted out some pretty damn good games in that stretch right there. He shot 52, 47, and 50% from the field, respectively, in those 3 games. He made 5 threes over that stretch. Like, he's gutting it. He's battling. Hey, he talked to the media last night after a
Matter of
blowout
fact,
loss,
he went in before Malone,
which was good to see. That's good accountability. You've got to go and take all of that. Talked about his elbow bothering him. It was clear that he was compromised last night. Whatever he has left, I can't. It kind of goes back to one of my first takes of the show today. Is I can't predict what Jamal Murray's going to be in Game 7.
Okay, but then let's do something. Help me with this. What do you have to do to get MPJ Wright shooting again? What do you have to do to change that? I do not want to see him go up and pass. Do not jump up and throw it to anybody else. Jump and just shoot. Just shoot.
Or if he does it, just make sure it's a teammate and not Rudy Gobert.
Well, that helps too. But but seriously, why is he like bailing out of his shot, Nate? What have they done?
Is in his head, man.
I don't get it. Get him out of his head.
Right. Can we get a video montage?
Honestly,
of
run
MPJ?
The pick. I'd like them to run the picks where it
shooting
feels like
in rhythm.
It feels like he gets a step or two after most picks where he could shoot, but I don't know if he's not getting it at the spot that whatever it is.
He's off.
Just get him in the gym and get him shooting till he feels good, then go home.
Yeah.
Because they desperately need him to just shoot the ball again. I don't get it. And then look, I don't know. How does KCP go from raining everything into the hoop in Game 5 to back to not all of it's just clanking? Although I guess I shouldn't be too hard. He hit a couple corner threes, right?
He did. He actually had but it's the variance of role players and their shots come and go, and they weren't there on the road last night, and the Nuggets got their butts absolutely just obliterated, mutilated in that loss last night, losing the game by 45 points. It wasn't good. Hey everybody, we have got a hockey game tonight right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and Connor McGahey will be describing the action without pictures for all of you on the radio. He will do that coming up at 4 o'clock with us, describing everything that the Avalanche have done and need to do tonight to get a victory in Game 6 and force a Game 7 in that series, which would be on Sunday, which would make for an all-timer of a day in Denver sports. We gotta root for it now.
Oh man, I don't know if I can handle that. It could be like super good. It could be the greatest Monday ever.
Could be.
It could be just kind of a normal Monday where there's some good and there's some bad.
Could be the worst Monday ever.
Could be Black Monday.
Yeah. This
What's
could be
the worst Monday of the year? Didn't they say it's like somewhere in mid-January is the most depressed Monday of the year because college football's over and Christmas is over and bills are showing up? That's what this Monday would resemble.
That's what it would feel like. Yeah, this would be like a post Super Bowl 48 kind of Monday. That's what we could be talking about.
I'd prefer we don't.
Or we could do a post Super Bowl 50 kind of Monday.
Yes.
Yeah, see, there's all kinds of options right there.
Gotta do their part.
That's Andy. I'm Nate. You're listening to the Kreckman and Lindahl Show live from the Backus and Shanker Studios. They are serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Yes, it is the Craigman and Lindahl Show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We will talk to Connor McGahey here at the top of the hour. Did you know you can watch the Craigman and Lindahl Show via Twitch? Twitch feed is presented to you by Safeway. You can save more with Safeway. Receive their best deals, rewards, and perks as a Safeway for You member every day. So download the Safeway app and sign up for free today. PGA Championship at Valhalla, Andy, and I, early on this morning, I got a notification. I was like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah. I told you, I woke up early because it's that time of year where the birds start singing before the sun comes up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't have roosters here. We've got your normal birds just chirping away in the trees.
Run-of-the-mill birds.
And in my neighborhood, it sounds like they've got a nightclub going on where they're all really excited to talk to each other. So about 5 o'clock, I peek at my phone because that's always what lets you go back to sleep. And I'm seeing the tweets of, what did he win? Masters champ.
Just
got arrested.
World number one.
Scotty Scheffler is in custody with police. And I'm like, what is going on? So I'm trying to piece it together. And of course, we're all just stuck living off Jeff Darlington, which good for him. Good job being a reporter and getting his phone out and going after the story.
How about the part where Scheffler turns to him and he's like, will you please help me?
Yeah, somebody tell these guys who I am. I'm just trying to go golf.
So Scotty Scheffler was arrested. He was released on his own recognizance, made his 10:08 tee time today, and Scotty Scheffler went out and shot a 66. He is 5 under today. He is 9 under for the tournament. He is 4 strokes off the leaders, Xander Schauffele, but Scotty Scheffler, all-timer of a day, started his day in an orange jumpsuit and finished it shooting a 65, which I believe of golfers in the clubhouse today, best round of the day.
Okay.
At the PGA.
Let's see if I can find it. So I was going to send you guys this cut.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, do you know where he warmed up? He said he warmed up in jail. He did some stretching and did all that stuff, knowing that, I guess I'm going to get out of here in time. Where's the weirdest place you've warmed up for an event? Any rec league athlete. Have you done something in the car? Have you had to,
Oh, I got it. Here's what I hate now is when I go snowboarding, and I'm waiting in the lift line. I had this conversation with a guy earlier this year. Okay, so I'm out there. I don't know what a half hour or so before the lifts open, waiting, trying to get first chair, get the good snow. And I'm standing there and I'm doing all these stretches. My back hurts, my legs hurt. I'm a 43-year-old guy, still trying to go.
Trying to limber up.
Right, exactly. There's another dude, with the gray temples right by me. He's doing the same thing. And I look over and there's just like a really cool dude, some Gen Z, really cool bro just standing there vaping. Spacing
just
out,
cooking his lungs before he heads down the mountain.
Exactly, like flipping through his iPod, putting on his jams or whatever. And I was just like, I used to be you once, man.
You punk kid.
I didn't have to do this. I was cracking beers in the parking lot back in the day. Now I got to go through an entire routine so I don't injure myself trying to enjoy a recreational activity. Yeah, that's where my life is at now. You know what, though? They do say the Clink is a good place to get in shape. Ask Glenn Big Baby Davis. We had that story last week.
Well, yeah, he talked about that. No cheeseburgers and stuff. But what do you think? What do you think he's doing? Is he doing of the yoga type poses that help you stretch out the back? I ain't doing that on a prison floor. I got news for you.
I guarantee it.
It's probably was just a holding cell. I'm sure he didn't actually, he didn't go through the process where he got his own. He's probably in the old Mayberry holding cell there
Andy, when you're
in Kentucky.
When you're serving your nickel, you deal with it in whatever way you can. It ain't pretty on the inside.
Was he just telling him, hey, I just need 3 hots and a cot and I'll get by?
Did Scotty have a bandana on?
Right.
Yeah. A lot of that broke out. That broke out in Twitter.
The prison Mike.
Did he trade like a sleeve of Titleist for a pack of cigarettes?
Yeah.
So I got the arrest report here. So here we go. This is here's the arrest report. He was charged with assault in the second degree of a police officer, criminal mischief in the third degree, reckless driving, and disregarding signals from officers directing traffic. From the arrest report, Detective Gillis was directing traffic into Gate 1 of the Valhalla Golf Course due to the road being closed in both directions from an earlier fatal collision. Listed subject was driving eastbound to gain access to the course. Subject pulled into the westbound lanes where outbound traffic was flowing and to avoid backed-up traffic. Detective Gillis was in the middle of the westbound lanes in full LMPD uniform and a high-visibility yellow reflective rain jacket. Detective Gillis stopped subject and attempted to give instructions. Subject refused to comply and accelerated forward, dragging Detective Gillis to the ground. How did that happen?
Yeah, see, this is the part I still can't visualize.
Yeah. So Detective Gillis suffered pain, swelling, and abrasions to his left wrist and knee. He was transported to the hospital for further medical treatment by emergency medical personnel. One more kicker on the incident report, Andy. Detective Gillis's uniform pants, valued at approximately $80, were damaged beyond repair.
So they got torn up.
The
pretty
pants
good. Yeah.
were lost.
Probably the shin and ankle area if he was drug along.
Did the pants get caught? Like in the car?
Yeah. Again, I don't know. I don't know if he was reaching in to try to turn the car off. I don't know. I've yet to see an apt description of just exactly how the dragging happened. And there's different accounts of things as to, Scheffler. There's another story out there that Scheffler was told by a different attendant what he was doing was what he was told to do. So he thought that he was doing what he was allowed to do.
Yes.
Obviously, this officer was not in the group maybe of those that were in the know as to what he was supposed to do.
Yeah.
And here we are.
The pants damaged beyond repair.
Why are we getting a dollar value of the pants?
Worth $80. Does Scheffler does he have to cover the cost of the pants?
He could.
Maybe Scotty's lawyer can find a good belt loophole.
What else you got?
I would assume that his legal team will have to come up with a good defense on the fly. Although it might be best for Scotty Scheffler to plead the fifth. I like that one. Come on.
These are all Nate Breckmans?
Most likely they will
answer the question.
Sentence him to community service, which he can do one leg at a time.
God, you got a lot this time.
No?
Keep going.
We'll have to find out if the PGA dockers his pay. All right, I'm done.
Are you sure? There's not one more on there?
That's all I got.
You're peeking at your list.
Let's go, y'all.
That's all I got.
I knew that was coming.
Huh.
I should have just known it was coming anyway.
Huh?
I'm in the middle of talking,
but
I've only got one earphone in, and I hear Nate go, "Get the rim shot ready." I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Here's the list. But
no, you know what?
I ask you a question.
I came up with all those off the cuff.
Oh, you don't get that one. You don't get that one. He's texting somebody and he's not going to give it to you.
I thought we were done. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did
you wish
too.
Man,
we
he
were
wasn't
done.
even
I did
done.
too.
You wanted us to be done.
He
I
had
just
more
wrote
in his
that
golf
one.
bag. Wow.
Yeah. I pulled out another club, if you will. Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Again, I'm thrown off by the $80 pants because if you go to buy jeans anywhere, guess what you're paying? $60 to $80.
The very pants
I
I
don't
was
like
set
his
to return.
$80 pants are irreparable. Is that his wife? Is that his tailor writing in? Those pants. Why do we have to know that they were $80? I'm assuming his pants got ripped up. I'm also assuming the man owns more than one pair of pants.
I would hope so. Can Scotty Scheffler get the man a new pair of pants? Scheffler he has a warehouse full of more pants provided by Nike or whoever than he could ever wear. Get the man some pants.
Is this going to go away or?
Yeah, I assume it will. I very much assume that it will.
The only thing, it's wild because I told you as part of when we do the Buff stuff, we take our own car. We don't ride the team bus.
No.
And the travails that
Prime
we have
doesn't let you in?
had trying to, no, we could.
Yeah.
But we've got to be at the stadium much earlier than they
yes,
do.
yes.
And I told you the day before, Shannon, our engineer, he's got to go check the equipment. So it's just better we have a rental car.
Mark Johnson is nothing if not a prepared professional.
He is.
Yes.
Well, and Mark Johnson doesn't need to hear all the nonsense chit-chat going on the bus as we drive to and fro, right? So anyway, you just like the Rose Bowl, I remember in particular.
Yeah.
Because I usually get stuck being, as the sideline guy, I have less responsibilities than most, so you're the guy driving the car. One of the main reasons why I quit going on road trips was my job after games is to try to fast talk your way back up to the stadium.
Sure.
So not only can I pick them up, but we can get in the bus motorcade with the cops. And there have been times where, again, you're not going that way, but I kind of need to. We don't care. No, you don't. And you're not going to go.
Yeah, Scotty Scheffler's like, hey, I
got a thing.
I gotta go here.
I'm kind of. Do you break out the? I don't know if you know, but many people have paid to see me play it in about an hour.
Did he have the green jacket sitting in the back seat that he could have like pulled out and been like, I'm important?
Like Jim Carrey and Dumb and Dumber. It's okay. I'm a limo driver. Yeah, the PGA is going to have to fix because, again, I can understand I get how the cop didn't know what the hell he's being told, and unfortunately they were dealing with a serious situation.
Exactly. So according to reports, the police officer was on extra duty. He was not traffic control for the tournament itself. He was on hand because of the fatal collision, the fatal accident where a man was reportedly hit and struck and killed by a shuttle bus, which is absolutely a tragedy.
It is.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I don't know.
This to me, it just sounds like there was freaking confusion,
right,
all around.
Well, because of the unfortunate and tragic accident, there was a backup as players were trying to arrive. You've got to, and I guess this was a vendor too. So this wasn't because of fans. The gentleman that lost his life today was apparently a vendor, so therefore that probably is why they're all trying to get in through the same area.
Connor McGahee, they always just let him in. We'll talk to Connor coming up next, previewing Game 6.
Hey guys, it's time for Window Nation's semi-annual sale. 50% off all window styles, plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment this week. You may hear about similar offers from other home improvement companies, but here's why you can trust Window Nation. They are truly window experts, and Window Nation's professional installation teams have over 10 years of experience. Their teams are usually able to get your windows in within a day. I just can tell you, if you need new windows, which is probably what's going to speak to you. By the way, the windows will come with a lifetime warranty. But if you need new windows, sometimes people wonder, how will I know? You know, I feel like if you own a home, you know when you need new windows, whether it's condensation, draftiness, stuffiness in the summer, whatever it is. Now's a great time to upgrade. If you need those new windows, I can tell you I needed them 18 months ago. Been very, very happy that we chose to switch our out. So if you want to go with this offer from Window Nation, it's 50% off all window styles plus 0% interest for 5 years and an additional bonus if you schedule an appointment today. 866-90-NATION is the number to call. That's 866-90-NATION, or go to windownation.com to schedule an appointment.
Tonight, 8 o'clock-ish, Game 6, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avalanche trying to even up the series and force a Game 7 on Sunday and stave off the Stars out there at Ball Arena. We head in that direction right now. We welcome into the program the voice of your Colorado Avalanche, our good pal, Connor McGahey, who sounds as though he is on the way to the arena. Connor, we ask that you just follow all traffic regulations.
Which I always do here in one of our Altitude Sports Radio mobile studios. And to 10 and 2, please use all turn signals, and please remain seated at all times. Keep your hands and arms inside the vehicle.
Now, hold on. Are you in the Altitude Hockey Beast? Are you driving some, cool, souped-up, tricked-out truck or something?
We need one of those, don't we? I mean, we have some company vehicles, but, we always see the pinpoint weather beast, and how many tornadoes can we survive in a summer? We need something like that for Altitude Sports Radio.
I'll take it.
We need to add to our fleet.
I want you to have to look down and almost dismount from a ladder from the truck. That's what I want.
Hey, guys, can I get a little help here?
Yeah.
No. Yeah, up here. Thank you.
I want you to have to parachute off the back end of the truck.
Yes, you haven't made a company vehicle until you have to, buy a dirigible to get down from on top.
It's Connor McGahey, everybody.
Hey, good talking to you, Connor. Good luck tonight.
By the way,
hey, good stuff, guys. Have a great day. See you tonight.
Well, hey, good time for this reader. Connor joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident? You need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. All right, Connor, who's the pressure on in this game tonight?
I think the Dallas Stars.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. It's always on the team that's trying to close it out. I feel like it was on the Nuggets last night in Minnesota, and I think it's on the Dallas Stars here tonight. So I think that the Avalanche are at home, and it's the same thing that I said in the first round series when watching the Stars and the Golden Knights, where it was kind of similar, where Vegas had lost the first two games at home and then forced a Game 6. And I said, there's no way on earth that Vegas loses 3 games in a row at home. And I still feel the exact same about the Avalanche, who are the best home ice team in the National Hockey League this season. I just don't see any universe where they lose 3 in a row on home ice.
All right, Connor. What was different the other night that the Avs can repeat to see the same success tonight?
Well, I just feel like moving legs and finding room to skate, and they just sort of took the initiative, and they got in a bad habit in games, really the second half of Game 2, 3, and 4, of being back on their heels, and that's exactly what Dallas looks for. The Avs there's probably no better team or example of a team in the NHL that if you're on your toes, you're winning. If you're on your heels, you're losing. And the Avalanche were on their toes a lot more, and big players were able to make big plays when they really hadn't in the previous couple games. I mean, Cale Makar is the best example of that. Look what he was able to do on the power play with his game-winning goal. So I just think the Avalanche, when they're on the front foot, that forces Dallas out of their defensive, boring structure, and that's exactly what we sort of saw. Even though the Avalanche gave up 3 goals and the first one again, the power play was crucial. They go 2 for 3 on the man advantage. They score on the only 2 shots that they had on the power play in game number 5, and so you had a mixture of creativity and quickness, I think, that freed up the power play a little bit more. And Jared Bednar even said this morning, he said,
Connor is getting into a bad cell spot. Hold on. We'll call Connor back.
No,
here.
he's back. He's back.
Are you back? Are you back?
Uh-oh. Oh, sorry. Blame Southwest. Hey, you live down here, Andy. This is like silence right here.
Yeah. Are you, let me guess, you're on C-470 near the reservoir?
Yeah, just on 470 now, about to get into graduation traffic.
Yeah!
Yeah. Great stuff.
Well, see, if you were in that
Really
altitude avalanche beast, you know everybody just get out of your way.
Get him the
right.
chopper.
If we could just give him the chopper, come on, go.
Yeah.
We just fly over the top of it. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be no problem.
Anyhow, my shorthand answer, what it should have been in the first place, is the Avalanche played on their toes a lot more instead of their heels.
What should we expect out of the Stars tonight? They went 7 in round 1. They're now on to 6 here in round 2. Roopehin's still not back. Chris Tanev doesn't look like he's right out there on the ice, but he's battling his way through. Where is that team at mentally after they let a golden opportunity to close out at home get by them?
Yeah, it's tough to say because they are Jekyll and Hyde when it comes to home and away, I feel like. They're a much worse home hockey team. They're now sub 500 at home in the Stanley Cup playoffs at 3-4. On the road, very stellar. They have not allowed a power play goal yet in these playoffs away from American Airlines Center. And you don't see that big of a discrepancy really with anybody else in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Stars are hard to figure out depending on where they're playing. But I do know that Roopehin's and Chris Tanev are two of the big pieces in keeping Nathan MacKinnon in check. And if they are not there, no offense to Matt Duchene, but he is not as good of a defender as a forward as Roopehin's is. And so their plan of containing Nathan MacKinnon is mostly based around those two guys. So I think with the last change, especially tonight, and Jared Bednar doesn't always chase it, fellas. We know that. He's told us many a time that, you know, even in the first round series, Winnipeg almost made too much out about chasing matchups. I think tonight, if there's an opening, especially when it comes to Nathan MacKinnon, Jared Bednar is going to pounce on it with either the second or maybe even the fourth line for Dallas, and definitely their second or third D pairing.
All right, you got to fly home with the team after that, nice win the other night. Did that win relax him at all? Specifically, like I looked to a Nathan MacKinnon, you could visibly see the relief wash over his body as that goal finally went in, right, Connor? For a number of reasons, but the guy just was not getting anything past Ottinger. It was one of his classic shots. He looked like he looked to the heavens before, and just kind of was like finally before he went and hugged his teammates. Did the win the other night, did scoring it relax the team at all? Because let's be honest, Connor, that's probably what they need.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're a team that's fueled by offense, and honestly, they were relaxed before the game. I mean, Miles Wood and Ross Colton were taking shots with their helmets all out of position, and everyone was loose and laughing. And I think that's always a better approach to this kind of thing. And it's a good balance between, keeping your discipline from what you've obtained all season and not gripping it too tight. But I think that when a goaltender has an off night, and I would classify that for Jake Ottinger because, and don't take anything away from Cale Makar, that is a very deceiving shot from his for his second goal of the game. But you don't normally see that go in on Ottinger. He misjudged the play with Parisi and Middlestat. I mean, you have to take advantage of those nights, and they did. And I think they sort of saw some keys to success, especially with the speed of the puck. I think they were guilty in games 2, 3, and 4 of hanging on to things too long. And if you just hang on to the puck and stick handle, that's a defender's dream. Then they can just hang in and wait for you to make the mistake. I mean, we called them Iceman in games 2, 3, and 4 because they'll bore you to death, and then it's on you to give the puck away. I think quickness of decision-making and execution was key to that game, and usually when you do that, you create openings. And when you're a finisher like Nathan MacKinnon, he's going to make the best of any tiny opening that he gets.
Connor picked a click tonight. Who is scoring a goal for the Avalanche in Game 6?
I'm going to go with the Moose.
Yeah.
Moose.
He needs it.
Yeah, he needs to get loose.
He needs one of his classic snipes, right?
Yep.
Like we saw from Nate at the end of the last game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so too. And Cale Makar doesn't have any goals on home ice in this series, and he's got a hot hand right now too. But I just feel like Nico Rantanen is due for one tonight.
That is well said right there. Connor McGahey, everybody, voice of the Avalanche. Well, in pregame with Berto at 7:30. We're extended Avalanche pregame before all of that. We'll drop the puck after 8 o'clock, 8:10-ish or so. You listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You turn down the national television broadcast. You crank up Connor McGahey for Game 6 tonight. Connor, have fun, buddy. Thanks, man.
Will do, fellas. Thank you.
All right. The great Connor McGahey is with us right there. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We have a Herculean task ahead of us. We have a sponsored segment, which we are contractually obligated to fulfill.
We've never not had fun doing this in the past.
We'll see what we're capable of.
But, man, these two teams are giving us some challenges.
We have got Nuggets Timberwolves Game 6 highlights coming up next. On Fridays, we play ska music. We call it Ska Friday here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are rolling with you until 6 p.m. Long, extended. It's extremely extended tonight. Bonus Avalanche pregame special edition coverage here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 with Mark Bertinoli, Alex Ryan-Emmy, and Mark Springer here tonight. Springer, you guys out on the road tonight, or are you in the crib?
Ball Arena.
At Ball Arena.
I'll be floating back and forth, yeah.
Spring will be floating about, so everybody make sure you tune in for that. But make sure you listen to In the Pipes after the game tonight, hopefully previewing a Game 7.
So a couple quick hockey notes that we didn't have.
Hit me with hockey notes. Let's have them.
Looks like Trennan's out, Wagner's in. Still, I guess it's an upper body for Trennan. That sucks. That takes a lot of size away from the Avs.
Ow, my upper body.
But thanks to our gal Slacker Perfectionist just sent us the tweet giving us a little background on Jared Bednar too. What would be your fake name for him? Jared Bendar? What would be that guy's name?
Barrett Jednar,
There
I
you
believe
go.
is that
All
guy's
right.
name.
All right.
Yes.
So-
This is the guy that was wearing a Jared Bednar costume sitting directly behind him during Game 5 in Dallas the other night.
Now, I'll spare you a bunch of the details because it's in the tweet, but this is kind of funny. Here's the information I kind of found funny.
Okay.
So the guy said that his friends, the other guy was dressed as an OnlyFans girl, which I guess is the super fan that sits behind the bench for Dallas.
Okay.
He had to go that way.
I picked up on that,
And
yeah.
and his buddy had to go as Bednar, and I guess a bunch of the friends pooled money together to get them the tickets but they had to go as this power couple, if you will.
Those tickets can't be cheap.
Here's what I think is funny. The guy writing this, and it's Willied11 on Twitter.
Sure.
I think it's Twitter. I don't know.
Is it Willied or Willie D?
Well, could be, but could be,
Okay.
Nate. I don't know.
He got willied.
But here's the thing. They say we have another buddy that's a pro golfer who knows Jonathan Drouin on the Avs. The team was aware of the bit and were in stitches over it.
Okay.
Overall, we had a blast. So
Wait a minute. So, like the Avs.
So the Avs apparently were aware.
They had
Bednar
inside.
said he did not look and see the guy behind him, but apparently the team knew this guy was going to show up like this,
That's
according
marvelous.
to OnlyFans girl imposter.
That's very good.
So
that's very good.
But
Yes.
thank you to Slacker for sending us that via X. I had not
Shout
seen
out
that.
to Drouin and the Avalanche players that were down to clown a little
So
bit.
you know what though? That would say how he got the outfit so darn
Right.
accurate.
He knew the tie. He had the tie.
Yes. Somebody must have done a little reconnaissance.
Nice job.
Here's what he's wearing.
You got to have an inside source to pull
You
off a
had
joke
to.
that good. Well played. That's fantastic. All right. You know it's not fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all
Okay.
know.
Okay.
Nobody needs to be told.
All right. So,
go ahead and do the read.
It's time for the Game 6 highlights. Brought to you by Window Nation. Window Nation's semi-annual sale is on now with 50% off all windows. No interest for 5 years plus bonus savings. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. As always, Andy, we begin in the opening quarter of the game. Anthony Edwards misses a layup. Jokic out ahead to Jamal Murray on the break, and the big man gets rewarded.
Conley has it back behind him. Catch and go. Edwards, layup up, no good. Rebound down to Jokic. Denver's got the numbers here. Front court, Murray dribbles through the lane on Towns. Back to a cutter. Dunk! 2 hands. The freak of nature himself. And the Nuggets are on the board. We're all tied up at 2 points apiece.
Game tied at 2. First quarter action.
Yeah!
Game 6, Nuggets Timberwolves last night at the Target Center. Your highlights are brought to you by Window Nation. Nuggets get a stop. Aaron Gordon finds MPJ on the cut.
KCP inbound over to Aaron Gordon. Nuggets looking for their first lead of the night. Off to a cutter Porter. Dunk, 2 hands.
Get him a layup or two early.
100%
Sure
sure.
to get that confidence back.
Mm-hmm.
That was a quickie.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Aaron Gordon breaks up a lob to Rudy Gobert. And again, the freak of nature is out in transition.
Conley has it on the high left side. He gets a pick from Gobert, moves off of that. Alley-oop down low to Rudy, broken up by Gordon. Denver's got the numbers again. KCP into Jokic, leans in, layup good. Nuggets have their big lead of the night. They're up by 4 here. It's a 6-0 run by Denver on top 6-2.
Yeah. Again, first quarter action. We're bringing you all the Game 6 highlights here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, brought to you by Window Nation. Jaden McDaniels misses a 3, and again, the Nuggets are out on the run.
Towns on the wing, drives in on KCP, picks up his dribble, top of the key. Conley, left side, corner 3, McDaniels. Rims out, rebound down to Gordon. Boy, Minnesota doing a bad job of getting back on defense here. Porter 3. Yes!
Yeah, a little bitty layup, and then all of a sudden Michael, who missed an open one, gets one in transition.
9-0 run by Denver, has them up by 7, 9-2. Timeout Minnesota.
And those are your highlights from Game 6.
Yeah!
Brought to you by our friends at Window Nation. Their semi-annual sale is on now with 50% off all windows, no interest for 5 years, plus bonus savings. You call 866-90-NATION or you visit windownation.com. I don't remember anything else that happened in that game.
I think it's a good place to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, they were up 9-2, and I mean, the rest is what it is, right? Whatever.
I changed the channel. I didn't need to keep
you got
watching.
a lot of things to keep track of when you do a game.
Very much so.
I think they canceled the rest of the game.
Yeah, 9-2. They're in control. There was nothing else to see there last night. Again, your Game 6 highlights brought to you by Window Nation. I don't think we've ever done a more complete, all-encompassing, and thorough highlight segment than what we just brought our audience.
Yeah, I think we brought you all you need to know.
Yeah.
We give you the information you need to know.
That you need to know.
By the way, speaking of canceling things, because I can only imagine this is how it got that's what happened.
Hey, we didn't get canceled after the buzzer beater off the other day, so we're still good.
Yeah! 24 hours in. A lot of time.
Still here.
Yeah. See what Monday does. People tend to take Fridays off. Did you see that? Did you see the windows getting blown in at Tropicana Field in Houston from that?
Terrifying.
I mean, it was a tornado, right? It was like
Then a tornado go through Houston.
Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Like
terrifying.
Rain was coming in, and it was apocalyptic. I don't think I've ever seen a scene like that in sports.
No good.
It was crazy.
No good. Yeah. It was an all-around bad time out in Houston. Kind of like it was in Minnesota, quite frankly.
Now, hold on.
Yeah.
How long was all that you put together?
What was the total on our highlights? Do some quick math on it. We put.
That's looking like about a minute.
It was thorough. It was thorough right there.
Well, I'm asking you, Nate Kreckman.
We had it all.
Keeper of the Flame.
Uh-huh.
Is it Michelle Branch or something akin worthy? That Aaron Gordon one could have been. That middle Aaron Gordon highlight, I think, was about 5 seconds.
How long? Yes, exactly.
Let's be honest. I feel like Jordan cut some pretty, because she needs to have a little time to fill.
Sure.
Some of those were pretty generous highlights where we got the miss and then the action back up the floor.
So last night, the Nuggets lead. So the MPJ dunk to go up 4-2, according to the official play-by-play, was at the 9:51 mark of the game. The Karl Anthony Towns dunk that then put the we'll go to the McDaniels layup that technically tied the game at 9. That was at the 7:14 mark. 7:14 mark. So we're talking, what are we talking? 2 minutes and 37 seconds that the Nuggets led in that game last night.
We enjoyed the game.
Right.
The Nuggets fan base enjoyed it for one Michelle Branch. No, what? That ain't even really a Michelle Branch song. Pops goes about 4 minutes. That's a ska song.
Yeah, that's 2:47. That's a Rancid song right there.
That's a Rancid. That's No Effects.
Get it done. Okay, get in, get out. Couple of verses, couple of choruses. We don't need to mess around.
Here's what we're doing.
Yes, a 2-bar guitar solo, and we're done. That'll do it, everybody. Oh, 31-14 at the end of the first. Denver was 6 of 22 with 4 turnovers. Following the 9-2 run, according to reports, again, we didn't see all this, a 29-5 run to finish the quarter for the Timberwolves. 29-5. Yeah. Uh-huh.
You know what makes me feel good about Sunday's game? Minnesota's playoff history.
They've only ever played one Game 7, I believe.
I just mean Minnesota, the city.
Oh, sure.
Their pro sports team. If there's a fan base that teams love to just kick right below the belt, it's that one.
Yeah.
Remember Gary Anderson?
Yes.
And how sweet that team was with Randy Moss and Chris Carter.
Yeah.
Randall Cunningham and Robert Smith.
Twins got a couple. 87 and 91.
They did.
Good.
That's
did.
good.
Yeah. 91. Wasn't 91 Game 7 the Jack Morris 10 innings? Yeah, I believe so.
Good old Kirby Puckett.
We will see you.
Hauling his 400 pounds around the bases.
Tomorrow night. Kenter Beck, Dan Gladden.
Kent Herbeck.
Yes.
Who is their Hall of Fame pitcher finally? One of the nicest gentlemen in the sport.
Bert Blyleven?
Blyleven. You called that guy up as an old producer early on. He would never tell you no.
He was also entertaining.
Yeah, he was a good guy.
Yeah, he was very fun. Was Bert Blyleven.
I mean, look,
Gary Gaetti.
There's a good old school name.
Used to have. We're now remembering some Minnesota Twins. Everybody, Gary Gaetti used to wear the flapless batting helmet.
He wasn't worried about his ears.
Nah,
you give me that chin music, pal.
Exactly.
I'll wear it.
Tom Bernansky in right. Tom Bernansky. There's a name for you right there. Hit 32 bombs back in 1987. Probably smoked a pack of heaters after every single one of them, too.
Look, listen, I'm not going to be well, actually. It was Cunningham. Randall Cunningham was the quarterback of the 98 Vikings. Look it up. Heard of him?
Frank
Culpepper came later.
Viola. Remember Frank
How
Viola?
could you not? Sweet old violin Viola.
That's right. Good baseball mustache.
Armin Killebrew. There's a good name.
42-year-old Joe Niekro was in that rotation. By the way, go to the bullpen. The great Jeff Reardon, all-time great baseball beard. But you know who else was in the 87 Twins bullpen? George Frazier. That's right. Frazier was in that pen.
I didn't realize he pitched with them.
Sure did. Yeah, George Frazier, like Yankee, Cub, Twin. He was a journeyman because it's all a journey, man. He started with the Cardinals, pitched for the Cleveland baseball team, the Cubs, and then he finished up with Minnesota before retiring in 1987. Before going on to many, many years of talking about playing the game the right way as the color analyst for Rockies baseball.
That's right. He would always. I miss George. George was always good.
That was a big Frazierism for you right there. He liked to see the game played the right way.
He did. He did. Did you ever call him up? Chili Davis? Did you say Chili Davis?
I did not drop it. I think Chili Davis, he was a 91. That was the 91 squad that won the World Series, the Minnesota Twins. By then they had a young Chuck Knobloch out there.
Good old Chuck Knobloch before the Yips got to him.
Yeah, before that
he
got
was
him all.
not a Twins Yips. That was only with the Yankees, right?
Yes.
Where he couldn't throw from second to first.
Wasn't it that didn't he hit Letterman's mom?
Is that what he did?
I believe.
I just remember him
maybe
sailing
that was
up
just
the easiest throw in the game.
Might have been just a joke from Letterman. I don't remember what it was.
A Seinfeld bit.
Exactly.
Hall of Famer Rod Carew.
Chili Davis. Was that his real name, by the way? Was he actually a Chili? No, his full name was Charles Theodore Davis.
So did he like chili? How do you become known as Chili?
It's a great question. Now I have to look up his Wikipedia and find this out. Okay.
Because I mean, if you like to eat chili, that's cool.
Sure.
But maybe not the most popular guy in the clubhouse unless you're the Knicks.
The moniker Chili comes from Davis's childhood when his father gave him a particularly poor bowl cut. Neighborhood children teased him that it looked as though someone had placed a chili bowl on his head to cut around, and the nickname stuck.
Really?
So that was on his baseball card our whole lives, and it was from childhood trauma.
That seems not cool.
It was from being bullied by the kids in the neighborhood. Although Chili Davis was a huge dude, so
he didn't care. I'll laugh at it.
Maybe.
Hopefully.
Either that or he just like wrote the names down like Steve Buscemi and then got them back later. I don't know.
Hit balls their way.
He was Chili Davis was born in Kingston, Jamaica.
Really? Okay.
Chili Davis facts today here
All
on the
right.
Kreckman and Lindahl show. See, that was so much better than playing a single highlight from the second, third, or fourth quarter last night.
Yeah, I like that. What highlight would you have selected? I'm curious.
No, I don't.
What
know.
highlight would you have dug up?
What did I?
Especially anything second half related.
I did rewatch last night, although
Why would you do that?
I'm a preparer, you know me, but I stopped at halftime. I was like, I don't need to watch the third quarter of this basketball game.
So you just, yeah.
I think what killed it for me was when I literally wrote the sentence, did Jamal really just put up a layup off the side of the backboard?
Do you have the replay somewhere?
Of that shot?
I'm telling you, I don't think he did.
You don't even think he hit backboard? It was confusing.
I don't know what happened.
The
I want to believe
physics of it all.
I want to believe somehow the ball, he lost grip as he was going up, and yeah.
On the ant dunk in the third quarter, the hesitation crossover, and then he dunked. What was MPJ doing on that? What was he doing? I don't pretend for 1 second that defending Anthony Edwards is any kind of easy endeavor or anything else like that. But what are you doing? What was he doing on that play?
I don't know what anybody was doing defensively last night.
Yeah.
The only good defensive play I think I saw was they came out, they decided that they were doing that thing where they were trying to make it look like, was it Ant or maybe Cat? Guys would go up, look like they were going to shoot and try to do the Joker back to him, or somebody else would cut baseline.
Mm-hmm.
They got a couple of those off, and then Aaron Gordon jumped back in the lane, swatted that away. They kind of gave that away. They quit doing that anyway. But other than that, the defense, like, again, the energy, the want to, it was just kind of like, all right, we'll just go play game 7. Wouldn't you want the days off? It didn't look like they wanted the days off.
I sure would have thought so.
You know?
I would have thought with Jamal's calf injury and
now the elbow, and
I would have thought some perhaps up to a week of rest before the start of the Western Conference Finals, that dangling of carrot would have been appealing. But the Nuggets were like, nah, we're good.
We'll see you Sunday.
Hey, you know what? We'll sell some tickets. We'll sell some popcorn and beers for Game 7. Help out old Uncle Stan a little bit, which, you know what? Good for the company. That's one way to look at it.
Sure. I like that.
Capitalism won last night, Andy, not just the Minnesota Timberwolves.
What do you want? A midday or a night Game 7?
Because
isn't the choices like 2:30 or 6 or something like that?
So if Knicks Pacers, if the Pacers win tonight in Indiana, spoiler alert, they will. Then they will play the afternoon game, and I believe Nuggets Timberwolves would be at 6:00 on Sunday night. I would greatly prefer the afternoon affair. I don't want to have to carry Underwood this thing and wait all day for Sunday night.
Yeah, let's get it done.
Yeah. Let's knock
Let's
that
learn
out
the fate.
for the love of God and just get to the basketball game. It is Kreckman and Lindahl. We do have one bit of warning for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Something that history has given us. We'll tell you what that is next.
2 strikes. He's made it 6 in a row to start the day. Paul Skeens. Better call some buddies.
Yeah, more like Skeens Friday. Paul Skeens in his second major league start facing the Cubs today. Both of his starts, by the way, have come against the Cubs. Andy, 6 innings, no hits, no runs, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts. He threw exactly 100 pitches, 67 for strikes. He induced 22 swings and misses today against the Cubs as the mighty Pirates get the victory 9-3 this afternoon at Wrigley Field. I watched a good chunk of this game. You know, we hype things in sports. Dude's living up to it, man.
I was going to say, was Livy done there? But there's no story, apparently, of her being there on Instagram, so who knows?
Pirates couldn't let him go for the no-hitter. He had to be pulled at 100 pitches after 6. The Cubs would manage 4 hits in the ball game and push 3 runs across, but nonetheless, they fall 9-3 to mighty Paul Skeens, and the Pirates struck out the first 6 hitters that he faced in that game today, Andy.
He's got a nice start to the career. Now,
Sure does.
how many starts before they start getting a report on what he likes to throw and all that kind of stuff? When does the book start to come out on him?
I mean,
month? A couple times through?
Didn't scout him from college. Like, it's just good stuff. It's really good stuff. It's nasty stuff. Yeah, he's going to have some tough ones, and, you know, right now, though. Whew. This is like the best thing we've seen since Strasburg got to the bigs. Since just like, good God, look at what this guy does.
How?
Hope his elbow doesn't
I'm just going to go ahead and
It
ask a rhetorical question.
Mm-hmm.
How do the Rockies never get that guy? I mean, they're always picking top of the draft. How have you not found that guy?
Who was the dude they drafted 2nd overall?
Greg Reynolds.
Yeah.
Out of Stanford.
Over Kershaw.
Okay, so here's your 2006 draft. Luke Hochevar, Colorado's own, was the number 1 pick by the Royals. Greg Reynolds went 2 to the Rocks. Evan Longoria, 3rd to the Rays. That was a good career. Nobody at 4 and nobody at 5. Andrew Miller, who made many an all-star team, went 6th overall to the Tigers. Clayton Kershaw, who is headed to Cooperstown, went 7 overall to the Dodgers. Tim Lincecum went 10th to the Giants. What did he win? 2 Cy Youngs, I think?
Yes. Dominated the Rockies plenty of years.
Max Scherzer, 11th to the Diamondbacks.
Heard of him?
Yeah.
How many does Scherzer have? 1,
There
2?
were Cy Young Awards?
No, what? Series wins.
Oh,
Where he's like been dead in the middle of it. He was with the Nationals, right?
2-time World Series champion.
Yeah, no big deal.
8-time All-Star, 3-time Cy Young Award winner.
That's all. That sounds good.
Pretty good. Plus,
that sounds like someone you'd want to draft it too.
His eyes are 2 different
His
colors.
eyes are weird, but
Yeah.
that's all right.
Yeah.
He's a psycho.
Mhm.
Who cares?
Yeah, he's an intense dude. He's also made a lot of money. Good for him. We're all very happy for Max Scherzer.
Good for you, bud.
So,
how many hitters did we also leave out like that? You didn't just screw up 1. You screwed up quite a few.
Oh, they missed. They missed
There are
quite
quite
badly.
a few guys you'd have rather had than Greg Reynolds.
Quite a few. You really
Like half the round would have been better.
would have been better than Greg Reynolds at number 2 overall. Okay.
Warning for Minnesota fan?
I just have a brief warning for the Minnesota Timberwolves, okay? Because, you know, people get really excited for Game 7.
Okay. Yes, they do.
The two best words in sports, which I disagree with, but we'll get to that later. But Game 7 is coming up. Andy, do you happen to remember, this is going into the Wayback Machine here, but the 2008 first-round series between the Boston Celtics and the Atlanta Hawks. Celtics were the number 1 seed. This is the KG, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen, Boston Celtics that would win the NBA championship that year, defeat Kobe Bryant and the Lakers, and win the NBA title. But their opening round series, they got stretched to 7 games against Joe Johnson and Josh Smith and a young Al Horford and the Atlanta Hawks. And the Hawks, in fact, they took Game 6 at Phillips Arena there in Atlanta, 103-100. After the game, the great Zaza Pachulia doing the post-game interview there at Phillips Arena. And it was one of those situations, they do this where you do the local TV interview, but they crank up the PA, and you can be heard in the entire arena. We do the same thing here in Denver to this day with the Altitude crew, Vic or Katie or Debs or whoever it is doing that post-game interview. So they've won Game 6. They're going back to Boston. The Hawks are feeling good, and Zaza Pachulia himself was really feeling it in his post-game interview.
Cameron, a lot of people say shock the world. I call it destiny. Zaza, talk about pulling it all in at the end there.
Nothing easy. Nothing easy. We're going to Game 7, baby. Game 7. Game 7. Hey, I wish you guys were there, but everybody knows that we got your support. We're gonna feel it on Game 7. We love you. Woo!
Woo!
They're feeling it.
You need to save that. Woo!
That's
There's
right.
A drop.
That's right. Anthony Edwards, see you all MFers in Game 7. Oh, you're all feeling really good right now.
Woo!
And then what happened, Spring?
A blowout victory in Game 7, and the Celtics now move on to face the Cavaliers in round 2 as the Celtics dominate. That's the final score. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports.
That'll do it.
What was the final score? Do you remember?
It was a mere 34-point game.
No big deal.
Celtics 99, the Hawks 65.
I'd take that come Sunday. Yeah.
Hey,
Zsa.
Yeah, and also we found a game where a team scored fewer points than the Nuggets did
Well, there
last
you go.
night.
There it is.
Go. There
it
you go.
Nothing easy.
Yeah, he sounds like Rocky. Hey, if I could change, you could change.
Zaza was doing his best.
I know he was.
Game 7.
Maybe find the guy who's got it's his first language. Let's start there. For a moment, I was going to ask you, is that all he knows? And then I forgot he went on to give a little bit bigger answer.
God, that starting 5. Rondo, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce, KG, Kendrick Perkins. That was a young Perk, too. Woo! That team was good. The Boston Celtics dominate the Atlanta Hawks there in Game 7. See? That's what we got to hope for, okay? You're feeling yourself? You're smelling yourself a little bit? You get that victory in Game 6? Oh, your fans are all wearing the military-issued T-shirt. That's good to see. You're happy to be going back to Denver. That's what the Nuggets need to do to these guys, okay? This has to be a pissed-off group. This has to be a focused group. This has to be a Nuggets team that walks onto the floor and says, we will impose our will and actually play our game, the one that we completely abandon in Game 6, be it physicality, be it execution, be it shooting the damn basketball. If the Denver Nuggets show up, then we'll be talking about the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, it's that simple.
On Monday.
Play your game.
That's it.
Which doesn't include 36 threes.
Yep.
Remember that.
Yeah, don't take 36 threes in this game.
Especially if it's not falling.
Into the damn paint, for the love of God.
Yeah, show up and tell them we got a little something for you, and I'll see you in Game 7.
That's right.
Here we are.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to wish you didn't walk in.
I'm also annoyed that because I read that anecdote. McMenamin wrote that anecdote in ESPN and talked about it on the ESPN Daily podcast. And I read it and I was just like, God, if the Nuggets blow this game 6, they're all they're going to be feeling themselves for getting this anecdote of Ant talking to the locker room attendant there at Ball Arena after game 6. And sure enough, the Nuggets don't show up. So now that story gets to get brought out. Cool. Thank you.
Beat
Great.
him and move on, baby. Beat
That's
him
right.
and move on. That's all that matters.
Take care of business. Get your stops. Play some freaking defense.
Hope you enjoy your frequent flyer miles traveling to come here one more time.
Nikola Jokic will do his thing coming up on Sunday because we do have a Game 7. Say it for us one more time, Zaza Pachulia. We can't hear it enough.
Game 7!
We need the Avalanche to actually force one of those tonight. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NBA, and that's next. We know you've been waiting all day long to hear this. We have got sweepstakes winners here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. That's right. It is time for your Week 5 Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes winners. It's in the books, and we got prizes to hand out to you, the lucky winners, from all the entries at nuggets.com/playoffs and on-air keyword text entries. Congratulations to all of you who spelled BT correctly, and we have 4 winners to announce. Mark Springer, you ready for this? Do. Sure. Ooh, we're going with the Christmas Vacation drum roll. Congratulations to our 4 winners. We will begin with the winner of the gift card to Altitude Authentics, Fred Weiss.
Freddie!
Weiss, Fred.
Weiss.
Either way, Fred, you have won yourself a $50 gift card to Altitude Authentics.
Is that wheat in German?
Get yourself, sure, a nice cap, a T-shirt, if you will. Go in on a sweater, whatever you want to do. Way to go, Fred.
Jammies?
The jammies, yes. The winner of the signed Michael Porter Jr. basketball. That is, I don't know why that cracks me up, just for the Nuggets fan that has every last thing.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have PJs. I don't have silk Nuggets pajamas.
I
don't even know if they have them at Altitude Authentics, but I assume if they exist, that's the place where they would sell them.
You need the Ward Cleaver night outfit.
You do very much so. The winner of the signed Michael Porter Jr. basketball. You got to shoot this thing if you get it. The winner of the signed MPJ basketball, Matthew Smith. Yeah! There's like 7 people listening named Matthew Smith that are like, cool, I won.
We'll contact you, Matt Smith.
We'll call you,
If you're Matt Smith but weren't contacted, probably didn't.
Very much so. The winner of the signed Kentavious Caldwell Pope jersey. And we promise you he writes every single letter of his name, Kentavious Caldwell Pope, when he signs a jersey. A big shout out to Carlos Martinez.
Come on. Let's go, y'all.
Congratulations to Carlos Martinez. There's also 7 Carlos Martinezes listening to this show right
7?
now.
Yeah.
But
well, we are losing in ratings to the Spanish station, so maybe not all 7 are listening to us, but I would say there's more than 7.
turn it back to us, Carlos. We'd
Carlos,
appreciate
get
it.
back over here.
And finally, the winner of 2 tickets to Game 7 against the Timberwolves on Sunday. Game 7, Spring. Game 7.
Woo! Game 7!
There it is. Finally, there's Sasa.
He's got new drops. He's got to figure out where he put them in the cabinet.
We're peppering Spring with drops all
Yes.
over the place.
Yes.
No, it's not. You're right about that, Spring. Well played. 2 tickets to Game 7 coming up on Sunday against the Timberwolves. A hearty Kreckman and Lindahl, congratulations. And Andy Lindahl, attaboy, to Nick Caristia. Nick Caristia.
You get to join your fellow nervous fans inside Ball Arena coming up at either 2:30 or 6 o'clock Sunday. Hopefully you don't eat too many glizzies and puke your guts out as you hope the Nuggets pull it off and don't make you cry.
Enjoy your ulcer, Nick. Nick Caristia. Either way.
Caristia, let's go with that.
Yeah.
Caristia. Roll the R.
Caristia.
There, I like that.
Nick, way
I
to
like
go,
that.
man. Make sure you tune in next week. Wow. Make sure you tune in next week and every week the Nuggets are in the playoffs for more keywords. And
Why are you not confident? Tune in next week. We're doing it
next
again.
week, we're doing it again.
Game 7's at home.
And
I got something for you.
Don't forget to enter at nuggets.com/playoffs. If you have not already, it's the Mile High Playoff Sweepstakes from the Nuggets and your pals at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
What else you digging out of the Altitude Authentics? Dad hat?
You can get a dad hat, sure.
Perfectly reasonable pair of socks. Rocky plushie.
A sensible pair of socks.
Yeah.
Lucy has a Nikola Jokic stuffy guy that she got from Altitude Office.
And I'm a freak of nature. And
Plushie.
He's plushy, yes.
Maybe some underwear.
Sammy's got Bernie, the ice dog.
Really? No Wooly the mammoth? Yeah, I see how you are.
I didn't see that one.
Oh, he's in there.
Oh, well.
Maybe some unmentionables for your lady friend.
Hey, if you will. Yes. Right now.
Little hand holding in the old Nuggets unmentionables. Does that rev the engine for you, Crickman?
That's only if they win on Sunday night.
Take that off. I can't look at you or it.
And then when that happens, everybody wins. All right, it's time for the 5 biggest stories of the day around the NBA spring.
NBA High Five is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment. It is never ordinary at Bet365. The Nuggets got crushed in Minnesota last night. Early in that game, Jamal Murray hurt his elbow. He was asked about that after the game.
I'm just, we got 2 days off, and it's all behind us now. I just got to get ready and be able to be better for Sunday. Yeah, at least I'll be better for Sunday, man.
Here's another Michelle Branch moment.
Said he put some numbing cream on it so he didn't have to feel it every time it extended.
That isn't good. That doesn't sound like something that's great. Woo!
Exactly.
That
Thank
go
you,
with the
Zaza.
unmentionables? Is that it?
It sure does. Jamal Murray was 4 of 18 in that game last night. In the 2 blowout losses for the Nuggets in this series, that being games 2 and 6 respectively, Jamal Murray is a combined 7 of 36 from the field. He was 3 of 18 back in game 2. He was 4 of 18 back in game 6. Andy, I keep trying to look at this and be like, is there something the Nuggets can do to get Jamal Murray going? He had 2 good looks early on in that game. Right away in that game, he had a floater that didn't go down. He had a baseline jumper that didn't go down. Those are both those are your shots. Those are his shots that he is supposed to make. They didn't fall. He had the elbow thing, and he was just lost the rest of the game. Tried to shoot his way out of the slump. That absolutely did not work. He did not handle the ball with the requisite focus that was required of it. Jaden McDaniels and Ant turned that into a breakaway dunk that was a part of the 20-0 run. Jamal just flat out didn't show up last night.
No, it was a very bad game out of Jamal. I really wondered how the calf was affecting him early on. Then he got pinched between the screener and the roller and all that. And
yeah.
It just was, it was not a good night. And look, to your point, I don't know how you get him going because he either has it or he doesn't. And the weird part about it is, again, this is kind of the Lakers series where, lucky for us, he found it late in Laker games a couple of times, but
right.
He went the majority of that series not really shooting like Jamal that we're used to.
Yeah.
And then I finally thought he was getting better after the 3 days. Look, he looked as fresh as he's looked probably in a month after the 3 days off, which is odd. So hopefully 2 days will get him as close to that as possible, but this new thing doesn't sound good. If he's putting on numbing cream to not feel the pain and to loosen the elbow, that could be your explanation. On that weird shot where you're not quite sure whether it went off the side of the backboard or what happened, he might have just had a spasm trying to extend, and that's what caused the ball to go flying out of his hand.
Yeah, his arm just flat out.
That won't be good.
Not working correctly. If the 2-man game is not there and not in existence, I don't know. I know Jamal Murray is tough as hell. I know he's going to show up coming up here on Sunday. I just don't know what version of him and if it can execute well enough to get that Minnesota defense scrambling, because they were making the Nuggets scramble on offense last night, and that is just a hard L.
No, well, and again, maybe they need to run a few more plays with a couple picks if necessary to get MPJ comfortable.
Yep.
Let him get his shot going, because Jamal may be too beat up to actually do anything about this. I don't know.
This is,
this sucks. It sucks they're not healthy.
It's a huge reminder, too, Andy, because, Jamal looked so good in
year ago?
games, that especially. But in 3, 4, and 5, we were like, okay, maybe he's managing the calf thing. And last night was a backhand across the face to remind all of us, no, this is a compromised basketball player. And whether or not he's going to feel comfortable out on the floor it's just going to be a toss-up on any given night and what version of him shows up. I give the guy credit. He's battling through this thing.
He is, but at the end of the day, he's you know what? It's a cruel business. He's got to find a way to contribute if the shot's not going, try to set it up for other people. But again,
he did nothing
somebody's got to be able to hit shots.
Yeah.
Nobody could hit shots last night.
Spring.
High five.
The Toronto Raptors plan to pick up their $23 million option on Bruce Brown with the intent of trading him this offseason. Sources tell Doug Smith of the Toronto Star.
All right, I want to follow up a question for you because you're the basketball expert here, all right?
If we go back on parade really quickly and just within a calendar year, we're talking about Bruce Brown having been on 4 different basketball teams.
I get they pick up the option to get something from Bruce Brown because he's a valuable player, but this is my question for you, Nate Kreckman. How valuable is $23 million Bruce Brown?
Not particularly. I'm assuming Toronto will probably have to eat some of that dough to get him moved. I'm assuming that's going to be a part of the Raptors' plan. Now, the Raptors are so far away from win anytime soon that I don't think they're terribly worried about it. Like, they'll take the cap hit for the upcoming season. They'll get probably a second-round pick. But it's a part of them just trying to collect assets at this point of their rebuild. So yeah, the Raptors are gonna move on from him.
Can the Nuggets in any universe try to chat with them about eating enough salary to make it work for a second-round pick?
God, I don't know if there's enough salary that they can eat. I really don't. Spring, call Josh.
Yeah, see what the cap numbers are.
And just ask him. Like, just find out for us. Tell him it's for a K&L segment. We're curious, but ask Josh just what their leniency is for going into another tax.
But hold on, what about this? And look, this isn't exactly a great 1-for-1 because you don't want to lose either.
Yeah.
What if KCP opts out and you're not going to be able to afford him anyway? Can you take his slotted money and try to make the cap number work there to get Brown back? Because if KCP opts out, you probably can't afford him either. Right?
No, you're gonna have to extend that out. That's a good question. I honestly don't know the cap specifics on all of that. I do know that the way that this team they have operated as though, I think this is Calvin Booth's plan. Can't tell you what the head coach's plan is, but I think Calvin Booth's plan would have been having Christian Brown or Peyton Watson ready to become a starter on this team. I'm not terribly sure that they are. I know you're not ready to fill KCP's role and do everything that you need him to be able to do. So when KCP does inevitably opt out, and he's going to, who then moves into the starting lineup? It's got to be one of the young guys. Again, this is such an expensive basketball team right now. It's a good question, though.
Yeah, these are the things I don't want to talk about. Please win Game 7.
Yeah, let's put off some of these discussions. Spring.
High five.
The Phoenix Suns introduced their new head coach today. Mike Budenholzer, former Bucks head coach, led them to a championship with Giannis. He is from Arizona. He grew up in the small town of Holbrook. It's about 3 hours northeast of Phoenix. Today,
sounds lovely.
Mike Budenholzer said he loves the Phoenix Suns so much, he'd coach them anywhere.
I think the biggest message I want you to hear, and I would coach this team if it was on the moon. I would coach this team if it was in Alaska. If these players were in Denmark, these owners and front office, I would go anywhere to coach this team.
The Denmark Suns.
Don't be giving anybody ideas now. But then how does that play into his teary-eyed return to the state that he loves?
Also, if they played in Alaska, wouldn't that be confusing because they don't have very much sun up there?
Would that be your new mental click?
I would hate that too.
How can we be talking about the Suns? They're in Alaska. There's no sun. But don't they have the 24 hours of sun there for a while?
They do get that for a while. Yeah.
So it still works.
It's a
kind of works.
It's a give and take. Although during the basketball season, I think it's mostly no sun.
Denmark or Alaska? Where are you going for no sun?
Denmark all day long. Yes. Based on what I've seen of those photos, they look like a lovely people. Spring.
High five.
Do have a playoff game tonight. Game 6, Pacers-Knicks. It's in Indiana. The Knicks lead this series 3-2. OG Anunoby still out with the left hamstring strain.
Yeah, the Knicks are still without a whole bunch of bodies. If I'm not mistaken, the home team has won every single game of this series. Expect that trend to continue, and we should have a game 7 coming up on Sunday, which would then push the Nuggets game to a 6 o'clock tip. The Mavericks and the Thunder, game 6 tomorrow night. Dallas, can they close it out on their home floor? I guess. I think so.
It's been a weird. This playoff round has been wild.
Yeah.
In all the series.
It really has been. I do like Dallas to be able to close this thing out. Oklahoma City's got to go through their trials. Luka is ready to get to that stage. Plus, more than anything, I'm really just hoping for a Western Conference Finals between Denver and Dallas. That way, maybe Nikola Jokic can take Luka Doncic on a drive, show him some of the nice Cherry Hills real estate, and just explain to him, hey, this is our lovely community. Do you have any interest?
Do you like it here?
Yes, it's really nice in
do
these
you
parts.
not like humidity? Because you'll notice here, there is none.
By the way, I believe that the earth is round, unlike your wacko teammate down there. So,
Well, he could also just say, hey, like a lot of Texans, would you like to move here?
does Kyrie Irving believe the moon exists? Because then if he had to go play the Suns on the moon, how would he go and do that? I have no idea.
These are the things you ponder?
These are the things that I ponder. Those are the 5 biggest stories of the day from... These are the things you ponder a day after your team loses by 45. Wow. By 45 freaking points.
Yeah, everybody's got a feel for what they think they're about to see and how you handle some stuff.
Yeah.
Wasn't ready for yesterday.
So...
Wasn't pondering that.
I started to see on Twitter last night the old cliche, the 2 best words in sports. Game 7.
Game 7!
Are those really the 2 best words in sports? We'll discuss that next.
Well, guys, it's Andy Lindahl for Colorado Off-Road. What are you up to this weekend? You thinking about maybe getting some new truck or 4x4 accessories? If so, let me suggest you don't make any decisions till you've shopped at Colorado Off-Road. They are 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on South Prince Street. They're right behind ACC over there. And it's Jerry Jones and Wendy Jones shop. Stop by, see what they have to offer. If maybe you're thinking about getting the car or truck geared up, the truck or 4x4 geared up for camping season, they've got all the accessories that you could want. Maybe you want to do a little off-roading, up your game there. Certainly could help you out with any of the gear for that, whether it's a tow winch or maybe a light bar or anything you're looking for. Again, it is Colorado Off-Road. As far as the everyday, maybe something like a bed cover or step rails, an automatic start. In the winter, we push the heated seats. I don't know if they do cooling seats, but you could ask Jerry and the fine folks over there about that. Bottom line is, if you need some suggestions for truck and 4x4 accessories, Colorado Off-Road is the place. They're a Colorado business. They know what works in this state. Give them a call if you'd like to, 303-761-1264, or find them on the web at cooffroad.com.
One word.
I just wanted to follow up on that. What is your experience in Game 7s, and what do you expect on Sunday? Just the unique nature of that game.
Well, our experience is pretty positive. So I'll leave it at that. Do your homework.
Thanks, Coach.
Micah Malone, Nikola Jokic, and Jamal Murray have a .750 win percentage in Game 7s. They are Game 7. They're 3-1 all time. Here is the full list of Game 7s that they have played in. First round, San Antonio 2019. Nuggets take Game 7 by a final score of 90-86. Game 7, second round, semifinals against Portland 2019. They would fall 196 to the Portland Trailblazers. Game 7, September 1st, 2020. Why was there a Game 7 on September 1st? Well, they were in the bubble. The Nuggets beat Utah 80-78. Mike Conley missed a shot that would have given the victory.
Gobert was on that team too, right?
Sure was.
There we go.
Torrey Craig blew a layup. Do you remember that? That would have ended the game.
Yeah.
And the Jazz came down, whipped it ahead. Conley fired up a three that didn't fall. 80-78.
But it scared us.
You forget that Torrey Craig blew that layup. If Conley hits that shot, that is Torrey Craig's Raheem Moore moment, man.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Yeah.
But it wasn't.
They would move on from down 3-1 to winning that series against the Jazz, and then they would play the Clippers. And from down 3-1, they would come back. They would win Game 7 against the Clippers, 104-89. Nikola Jokic has triple-doubles in 2 of the 4 Game 7s that he has ever played in. His Game 7 against the Clippers in the bubble, Andy, only 16 points. He was 5 of 13 from the field, but 22 rebounds and 13 assists. 3 blocks, 2 steals. God, he rules. His other triple-double was the win over the Spurs when he went for 21 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 assists. But there you go. That is Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets in their Game 7 history. They are 3-1 all time. The Chris Finch, Karl Anthony Towns, Anthony Edwards, Minnesota Timberwolves have not played a Game 7. In fact, they've only been to the playoffs once, and they lost in 5 to the Nuggets.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see how this moment hits everybody, right?
Right.
Nuggets didn't have to deal with this last year. Not at all. And one of the most dominant playoff runs going. Now everybody wants to try to discredit what it was. Everybody was making it sound like it was a killer's row of a great Suns team and a great Lakers team and the Heat culture when we were in the middle of
Kevin
it. But
Durant,
whatever.
LeBron James.
Yeah.
Yep.
So anyway, we'll see. The Nuggets have been there. They know how to handle it, and it's on their home floor. All of a sudden, that win at home versus Minnesota back in April looks pretty dang important.
Sure does. Yeah, sure does. So, Andy, my sense for this game is that I don't have any sense for this game.
Yeah, I'm with you. Game 7s are weird, right?
It is.
Can get to you. Maybe it doesn't get to you at all.
Loud loss in Game 2. They came back and got a loud win in Game 3. Loud loss in Game 6. What will they have in Game 7? I don't know. They clearly have to have a better answer for the doubles that are getting thrown at Nikola Jokic. They must dissect the film on that. Are they doubling on the catch? Are they doubling late? Are they waiting until the ball is on the floor? Is it a guard? Is it a second big that is going his way? They've got to have a better adjustment for all of that. And Nikola Jokic has to have a better adjustment for all of that. They need to get back to being able to operate their two-man game, be it through pick and roll or through dribble handoff. They have to take more shots in the paint. In Game 5, which to me was the best game they played in this series, they took 50 shots in the paint last night. They took 39. Points in the paint were 62 from Game 5 down to 36 in Game 6, while three-pointers attempted went up from 19 in Game 5 to 36 last night.
Too many.
They were, and it was just like, it was, the old proverbial, Everyone's trying to hit a 3-run home run when the bases are empty. Cliche. Yeah, the Nuggets were trying to hit, 9-pointers last night with every 3 that they were putting up, thinking, oh, this is the one that is going to start a run that's going to get us back into this game, and none of them went in.
Yeah, hint, none of it worked.
Yeah.
Not any of it.
So stop playing the game that way. Stop taking threes 8 seconds into the shot clock. Seriously, last night, it was almost as though mentally they were just like, we don't have it. Let's see if we can just cheat our way to this. And when I say cheat, I mean it this way. Let's just see if we make a bunch of threes and we just win this game on the math problem behind the arc. Okay? We'll just steal a road game. We don't have the energy to get up for this thing. We don't have what it takes to go and beat these guys in their building, especially with the kind of jump that they are playing. So let's just try and shoot our way into a victory. And instead, they shot their way into a 45-point loss.
Yeah, it was tough. And they didn't have, again, with all the threes, the Nuggets have to remember the way they can be physical with the Wolves, aside from the obvious, is run your picks. Run the guards off picks.
Right.
Make them tired. Make them not want to chase you. It's had a cumulative effect by the time you hit the third and fourth quarter of every game. Now, by last night, it didn't matter because you weren't going to make up any ground. The lead had grown so much. But they did not make the Wolves really work for much of anything after the first quarter, halfway through the second quarter.
Oh, they weren't stressed.
They were just everybody's just shooting and having a grand old time, and can't play that way. Now, again, here's the thing. You come home, get your mind right, you run them, you feed off of your energy. Here's what's going to be interesting to watch, and I say this not knowing which team gets to play next week. I think this series has taken a lot out of both teams, and I will be curious, whoever moves on, what you have left, at least at the start of whatever the next series is.
Okay, let's step back and let's talk about this all from 10,000 feet for a moment, all right? And just which I guess is only like 5,000 feet up, but still.
Yeah.
Let's just talk
Let's go
about
up in a foothill.
For a moment, exactly. We're on Lookout Mountain.
Yeah,
or whatever
go to Lookout
right now,
Mountain.
okay?
Look out.
So we're over there. We're looking out. Okay, I don't technically know the elevation of Lookout Mountain.
Someone will probably will, actually.
Somebody will look it up. You idiots!
Hey, moron!
All right,
I'll look it up. Go ahead,
Andy. What did we say all year long? This time it's going to be harder.
Yeah.
The Western Conference is better. Your team is not as deep. It is going to get tougher this time around. In fact, and I know that we said this on this show, they will have to play a Game 7 this time around.
It's happening.
Yes. You picked the Nuggets in 7 at the start of this series. I had Nuggets in 6 like an idiot.
Well, starting going into last night, it looked like you might be right.
Hey, 9-2 run. Played all the highlights for you back at 420 this afternoon. It was fun. So here we are.
Here we are.
We are in the place. The problem is that and somebody texted this in earlier. Actually, let me scroll really quickly.
By the way, Lookout Mountain, 7,377 feet.
Not even close.
We've got to go higher.
What do we know?
Well, we'll take the 7,377-foot view.
That's the view we're taking. Okay?
We're tired too.
Marcelo texted this in. I read this in the break. I thought this was a really good text. He said, I know that us Nuggets fans are in the thick of it, but if you were neutral, this would be a fun series, and I'm just grateful we're a part of it and hoping we continue the playoff run on Sunday. First off, I appreciate the optimism. The glass is half full. We're all having a good time here. Take from Marcelo. But he is right about that. I have talked to friends that don't have a dog in this hunt, and they're like, this series rules.
Yeah.
This series is incredible. And that's even with it. What's so crazy about it is this is an extremely close series, and none of the games have been close. Game 1 a little bit, but that was basically it for close games in this series. Both teams have had their moments where they have absolutely shined. Jokic had an absolute all-timer the other night. Ant has had multiple all-timers in this series. Like, it's two great players going head-to-head. The chess match of this series, the coaching has been on point. Both coaches have had their wins so far in this series. That, like, this is all just awesome. And again, it's like it's that thing that's really easy to say in February of, I think they could be down in a series, and no, I think they could have a 7-game series. But now that we're in the middle of it and we dissect it all, we forget for a second that this is just what it takes to win a damn NBA championship, and repeating is damn near impossible.
This is also why I think a lot of people wished and hoped and thought this would be the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
And it's not.
It's the two best teams in the West.
It's the second round, man.
Yeah.
And it's been...
I've heard people say, I wish this was the NBA Finals.
Sure.
Of just look at how good this is.
If Boston gets there, Boston could be fun.
Yeah.
But look, Scotty was telling me all year that he was hoping they'd have to go through OKC first. Because OKC, again, you had said in break to me, maybe even said it on the air, there's a process to getting to a championship, and Ant really hasn't been through it yet. Ant kind of exploded on the scene last year. Now, usually great players like that have to suffer a disappointment or two before they get there, much like the Nuggets had to.
Just like Jokic did,
in part because he didn't have his teammate and Jamal's injury history. But
even the series, they had Jamal.
Yeah.
You just got to go through it.
Portland.
No skipping steps.
But again, it's why a lot of people don't think that OKC will get out of this thing alive. You know, I don't know if Dallas ends it tonight or not, but I lean towards Dallas ending it ultimately.
Yes.
So we'll see. But it is fun from afar. But this is the ultimate, and you keep talking about the blowouts, which makes this strange. But in some ways, shouldn't we ask ourselves, well, these teams know each other?
Right.
They just know each other so well. And so what happened? Kind of a couple of surprises mixed in with your worst shooting night in the franchise's history in a playoff game, and you got what you got. Now, you know what? I won't be shocked if the Nuggets got an answer and a couple surprises for you come Sunday.
There have been, I mean, control of the series has been, it was Minnesota's out of the gate. The Nuggets ripped it away from them. Minnesota ripped it back last night. They're the hot team. They're the confident team. They are the team trying to close out is the team with the pressure on them. Well, now that's kind of everybody, but also Minnesota is not the defending champs. They don't have the repeat thing hanging over them right now. They weren't title favorites at the start of the year. No, nobody on their team just won a third MVP. I think they do come in tomorrow night as the more loose team. I really do. Now, does their youth catch up to them? Don't forget they got good veterans. Like, Conley's return was massive last night. He also played really well in that game. Now,
but you didn't make him work.
You didn't. Old man Conley coming off an injury. What does he have in Game 7? There was an interesting quote. One of the Timberwolves players had it that they had asked Mike Conley, how are you feeling going into Game 6 last night? And his answer was, not good, but I'm great. And that was like his response, and that's apparently the mantra that Mike Conley takes into those games, you know? Maybe his calming presence is exactly what this team needs. Maybe the Nuggets do come home and play tight. Maybe sitting on the bench and then watching the reserves give up. Wasn't there like a 24-0 run in the fourth quarter of that game last night?
Could not hit a bucket.
Now,
and they were trying.
Does it fire them up, or did it somehow break something else within the Nuggets, and perhaps they exerted everything they had in games 3, 4, and 5 getting back into this series? The answer is I don't know. And I'm not going to pretend for 1 second like I have any sort of sense of what is going to happen in this Game 7, okay? If the Denver Nuggets that I know and love show up, they're winning this series. I don't know if they will or not.
But see, I felt like
they've disappeared at multiple points of this series.
Well, but you know what's really disappeared when we look at it? It goes back to the weird shooting. I can't explain why they have shooting some game and cannot shoot the next.
Yeah.
Seriously, Nate, because that was the big problem last night. I was talking about it with Scotty this morning as he drove in here. The weird thing about it was the Wolves weren't exactly crushing their shots till the second half when the pressure was off and everybody was just freewheeling that thing near the end.
Yeah.
Then they started cashing every three because they were giving every open look. Then they felt good about everything. Now, look, maybe that carries over and that's a problem for the Nuggets come Sunday. But when they went that stretch, you and I were watching it out here. They had that other weird stretch that felt like 5 minutes of real time where neither team could make a shot. Nuggets would miss. They'd go down. The Wolves would miss. They exchanged like 5 empty possessions. It was crazy. But the Wolves finally made a few shots, and the Nuggets just never did. Never did. So I guess if I were to bank something as fan confidence, I would be telling myself there is no way that they will shoot that bad again. Right?
They physically can't.
Yeah.
They will not shoot 30% from the field 2 games in a row. I do agree with that point. Although I tweeted last night after the first, I was like, I'm certain they'll score more than 14 points in the second quarter, but then they scored 9 points in the fourth quarter. We'll have Game 7 on Sunday. We got Game 6, Avalanche, Stars. Tonight, predictions, plus we need to tear down the worst cliche in sports. We'll do that next. KNL rocking out on a Ska Friday live in the Bacchus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have been celebrating the great Zaza Pachulia all day long here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show as we head into Game 7 on Sunday between
Game 7!
the Nuggets and the Minnesota Timberwolves. Will have it for you right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We are awaiting the result of tonight's Pacers-Knicks game before we know a tip-off time. But rest assured, Berto, Kaz, Scotty, everybody will have it all covered for you here Sunday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Okay. So, Andy, I started to see it last night because you get it any single time it happens. People love that cliche. The two best words in sports, Game 7.
Yeah, no, thank you. Not for me.
I also, I quibble with that. I believe there are better two words in sports than Game 7.
How about we start with "we won"?
Isn't that the one?
Yeah, that's the one.
We
won.
We win.
We win.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's better than
moving on.
Game 7.
The champs.
Yes. Championship 1.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. On parade.
On parade.
Those things are all better than Game 7. They covered. Parlay hit. Better than Game 7.
Yes. House money.
Ask Spring about that one today. Way to go, Pirates. Uh-huh.
Paulie Skeens.
That's right. That's the dude. Max contract.
A
lot of people prefer that to Game 7. Mm-hmm. This one's a little Rocky specific. New owners.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Yes. Yes.
Russ released.
What I talk with Russell about, it's none of your business.
That was just me, maybe. Somebody said it bobblehead night.
Bobblehead night? That's not bad.
People love bobblehead night.
Who doesn't love,
Yeah, get there early.
Dog night.
Going dollar dog.
Dollar dogs.
Yes. Have you seen the parachuting dogs in Seattle?
No. Doesn't sound safe.
So I read a story about it in The Athletic. They tested them out. Like they got like a physicist to figure out the exact size of a parachute they would need. And then they weighed exactly what the hot dog and the wrapper and the condiments would weigh. And then they were able to replicate that. And they went out to the ballpark and they were throwing them. This was in the off season, throwing them, and they worked. And then they weren't sure. And literally until the day it was time to do it, when they attached the hot dogs and let it fly, but it was a huge hit. They call it hot dogs from heaven in Seattle.
Okay.
They parachute down to people. Gil says free beer.
Yeah.
Very strong.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Rally sausage.
Brandon says, Coach.
Yeah. Don't you dare put "Let's Ride." We will ban you. He's due. Huh? He's due.
Many good texts coming in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925 to text in. I do love he's due. That's very, very good.
But when he's due, it never happens.
Wild card champs.
Yeah, that's good.
Got a banner.
What else do we want to do with the wild card champs? Are we going to go that route?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nikola Jokic. That's two better words in sports.
Runner up.
I'm a freak of nature, and
that you are.
No.
Dippin' Dots. No. What are those things anyway? Are we sure?
Dippin' Dots?
Are they actual food?
They're dots. Dots is something. I'm not sure what.
Before we get to
Cool Carl. Huh?
Well played.
Cool, Carl.
Well played. Two best words in sports. It is a Friday afternoon, and we are going into a Game 6 tonight between the Avalanche and the Stars. Therefore, it is time for the weekend preview. Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole. Eating guacamole. That's two words. Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game? You better believe I do want to watch the game tonight at 8 o'clock as the Avalanche host the Dallas Stars for Game 6, the series back over at Ball Arena. Huge one as the Avalanche try to force a Game 7, which would be on Sunday.
Sure would. Why not? Let's
We
do it all.
could have a double Game 7 Sunday. In fact, we need a double Game 7 Sunday coming up here. Andy, obviously, Game 7 is on Sunday between the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. That's the one that we are all watching out for. Plus, my good man, the hottest team in baseball, Ryan Feltner toes the slab tonight in San Francisco against Kyle Harrison of the San Francisco Giants. The Rocks looking to win their 8th consecutive game to get within 12 games of 500 this evening. First pitch at 8:15.
You throw out the records when a 15-win team takes on a 20-win team in the NL West.
Can't stop the Rocks. By the way, a couple of afternoon games coming up in that series the rest of the weekend before they go across the bay to Oakland. Andy, pick to click. Who scores tonight for the Avalanche in Game 6?
Artturi Lehkonen. Heard of him?
Artturi Lehkonen, heard of him?
I sure have. I'm looking for a blue line seeing eye shot out of Sam Girard tonight.
You know, I kind of wanted to get saucy and go Josh Manson. He's been shooting a lot. He knows.
He
Just
has
throw
been.
it on net.
He loves to take
but I
shots.
think he shoots that puck, and Artturi Lehkonen tips
Gets
it
the
home.
tip. There you go.
The tipper.
There you go. The big tipper. Andy's going with Lecky. I'm going with Sammy Girard. Final score tonight, Andy.
The Colorado Avalanche 5. Dallas 2. Game 7,
5-2.
baby.
Woo, 5-2.
Take that, Brandon.
5-2.
Brandon Shelton will be crying in his free beer.
Game 7!
Avs 4, Stars 3.
Ooh.
Double overtime.
Oh, don't do that to me. The damn game starts at 8. No. I don't care if it's Saturday or not.
The two most annoying words in sports, double overtime.
Yes, at least in hockey.
Is overtime one word or two words? It's a
It's
compound
all
word,
one.
right?
The hell
there
with
we
it,
go.
it's one.
Thank you.
For our purposes, it's one.
There you go. Thanks again to Connor McGahee. He was on the show, and he was great. That's going to do it for us here this afternoon.
Rally sausage is secured with Nate.
There it goes.
It's going to Ball Arena again, baby.
That's right. The Rally Sausage.
How many teams move on in the playoffs from Denver
Take
next
us
week?
home. Go to 2.
They're both going.
Go to 2.
Woo, we're going streaking.
Yes. Let's put some positive something out into the world. Yeah, for Mark Springer, for Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Everybody have a great weekend. Whatever you do, take care of your shoes. We'll talk to you on Monday. Good night.